200 RWT Racing Chevy Corvette leading SP2. They are in 20th position. SP3 Nova Racers Ginetta 284 car in 28th position. TCR is the RS Connect number 144 Seat in 33rd position. A2 Team Ultran Peugeot Guillaume Romain in the 208 car in 39th position, and conveniently getting up onto the top page of timing is Jakob Christensen in the Team K-Reiser Peugeot RCZ in 171. That is the car in 44th position, leading A2. That's David Arnold just 3 seconds ahead now. Through goes the 17 ID EC IDEX Sport Mercedes-Benz, second place in the AM class. Remember, the AM class does have the reference time. Jokers, Paul. Do we have jokers here?
Well,
Steady
Martin,
how you answer that.
Yes, you get 10 jokers if you're in the A6 AM class, but only if you're in the A6 AM class. There are minimum reference lap times in the other classes as well, but if you're in the other classes, you get no jokers. But in A6 AM, you do get 10 jokers. After that, it's a penalty.
And when can you not play your jokers? Last 2 hours?
Only the last 2 hours, yes. But the point is worth making. I made it just at the start of the race. The IDEC car is an AM car, although many of the entry lists you'll have had will have it as a Pro, because it was only switched from Pro to AM after the warm-up session this morning, I think, certainly after qualifying lot yesterday. So they had a relatively late change of class.
Just putting the lap on Jakob Christensen for Team K Reiser. So 15 minutes down in this race, and it is still Lance David Arnold that leads. 3 seconds the last time around, back to the DriveX Audi in second position of Juan Cruz Alvarez. Let's head down to the pit lane and to Bruce Jones, who can give us an update on the number 55 Aston Martin. They've lost 6 laps, Bruce.
Lost 6 laps, but they got the bonnet on. It was a power steering failure, just what you want in a big car like the Vantage. Any second now, it'll go back off its jacks. It's going back into the race. It's had its hiccup, but out of the corner of my eye, I also noticed the number 65 Porsche going into its pit garage further down the pit lane. I'm getting out of the way of the Aston Martin now.
Wise move, Mr. Jones. And a problem for one of the BMWs, and that's a big problem. Huge amount of vital fluids coming out from the bottom of that car. He's on the side of the track, still travelling though, but that is an engine issue for the...
That's Bob Herber, that's
Bob,
103, yeah. That's the car that blew its engine last night.
GR Motorsport.
The guys replaced it overnight. They finished their shift at 6 this morning, went back to the hotel for a wash and a brush up. It ran okay in morning warm-up, but it had an alternator issue. That looks to be something entirely different. But like with the Aston Martin, of course, if you've ever changed an engine in your own car, replaced major units, you know that all the hose clips have to get done up, everything needs to get done and put back together. They didn't get a lot of running in morning warm-up. Bob Herber started the car, talked to him on the grid, he said, we're fine, we're happy, we're ready to go, and look, the guys look fantastic, they look fitting up for it, and I said, all right, I'll come and see it at 5 in the morning and see how that's going. But it does look as though 103, which has been their troubled machine, 102 rather, is going to be more problems for JR Motorsport.
And you just don't want to see that. Let's go to Owen Mildenhall, who is with the 65 Porsche.
Yep, I'm in the garage, John, and they've had some accident damage on the front left corner, and obviously typical 911 damage the radiator, so the guys are in the middle of changing the radiator and replacing the front bumper. But it's also the number 203 BMW has been pushed back down the pit lane into its garage and is going back into the garage. So that's the number 203 car that's going into the garage next door. And that's got damage on the left, on the back of the car, so I would suggest there may have been a coming together between these two.
Misidentified that as the JR Motorsport M3, didn't we? Whereas it's in fact an I235, an M235i, so that's 203 rather than 103.
No, 102 was the car that had the
102,
problems.
yeah.
With
so
the,
that is 102.
With the engine. We were absolutely right in that. That's a separate incident for the other car. It's all
Code
kicked
60.
off. Code 60. That will be for fluids on the circuit. Change for second position, and you can see it there. The Scuderia Praha Ferrari is past the DriveX car, 2 cars further back behind the Peugeot, the 208 car, and into second position.
Yes, important to say that happened before we went into the Code 60. That wasn't a Code 60 moment.
Pass,
that
correct.
was done before the Code 60. Maricelli hasn't gone quicker than he did on lap 5, but he has continued to improve the position of that Ferrari, having started 6th on the grid, has now moved up to 2nd place.
Let's explain Code 60. We were hoping not to have to do this for quite some time. The reason we have it is there's oil on the track from that GR Motorsport BMW. Now, normally you would see the oil flags or the slippery surface, rubbish on the track flags, and you would probably see a safety car at this point. This is in lieu of the safety car. 60 kilometres an hour, nobody loses, nobody gains, you can't overtake. You can, however, pit. You can, however, go into the fuel station, should you so desire. If you like, call it a virtual safety car, but you are not closing up. There's a delta time, 60 kilometres an hour. It's a pretty easy one. It's 5.8 minutes if it's 5.8 kilometres, so it's relatively easy to work that out, and most of the cars, Paul, will have a button on the steering wheel.
Yes, exactly so. I mean, your point about being allowed to pit, yes, you are allowed to pit. However, if you take on fuel, you're only allowed to take on 50% of the fuel that you're normally allowed to take on. So, yes, you can come in.
Wouldn't be a bad thing to do now to top off.
Yes and no.
And why is that the case, Paul?
Right. I mean, the reason is, yes, it is obviously a good thing to do because it gives you a bit of extra fuel for not very much in terms of cost. However, because the field was already fairly tightly bunched, and despite the fact that everybody goes down to 60 kilometres an hour, well, the evidence of TV pictures, if you can see them, is that you inevitably do get some bunching up, and therefore you are going to lose a lot of places. So not necessarily track position, but you're going to lose a lot of places, and that's a point early in the race you might not wish to do so. The other thing is that at this early stage in the race, everybody will have brimmed the cars. They'll have gone up to most of the tanks will be 120 litres, and they'll have put that full 120 litres into the tank for the start of the race. So the amount of fuel they've used in 2 formation laps, 7 racing laps, and 1 lap of Code 60 isn't really going to be worth even putting in 50%, I would say.
Let's head down into the pit lane, and Bruce Jones, who can give us an update. The Scuderia Praha car jumping up to 2nd position just before this Code 60 for oil on the track, and some pit callers with damage. Bruce.
It's uncanny if you have 2 cars collide. Why are they always in the same garage or adjacent garages? But the 203 Automobiles car, you can't see the damage at the back of the car, but the rear suspension on the right-hand side at the rear is slightly out of true. They're hitting it with hammers. But if you follow me to the next garage, the damage was on the other end of the Porsche, the number 65 Porsche. Unfortunately, again, that's deep in the garage. I think we can probably add 2 and 2. Front of one car and the back of another, running together, both damaged, both in the pits. I'm going to head off now to see Bob Herber, the 102 BMW. That came past me and it had that smell of the end approaching when it came into the pit lane, I'm afraid. But early doors, we've got the Code 60. All goes terribly quiet in the pits because the cars are, of course, bunched around the back of the track. But early hiccups, we could say.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Bruce Jones, as the oil dry is coming out. We have had just 7 racing laps, still 23 hours and 38 minutes to go as our intrepid marshals and clear up team are getting to work from turn 4 onwards, and a perfect time to pay tribute to all of our motorsport volunteers, whether here at Paul Ricard or anywhere else in the world. Another big motorsport weekend, the ELMS at the Red Bull Ring, MotoGP and more, and of course we could not have our motorsport, our favourite sport, without the time that is given up by our motorsport marshals. Thank you very much to all of you, whether watching, listening or actually here at the circuit. The Renault RS01 is back with us this weekend. Very interesting car this. It's been put into GT3 alike specification. Originally, of course, built as a single manufacturer car. And in fact, Owen Mildenhall, one of our team this weekend, has driven it in that spec. We'll have a word with him again later on about that. The battling down in the pit lane of the 46 car continues with a bit of gaffer tape, tank tape going on to hold the front wing mount together on that 65 car, that being the Porsche Lorient Racing 991 Cup car. A very good choice of racing car for this series. They go a long way on their fuel. They are plentiful, and being Porsches, they are, if you don't bump into anything, relatively bulletproof. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just picked up a change which I don't think you've mentioned, but in the A6 AM class, just as the Code 60 happened, an improvement for the number 17, the IDEX Sport racing car, because that wasn't in the lead of the class before, but it is now, having taken it over from the Lippert Lamborghini Huracan, the car that was started and is still in the hands of Freddie Bart. So that's in the A6 AM class, the IDEX Sport racing car now in the lead of that one, the Mercedes number 17.
Where did Malicelli start? He was the inside of the third row, wasn't he? Was he in fifth position?
Was on the fifth position, yes. So
yeah.
He's come from, but he was behind the Lamborghini from off the start line. So even though he started fifth, at the end of lap one, he was fell back to sixth.
Right.
So he's then recovered from sixth back to second.
At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, if you want to get in touch with us here in our trackside broadcast centre. Martin Haven, along with Paul Truswell and me, John Hindhaugh, for the early stages of the 24 hours of Circuit Paul Ricard in the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. We get to take a breath, Martin, and we've even had cake delivered. You'll be very happy about that. You've been mentioning that a number of times this weekend.
Yeah, full marks to Prep Tech UK. Cake for mentions. So they are increasing the TMS feel in the commentary position, and as a result, they've been good to their word, and I'll be good to mine. I'm trying to find them. They are currently third in the A2 class.
Yes.
So they started off in second position, so it's been just a tiny little reshuffle. But we have cake in the booth, so I'm going off air for a while.
Okay, fine.
Well,
okay, I'll be off heads for a while. I may be some time. If you're new to Creventic Racing, the advantages of Code 60. Well, you can do it straight away. You don't have to scramble a safety car. You don't have to do wave-bys, pass-arounds, and all that kind of thing. So once the work is done, you basically get back to green wherever the leader is on the circuit. You don't even have to wait for them to come back. And we, in fact, go back to green right now as we're mentioning that. So a very short burst of neutralised race, which is now over and done with, Paul.
8 minutes and 26 seconds provisionally, although I'll need to just let that one pan out. One of the leading cars that did pit during that Code 60, the 911 Porsche, the Precoat Herbert Motorsport team, almost playing the strategy card because nobody else was, I suspect, and so the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 911, Robert Renauer it was who took the start. He's still at the wheel, and he's got going again in that car, albeit down in 17th place now, but with a full tank of fuel.
While Kate was coming up the stairs, I was going down the stairs, by the way, to the cheap seats underneath us. I went to see JR Motorsport. Team boss Joost tells me they had a gearbox oil leak, which my nose had already told me. So it's not a major issue, but it has leaked. And again, that's one of those rebuilding things at 3 in the morning. Yeah. Something that didn't quite get tightened up or survived morning warm-up, but didn't survive a couple of laps of the race.
The 202 Red Camel Jordan Mark Cars Mazda has dropped down to third position, and there's damage on the right front wheel arch there. So ahead of them then in the SP2 category has gone the 64 Porsche Lorient Porsche, and also the Corvette, the Chevy Corvette number 200 RWT racing car. So there's been a conflagration at some stage or at least some kind of coming together.
Confrontation, possibly.
Yeah, perhaps embouteillage. I wonder if that was caused by a bit of over-braking for the Code 60, but definitely Rick Breukers with damage just behind the front wheel on that 202 Red Camel Jordans.NL V8 powered Mazda 3.
I wonder what the team think when they watch that. Luckily, it's on the pit wall side, so when it comes past, they'll have a look and see bits flapping, and they'll be thinking, okay, A, what does it feel like to the driver, and B, what does it look like to us? Is this something we need to address? At the moment, it just looks like a wheel arch extension that has just sort of been nudged a bit loose. So
Side-to-side contact there, Martin?
Do you know, it's so busy, not into the first left, but into that second right-hand element of the first corner. I wouldn't be at all surprised if in the middle of the pack that actually happened on the first corner.
Yeah.
So it's not rubbing on the wheel, it's not getting caught under the wheel or in the wheel arch. It seems to be having no effect other than the tiniest bit of aerodynamic drag. Do you know what? Leave it out there.
It is the car that has been one of the most squirrely under braking. They just quite haven't got the balance of that car right, whether it's the brake balance, the rake of the car or whatever. There's a couple of pretty heavy braking spots here. There's one of them going into turn number 3, the right-hander at the hotel corner, and also the hard braking area at turn 8, the Mistral chicane. And the back end of the car does seem to want to rotate. Rick, one of the youngest drivers in the field, is very adept at turning it in on the brakes.
Well, you need to be here. You know, when we were walking around yesterday, it just enhanced again the feeling that this is not a flat track. There's a lot of twisty over the brow downhill braking areas that you don't really suspect.
Bruce Jones with an update from the pit lane here at Paul Ricard's.
Well, the 203 BMW lookalike from GR Automobiles has just gone out. They've obviously got tired of hitting the suspension with hammers. The 65 Porsche Lorient entry in the neighbouring garage, I think, is also about to come out. I didn't gather which of the drivers started the race. In fact, it's just being pushed backwards out of its garage behind. Will come past me in a second. The driver tried to overtake 2 cars, and as he was trying to go past, the second one pulled across in front of him. And that was how they came to have a clash, but very light bodywork damage, but they've sorted the radiators. So 2 cars out, back onto the circuit.
55 Aston Martin, the massive motorsport car with the early problems on the power steering, is back in the pit lane, and we've had a change for the lead. The red Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458, started by Malucelli, has gone to the lead, started in 5th, dropped down to 6th, and now sits at the top of the timing screen.
Yeah, Peter Cox was saying that they figure this is going to be a really tough race with all the, you know, we always say, don't we, that you're only as strong as your weakest link, and there's not many weak links at the top of this field. As Paul said, you put them any of the top 5 rows of the grid, and any of them easily be on the top step or any other step on the podium. And right now, 23 hours from now, we might have a clue of who's going to win this. Right now, it's just get on with it.
Speaking to the world from Paul Ricard at the moment, South Africa, Baltimore in the US, all over Europe and further afield as well on 24hseries.com. Timing and scoring links there as well. And of course on radiolemans.com in sound and vision, as well as our TV syndication partners. Lovely to have you with us on this round of the International Endurance Series, powered by Hankook, from the Paul Ricard circuit here in the south of France. Picture perfect weather, just on 26 degrees Celsius. Has been a lot warmer during the week. I think the drivers and the pit crews, Martin, where there's very little shade in the pit lane, will actually be pleased. It's dropped down a couple of degrees from earlier in the week.
Yeah, it was very still this morning when we came in. 9:30, it was already 26 degrees. The wind has picked up again, and as yesterday and the day before, it's blowing straight across the pit straight, and that means across the Mistral as well. Actually means as you turn into seam, just as you really need the grip when the level drops, you're running into the wind, and that sort of might help. And especially for the front runners, that might be a real bonus, because towards the end of the 90-minute stint, their tyres are going to have had plenty of work done, and they will be looking for every ounce of grip they can get. But the temperature, certainly the breeze is helping a little with that, and overnight it should be really quite moderate as well, 15 or 16 degrees maybe throughout the nighttime hours. So there will be some respite for our pit reporters and especially for all the track workers who are out there with very little shade at all.
Good point. I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this right now, Paul, but have we got any data on what we think a stint will be? Hard to say because different fuel allowances, and we of course don't know how much fuel people started on.
Well, we assume that everybody started on a full tank of fuel, 120 litres in most cases, because there's no point in doing anything otherwise. But I would be expecting people to be into the pits around about lap 25. Don't criticise me if I get that wrong, but let's look at about lap 25 as being the pit stop for the a full stint at this stage. Bear in mind as well that the 911 Porsche has already made a pit stop, so we'll be going on, I would say, to about lap 32 or so before it comes in for, assuming that we stay green for the rest of that time, to then.
Now, part of the way, Paul, that they balance performance here is with power to weight and various other things, but also it's by fuel allocation. So although a lot of these cars will have 120-litre tanks, they're not allowed to put 120 litres in when they stop, are they? Depending on which particular group of cars they're in.
Depending on Appendix 1.
Indeed.
And Appendix 1 actually runs to, I think, 6 pages in the supplementary regulations, but it does. You're absolutely right. Each car, to make it easy to monitor, each car has a sticker on the next to the refueling pipe saying how much fuel it's allowed to take on at each pit stop.
Which is really sensible way of doing it.
Yes.
And it means that the marshal standing at the pump, or the official standing at the pump, just has to look at the sticker and the readout on the pump.
Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't make it simpler. So there's 80 or 100 basically for the front runners.
Oh, no, far more complicated than that. For the front runners, you're talking 110 litres for a new Audi R8, or 100 litres for the old Audi R8. 110 litres for the Ferrari 458. Mercedes, the new car, is only allowed to take on 105.
Yeah.
So it's of that order. And
all of that, it's like restricting the amount of diesel the Audi can have at Le Mans, isn't it? If you're going to spend your time on track going quicker than some of the rivals, then the idea is to stop you having quite so much time on track by making you come in more often for fuel. It's the tortoise and the hare concept. To a degree.
Yes, to a degree
just
it is.
Blunting a little of your advantage.
Yes, exactly. And it does mean that every team's strategy can legitimately be different. So it's not as if you work out the optimum strategy and then everybody just does it. The optimum strategy for each individual team will probably be different. And of course, that just breaks up the way that the race pans out. And your point about tortoise and hare is that you never quite know which one's catching the other.
Now, to add further to that, you'll get in a class like A6, for instance, you'll have an A6 Pro car and an A6 AM. Now, are they balanced against each other with fuel, or the different classes are on a different...
They're balanced within their particular... so your assignment, if you've got an Audi R8, for example, you're allowed to put 105 litres in, but you run as an A6 Pro, then you're only allowed to put 100 litres in, so it just becomes 5 litres less than your normal allocation would be. If you run as an A6 AM, then it depends if you run as an A6 AM running at 211 minimum reference lap time, or an A6 AM running at 213 minimum reference lap time. And if you're running at the 213 minimum reference lap time, then you're allowed to put as much fuel in as you want every time, 120 litres.
Clear as mud to me, I tell you. I'm pleased I'm not a racing team manager. Bruce Jones can update us on some of the early issues. When it rains, it pours for Aston Martin, Bruce. Sorry, yours.
That was 55. It doesn't look good down here. I'm leaving the guy getting involved by pushing my way into the garage, but at the moment there are 7 mechanics standing around the engine bay of the Aston, none of them doing any work, and there's lots of head scratching. of discussion but no work going on, which is never a good sign. So I'll keep you up to date, but at the moment there's not any work going on, just lots of discussion and worried faces.
Don't like the sound of that at all. Trying to drive a car that has power steering when the power steering is not working, you're not only then turning the rack and the big wheels and the downforce and how hard that is, but you're turning it, it's effectively acting like a pump as well, and you're trying to turn the pump. It is not an easy thing to do, even on a smallish car, never mind something with the downforce, the front tyre width and the weight over the front wheels as a 6-litre V12 Aston Martin V8 Vantage. When the power steering's working, it's a lovely car to drive. Can't imagine what it's like without it. 32nd position at the moment is the third place SP3 car, the 231 Porsche Cayman, and that is the OCC LASIK with Newbridge Motorsport car, and that is a Cayman GT4 Club Sport, one of two in the event, 231 and 236, very rare beasts, those cars. The 202 V8 Mazda, still with the flapping wheel arch, now at a jauntier angle as the wind has caught it a little bit. Still in third position, 22nd overall for Rick Breukers in that bright orange machine. Bright red 22 in the rear quarter light window. Mark is about to cut cake, so I'll let him disappear. Just ahead of Rick Breukers at the moment is the 64 Porsche Lorient racing car, which I really like. It's got red and blue marker lights where the day notice lights normally are in the bumper of that car. That's how you can tell that 991 Cup car, 64. Let's go down to Bruce, who's got some news from the pit lane. We've been seeing that the 65 car, Porsche Lorient Racing, the assistant in the car I've just been talking about, their team manager's been called up to see the beak. Never a good thing, Bruce.
Well, it seems the answer is they've just been given a 1 minute stop and go penalty. Well, stop and stop for a minute penalty, and we'll be back in the race. So when the driver said the other car pulled in his passage as he was trying to overtake two cars, he might have been forgetting his part in that role. He's been adjudged to have caused an avoidable accident early on, of course. Car's back in the race, but he's got that 1 minute penalty, the number 65 Porsche. Their choice when they serve it, but I'd expect it in fairly soon.
Yeah, the way that the penalties work with Creventic is that what Bruce says is absolutely right. It's their choice when to serve it, and indeed they can do it at the next pit stop. And what they're also allowed to do is to kind of accumulate penalties. So if they get more than one penalty, they can add them together. They do have the responsibility of making sure that they happen at a routine pit stop if they want to, which again is different from the way it works in other forms of racing.
So it is still the Scuderia Praha, the returning team, is leading out the Czech Republic team in that Ferrari 458 Italia GT3 car that has been rebuilt since a very big accident at Dubai at the start of the International Endurance series season powered by Hankook. Seems a long time ago, that 24-hour race in Dubai. I think it's 6 or 7 24-hour races ago from my point of view. Our leader about to encounter one of the clumps of traffic that will be a feature, and coming up to lap the middle 20s in the overall, in fact the low 20s now. That orange and black 202 car of Rick Breukers is 22nd, and this effectively, Martin, unless we get a safety car, which is unusual, this is going to be the story of the race now for the faster cars, as they just keep coming on traffic right the way through till the end of the race tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's a long, fast track, but it's a big field as well, so they will always be coming into traffic, and that's, again, you know, talking to drivers on the grid, it's no different really from Le Mans. So there are some closing difference issues. I mean, you're in a 458 or a Mercedes AMG and you're hooning on down here, coming up against a 1600cc Clio, so there are real speed differentials to worry about.
Battle for 4th and 5th position goes through scene, drops down to Le Bose, Ralph Nation in the GRT Graza Lamborghini. has closed up onto the back of Joe Osborne in the Optimum Motorsport Audi R8, the orange, white and black machine, in fourth at the moment, coming to the end of what will be their 17th lap, some of which has been under code 60, but not very much. And a cracking pace being set early on. So across the line now, let's stay on board with the 963 car under the circuit Paul Ricard bridge, heading down towards turn one. Rolf Eischen then looking for fourth position, breaks into the left-hander, almost runs into the back of Joe Osborne, who himself is tied up behind one of the BMWs. Through turn two, pick a side, any side, goes to the right-hand side as they come down through turn numbers 3 and 4 at the far end of the circuit, around the outside, but he'll have the inside for the left-hander. Can he go through? He can't, has to back out of it. Marvellous stuff early on, with still 23 hours and 17 minutes to go. Down to turn number 5 and 6, which will lead back onto the Mistral Straight. Big slide coming out of turn 7 then onto the Mistral for Rolf Eischen as he looks at the back of Joe Osborne's car. Martin.
Already we're 40 minutes in and we're starting to run out of tyre. These cars have got at least another 30 minutes to go, 35, maybe 40 minutes to go in some cases on these tyres. And this racing is fantastic for us and fantastic for them to be involved in, and you don't want to let anybody get away, but you are going to have to be careful with your tyres or there'll be cars backing off into the scenery.
GPC Motorsport, the SPX Vortex has stopped at turn 11. That's towards the end of the lap where our battle for fourth position is coming now. Bit of debris on the left-hand side of the road. The mountains in the background as fourth and fifth continue to battle on. Let's head down into the pit lane. And here is Bruce Jones.
Edward Sandstrom, do you reckon you're going to get a go in this race? Because your teammate Joe Osborne is having an incredible battle at the moment with the Lamborghini and Rolf Eischen.
Yeah, it's great, right? It's what it's about, the race, but fair and I have fun, so I hope Joe enjoys it.
It looked quite exciting down into the first corner on lap 1. It looks as though Joe was going to gain a position when the DriveX Audi went straight on, but no damage to the car. But it's been a battle from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Many cars having approximately the same speed, and then it gets like that. I think the other Audi had an ABS failure or something, so I think he managed that quite good, that driver.
Now, how many laps do you think you can do, or Joe Osborne can do, racing this hard on those tyres? They're really working them very hard.
Yeah, I think it's the same for everyone. It will be a gamble how much you push and how much you will drop off in tyre performance in the end. So you have to still be a little bit patient and manage it, but I guess he knows what he's doing.
Well, certainly exciting out on track. Let's hope you get a car with some tyres. Thanks, Evan.
Thanks.
And then down here at the other end of the pit lane, John, I'm with the 55 Massive Motorsport Aston, and really sad scenes down here because I'm afraid this car is actually going to be our first retirement from the race because they have lost the power steering pump and they sadly don't have a spare, so that means this car is going to be a retirement. So lots of sad faces down here in the 55 Massive Motorsport Aston Martin garage.
Oh, dear me. Not even an hour in and still wait to find out what the issue is for the Vortex car, which is at turn 11, which is the double right-hander, southern end of the circuit. Now all the teams will be watching very, very carefully to see if this might bring out a code 60. It stopped there, but it must be far enough off the racing circuit as to not cause a problem. The Renault RS01 comes through and its multicoloured vinyl wrap. If their idea was to clash with absolutely everything, that's working. Flatbed truck, bright yellow, mid-yellow, sort of lemon yellow, popping on the return road, going back up the start-finish straight on the right-hand side of our view. Driver's left, I suspect that's going Vortex hunting. And we'll be heading towards the machine that is stranded there. Remember, if you can get back to the pits, then you can rejoin the race when you are fixed. 19 cars on the lead lap after 17 laps of racing, says Paul Truswell, and the 49 car is back into second place. This is the Cruz Alvarez car.
This is the DriveX Audi, which, remember, had that skating across the first two corners on the beginning of the opening lap. Lost the lead as a result of that, or at least gave up the lead as a result of that. Then he slipped back into third place because Lance David Arnold in the SPS Automotive Mercedes got past him. But now Juan Cruz Alvarez has taken the initiative back and has gone back past the Mercedes, back into second place with a faster lap on that previous lap upon which he did it, but not quite sure whether Lance David Arnold's content to sit back in third place. I think he's going to be trying to get back past the DriveX car.
8.5 seconds at the line between Juan Cruz Alvarez and the leader in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. This is intriguing already. So out through Scene and down the hill towards Le Bourget. So 50 minutes of racing, Martin, and we have already had high-profile problems, not least the Massive Motorsport, who Martin is about to walk past me with the...
Well, because nobody is ever officially retired here, as they would be in other cities, we do not have the mark of doom. We have the purple Pentel of mild disappointment.
Okay.
And 55, so if I can...
top of the second strip.
55, top of the second strip. So I'm afraid we are going to cross off Kasper Elgaard, Christian Poulsen, Nikolai Silvestre, Roland Poulsen and and one of our onboard cameras.
Maybe they can pick it up and put it somewhere else.
Not in here.
2 laps only. No, certainly not in here. 2 laps only completed for that car. So it was the initial lap straight into the pits. He then went out and did a further lap and decided that whatever they'd done to try and fix it didn't fix it, and that was the end for Nicky Team. So obviously huge disappointment for that Aston Martin and the Massive Motorsport team.
I'm indebted to Miguel De Castro and Josh Barrett for letting me know that the DriveX car has had from the formation lap an ABS problem, and that might well account then for that lock-up down into the first corner by the pole-sitting driver Juan Cruz Alvarez. If he was expecting ABS and didn't get it, that would have caused exactly what we saw.
Although interestingly, John, that will affect the pro driver for our car, who's classified as the pro driver.
And he's the most experienced.
Certainly the most experienced driver of that group, far less than the other drivers. So even though it's going well in Juan's hands, it might not go as well in the other driver's hands.
Well, he's made the compensation. That's the experience showing.
Exactly.
It doesn't happen, you know, I brake right up to that apex on turn 1, and I've got locked to the front wheels. I wasn't expecting that. I'll deal with it. Okay, what happened there? And he took 3 or 4 laps to work through what it was. He's now back at a very good pace, and he's dealing with it. The problem will be, as you say, when the other drivers cycle through, they probably haven't driven that car without ABS, and driving that car without ABS will be a whole different kettle of poisson to driving it with. One of the hardest things about driving a GT car quickly is gauging how much brake pressure you need before particularly the front wheels start to lock up, and to be able to feel that grip. Change for 4th position has now happened as Joe Osborne has had to give best to Ralph Nation. The Lamborghini number 963 now ahead of the Audi number 14. So it's 11 Ferrari leading by 5.3 seconds. A second and 4/10 taken out the leader there by Juan Cruz Alvarez. That time around, 3rd place Lance David Arnold for SPS Automotive and their AMG Mercedes. And Osborne's in trouble. Osborne's in trouble because Schneider's gone through as well. Dropped down to 6th now from 4th in that lap. 11:49, 27, 963. New in 4th, 41, new in 5th, and now down to 6th, the 14 Audi.
Yeah, that was a 2 minutes 13 second lap time for Joe Osborne on that last lap. And I was about to say that Iken, when he had gone past Osborne, had taken the place back, because Osborne earlier on in the race was behind the Lamborghini and had got himself ahead of it. So it does suggest that the Optimum Motorsport is misnamed because that car not running at its best at the moment. That might just have been a little mistake from Joe Osborne, but you're right, as a result of it, he's lost 2 places and he's now running 6th. We'll continue to monitor him. He's still going reasonably strongly, and they're halfway around the lap at the moment. We'll pick him out as they come through at the end of the lap and see whether or not Osborne is able to, if not recover the place from Schneider, at least be able to recover his lap times a little bit. So at 2 minutes 13, it's not that far off. It's not as if the car has suddenly had a problem.
No, exactly right.
But he is, let's say, just slipping back a tiny bit.
Yeah, and that just shows, Martin, does it not, how close it is at the top end of this race, with still less than an hour having been completed.
And it might be the first indication of how various different tyres or various different cars or various different drivers are treating their tyres. And maybe Joe had a big fight on his hand half a dozen laps ago, and that tyre has gone through one heat cycle that some of the others that were behind him didn't. So it's, you know, all these things play in and play out of the equation. The Optimum Motorsport team seem very relaxed and very happy in the garage, so Joe's clearly not got on the radio with any kind of a problem for them. Here's the Precoat Herbert Motorsport. That was the fastest of the Porsches in qualifying, and it seems that the screens are harder to read now than they were in qualifying.
Yes, they are.
Is that Roland Reynard, who's at the wheel of the car 911 in 14th place at the moment? That's 9th in the A6 class. Robert Reynard, yes.
The bit that's not on the screen anyway, you can't read. Yes, so Robert Reynard has been in the car since the start of the race, and the reason why I say that, because the car has had a pit stop. That 911 car, it's in the A6 Pro class, but it has had a pit stop, so we'll be keeping going when everybody else comes in for their pit stop. I said round about lap 25. Of course, we had 2 laps run under code 60, so yeah. I'll push it up to 26. We're currently on the 23rd lap, so expect routine pit stops to start happening within the next 5 or 10 minutes, I would say. And of course, what the teams will be very aware of is the fact that there are only 6 refueling pumps, and with 50 cars in the race, albeit a couple of retirements, you've got to make sure that you get into the pit lane and get refueled when there's nobody else there.
Normally, it takes me about 23 hours to say that, but to say what I'm about to say now, but I've just spotted a car that I haven't seen all week, and that's the number 10
the Hoffer
Racing,
yeah.
Mercedes-Benz Christian Frankenhout at the wheel of that car.
Now, if you'd have been, I won't say paying attention, because I know you were paying attention in the warm-up, but if you had been on the ball in the morning warm-up, I said
how's that better? Lap ball going slowly.
The Hoffer Racing,
left rear.
Hoffer Racing Mercedes went quicker in the morning warm-up than it did in qualifying last night.
Yes, you did say that, but I didn't see it.
You didn't see it.
So yes, I agree. We've talked about it, but I haven't seen it, and it's a slightly different colour scheme for the Hoffer car as well. Leipert Motorsport in 4th position in
this
class.
Is Swiss driver Freddie Bart.
And this was the A6 AM leader.
It was. He's dropped down to 4th already, but he's in the pit lane entry, having shortcut bridge.
Left rear puncture for that car. We talked on the grid action. Freddie again was one of the drivers. He said, look for this car to be very sideways towards the end of its stints.
Still got in for fuel first though.
Yes.
That's heads up driving. It's not bad enough that he doesn't want to come in for fuel.
Well, now, I was about to go to Paul because you talked about there only being 6 fuel pumps, correct? There are no diesel pumps this weekend though, because there are no diesel cars, or at least if they brought them here, they won't be using them. Paul, who is going to be the first to come in? Who is going to have decided we're going to come in 2 laps or 1 lap even before we think everybody else does, because we don't want to be in a queue at a petrol pump?
The ones which have the smallest refueling amount is the answer to that question, because if you don't have to put in the full, if you're not allowed to put in the full 120 litres, then you can come in when there's enough space in the tank to take on the amount that you're allowed to refuel.
But you can start with a full tank of 120 litres, no matter how much you're allowed to put on. So they could theoretically all start with exactly the same fuel tankage.
Down in the Leipert pits, Bruce Jones This might have been towards the end of their stint anyway. They seemed rather well organised there as Freddie Bart was coming in.
Yeah, they already had their tyres out. Maybe he told them that already he had the puncture, but you were already wondering who would get into those pumps first. I think they were coming in anyhow, and his teammate Oliver Ditzler, another Swiss racer for RICARD Motorsport, suited, booted, ready to go. They're waiting for the car to do that long refueling stint, and it will come down. But they got to the pumps first. Maybe that will negate some of the problem with that slow in lap with the rear puncture.
Well, over 23 hours, a lot of things work themselves out in the wash, don't they? But as you say, they are already on pit road, and Freddie Bart was saying that there's no chance of them double stinting. He said the car is going to be very loose at the end of the stint. He said the gentleman drivers in the cars, and Mark Bassang as well in the Felbermeyer Audi, he was saying, you know, he's the only pro in the car. The other gentleman drivers, they're here to have a fun weekend, but they are going to be running out of tyres and running out of grip, and probably a lot of them, you know, middle-aged businessmen. None of us are in the first flush of youth, and we don't train all day, every day like young pros do. And so they're going to be running out of energy and mental concentration as well towards the end of the stints.
Von Berg to take over that car, not Ditzler, is what I'm hearing from Bruce down in the pit lane. Yeah, with his Porsche Motorsport overalls on.
Can read it on his belt as well.
Matteo Malicelli continues to lead, and all of a sudden it's out to 11.5 seconds, courtesy of a 2:10.8 that time around. Malicelli has had the hurry up. Lance David Arnold has gone through into second place, through into third has gone Schneider, then a Nation. So where has the DriveX car gone? Has he pitted?
He's in the fuel pumps.
He is in the fuel pumps. So there's your answer, Martin, as the Vortex 209 car comes back on that lemon-coloured flatbed, the 209 car that was caught out at turn 11 earlier.
And of course that was the last car on the grid as well, so that gives you an indication of how things have been going for them so far this weekend.
He must have pulled through, because he got right through into the top 20 again. So I'm not sure what happened at the start there. The 202 V8 Mazda still sitting in third place and 21st overall. A lot of green times coming up on the screens in front of us, meaning people are improving their times as they burn the fuel off here, coming to the end of their first racing stint.
Yes, interesting. I was saying, Martin was asking who was the guys who were going to be coming in first. The Audis actually are allowed an extra 5 litres compared to the Mercedes. However, if one of the reasons they're allowed that extra amount is because they use it more quickly, then it kind of all evens itself out in the wash. But
and that was another point that Freddie Bart made. He said, look, this thing has got not very much aerodynamic downforce. He says, that's fantastic on the straight, we've got a lot of power, but it drinks like a fish, and it burns it, and it burns its tyres up. So not at all a surprise to see Lippert coming in anyway. I would be surprised if they weren't among the shortest stints that we're going to see throughout the race in that Lamborghini.
What'll be interesting for me now to see, and this is a bit of data we need to file away, is where Juan Cruz Alvarez comes back out in that DriveX car, having had his pit stop, because I think he'll stay in the car, and also whether the crew put on a new set of Hankooks or whether they leave him out on the tyres he started on.
Nobody at the front end of the field was saying we're double stinting. Absolutely not in these temperatures. Not because it's not just hot day outside, Paul. This tarmac has been being baked since about 7 o'clock this morning. If it's 28, 30 degrees of air temperature, it'll be nearly 50 on the track.
It's been baked. It's been baked since about, I was going to say, since about the 16th of June, just about. Yeah. I think that was the last time we had any serious rain. No, I don't know. The point that has just popped into my head, though, as a result of what you were saying, the Porsche, the pre-coat Herbert Porsche, which made that fuel-only stop whilst the code 60 was on, at least as far as I know it was fuel-only, I don't think they took tyres on, is, though, obviously, by the end of its fuel, going to be running on tyres that are a stint and a half old.
Yes.
So we may see that coming in earlier than its full amount of fuel, depending on what the tyre wear is. However, if it's able to go the full fuel amount, we'll know something about the setup of that car that is got just right and not use the tyres too much.
That is a very good point.
And so will everybody else who's in their class, who will be watching them, because they already know that they are possibly going to be stretching the tyre wear, and without having to find out for yourself that it's not a good idea, you can use somebody else.
Well, news about that DriveX car. Here's Owen Mildenhall in the pit lane.
Yeah, there seems to be a trend, because as that car came trundling past me from the fuel stops to its the 49 Audi, sorry, this is it, came trundling past me, it had a left rear puncher, so that's the second left rear puncher we've seen in succession.
Well, there we go then. So the DriveX car was pushed into that rather than jumping in.
Stay off the curbs. The curbs look inviting. They are relatively flat. They're very survivable.
In places.
Very survivable over a couple of laps. This isn't a 20-lap sprint. This is a 24-hour. It's not going to just burst tyres if you're running out wide. It's going to destroy suspension too.
Yeah, good point.
This is largely for housekeeping, I apologise.
No, that's all right.
Go ahead, housekeep away.
This is going to be very complicated. Right.
No, really?
That's why we have Paul.
Stop, get a piece of cake and get the tea on. Martin and I are sitting back.
Right, where the start-finish line is at Paul Ricard is beyond pit-in. So you go into pit-in, therefore, and you still haven't crossed the timing beam. What you then do is you go into the refuelling area, you put your fuel in the car, and then you come down into the pit lane. At that point, you cross the start-finish line, and you tick off your lap time. Then you get to your pit, and you put on a fresh set of tyres. Then you go out onto the circuit again and complete your next lap. So you will get 2 slow laps when you do a fuel and tyre stop in normal situation. If you're in that part of the pits which is beyond the start-finish line. If you're in that bit of the pits which is before the start-finish line, then you'll just get 1 very slow lap.
Well, but the beginning of your second lap, you'll be doing 40 kilometres an hour down almost to the first corner, so it won't be as slow.
No.
But one will look
Will
horrendous.
move.
Yes. But what it will be is if you start comparing lap times, there'll be a lot of people, for example, the DriveX Audi, which will have spent a long time refueling, and therefore 1 lap will be longer, and it will also spend a long time having the tyres replaced, and therefore the second lap will be longer as well.
Well, the good news is we have got a column on our timing screen that tells us how long the pit stop is, and DriveX are coming up to 6 minutes since they pulled off the circuit, and it looks as though... Hang on, where have they gone?
No, they're just on the bottom of the first page.
Okay.
In fact, they've just popped out. They're down here in 24th place still, but they're still shown as in the pits.
6:10 now.
At the fuel pumps, Pascal Guibon in the first of the Porsche L'Oreal. So again, Porsche L'Oreal, I mean, what a nice looking team that is. 64 and 65, 2 identical cars, and they brought 1 in, left the other one out. So 1 short fueling, the other one will go to what they think is the full normal stint length, I guess.
And the 991 Cup cars go pretty much the longest of the faster cars. So you will see those cars. That's interesting. I think that's early for a Cup car, and we typically see the Cup cars coming up through the field, possibly not after this first run, but certainly you'll see how long they can go. Well, we've seen them in Dubai, Paul, haven't we? Well up inside the top 10 after the first couple of hours.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I'd certainly expect to see them in the top 10, probably in the top 6 by the end of the race.
Yeah, because they tend to be, dare I say it, fairly bulletproof.
Yeah, I shouldn't say that, no, absolutely. Now I've got another, on that very subject I was just mentioning, conundrum now, because I've got another time which is measuring the pit stop of that Audi, which is coming to the pits and now spent more than 7 minutes in the pit. Since it crossed the start-finish line, it's been 4 minutes and 16 seconds. So that's the difference between going across the start-finish line and having the tyre changed and coming into pit-in and getting the fuel on board.
We've had a spinner out on the circuit. Number 62 Porsche is facing in the wrong direction, and that's the MSG Motorsport car, the Austrian team. It's a really international lineup. Remy Terrail from France, Jose Manuel Balbiani from Argentina.
That car
was in 19th position, was it? Just ahead of Rick Breukers in the Mark Cars Australia machine, and that was Sami Tahari. We spoke to him yesterday, didn't we? The Iranian driver. Nico Rinlisbacher is the final driver. Yeah, just about got missed. Big white mark on his right rear tyre as he picks up speed again. Now that might just be from twonking a bollard. Doesn't look like it's gone soft. But again, you know, we're getting towards maybe the low point in the tyres' life. The Scuderia Praha Ferrari goes by him. The race leader wants more in traffic. Matteo Malucelli, a couple of laps ago, did a 2-minute 10.0, the last lap a 2-minute 12.0. I don't suppose he's lost any pace, but he caught a bit of traffic, and that's all it needs to blunt you. And into the pits from second place, in fact, comes Lance Arnold. He's gone to the fuel pumps in the Crocodile Dundee Mercedes.
Jungle Mercedes.
Junglist Massive. Oh no, they're out, aren't they?
I still haven't seen Juan Cruz Alvarez pop out of the pits. It's over 9 minutes now. Now, I know there's a long pit, a long part of that is refueling. I am now coming to the conclusion, inevitably, they are trying to do some work on that ABS sensor issue on that car.
And we see a driver change at Lorient Porsche. Pascal Guibon brought the car in. The name you'll recognise there, well, two names you recognise, Gounon and Belloc. Jean-Philippe Belloc is the Jean-Philippe Belloc, and Jules Gounon is the son of Jean-Marc Gounon, who viewers of a vintage will recall. That's damning Jean-Marc Gounon as being elderly. He's not as elderly as me, so he's still quite a young man.
Former Le Mans racer of some repute, raced in Works Mercedes, I think it was his final outing.
Yeah, factory BMW driver in ALMS as well, and Viper driver, all sorts.
And great character as well.
Yes. And he's Mr. BOP generally for GT3 cars, isn't he?
He drives everything.
He is still the man. And this is one of the good things that has been introduced with BOP for GT3 is you have one driver, one track who does every car and wrings its neck and generally gets the most out of it that he possibly can. And then you look at where the cars are and you try and balance them up based on his feedback as a highly experienced pro driver and now test driver.
And so what you do is you set it up with corner weights that are all over the place, a ride height that's nowhere near, and the wrong set of gears in it.
Which is fine. And then when you turn up when you turn up at the first race and you blow everybody away, you get hauled in and you get tossed out with an extra 75 kilos, 2 mil off your restrictor and everything else.
If you're sensible, you have drivers who can actually take... Oh, what am I saying? take orders.
Moving on.
Yes.
Moving on.
What am I saying? We're live from trackside here at Paul Ricard. We've just gone through the first hour and 10 minutes down, 29 racing laps completed, and it is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458 Italia that leads by just over 18 seconds from one Bernd Schneider of this parish. He's been here a few times, HTP Motorsport Mercedes. And the car that was running in third position is going very slowly and coming into the pits. Have they stretched this a bit long? The Grasser Lamborghini Huracan, as the 14s also come into the pits. That's the Optimum Motorsport Audi R8 LMS. Now the Grasser car coming into the area where the fuel is, and its team member pointing it to a free pump. There's a bit of damage. Now I reckon that might be, it looks like it might be a bit of tyre, but it could also be the wheel arch extension from the Mark Carr's Mazda just on the exit of the final corner at Bridge, that may well bring out a quick code 60 to have that moved. Just coming up to 20 minutes before 4 here in south of France.
I think that's a tyre, John.
Do you think it's a tyre?
Yeah. Yes.
I think you're right. 911 is now up to 7th. Robert Renard in the Precard Herboth car. And of course, that's 15 class.
That's the car that might take over in the lead of the race, because all of those ahead of it have to stop for fuel. So we'll see what happens.
That is a piece of bodywork.
Is it?
That the marshal, a very brave marshal, has run out onto track to pick up. It's been shredded around the edges, but I suspect the next time we see the 203 that it won't have part of its right front wheel arch guard. Should also mention that the best of the ARM cars, the iDeck Sport car, not having pitted yet with Dimitri Enjabet at the wheel, is down. Well, he's into 5th position. did a 2:11.5 last time around. Its bracket time, of course, 2:11. Yeah, and I'll take back then that, Paul, because it's not from the Mark Mazda. So another piece of bodywork from somewhere else. We have had a couple of cars with punctures. It might have been a wheel arch inside liner, actually. That's also possible, but it looked just a little bit too shiny and too much too hard to be a tyre tread. Martin Haven, John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell in our broadcast centre, trackside here at RICARD, and the Optimum car up to its pits having filled. Joe Osborne brought the car in. Bruce is down in that area of the pit lane.
Ram Racing due to come in as well. Fuel light has just come on for Stuart Hall. Jamie Campbell-Walter is ready to go. So the blue and orange Mercedes will be heading in as well.
Bruce down at Optimum.
Yeah, I can watch the orange light on the side changing position. It's counting down to 16th place as the Optimum Motorsport Audi sits out, and they're probably losing the place. It's been fighting so hard with the well, that's the noise of it accelerating away. Joe Osborne looking at the state of the tyres that came off. Bit of a flat spot on one. He's checking them all, but that was really quite a battle. And what we've seen in the opening, well, hour and a bit of the race, it's just simply going to eat tyres here today. The Lamborghini's suffering, Audi is suffering really hard, but I think the critical thing is how that Scuderia Praha Ferrari is handling its tyres.
Well, it's in the fuel area now, Bruce. That means Stuart Hall leads for Ram Racing in the new livery for the Mercedes-Benz. Jimmy Campbell-Walter and Dan Brown into that squad with Tom Onslow-Cole. Paul White not here, so Tom Onslow-Cole has switched across to SPS.
Yeah, so Roel Goethe will be the fourth driver in that car with the three British teammates. And that car, as you say, Jamie is ready in the garage. The fuel light, Stewie reported in to say the fuel light was on. Now, obviously, this isn't a Le Mans length lap, but on the other hand, if the fuel light's on, you do have to be very, very aware of just how far your car will go in that situation. You can't be an amber gambler here.
No, you absolutely can't. Owen Mildenhall is with the bright green Grasser Lamborghini.
I am, John, and it's definitely a trend now. This car also has a left rear puncher, and to compound that problem, they've got what appears to be an air jack failure, so they're having to use a traditional pump action sort of trolley jack to get the left rear of the car in the air to get that puncher changed.
14 minutes in the pit lane for the number 49 DriveX Audi. Josh Barrett spotted it out. It is on the circuit again, but Martin, it's plummeted down the timing and scoring monitor.
It's on page 3, which is how far it's gone, Paul.
It's just popped back onto page 2 again now again, I think. Oh no, it is. No, it's 70. It's 47th, isn't it?
Yeah.
6 laps it lost in the pits. Well, that power steering, ABS problem is being looked at. Juan Cruz Alvarez has stayed behind the wheel, though. You did suggest that it would be he who stayed, and he has. So he is still behind the wheel. But as you say, with that car so far down, it's got a lot of catching up to do.
There's 2 reasons for that. One, he's the fastest driver and he's more likely to make up time. 2, if they haven't fixed the problem, he knows he can drive it, and then they can try and fix it again the next time it comes in. I don't think that car will come in unless the problem gets worse and becomes intermittent. What you don't want is to have ABS sometimes and not others. It's almost better to have no ABS than to have ABS at turn 1 but then not at scene.
Well, you sort of wonder whether there is a way of just cutting it off and going, okay, we're just going to have really
15.
big boy brakes, and there is no ABS, so everybody be aware, it won't stop for you. We've turned off that artificial intelligence.
963 has problems, and Bruce is down there.
Yeah, well, they haven't been able to get it out of the way. Finally now they had the rear jacks up and the front lifted while they were trying to put it back, and they needed to move it because they've got garage. And now, of course, there is finally space for Jerry. Just his car comes around the corner from RICARD. Another 10 seconds there, they've had a problem there. So for the Grasser, but at least it's not holding up race leader Matteo Malucelli climbing out. No rear punctures for the Ferrari, so definitely an advantage over the Lamborghinis, who both had right rear failures. And Pizzeric on board being strapped in by Malucelli, so their advantage at the lead of the race, it's a growing.
Well, there you see on the camera, turning around from looking in the Lamborghini, there is the race leader outside the door. And our new race leader has come in. Stuart Hall brings the Ram Racing Mercedes into the pit lane at the end of 31 laps for that car, which cycles Mark Basseng in the car collection Audi to the front of the field, and that is the Felbermeyer coloured car, and another car going very slowly, and it is the 49 Audi, so the DriveX car. This is one of Hugh Chamberlain's nightmare car. Oh, no, that's...
He's gone through the back chicane.
Yeah, because he's got nothing. I'm now guessing...
There's no lights on that car, is there? Can't see.
Either it's died a death, or he's got no brake pedal.
Yeah, it's
and
gone
you
to the
don't want
floor.
to be doing 150 kilometres an hour, never mind miles an hour, up the Mistral Straight if you've got no brakes.
And into the turn 8-9 chicane, that's 170 miles an hour. That is the fastest part of the circuit. Owen?
John, I'm down here with Lance David Arnold. David, you've just got out of your AMG GT. That's a fantastic stint. Plenty of time in the lead. Tell us a little bit about that first stint from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I had an idea for the start, and it works very well. We fight very hard but fair. It was a lot of fun for me, and the car was very good. At the end, it was a little bit struggling with the tires, especially in the rear. I had some power oversteer. That's why I had to slow down a little bit, but in general, the pace from our car is not bad. I mean, the Audi is 10, 15 k's faster on the straight. I mean, we are talking about the old Audi R8, so it's maybe a little bit BOP fail, but yeah, it is like it is. For us, it's important that we stay clear, do no mistakes, and yeah, just run.
Fantastic. Lance David Arnold, SPS Mercedes. Good luck for the rest of the race.
New leader Mark Basseng in the Felbermeyer blue Audi R8 number 33, getting the fuel mileage here. Is now on to his 34th lap.
Yep.
34th, yeah.
Which is remarkable.
911, Paul, the car that stopped a fraction earlier, is still going and is now up to second, because everybody else, even Dimitri Anjalbe in the Ibex Sport Mercedes, has come in. He's come in from what was second.
Yes.
Christian Frankenhout has come in from what was third.
Yes, I mean 911, by all that's right on the projection here, should take the lead of the race, because when he came in, it was a fuel-only stop. So whilst everyone else is changing tyres, Herbert saying, no, we'll be all right. And that, I suppose, was part of the calculation. John was making the point at the time that the Code 60 was in place, saying, is it worth coming in? I suggested not, but the pre-Code Herbert team deciding, yes, it was worth coming in.
72 has just gyrated.
23rd position.
That's Huerta driving that one. Not Brian. Gonzalo Huerta from Chile, our only Chilean driver. See, that is a real classic. Out of the final corner, drills the throttle, and then realises the car in front of him hasn't got the pace he thought it had, and has to kind of change his mind and try and swerve around, and he looped around out of the final corner. Stuart Hall has stopped in the Ram Racing orange and blue Mercedes. That heads back out with Jamie Campbell-Walter on board, and that car again came in from the lead. And we saw the DriveX car going very slowly up the straight, and then through the chicane, sort of runoff area, and then picked up speed again up towards scene, just after I was saying, I bet he's got no brake pedal at all. So, I fear all is not well with that car.
The Vortex was on the back of a flatbed not so very long ago, is now in the pit lane being worked on. Now, purists who follow Le Mans will be thinking, well, that car's out of the race, outside assistance. It is absolutely not the case here. Very much the ethos is, if you can get it back to the pits by whatever means, get it fixed and get it back out again.
You can leave the car and go for dinner here and come back and you don't get penalised. There's none of this walking 10 metres away and you're out of the race stuff. By the way, still in the pit lane, the Grasser Lamborghini is now clocking up its 12th minute stationary.
And Bruce is down there, can bring us up to date with Rolf van Eichen.
Rolf van Eichen, about 10 minutes ago, I thought I was going to speak to you after a fantastic battle with Joe Osborne in the Optimum Audi, but now your Grasser Racing Lamborghini is sitting in the garage. We've seen how you have a massive blowout. Did you have any warning?
No, I didn't. Indeed, it was like this that the car was really, really good, but I wasn't pushing too hard because we know that the tire is stressed very hard now in this temperature. And I really did not force it, so it was really unaccepted. I didn't have any warnings. The tire pressures, I just checked them 2 corners before. It happened in turn 5, where the pressure dropped suddenly. And 2 corners before, all was fine, all was good. And then I must have damaged the tire, it exploded.
How much fun before that was the battle with Joe Osborne? You changed place a lot.
Yeah, it was a nice fight. It's it's a 24-hour race, so you always have in mind not to push too hard. But we kept all the space to each other, and it was nice racing, and it was a lot of fun.
When the Audi came in, Joe Osborne was looking very hard at the tyres as well, so I guess he was also starting to have some problems. But the Ferrari came in, it seemed in perfect condition, so maybe that's a concern. Ferrari looked very well balanced here.
Yeah, it's somehow a question of POP in the end. We have to push very, very hard in the corners to get the speed. We have a very small restrictor here, so we don't have a lot of horsepower, so we have to gain the speed in cornering. And this goes a lot on the tires, and the Ferrari has a lot of power, so he can take it more easy in the corners and go fast in the straights. So this is, in the end, I think the reason why Ferrari is managing the tire in these conditions much better than we do.
There's a lot of nasty sounds coming from your garage. What are they doing to the 963 Lamborghini now to get it back?
We are doing everything to get it back soon, but it will take some time. We are really unhappy. It's when the tire, unlucky I want to say, when the tire exploded, it killed the air check, the one that is taking the car off the ground. And now we have to fix this, and it will take some time.
Okay, thank you. I gather we have a new leader.
We have indeed, Bruce, the 911 Porsche Robert Renard for Prekert Herbert Racing. With that sneaky little stop early on, have slid that Porsche 911 into the lead. It is an A6 Pro car, so it is the GT3R, not a Cup car. This is the FIA GT3 spec car. The Porsche were a little late to the party in this specification of racing, but the car has proved itself and proved its worth since then.
Yes, and winner at Zandvoort in the 3+9 hours of Zandvoort. So, you know, the car is a proven and an overall winner, not just, it was the A6 Pro class, as John says. But the proof of the pudding now, and the proof of the strategy now, is going to be how it can make the Hankook tyres work. Remind you, there's nothing special about the tyres that the Porsche had. They're all running on the Hankook tyres. But we've seen how much wear the others are experiencing, and so far this Porsche is still running on the same set of tyres upon which it started the race. It's come in, it's had a top up of fuel. It will only have been allowed to put 50 litres in fact, if there was 50 litres of space in the tank to top it up with fuel, and it will be able to go by my reckoning for around about another 5 laps, maybe 8 laps, but no more than that, until it will be bound for the pits. But it will be interesting that the tyres on that Porsche, I shouldn't say this, but seem to be coming under less strain than we've seen already on Audis, Lamborghinis, and indeed the Ferrari.
A couple of minutes away from 4 o'clock, which will give us 22 and a half hours of racing still to complete. Martin Haven, John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell in the broadcast centre, as Bruce Jones is on the first stint in the pits with Owen Mildenhall. Joe Bradley has left from sitting behind us in our air-conditioned Splendour trackside, so there's a change coming up in the pit lane shortly. Here's how they run Robert Renard then in that Preckert Herberth Porsche leads by an increasing margin. It will be the Chevrolet Corvette that comes up into second place next time past the pits. The RWT racing car. That car has not yet stopped. Coming up into third position next time past the pits, currently in fourth. HTP Motorsports Mercedes-Benz, a 2:09.2 last time around, the fastest time for that car. Meantime, the 33, Mark Bessing brought that car collection Audi R8, the blue car at the pits, getting a rear wing angle change. Now that looked to me as if they were rolling wing off that car.
Yeah, I was about to suggest that if the tyres are wearing out, you want to reduce the downforce because, okay, it makes it harder to drive.
Well, yes and no, because if you roll downforce up and it starts sliding around more, you use the tyres more in that way.
No, you're absolutely right.
It's a very difficult balancing act.
Difficult call to make. Go on.
72, Porsche, whose number we've called already, the HRT Performance Green and White car has come into the pits, couldn't decide whether to go for fuel or not. 24th position for that car, just dropped down into 26th, and behind the wheel of that is the Gonzalo Huertas Moore.
Not sure whether that would have broken the beam on the refueling area, which will be a pain if it has done, because it then has to come out again.
It's not shown as with an F alongside
good.
it.
Okay. What's the other thing I was going to say? Oh yes, John, quickly. The Corvette that you said was up into potentially second place now. That's an SP2
yes.
car. And remember the way that SP2 and SP3 work, it works the other way around to the A2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The SP2 are the faster ones than the SP3 cars. But nevertheless, it's gone a good mileage on its fuel, has that Corvette, and it is going to be in second place.
So 38 racing laps then have been completed by Robert Renard and the 911 Porsche. He has a huge gaggle of cars ahead of him. It's almost 4 o'clock here in France, and what a first 90 minutes of racing we've had here at the Circuit Paul Ricard for the 24 hours powered by Hankook. So we move into lap number 39 for the leaders, and we're gonna, I suspect we're gonna get a slew of pit stops now, gentlemen, for the middle class cars. The story of the race for me is this 200 Corvette blue and white car sitting in second position at the moment, albeit a lap off the lead, Martin, but first of all, making fuel for an SP2 car, but not sure what spec that will be to be an SP2.
That's a good question. Sven Bart certainly is a good peddler, and he's not only getting good speed out of the car, he's currently well, we say good speed, he's doing 2:18s, but the leaders are doing 2:09s, 2:10s. His last lap was a 2:18, leaders last lap, the Precoat Herbert Porsche, which is getting to the end of a long stint on its tyres, as is the Corvette, of course. 2:13, those on fresher tyres in third place behind Clement Schmidt in the HTP Mercedes. Now up to third place, that's still doing 2:10s and 2:9s, so that's a lot closer to its optimum.
The SP2, just to answer your question, John, the title of the class is Exceptional Cars, or the subtitle is Exceptional Cars. It's meant for Porsches, 991s, 997s, 997 Cups, but it also has the GC automobiles, so the Vortexes go in there, and this Corvette doesn't really fit anywhere else. Remember the who was it who ran the other Corvette that
V8 Racing?
V8 Racing, yes, that's right. That car never really fitted anywhere else. Yes, it is a quick car, and if it doesn't fit into SP2, then the alternative is to push it into SPX if it's a very quick SP for sports car, a 24 or a special car being pushed into the SP2 class then, the Corvette.
And that leads its class. Second in the class is the 202 Red Camel Jordans.nl V8 Mark Cars Australia Mazda 3, as it all gets a little bit exciting for Clement Schmidt in HTP Motorsports AMG GT, the very dark grey with the blue accents on it, coming through to complete another lap, just catching one of the Porsche Caymans there through Lake and Bridge.
The leading car, that one, to have had a driver change, because of course the Herbert Porsche stayed with Robert Rennauer at the wheel when it had its pit stop, and the Corvette, car number 200 with Sven Barth, hadn't had a pit stop at all.
Good time to remind everybody about the regulations for driving. 2 hour maximum in by one driver. That would include a stop, so even if you've done 2 stints, it's not quite 2 stints, is it? That's the thing.
No, and the other thing is that in this category of racing, if you're being pure about it, the time spent in the pits actually counts towards your stint, whereas in WEC style racing, the time spent in the pits doesn't count towards your stint. So it is a 2 hour maximum driving time.
From the time you get in the car to the time you get out.
From the time the car leaves the pits at the beginning of your stint to the time it comes into the pits at the end of your stint.
So the fuel time wouldn't count if you brought it into the pits.
Yes.
Right, that's an important distinction.
Because it adds 3 or 4 minutes to your
Absolutely.
To your stop. But if you're staying in the car, then it does include it. Okay?
If you stay in and go back out again, that time is added on. Yes, I understand that.
Right.
Now that I did understand.
Yeah, so you need to know whether you know whether to stop the stopwatch or not. You need to know whether the driver's going to get out or not. So you kind of need to say, oh, I should have stopped the stopwatch.
The issue for most teams is that 2 hours isn't 2 full tanks of fuel. So the Lorient Porsche guys who are leading at the moment took the opportunity to top that car off and give Robert Rennauer another run, leaving the same tyres on, by the way, and that means he'll probably get a lot closer to his 2 hours when that car needs to stop for fuel. So that won't be an extra stop for them, that will be a stop because they're running out of fuel. I think that's smart.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yes, it's the Precoat Herbert Porsche, not the Lorient Porsche, though, just to give it its correct entry.
Sorry, yes, my apologies.
Again, I knew what you knew. I just
no, I didn't. I got it wrong.
But no, he's done an hour and a half of the race at the moment, so he has to be careful that he doesn't go over the 2 hours.
Joe Osborne started the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi. Joe, it looked like those tyres went away from you towards the end.
Yeah, for sure. We had to take a bit of a stab in the dark at what to start the pressures at. Full of fuel, hot day, a lot of factors take into, and we got it pretty wrong. So it was right for the first 3 laps, then it went away, then the code 60 brought them back in, then they went out away again. So yeah, a bit too much hard work for my liking for a first stint of a 24-hour.
Joe, there's been problems up and down the pit lane with rear wheels puncturing. Do you think that's just purely down to the heat and, again, people going for wrong tyre pressures?
Yeah, you've got a really hard balance here that you're not allowed tyre revving. So we've got ours in the sun here, just trying to get him as hot so we can bleed him down. You start the pressure too low, the tyre's going to explode in a few laps. Start too high, you have a car like I have. So you've got to find the optimal or the optimum motorsport position of the tyre pressure, and it's a fine balance, as you've seen, both ways.
Yeah, exactly. I did see a very conservative start. for pretty much the whole of the field. Is that what it felt like from where you were?
As in the driving was conservative. They must be watching a different race to where I was sat. It was a sprint race from where everyone was fighting. There was some big tackles and some big hits everyone taking already. So, I mean, everyone was fighting fairly, but it was fighting hard for a 24-hour race. But all good fun.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for talking to us.
Always good for a quote. I'm informed by Right Turn Lover that the RWT 200 team have run this GT3 spec Corvette in ADAC GT Masters, although they have a smaller rear wing on that car here. So thank you, RTL, indebted to that.
I told you a moment ago we had 19 cars on the lead lap. It wasn't a moment ago, it was on lap 17 we had 19 cars on the lead lap. We've got 6 cars on the lead lap now, although that is slightly artificial because we're getting the refuelling aspect coming into it now. I think we're going to be getting the 200 coming into the pits. Yes, he is coming into the pits, so that Corvette
out of second place and loses second place at the moment he pulled in.
But he's the first of the SP2s to come in, even though he's kind of moved his way up. He'll be more interested in his class position than he will in his overall position. And
then what will we see if Rick Breukers in the 202 car comes through at the end of the lap, and he's slow. Breukers is slow. He's had an incident at the back straight chicane and went through the chicane the wrong way there. Wrong piece of circuit. He's got back up to speed now. Now, can he get back on the straight and narrow as he picks speed back up again? And will he come in at the end of this lap? Those are the important questions. The Red Camel team running this V8 car. He's not back up to speed, I'd say there, Martin, if I'm honest, coming through to the end of this lap.
I know that looks pretty decent speed, I think, down into the last couple of corners. But question is, now he has slowed dramatically here. He should be going much faster through the long right Courbe de Galiban than he is. Tyres look okay on the driver's side. Tyres look okay on the passenger side. I wonder if he's stuttering because he's running out of fuel. Well, it might just be, just heard Joe Osborne saying they had to take an estimated guess.
He's got a pit.
Yeah, he's coming in. That's not an exit line from the final corner that gets you on the straight. He must pit, and he will go straight to the pumps anyway, but yes, they may just have miscalculated by half a kilo of fuel on that.
Well, if they filled it up, it's by a lap of fuel.
Yeah, well, but then you work out how far you can go based on how many kilos of fuel you're using per lap. And there hasn't been a lot of long run. I mean, this is the longest they've spent, any driver will have spent in the car so far all weekend. So it is the first time they've had a full long run without having to come in, cycle drivers through, do changes and yada, yada, yada. So Robert Renner is still our race leader in the Precoat Herbert Porsche. Clemens Schmidt, second place, also in the A6 Pro class in HTP Mercedes. And third is now Sundström in the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi R8. And we heard, presumably from Joe Osborne, that they set their tyre pressures way too high at the beginning. First couple of laps, fine. Once they started to heat up, way over pressure, and that's where grip goes away from you.
Nick Heckens points out there doesn't seem to be an AF Corsa Ferrari in this race. Does that mean it doesn't count?
It doesn't exist, in fact, this race, if there is no AF Corsa. But this is not an AF Corsa kind of championship, really. There are other teams doing just as good a job that don't charge the same amount of money. Did I say
Joe
that?
Bradley is down in the pits waiting for Rick Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan Mark Mazda. And he's in the pit lane, having come in rather slowly. We think maybe spluttering for fuel. But it wasn't going slowly that was the biggest problem for that car, Joe.
He's been going too fast. He's been going so fast that he's gone outside of his delta time and he's incurred a penalty. So when he does come into view on the pit lane, what you'll see is him having to go into the penalty box. Now, thankfully for Rick, that penalty box is directly adjacent to his pit garage. So he'll have to pull forward literally a matter of a couple of metres into the box where his crew are already waiting, standing with me. waiting with fresh tyres. Let's have a word with not just his teammate, but also his dad. Ivo, just been told by one of your guys that Rick's incurred a penalty for going too quickly. Is that why he went slow that lap?
No, that's not because he went slow. He was a little bit on his minimum lap time, just a few thousandths, and that's why you have to stop for 30 seconds.
Right, so was there any reason why he was going so slowly to come in on that in-lap?
Yeah, we ran out of fuel just one lap before we thought he would.
Right, so saving fuel?
Yeah, I don't know. He put the reserve tank, and now I don't know exactly, but he want to make sure he could reach the pits.
And are you pulling him out of the car?
Sorry?
Is Rick going to get out of the car? Or is he going to stay in?
Yes, but he's got the maximum driving time of 2 hours, so now Robert's going to get in, and he's going to do his stint.
Right, excellent. Thanks, Ivo. That shed a little bit of light on things, guys, but we're just waiting for the car. And already in the penalty box is the Corvette.
They also have the penalty, same as us.
Yeah, so the Corvette has incurred a penalty for going too quickly. That's the number 200 Corvette in the penalty box. In the penalty box now, as we see. So we are waiting. That's 200, and here comes car 202 coming into view and refueling. He's going to have to park up just behind. Nope, the Corvette's moved off. So Rick will go into the penalty box. We're talking about first and second in SP2 here, so quite a battle at the front. These guys pushing themselves and just eking. You heard Ivo, his teammate and father, say he just went over by a few thousand, so he's getting that penalty right now, guys.
Under it, yeah, absolutely. 963 back on the track. Paul Truswell has done some detective work, and the breaking out of the bracket, Paul, was quite a while ago for young Breukers.
It was at the very start of the race, John, on his second flying lap.
Got all excited.
The third lap of the race. What I can't find, and I'll be interested to know whether this is just Dutch strategy playing, but the 200 car, I can't find a lap that's under the minimum reference lap time.
Right.
So I think the 200 car has been a good boy, whereas Rick Breukers was definitely not a good boy.
Well, he's just served a 30-second penalty for the same thing, according to the guys in the pit lane.
Okay. Maybe he's serving one so he can break through his bracket next time out. 963, Rowan Blakemolen just brought us up to date with that. They had a puncture and that damaged the air jack, and that led them then to their very long stop.
So we're live trackside at exactly 4:15 here at Circuit Paul Ricard, leading the A6 Pro Porsche of Prekard Herberth Racing. Robert Renard at the wheel of that HTP Mercedes-Benz in second place, the 41 car, and then it's Sandstrom in the Optimum Motorsport Audi in third position. That's your top three, 22.25 hours still to go. Well, plenty of action. I don't think anybody's disappointed at the moment, apart from those who've had the issues.
Well, they'll be in their 24-hour series issue paddling pools, obviously out the back, drinking beer and firing up the barbecue. So there are worse places to retire, definitely. Now, we've seen all our front runners, the A6s, the A6 Pros, A6 AMs, SP2, SPX making their pit stops and continuing on. Now we're getting the smaller engine cars that go further on the same amount of fuel coming in as well. So our A3 leaders are in, our A2 class leaders are in as well. So if I can actually squint at the screen and read any of it, might just go down a little. Everybody is in the pit lane now. Team Altran have brought in 208 and 205, their leaders, in the A3 class. In the A2 class, Team K Riser are still leading in the Peugeot RCZ. Second place is the Renault Clio, that's of the Presenter team, and third place in the class is PrepTech UK. They're about to, in fact they are in, no they're not, that's the Motor Easy Seat that's in behind us, below us. Tomlinson, Mason and Fulbrook's number 155 TCR class car. And that has come in from, I think that was second in the class and has now dropped only to third after a fuel stop. And it didn't look entirely as though there was a driver change. I think Joe Fulbrook may have stayed in, who started that. Well, that seemed to be a bit of an odd strategy. So there must have been a driver change I didn't see.
There was a driver change there, as I say, with an hour and a half on the clock, an hour and 3/4 on the clock. It's 15 minutes to the end of everybody's driver stint. Just going back to the number 200, the Chevrolet Corvette in SP2, yes, it was another fast lap, funnily enough, on exactly the same lap as Rick Breukers broke out of his lap, the second flying lap of the race. So they must have been just dialing themselves in and got a little bit too close. And as Ivo Breukers was telling us, it was a 2 minute 17.939 for the Corvette, and the time that Rick did, which was a little bit too quick, was a 2 minute 17.910. So yes, a matter of thousandths, or at least hundredths, in both cases. And the problem for the SP2 class, as I mentioned earlier on, they do not get jokers. It is only the drivers in the A6 AM that gets jokers.
So first offence is that 30-second stop-go, which is exactly what we saw played out there at the head of the SP2 field. Let's do some other leaders for you. SP leader now is... I'll tell you what, we'll wait till our TV audience comes back with us.
Good. And we can squint.
So we've got just on 22 hours and 12 minutes to go. Let's step down to the pit lane. Joe Bradley is with Rick Breukers. Joe?
Come back to me when I have Rick.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Sorry. Just waiting for Rick to get his helmet off. Let's do some leaders in class then. Whilst we wait, leading overall, and in fact just coming into the pit lane for its fuel stop on the end of lap 45. Note that one down. The Preckert Herbeth Robert Renard driven Porsche 911. Now he will have done an hour and 51 minutes, so that's a great time to get him out of the car. In AM, it's going to be Patrice Lafarge behind the wheel of the IDEC Sport Mercedes-Benz that leads in 6th position for the 17 car. In SP2, it is the Speed Lover Porsche number 84 that leads that category. Mark Valavane at the wheel of that.
That's because the other two cars in SP2 have just made their pit stops, John, and that car hasn't just made its pit stop. So that's why that's the car leading in SP2.
Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I'd finished.
TCR is the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat. SPX is the 94 Spark Motorsport Porsche 997 Cup car. The 103 leads SP3, and that is JR Motorsports BMW E390. A2 is the 171 Tim K. Reicher in the Peugeot RCZ, and in the 991 category it is the 73, which is HRT Performance's car, the 991 Cup car. Joe Bradley now has got Rick Breukers.
Yes, I have. Rick, thanks for talking to us. Rick, we've just seen the battle for SP2 there. Both the SP2 leaders, you and the Corvette, taking in penalties before you were able to pit. What was that penalty for?
We have a minimum lap time of 2 minutes 18, and in my second lap I drove a 2 minute 17.8, so just a little bit too quick, and we got 30 seconds penalty. So
How on earth are you able to gauge thousandths of a second per lap and stay within the delta when you're hustling that V8 engine Mazda body car?
Yeah, I don't know. It's very close, and I was just a little bit too quick. But it's unfortunate, but we can't do anything about it now.
And we noticed, or I should say, we were talking to the team, a little bit short on fuel, so you had a really slow in lap. Is that you who orchestrates that, or are you being told what your fuel rate is from the team?
I see on the screen when the fuel is low, and I set it in the last corner, so I decided to do one more lap because they were not ready. But the engine was giving in a little bit, so I had not full power in the last lap. That was why it was so slow.
And is that because do you have like a reserve tank that the engine goes on to?
Yeah, we have a reserve tank, but they didn't say anything about it, so I didn't want to push it. Maybe I did something wrong or something, so that was why I didn't push it.
And Rick, were you conscious of the battle for the lead of SP2 with the Corvette?
Actually, I didn't notice at all. I was just doing my laps and trying to manage the rear tires because they were gone pretty quick. And yeah, I didn't notice anything about the leading.
Just getting on with it. Thanks for talking to us, Rick. I'll leave you to relax a little.
Sorry?
It's Joe Bradley down. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with Rick Breukers, and just confirming what we'd heard from earlier on about the issues with his fuel feed and indeed with his lap time. Presumably they have a delta inside the car, some kind of stopwatch or something that they're looking at, Paul.
Most of the, I'll say professional teams, none of them are fully professional, but most of the technologically advanced teams will have a countdown in the car with a red and a green light on it, which says red means you're going too fast, green means you're within your range, and that'll be GPS controlled, so that it'll be telling him as he goes around the lap, so he doesn't have to do the judging. The computer will work it out for him and give him the red or the green, as the case may be. The race leader, 911, has made his pit stop. He is already gone through and is now on his way out.
That was a very, very quick lap.
It was
a quick stop, should I say?
Yes, quicker, because of course not as much fuel had to go into the car, but they will have changed the tyres, and also I'm assuming that the driver will have changed. Yes, Daniel Alleman has taken over from Robert Renauer at the wheel of that car 911.
4 minutes 34 from the pit into the pit out, Paul, for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Of course, that means we now have another change of lead, and we now have a Mercedes in the lead of the race, having started off at the beginning with the SPS Automotive Mercedes leading the race, remember. Then we had a Ferrari in the lead. Then we had the Optimum Motorsport Audi in the lead. He left the lead after just a lap. Car Collection Motorsport with their Audi took over in the lead. Then the Porsche led, and now we've got a Mercedes back in the lead, and this is the no longer Bernd Schneider driven, but now Clemens Schmidt driven HTP Motorsport Mercedes that leads the race. So that's the history of the race leaders. Of course, this car is going to have to come in to refuel again before the Porsche does 911. So we're going to have different strategies playing out. Hopefully for the whole of the 24 hours.
Yeah, Clemens Schmidt in the very dark grey HTP Motorsport AMG GT Mercedes-Benz, the Optimum Motorsport car, now in second position. That orange, black and white colour scheme on that car. Not quite Mondrian-esque, but sort of pop art kind of look to it.
It looks like somebody's helmet design, actually, that one.
Yes, it does.
I think,
yes, it does.
Somebody
Very
said, take
good.
my helmet design and put it on the car. I'm not quite sure whose helmet design it is, but it just looks kind of in that way. It's the way people have their helmets designed.
One of the cars that have elected to run with the LED driving lights in the grille, and special permission given for cars to do that. Normally you're not allowed to modify the front end of the cars, cutting holes, etc., but if you're putting one of those LED light bars in, that is allowed for the darkness parts of this race. It is very, very dark indeed out of the back of Paul Ricard, and sun goes down tonight
at 9:14
and rises on Sunday
at 6:13.
Right, so a little bit of twilight and dawning around there.
9 hours therefore with the sun below the horizon, but so it'll be a little bit less than that of full darkness, although at least with the weather conditions and clear skies it really does stay light, and it will be still light even though the sun goes down at 9:15, 9:30. It'll still be still be bright enough to walk around.
Had a very long twilight last night. Valentin Peerberg in the 27 Mercedes-Benz is down in 7th position, although 5th in class, because we've got a couple of AM cars ahead of him, the Patrice Lafarge IDEC Sport Mercedes and the Hofer Racing Kenneth Hyatt behind the wheel of the 10 car. Those two cars have made their pit stops as well, of course. In 3rd position, it's Jamie Campbell-Walter behind the wheel of the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, which goes by the DriveX car and puts the DriveX car another lap back after its long stop. That's the 49 car, which did change drivers last time around, and it has Heino Buff Fredriksson, the Danish part of that multi-ethnic.
Multinational.
That was the word I was looking for. Oh yeah, I'm going to be struggling if we've still got 22 hours to go and I can't think of that right now. He is in 33rd position, 8th in class, but has already dropped 6 laps from the leader with what we think still is that ABS problem that needed fixing. Now what we don't know, and perhaps Joe or Owen could find out, is whether the ABS sensor problem was fixed or whether Henrik Boe and the rest of the team for the rest of the race are going to have to continue to drive without ABS. It's Pisterik behind the wheel, Jari Pisterik behind the wheel of the number 11, 4th position Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458 Italia, and they are off the lead lap as well. Let's go down into the TCR class, 27th position overall for our now 2nd place in class, because they've made a pit stop. Oh, actually shows that the leaders just come back in, the NKPP car, so they're about to get they're starting to get they'll just get the lead back when they come around next time around. Phil Quaife started that car, and Joe Bradley is with him now.
Car number 1, because they are indeed the current 24-hour series champions. Phil Quaife just brought the number 1 Seat in. That's the Mehmet Oğuzlu dual racing Seat. Phil, almost 2 hours there for you guys.
Yeah, we definitely pushed our stint. The car was running really well, and we just wanted to maximise the 2 hours before putting the next driver in. We had a good start and basically closing the gap on Adam Jones, and managed to overtake him and pull away, and we've made a good gap on him now, and let's hope we can maintain that.
We're probably not going to see another 2 hour stint because of the refuelling rules here. Would I be right?
Well, for Bilo to do another 2 hours, yeah, of course. We want to maximise the driver time, and that's 2 hours. Obviously, if the car could do more than that. If we pit early, it's basically a waste of time for us. So we really do need to maximise that 2 hour driving stint before putting the next driver in.
What were the tyres like towards the end of that one?
Of course, being with a front-wheel drive car, we were suffering a little bit with traction towards the end, but the Hankook tyre is really performing quite well here. It's very consistent throughout the stint. Once it does tend to just drop after the first 10-15 laps, and yeah, we could just hold that pace for the last hour of the running. So very happy the car is handling particularly well, and hopefully that will maintain as we go into the night later this evening.
And how's the driver coping, Phil? It's very, very hot here at Paul Ricard, and it must be very physical out there.
It's not as physical as a GT3 car, that's for sure. And it's definitely not as hot as last year. I think we were peaking around 35 degrees last year. So 26 at the moment is fairly comfortable out there. So I could go back out right now if need be.
I'll take your word for it. Thanks, Phil. Thanks for talking to us. Phil Quaife there, just out of the number 1 Seat.
Thank you, Phil Quaife. Thank you, Joe Bradley, as well. Martin Haven and Paul Truswell upstairs in the booth over the pits, and Joe Bradley on the beat downstairs. And Phil Quaife, well, happy to go back in again. Let's see when he's done a double stint tomorrow morning at about midday, quite how physically fit he's feeling. That car, number 1 machine, is second in the TCR class at the moment, having just pitted, is the NKPP Seat Leon, so it looks like the lead will change. Car number 125, the Dutch team, Harry Ned, Guy Spessum and Rob Rapangi in their Seat Leon Cup car, the multicoloured car, currently with the lead but on pit road. So our overall race leader is Clemens Schmidt in the HDP Motorsport Mercedes, Edward Sundström in the Optimum Motorsport Audi up to second place, Jamie Campbell-Walter lying third for Ram Racing in the number 30 Mercedes. In fourth place is Jiri Pisarik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. All 4 of those cars have already had a turn to lead. And in fifth position is our A6 AM leader, which is Patrice Lafarge in the IDEC Sport Mercedes car number 17. AB Sport Auto's Renault RS01, this brand new machine that Renault Sport Technology built debuted in its own championship last year as part of what was then the Renault Racing Weekends. World Series by Renault are all part of that RS01 trophy. A pro driver, an AM driver compete together and have their own individual races. But these cars are sort of bleeding out into other forms of racing. It wasn't homologated for anything. It's now been mildly detuned to become a GT3 car, but it is still a very potent piece of kit. It's a hyper sophisticated purpose-built race car. Even something like a Ferrari 488 or Aston Martin Audi R8 LMS Ultra, they are not purpose-built race cars. They have been road car based race cars, whereas the RS01 is very much a purpose-built race car. Prep Tech are in below us. And John has already had his first slice of cake. We're on a 1 slice per hour strategy. Paul is ever working on his own strategy on the cake front and all other comestibles.
I can't do cake.
Well, not without a cup of tea, but we can't go full on test match special, I don't think.
Well, no, I wouldn't
Martin,
I've got pretend to be on. I wouldn't even pretend to be on test match special standards, but we do what we can. Trying to work out how the strategy is working out now, because we've got an interesting situation brewing, not yet happening. Clemens Schmidt at the moment going away in the lead Mercedes, and he is quicker than Edward Sandstrom in the Audi. But it strikes me that Jamie Campbell-Walter, now at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes, is closing on the Audi. So we'll see how that one goes.
Okay, we will catch up with the DriveX team in just a couple of moments. Joe Bradley is standing by with Juan Cruz Alvarez. We'll allow our TV viewers to come back and try and catch that as we chart their return from major disappointment. Cameras at the moment picking up 963. That is the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, which had its own problems as well earlier on in the first hour. 4:34 Central European time. We're 2 hours into 24 hours of Paul Ricard. We're at the Circuit du Castellet in the south of France, in the Alpes-Maritimes, looking at the 963 Lamborghini. Had a problem with a puncture, led to a delayed pit stop with an air jack. But Joe Bradley is down in the pit road with Juan Cruz Alvarez at the DriveX team. And Joe, they have had a major problem with their braking system.
Well, started the race on pole position, everything looked fantastic until, of course, we heard about those brake problems. Juan Cruz Alvarez, you were at the wheel of the number 49 DriveX Audi at the start of this race, and brake problems we've heard. Can you explain and describe what that was?
Yes, in the formation lab, I realized that we have a problem with the ABS system. I tried to fix it in the inside of the car, but it was impossible. So I lost so much time on the track, trying to not lose, any position, but it was impossible. And after that, we had a flat tire, so it was everything so complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, with ABS on these GT3 cars, when you get to the braking point, I would imagine you can just mash the brake pedal. Without the ABS, that becomes a different prospect.
Yeah, for sure. It's not easy. In the first 2 or 3 laps, you don't have enough temperature in the tires, so it's even worse. You lock so much the front tires. I have to make a complete new set of brake balance during the first 3-4 laps, and after that, the car was quite okay, but without ABS, fighting with the front guy. So we figured out that the car is going to be okay until my stop, but then we have the flat tire also, so it's 2 problems in the first stint. It's quite difficult.
And the problem with the brake, the ABS, was a wheel sensor, I believe?
Yeah, was the front right wheel sensor. I presume that it was a piece of rubber that I found in the formation lab that, broke the front right sensor, and, well, that's why I had not ABS in the first stint.
Juan, you started the race from pole position. That's a lot of pressure. That pressure's off now. All you have to do is go as fast as you can.
I don't think we have a lot of pressure. I think we made an excellent job yesterday we made the pole position and we were really fast on the track. Every time I was in the track, I was fighting for the first 2 or 3 positions in a car that we don't have any Audi support from factory, and fighting with cars that they have and with drivers, factory drivers as well. So I think we made an excellent job for the weekend, and we must just finish the race right now.
Thanks, Juan.
Juan Cruz Alvarez at DriveX Audi. Thank you, Joe, for that. Well, starting in, as Joe said, a car that's supposed to have ABS and did in practice and qualifying, and suddenly the pedal goes long on you in the first couple of corners is very much less than ideal. Now, Paul Trustwell talking about all they can do now is go as fast as they can. Can they go as fast as they can? Are they allowed to go as fast as they can? Can they go any faster than they would have done anyway?
A lot of questions. The answer is, as far as the regulations are concerned, A6 Pro, you can go as fast as you can. There is no concept of minimum reference lap times in the A6 Pro class. That only comes in the A6 AM class. So yes, they can push as hard as they can. Without incurring any penalties. However, of course, what we have seen amongst the faster cars is higher than expected tyre wear, and of course brake wear. What we're hearing from Juan there was the possibilities that the brakes are getting worn more with or without ABS, and he was playing with the balance during the race to get it, during his first stint, to get it set up nicely. We heard from, I think it was Tom Monceau-Cole during one of the free practice sessions, who was telling us that they weren't sure at this point whether they'd be doing 1 brake change or 2 brake change during the race itself, and that will be something that they'll be monitoring. It is warm, it may not be as warm as last year, but we've got temperatures in the mid-20s, forecast to go down no lower than 16 overnight, and so brakes are going to be an issue, and if you can preserve your brakes, then you could be saving yourself a 3 or 4 minute pit stop in the middle of the night or early tomorrow morning when the temperatures start to come up again, and then you'll find that brakes that you could live with during the cooler part of the night you can't live with as it gets warm tomorrow morning and into tomorrow lunchtime.
Yes, that's a very valid point indeed. So there are limiting factors other than the raw speed of the car. Onboard cameras picking up. Go ahead, finish your...
No, I was going to start a new one.
Go ahead. Oh, good, excellent.
So I had a new thought, because the 911 Porsche, remember that was the one that came in and did a pit stop during the first Code 60 period when Robert Renau was driving it. He did 9 laps and then he came in. Then he stayed out and did a further stint of 37 laps before he came in again, which you can add those together, makes it 46 laps on that set of tyres.
Yeah.
Now, compare that with the other leading cars, which did, in the case of the Ferrari, the number 11 Matteo Malicelli, who was at the wheel at the beginning of the race in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He did 31 laps on his stint, 31, that's as compared to the 46. And I think he was saying that the tyres were fairly well worn. And the Optimum Motorsport Audi, which was out with... do I mean the Optimum Motorsport Audi? No, yes, the 14 car. Yes, which was Joe Osborne at the wheel of it. Edward Sandstrom is now driving it. He only did 29 laps on his stint, and he wasn't terribly happy about the tyres at the end of the stint. So the Porsche team, the Precoat Herbert team, either just happened to get the pressures right and everything else right, or they've got the suspension set up so that it's just right. But if I was the opposition to Porsche, I'd be just worried a little bit that car can run for so long on the same set of tyres. Okay, it's only down in 6th place at the moment, but it is going to bubble up to the top as the cars ahead of it will all be stopping before it has to make its next stop.
Does that mean then that they are going to be able to do... They won't be able to do a double fuel stint within the driver's maximum single driving period of 2 hours, will they? But they can run to the 2-hour limit, possibly on one set of tyres, which saves them 2 minutes in a pit stop, maybe?
Yes, and I mean, it depends how the Code 60s play out, because just suppose you'd have another Code 60 now, they may well decide, oh, we'll dive for fuel now. As you said the other day, during the Code 60 you can fuel, but you can only put half the tank, half your allocated amount in. Now, that's fine, because if it's partway through your stint, it's kind of putting you in a nice position so that you can then kind of do the next part of the stint as a full stint. So you need to use the code 60s as and when they arise to your advantage if you can. But as I say, we'll see how it pans out. But what the Porsche may be able to do is, as it gets cooler during the night, that will help them consider double stinting the tyres. They can't double stint them now, it's too warm, but during the night they will be in a position to double stint them, whereas the others may not be.
Yes, so there may definitely be a time saving there. Looking at our third place car, this is third in its class, A6 Pro, and third overall. Jamie Campbell-Walter takes over from fellow world champion Stewie Hall in the Ram Racing Mercedes, and it's not in the traditional blue and white of Ram Racing, it's in the pale blue and orange Gulf colours. And the reason for that is the presence in the car of Jamie, of Stuart Hall, and especially, of course, of Roel Goethe, who is one of the world's leading car collectors, particularly of cars that come in a blue and orange hue and have Gulf on the nose or elsewhere on the side. He's particularly drawn to that car, those colour schemes, and has a phenomenal collection of cars under the Rothko banner. And they are chasing the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi. And as you see, that's Edward Sundström, just half the length between the chicane and senior between the two cars, and that boiled down to what, 33 seconds on the last lap. Last time round, Sundström did a 2:12.7, Jamie Campbell-Walter a 2:10.8. Now, Jamie is accepted as a quick GT driver, so is Edward Sundström, but you would think that Campbell-Walter should be closing that gap. Of course, it comes and goes a little, Paul, depending on where you catch the traffic. I mean, although there are some very quick bits here, obviously the Mistral Straight is a long 2-kilometre quick bit with one chicane in it, but there are some slow speed, not even medium speed, slow speed corners you just can't get by on.
No, and this is why I ran on about average lap time so much, because yes, there are some laps which will be slower, other laps which will be quicker, but if you look at the average since they got into the car, and Sandstrom got into the car a lap or so before Jamie Campbell-Walter did, but Jamie Campbell-Walter has been lapping, on average, he's made half a second per lap in the 20 laps that they've been out in the cars. So they're already coming towards the end of this fuel stint. Maybe another 5 laps they'll be into the pits, and Jamie Campbell-Walter is closing in on the Optimum Motorsport Audi with Edward Sandstrom. As you say, not a slow peddler, but the Audi just not quite as quick as the Mercedes at the moment.
Well, gap just came down by a second, 1.3 seconds on that lap. Sandstrom just did a 2:13.0, Campbell-Walter 2:11.7. Behind them, fourth place, Yuri Pisarik, another genuine AM in that A6 Pro Scuderia Praha Ferrari, 2:14.1, his last lap, the best of the car so far, 2:08.5, and that car is in fourth place. Fifth is Kevin Heyer in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. Now that is another A6 class car, but with an A6 AM driver lineup, and on pit road at the moment the cameras are showing us. Pull back. Let's have a guess. Is that 17? Oof. Yes, it is. So that was Patrice Lafarge in the IDEC Sport Mercedes. We'll have to wait until he pulls out of the pit lane for that to update. As you can see, the svelte figure of Joseph Bradley, Esquire. The camera's trying to see by you, Joe. If there was a driver change there, you can let us know. Nobody else. One other car, and that is the DriveX Audi back on pit road. So driver change has happened in the number 17. No driver change in the number 17. Didn't quite catch all those words. Team manager of car number 84 has been told to report to the race director. Now that is the Speed Lover Porsche 991 Cup car, the Belgian trio in their predominantly all-white machine. Number 17 getting back up to speed. Let's just have a little... Oh, Paul's tapping me on the shoulder.
Only to say, you were talking about the Hofer Racing Mercedes, which, as you say, is in the A6 AM class and currently leads the A6 AM class. There are two categories within A6AM, as I think I said to you earlier on. One runs at 2:11 as their minimum reference lap time, the other runs at 2:13. They are running at the 2:13, the so-called BOP Advantage category, which means that they're not allowed to lap more quickly than 2 minutes 13. For that, they get a break of 50 kilograms. So they run their car 50 kilograms lighter, and they can put as much fuel in as they like at every single pit stop. So they're running to a BOP advantage. However, they have gone underneath their minimum reference lap time once already, and so they they've burnt one of their jokers. So when they've come in for their, they're allowed 10 jokers, and they've now burnt one of them at Hoffa Racing, but so they don't have to do a penalty just yet.
Live coverage of the 24 Hours of Paul Ricard continues on Motors TV, on RadioLeMans.com and 248series.com, wherever you are around the world. Thank you for joining us. I hope you stay with us throughout what promises to be an entertaining and enthusiastically driven race. We are 2 hours and... I can't do subtraction. 21:42 to go. I can't
2 hours and 17.
Have you got a...
Look, there's one over there, if you can see that far.
Yes, I can't even read the screens in front of me. Paul Trustwell is the voice you hear in your other ear, and down on pit road, currently patrolling the beat, is Joe Bradley. We're on board in car number 202. That's the Red Camels Jordan Mark Cars Australia Mazda V8. It's not a Mazda, it never was. It looks like a Mazda. It's a tube frame special built by Mark Cars from Australia. They also brought a Ford Focus here, but that one is not being run. But Rob Nern is driving that car. It lies third in its class, which is SP2. It is 3.1 seconds behind car number 84, which has been summoned to the stewards, and that is the Speed Lover Porsche, which is being driven by Pierre-Yves Pack. So there's the orange Mark Cars Australia car. One of the TCR machines is in front of it, and that car in 24th place would be the 95 VDS Racing Adventures Seat Leon. So the Porsche just in front of that, the white Porsche, that's 84 there. So that is the battle for second in, what class did I say it was? SP2. And the leader in the SP2 class is some way further up the road. That is the number 64 Lorient Porsche. In fact, it's not somewhere further up the road, it's at the petrol pumps at the moment. 64 Lorient Porsche is about, I would think, to disgorge a Philippe Paulette. Pascal Guibon started it. Philippe Paulette has done the second stint. Frédéric Lelièvre and Jean-Philippe Belloc, as well as, that's got a Gounon in it as well. That's the Jules Gounon car as well, isn't it? So he is the fifth driver in the 64 Porsche Lorient machine. But this battle for second in the SP2 class, there is the 84 Porsche, 20th overall, and 202 the orange car, 21st overall, just there in your screenshot, coming off the chicane on the Mistral Straight and carving their way through quite a lot of traffic past car number 208. That's the Altran Racing Peugeot, which is in 28th place, leading the A3 class. Second in the A3 class for completists is the second Altran Peugeot. Third in the A3 class is the QSR BMW M235i. And while I'm on that page, just before I let Paul take a breath, Team K Reiser leading with their Peugeot RCZ in A2. Second in A2 is the Presenter.eu Renault Clio, and third in A2 is still PrepTech UK. They have finally had their driver lineup updated, and into the very hot seat has got... who did get in there? I've lost my train of thought there. PrepTech's car now taking over from Cody Hill is Andy Mollison. So they are third in the A2 class. Paul.
Jules Gounon is in the Spark Motorsport Porsche.
That's the one.
In the SPX class, as opposed to the Lorient Racing Porsches, which are the 991 Cup cars, which are in the SP2 SP2 class. So we don't have Jean-Philippe Berloc in the same car as Jules Gounon, although we do have those names both here.
Now we do have Stefano Ortelli in the 94 Spark Motorsport car.
Yes.
And
we don't have his Romain Dumas.
Don't we? Okay, so Romain Dumas never did in the end show up or get authorised.
I think he did show up, but he didn't have the right paperwork with him and didn't sign the right pieces of paper. So
that's most unfortunate because, you know, Romain Dumas, it's like Tom Christensen turning up and not having the right piece of paper and going, well, you're not who you say you are.
I don't quite know what the details of it were, I'm afraid. But yes, it's still a great driver lineup in that 94 SPX car with Jules Gounon, Stefano Ortelli, Rupert Hughes and Denis Francois at the driving in the number 94 car.
Onboard camera in one of our many onboard cameras in Grasser Racing Team's Lamborghini Huracan. That's car number 963. That had a problem earlier on, one of 2 or 3 cars that punctured in the opening stint of the race. And the knock-on of that was not just a slow lap and having to come in, but in somehow or other, it damaged their onboard jacking system. So when they came in for a pit stop, they couldn't get the car up in the air, and they were on the bit of pit road that they were also sharing with the then race leader Scuderia Praha, so they had to get it very quickly on its dolly wheels and trolley it back into the garage, presumably to hit the jacking points with the big stick until they worked, while Scuderia Praha stopped from the lead.
What I didn't quite understand though with that, Martin, the car lost 33 minutes in the pits when it was having that air jack repaired. And I doubt whether they would have lost 33 minutes having to jack the car up by hand at every pit stop from now to the end of the race. I mean, I know it's one of those things that you want to have it working, but do you spend half an hour fixing it when all you've got to do is to waste maybe 5 seconds per pit stop doing the jacking by hand?
That is a very valid. Is it one of those DIY projects where the moment you begin you wish you'd never started? did they just start to replace the rule plug and the whole of the wall plaster, and then they had to plaster the wall, wait a couple of days for it to dry, and it has a... You are, like me, fond of the law of unintended consequences, and I think the consequences were very unintended when they started on that route.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it was a long pit stop. As I say, it lost half an hour in the pits and has fallen to. You can tell me more quickly than
I can't, because it's gone onto a page that I can't read at all.
Okay, it is 48. Yes, 48 out of 50. We only had 50 starters in the end because the Ivo and Rick Broiker's other car didn't start the race. The number 303 car, the TCR car, didn't start the race. But yeah, it's not quite dead last, but 48 out of 50 cars at the start of the race. The very attractive 963 green Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan.
Now, leader of the our SP2 class was the number 64 Porsche Lorient Racing entry, and Philippe Paulette here. Monsieur Paulette is going to explain in French about the stint. Philippe.
Le premier relais de mon collègue s'est très bien passé. L'auto est très bien réglé.
First in very good.
Petit souci au début de sous-virage.
Car going very well.
Mais on
no
trouve
problems
le
in the
système
corners.
pour éviter ce sous-virage. Et après, les chronos tombent, descendent, et on passe premier. C'est ça la course auto.
Very happy.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci, Philippe.
Thank you, Joe. Very good translation. Well, they were very happy with their first stint. Times picked up all the way through, and he said that's the way you have to go racing. So exactly what they needed to do. Into the pits now, Joe. Right behind you has come Clement Schmidt in the number 41 HTP Mercedes.
This is the leading car, Martin. So
and also in with what... Oh no, it isn't a puncture though. The way it was weaving it, I thought it might be. Maybe the 68 Porsche, Alexander Osborne's APO Sport Porsche, won't come in. But yes, Clement Schmidt has come in and is at the fuel pumps. So the leading Mercedes, as you say, well, now the lead Mercedes is the Ram Racing car in second. So the lead for the race, Paul, is down to 4 seconds. Will Jamie Campbell-Walter pass Edward Sundstrom for the lead on the road, or will one or the other of them have to peel into the pits first?
Well, it's interesting. I wasn't expecting Clemens Schmidt to be the first of our pit callers. He did just 29 laps compared to Bernd Schneider's 31 laps, so it was a shorter stint from Schmidt than it was from Schneider before him. And if anything, I was expecting the Optimum Motorsport, Edward Sandstrom, to be the first pit caller, because he's now on his 33rd lap of his stint, whereas Joe Osborne only did 29 at the beginning of the race. So this might be the effect of having a 120-litre fuel tank, but only being able to refuel 100 at every particular pit stop, or 100 litres at every pit stop. So yes, the Mercedes is into the pits. I assume it will be a driver change for Clemens Schmidt, because he has been driving the car for about an hour, and the trouble is, if you then send him out for a double stint, then you're endangering easily running over that second hour if you have a code 60 or something like that.
You compromise your strategy, you also compromise your speed, because it's not cool out there. I mean, and it's really, really hot in the cars, and even the most physically fit drivers are going to start to feel the pressure at the end of a double stint, and for gentlemen drivers, certainly you're going to see a lot of wilting. So right now, kinder on the tyres, kinder on the driver, all round, it's a single stint option as your best option.
Yeah, and it as you say, it leaves you with more options open as the rest of the stint progresses. It does mean that the Optimum Motorsport, which now leads the race, becomes the 7th different car which has led this race. We've had 6 changes of lead and 7 different cars in the lead of the race.
So the Optimum Motorsport car, Edward Sundstrom, opened up the gap on the last lap to 5 seconds, 5.05 over Jamie Campbell-Walter. Little bit of traffic still between our top two. Edward Sundstrom into scene around 5 seconds ahead of Jamie Campbell-Walter. Optimum Motorsport versus Ram Racing, Audi R8 versus Mercedes, 2 British teams at the top of the pile. And Joe Bradley was just telling me that there was no driver change in number 41, which seems a little okay.
Well, did Joe say whether they did the tyres as well, or did they just drive past the pit then?
That's a good question. Let's Joe, if you can hear us, so if you can answer the question. Okay, well let's bring Joe in. Joe, you were there. Did they just fuel and go straight back out, or have they put fresh tyres on with Clemens Schmidt?
Fresh tyres. Just made my way up there and saw the tyres being changed. Did not see the driver pop out, so Clemens has stayed on board and he's got fresh rubber.
All right, so he has been in the better part of an hour, or possibly a fraction. Well, no, because that was quite a
over an hour. It's an hour and 10-minute stint, and he's now gone out again, so he won't be able to do the same stint again, because he's going to run out of driving time.
Absolutely right. Looking at 200, which is the 22nd place car. This is RWT Racing's Chevy Corvette. That car has led as well. That's one of your 7 leaders, isn't it?
No, it never actually led the race.
Oh, did it not? It was in second.
It was leading its class, because it's the SP2, was the SP2 class leader. It's now only third in the SP2 class, because it's fallen behind the 84 Speed Lover Porsche, and also behind the 202 Ivo Breukers, Rick Breukers, Robert Nern, Red Camel mark.
Which has now taken the lead, because when we last talked about them, they were chasing the 84 Porsche, weren't they, and just a couple of seconds behind. So Rob Nern's got the lead of that class, and as you say, the Corvette down to 3rd position. We just saw them going by 555, and that is the South African racing team, racing for Le Mans. South Africa Team Africa Le Mans it is. Sorrel van der Merwe, the man behind that. Jan Lammers started the race for them. Jan Lammers, incidentally, becomes a bronze driver in January. See, now this is what happens as you get older. Martin Brundle also looking towards the stage when he becomes a bronze driver as well, because he'll be battling with 19-year-olds fresh out of Formula Ford to be a bronze-rated driver in GT classes.
Yeah, you go down one class when you're 55 and 2 classes when you're 60.
A second class, yeah. So Jan Lammers is definitely not retired, is thoroughly enjoying his racing, and is very open to offers. If you need a bronze with a bit of heritage, then he could be a very handy driver in 2017. "24 hours of Paul Ricard live on Motors TV, radiolemans.com and 248series.com. Looking at car number 175, one of our small class cars. It's Class A2, and this is the Nielsen Motorsport Team Scantech Renault Clio. It's a Clio RS 2-litre, and in the A2 class, Tanya and Rickard Nielsen driving this car.
Tanya currently at the wheel. It's 5th in A2, Martin.
And is it still just the two of them, or have I not updated my entry list sufficiently? Have they recruited another?
They have. James Briody, the American driver, joins Tanya and Rickard Nielsen.
In that case, I shall handwrite them.
James Briody.
So page 43 in your programme, B-R-I-O-D-Y, James Briody joins the car number 175. And for completists, they're on the invisible screen, aren't they? So they're below 44th, I'm afraid, and I can't read that screen at all on my monitors.
They are, they're 48th overall, and say 5th in A2, which is perhaps
Mercedes
more interest to them.
And that's, that captures sort of everything about this racing. There will be cars at the front that are desperate, for every 100th of a second in lap times, that are going for outright victory. And there are lots of teams here who are doing this as a massive adventure, who really want to finish as strongly as they can. Yuri Pizarnik comes into the pit lane from 3rd place overall, and he is at the fuel pumps. So the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which was started by Peter Cox and taken over by Yuri Pizarnik, I would imagine that Josef Kral will be next in, but we will wait and see what happens.
It was Malicelli who started the car, because remember Peter Cox was talking to Bruce Jones on the pit wall. So it's Malicelli who started.
So it was.
Pizarnik took over from him, so it could well be Peter Cox getting into the car now.
Yeah. In fact, you're right. I was talking to Peter Cox on the pit wall. He was in shorts. Why did I not think of that?
And a Ferrari T-shirt.
Doofus.
Significantly, perhaps, the car with Pizarnik at the wheel doing a stint on that stint of 32 laps, whereas Malicelli only did 31 laps, although you could include the 2 formation laps for Malicelli as well. But a longer stint from Pizarnik. And I think I heard Cox
Joe Bradley
is
down there. I must remember to fade Joe down when he's not on air. Joe, what do you know?
Yes, I'll tell you what, we've got the 2nd and 3rd place cars going to pit almost together. First, we're going to see the Gulf liveried Ram Racing Mercedes. That's going to pull on pit road. Jimmy Campbell-Walter is going to hand over to his teammate Roald Goat, who's just waiting to get into the car. Then just behind them, we've got Peter Cox awaiting the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So it's all going to happen down here in the pit lane very soon.
Yes, very soon being the operative word.
Yeah, Joe, come back to us. Well, in a couple of minutes, you get a warning as you see the car come in, and then 3 or 4 minutes later it leaves the petrol station and comes around and actually comes down pit road for its tyre. So Jamie Campbell-Walter is finally shown as in pit road, but was not shown as at the fuel pumps. Joe, you're there, so talk us through it as we see the Scots get out.
Yeah, he was definitely at the fuel pumps as I was talking to you, and almost as I left you, he appeared on pit road. Jimmy Campbell-Walter is now handing that car over to his teammate, Roald Gota. And that beautiful Mercedes, Gulf liveried Mercedes. Quite unique, the livery we've seen on the Mercedes-AMG GT. I don't think I've seen a Gulf liveried Mercedes-AMG GT before. Now the door is slammed shut, and right behind, as the Ram Racing Mercedes is released, in comes the number 11 Ferrari out of 3rd place. So that's 2nd and 3rd places. We're going to go down and see what's going to happen at the number 11 pit stop as Peter Cox gets in.
I think, Joe, that the Ram Racing Mercedes had to go through the refuelling, but all of the refuelling points must have been full because he wasn't in there long enough to take on fuel. So I think he may still have to go in and take on fuel. Of course, if you get there and all the tanks, all the pumps are taken, then the best thing to do is just go through and then come in. Sorry to kind of cross you there, but I think that's what happened because the Mercedes came in after the Ferrari.
All right, well, we will leave Joe then down there to perhaps have a chat with Jamie Campbell-Walter once he's got the helmet off and cooled down a little, because if Roel Goethe did not if Jamie Campbell-Walter didn't get filled up, then Roel Goethe needs to have enough fuel left in the car to get it round again, no matter what speed he can do it. Juri Pizarnik has handed over to Peter Cox, that's car number 11. So Edward Sundstrom remained in the lead. He was caught by Jamie Campbell-Walter but not passed. Second place is now Kenneth Heyer, so we've got Audi, number 14 from Optima Motorsport leading. Number 10 is the Hofer Racing Mercedes is in second. Our cameras pick up the Scuderia Praha Ferrari coming back out of the pits. That will be in 6th position in the A6 Pro class, 8th overall, because 3rd overall is the car that is 2nd in A6 Pro, and that is Daniel Alleman in the 911 Precoat Herbert car. Now that's a car that we didn't speak an awful lot about maybe in free practice in qualifying, but it is a car that seems to have gone onto a very entertaining strategy. Before he goes into the paddling pool at the back of the garage, Joe Bradley is with Jamie Campbell-Walter.
What I can tell you, guys, is the technology's left us down. Visually, I saw the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes come into the pits, come into the fuel area before the Ferrari. So I know what Paul said earlier isn't quite right. So maybe we just didn't trigger something. Jamie, everything to schedule. Did you or did you not take on a fuel allocation there?
Yes, we did. The full 100.
Right, great stuff. Tell us about the stint. You're a little bit red in face there. It is hot out there.
Yeah, no, it's fine in the car. It's when you're stopped over there getting filled up for, feels like 10 minutes, but it's probably not. But no, good, happy stint. You know, it's a long time since I've driven, good couple of years, so had to feel my way back into it. But yeah, it all came flooding back to me. Dealing with the traffic is something you learn over the years, and yeah, that bit came back luckily very quickly, so I was happy about that. And car's running all right. Quite tricky with the temperature for the tyres towards the end of the stint, but as long as you go easy on them at the beginning, they seem to last all right, so happy.
Jamie, is this the first Creventic Series race you've done?
No, I've done, I won Dubai in 2005 or 6, I think, in the Dieter Questa Red Bull BMW. And then I've done Dubai in 14 or 15, beginning of last year. That was my last race, with Roldan Stewart in the Lamborghini.
Right, it's not very often you get to overtake a Clio Cup car in a GT3 Mercedes.
I tell you, it's an eye-opener. And I got no gripes with them, you know, sure, there's some driving standards are pretty poor, but they're all here having fun, fair dues. All I ask is they stay on the racing line. It's the ones that don't do that, they're the tricky ones, because the closing speeds are quite high and can be dangerous, but, you know, we just got to go through the race, keep going through the motions, fuel and tyres every hour, job done, and we'll be somewhere at the end.
JCW, great to have you back, thanks.
Always good analysis from Jamie as well. So Stuart Hall's done his stint, Jamie Campbell-Walter has done his first stint as well, and the Gulf Racing, Ram Racing Mercedes now has Roel Goethe on board. Fourth driver in that car is Dan Brown, so they are currently down to 8th position, 6 in the A6 Pro class. Our new leader is Kenneth Heyer, because also into the pits has come the Optima Motorsport Audi number 14. Edward Sundstrom is currently shown at the fuel pumps. And that was really what was foxing us. Jamie Campbell-Walter was never shown with an F alongside his name, which shows that you've gone into the fuel station, and then he dropped out of the battle for the lead, and he suddenly came in onto pit road with a P alongside him, but without the F. And clearly something in the timing and scoring system glitched there, so it didn't show him, and also didn't register the time spent on Paul's extensive system. Kenneth Heyer leads, Daniel Alleman second, in 9:11, and that is only a 4.1 second gap. So behind the Hofer Racing Mercedes, you're looking for the 911 Porsche, which is predominantly white. And that is not it. That's the 84 Porsche behind, which is also predominantly white and lying second in its class. But Hofer Racing with the lead at the moment. And Kenneth Heyer, whose father Hans is here in his traditional Tyrolean hat and shorts, which is a great looking combination. Problems for number 45 Porsche. We'll catch up with that in a moment. '45 Porsche, the Artea Sport A6 class car. This is a 991 GT America. Somebody will know what that means. It's a 991 to me.
And means it's come out of the GTD class in Daytona or the IMSA series in America.
And that is currently, apart from running very slowly down the Mistral Straight and trying to stay out of everybody's way, 84, that's Pierre Pack, isn't it? The speed lover. No, that's not 84. I'm sorry. I've lost it now.
Yes, it is 84.
No, that's 45. That's the Artea car. So that is 32nd overall.
Okay, and it's on an outlap with Klaus Werner at the wheel. That's the issue with that car. I don't know quite what has happened. Has it got all its wheels on it?
I wonder if one of them is not as tightly on it as it did ought to be, because the driver probably can feel something very wobbly. Looks okay on the passenger side, the offside that we can see, maybe the near side that we can't see, or he's got another issue. Coming towards us, car number 14, Optimum Motorsports car, which now has Flick Haig on board, the Audi R8, stopped from the lead of the race in A6 Pro and is now shown as third. That might drop a little bit as a very out-of-shape Kenneth Heyer appeared in the background in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. And I'm not entirely sure that the Optimum Motorsport car is going quite as quickly in the last couple of corners as I would like to see. 155 with the rear bumper dragging. That car is 45th position, so just on the wrong screen. And I can't read now because I've got a channel position. 155 driven by
145
Tomlinson. So that is the third driver in that Motor Easy racing car, Simon Tomlinson, in the A3 class Seat Leon Super Copa. So that's a Seat Leon that's not in the TCR category. And he's had a bit of damage, maybe some contact behind. On the Mistral Straight, dragging its back bumper, Simon Tomlinson's Motor Easy Racing Seat Leon. That'll come into the pit lane below us. Now, he's either clipped a marker somewhere which has dragged the bumper off or what have you, I'm not sure. Behind him, though, Roel Goethe, and squeezing through number 27, that is Alex Muller in the SBS Automotive Mercedes, which is on its 67th lap, Roel Goethe on his 68th lap. So that crocodile, that dinosaur in the jungle liveried car has now unlapped itself from Roel Goethe at least, and has got himself 2 laps off the lead. Our new leader is Porsche number 911. Paul, you're kind of looking at them being on an interesting strategy, and Daniel Alleman at the wheel. They stopped behind in our early code 60 and took on more fuel, and they put themselves off everybody else's strategy, didn't they?
Yeah, in so doing. But I think the interesting thing is on the strategy was the fact they could make the tyres last and still keep the lap times up. Now they're going to lead for around 14 laps by my reckoning, because that's going to be how much longer Daniel Alleman can stay out on the fuel at least. He's got longer than that on his time, but on the fuel that'll last him another 14 laps. So if they're going to be able to continue at this pace, what they really need now is to have a code 60, then they can come and refuel for effectively. They won't be able to top it up completely, but they'll be able to top it up a little bit, and that will help him a lot.
I'm going to task Joe Bradley. I hope he's got a pen and a notepad with several jobs. Coming into the pit road and not making any attempt to go to the fuel pumps where they've only just been is the number 45 Porsche. Also going slowly out on track is number 155. Now that will come into the pit lane below our commentary position.
With damage.
To Motor Easy, but I also want him to go to Optimum Motorsport, actually, which is right in his remit, and find out if Flick Haig has got a problem. Her last lap was a 3-minute 45.4.
That was her startup lap, which will have included that will have included the tyre change element. This is the problem I was trying to explain, where you have a slow bit, which is the refueling bit, and then a slow bit, which is the tyre change bit.
Hindhoff's in the back of the booth with an ice cream. That's unnecessary torture. She did also look really quite... Oh, there's a bag of ice cream. Cornettos, thank you. In that case, Joe's going to have to talk on his own for 10 minutes. She did look really quite slow at the end of the lap, and also she's just been passed by Elmar Grimm in the 34 car collection Audi R8. So she is now in 6th position. Elmar Grimm in car number 34 up to 5th position. Leader Daniel Alleman on lap 71. Second place Clement Schmidt in the HTP Motorsport Mercedes on lap 70. And up to 3rd now, Elmar Grimm, because Kenneth Heyer is at the fuel pumps, and so is Horst Felbermeyer Jr. So the car collection Audi passed Flick Haig on its in-lap, and Flick Haig now pings up to 4th place, but Elmar Grimm in the other car collection Audi is up to 3rd.
Did you ask about GT America a little while ago?
I did.
GT America was built specifically for Grand Am regulations by Porsche. There were 20 cars built. Base car was a cup car of that year, and I'm not certain whether that would have been a 991. It might have been the very last of the 997s, but I stand to be corrected on that. However, they could all be converted back to cup spec should you so desire. There was a kit done by Porsche Cars North America to allow that very thing to happen. But given that there were so few of them ever made, quite a good idea to keep them in the spec that they started in, because they're quite a rare car. I've seen one or two of them. The Nürburgring 24 Hours have had them as the 84 car, which is the Speed Lover Porsche. From second in SP2, cuts across bridge.
Yeah, that's
going to be a left rear puncture again. It was sitting down at the left, and it is.
He's been going very slowly. Now dropped one spot into 21st place. Issues the fuel pumps, comes straight into the team. So he's about halfway through, 2/3 of the way through a stint, I think. But we did see him going very slowly. Still no sign of what ailed the 155 Seat at Motor Easy. 231 is in below us. I was just standing up to look to see if 155 had arrived, but it looks as though they've continued.
Both are racing in as well. The team car.
231 is the OCC LASIK Racing with Newbridge Motorsport Mouthful, and that is their Porsche GT4.
Just watching that Hofer car. Got a real chance here, haven't they? They've been driving very steadily, keeping off the curbs, doing what they need to do. Thanks to Jem Littman, by the way, from the HRT Performance team for the gelato. So 21 hours and 11 minutes still to go.
And lots of racing going on. Now then.
65 with damage.
Now, this is one of the Porsche Lorient cars. This is the quicker of the two. This was Paul, the class leader, was it?
Just a minute. The 60.
No, that's not. 64 was the better of the pair, I think. On it.
Yes,
How has he managed to get the front spoiler, the bit from underneath the chin?
That's wind.
I know what's happened with that. It's been dragging. It's been taken off by the guys at the petrol pump, stuck onto the bonnet to bring back round so they can have a look and see if it can be refitted. Surely that hasn't come in with it. It would have been unbelievable for it to have fallen off and then gone in and got itself stuck in the knacker duct in the left-hand side of the bonnet. That is very... It's the little rubber chin spoiler that goes underneath the front end of the car.
Yeah.
Which are so important.
Well, it's going to have to, not just because bits are falling off it, have fallen off it. It'll have no front-end grip. So it'll be all but undrivable going into senior with no front end grip. You're not going into senior, you're just going straight on. And also, of course, built in around inside all of that bodywork is the entire cooling system of the Porsche. So they need to make sure that that isn't going to fall into the road and under the wheels as well. So
yes, if you're going into senior without that, you're not going round senior, you're going down to senior.
Yeah, you're heading straight off. The Felbermeyer Audi has just come through the pit lane as well. Horst Felbermeyer Jr. in the number 33 car collection car, and Ralf Eggermann is in at Hofer Racing, number 10. So a slew of pit stops. And Daniel Allemann still leading in Porsche number 911. Elmar Grimm leads A6 AM in the number 34 car collection Mercedes. HRT Performance lead 991 with the number 73 Porsche. And currently driving that is Fabian Engel, whose teammate J.M. Lippmann has just brought up the ice creams, which is why our commentary is stilted, to say the least. Rob Nern leading in SP2 in the Mark Cars Australia Red Camel Racing Mazda 3 V8 202, car number 202. A couple of spots behind him in 18th is the Spark Motorsport Porsche, although that has just come into the pit lane at the lead of the SPX class. Leading SP3, Roberto Gentili in the Nova Racing Ginetta, car number 284. Leading SP3, that carries onto that page. Harry Hilders leads in the TCR class in the HKPP Racing Seat Leon. He's been in that a long while, must be due a change. Michel Santis leads Class A3 in 208, that's the Team Altran Peugeot. And leading in A2 is now the presenter, Renault Clio number 112, and that is Michael Schaap who is driving that. And those are your class leaders at 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. Onboard cameras live from the Circuit du Castellet, the Circuit Paul Ricard in the south of France. We are for nearly 3 hours. The traction's not working.
It's much easier just to say there's 21 hours and 7 minutes.
Yeah, but there's nearly 3 hours down in the 24 hours of the Paul Ricard. 2
hours, 52 minutes and 43 seconds.
42, 41. I know that's sort of tragedy. I need to add up, don't I? Martin Haven, John Hindhoff, and behind me, Paul Trustwell.
He hasn't moved.
No, I was just wanting to see if there was anybody I recognised behind us in the door who'd come from the pit lane, but Joe Bradley is still in the pits. Joe Bradley is in the pits, I hear you. Joe, what have you got for us?
I have Gilles Blasco, who is the driver of the 65 Porsche that we've just come in, frontal repairs. Gilles, can you describe what happened in French, please?
En bout de ligne droite, avant d'attaquer Signe, on était à 5 ou 6 de front dans la ligne droite et il y a une Seat qui s'est mise en travers, je ne sais pas si elle a été accrochée. Elle a perdu le pare-choc avant et moi je suis arrivé à 2,30 dessus, j'ai rien pu faire. Pas eu le temps d'attraper les freins, donc je suis passé dessus. Ça fait le deuxième pare-choc de la journée. Dommage.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Gilles.
Well, you don't need me to translate for you, do you, Joe? Well,
please, Martin, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, so at the end, at the end of the straight going into senior, there was a big gaggle of 5 or 6 cars in front, and a Seat braked late and caught him out, and he didn't have anywhere else to go, so he ran into the back of the Seat. Now, we saw a Seat trailing a bumper. That's 155. Previously, we had seen the number 34 Audi, a brief glimpse of it.
Third place.
With front-end damage, and I wondered whether the Seat and the Audi had made contact, but it seems as though Elmar Grimm, although he's had that front-end shunt, is in third place.
Flick here right behind him now for position, Martin.
Well, he is only just... Flick Haig lost third place to Elmar Grimm on her outlap. He got by her just after she completed her outlap, so still getting the feel for the car, where the grip was, where the grip wasn't. He's getting towards the end of a stint, I think, Paul. And certainly when they come in, they are going to have to address that damage. Now, by both of them, go unlapping itself again from another couple of cars, goes to number 17 IDEC Sport Mercedes, and that car driven by Patrice Lafarge, or possibly Paul Lafarge. My timing screen can't distinguish.
Yes, I've done the same thing.
Well, it's not Gabriel Abigel and it's not Dimitrion Jalbert, so it is one of the Lafarge. It's either Pokey Lafarge, Paul Lafarge, or Pierre Lafarge.
Yeah.
Paul.
It's Paul,
It's Paul.
Lafargue. Then it's Lafargue.
Lafargue. Oh, yes, it's G-U-E. Yes, I beg your pardon. It is Lafargue.
Get his Christian name right, you get his surname right as well. And you were talking about the 34 car, which is that car is due into the pits. Elmar Grimm is due into the pits, if not on this lap, then on the next lap. So you're absolutely right at the end of its current stint. The race leader, though, still Daniel Alleman, and by my reckoning, he will be out for another 5 laps or so. So, as I say, the choice by the Porsche Precoat Herbert team to come in early on in that stint was a very wise choice to make indeed. If anybody can go and give a message to J.M. Littman, then although the ice creams are very nice, they're cause gone. More trouble.
No, they've gone. They've gone, so it's fine now. It's fine. Optimum Motorsport.
What's in the commentary box stays in the commentary box.
Optimum Motorsports and Flick here now back up into 3rd position, having dispatched Elmar Grimm back into 4th in that white and blue car collection Audi. So the helmet-coloured car, as Paul said earlier on.
Well, that's pretty much the colour scheme that runs in the British GT Championship as well, that white, black and orange.
I like it, it's good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it stands...
I was just trying to say, it looks a bit like the design that somebody
would have on a helmet. Yeah, I agree.
Transferred onto a car. It's kind of a bit of a Johnny Herbert type of side-on view to his helmet.
This brings up the side of the car as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting point in the race in some ways, because we've got very much an AM driver in Flick Haig in that car at the moment, or certainly not as quick as the other two that have been out so far. And currently Flick is 3 seconds or so slower. Admittedly, she's only been out there for 6 laps, but so she's still dialing herself in. But 3 seconds slower than Edward Sandstrom was before her. Edward Sandstrom's times very similar to those of Joe Osborne, who was the start driver, but now losing some 4 seconds or so to the Clemens Schmidt HTP Motorsport Mercedes up ahead of her. So, but the art is in trying to go as fast as you can with the other drivers.
But the interesting thing is she's taking 3 seconds a lap out of Elmar Grimm that last time around, with the damage on the front of that car collection car.
You can imagine why, can't you? You can imagine maybe he's losing a second just in braking early at Scene.
Well, yes.
Further back, Roel Goethe, we're just looking at in the Golf car, doing 209s, and Flick Haig doing 209. So that's a good indication
16s.
of I beg your pardon, 14s and 16s. So Flick Haig doing a decent job compared to Roel Goethe in that car. Elmar Grimm is in for fuel.
Elmar Grimm, though, just to make the point, is in a A6 AM class car. The number 34 car stayed in AM. 33 moved to Pro. 34 stayed in AM. So that car constrained to run at times beyond 2:11 or 2:13, depending which group it's in.
Well, their best lap was a 2:13.4, so I would suggest the latter.
The 2:13 group. Yeah. The other car that's running in the AM class, just to make the point, because it's been running fairly high up, although it's just made a pit stop, the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes, which now has Roland Eggemann behind the wheel. That's an AM class car, also running as a 2 minutes 13 minimum reference lap time car.
That is on screen in a nose-to-tail battle with car number 17, the IDEC Sport Mercedes, which is right behind it, and that is Paul Lafargue, who is constantly showing his nose. Now, he is closed in, and they have got Flick Haig in their slipstream. So their last laps were very similar, all three of them. They're all sort of in the 2:14s.
Flick's going to put a second lap on those guys.
Well, she has the advantage down the Mistral that she is in the tow of both of the Mercedes, so she gets free top speed boost. And she, in fact, comes out of Scene on a tight inside line and goes straight by the number 10 car. And closing in behind them was 27, Alex Muller. And that is a three-way battle position. 7th, 8th and 9th are 3 Mercedes, the number 10 Hofer Racing car, the number 17 IDEC Sport car, and the number 27 SBS Automotive car. and they are all within visual contact of each other. Our race leader is still Daniel Alleman, and he is now on his 77th lap. Paul reckons that he will come in at the end of 80 laps for fuel in the pre-code Herbert Motorsport, not Johnny Herbert Motorsport.
He is at Oulton Park this weekend.
Is he?
He is going to support one of his TV colleagues in her first race. I think it's Rachel Brooks, isn't it?
Yeah, Rachel Brooks was racing.
Doing a radical race this weekend.
Yep. So Clement Schmidt lies in second place. The leader is the only car on the lead lap, and Paul, again, that strategy choice. He's gone straight through the
no
first
chance.
chicane.
That's the leader has gone straight through the chicane on the Mistral, and there was no chance that Alleman behind the wheel there was going through. Even as he applied the brakes, I was already breathing in through the teeth because there was just no chance he was going to stop.
No, he was always going straight through there. So that means when you make a mistake like that, you then have to be doubly careful about what you do for the rest of the lap, because you don't want to if you have a time bracket, you don't want to use straight line in the chicane to accidentally pin you in, because then you get a 30-second penalty.
Well, so that's a pro car, so they don't have it.
Don't have that.
But on camera, in front of the race stewards, they won't. They'll probably get a warning for that, because he didn't stop.
Yeah.
He just blew through the chicane.
Well, he kind of slowed down a bit because he was on the brakes, but not enough to actually turn in safely. There wasn't a lot of traffic. I mean, he hadn't gone through traffic. There was, it was brain fade or brake fade or tyre wear, one or the other. Looking at Clement Schmidt in the HTP Mercedes, his last lap was a 2:11.5. He, on his last lap, only Alex Muller in the number 27 SPS Mercedes was quicker. They are the fastest two persons on the circuit at the moment. Clement Schmidt in second, Alex Muller in 8th, but closing on 7th and 6th in front of him.
That's the 41 car, the dark grey machine.
Yeah,
I do
nice
like that.
road car livery.
Yeah, very plain and simple.
Wasted on a race car, though.
I noticed a lot of the AMG cars, AMG GTs, have got their back window either liveried over or sort of blanked out.
Maybe it's a window blind like you get in the back of an S-Class or something.
It's to avoid it. Well, it's not a movable blind, but it's to block the glare
of headlights.
And
later on,
it's not just the Mercedes, perhaps just because their rear windscreens are at that angle, it makes it look more noticeable, but a lot of the teams will do that.
Well, we're just watching the battle go through for 7th place, which is SPS Automotive, IDEX Sport, Hofer Racing. Those are 5th, 6th and 7th now, because who has come into the pits? Number 10, Rolf Eggerman, has come in for Hofer Racing. So Alex Muller has moved up in the 27 SPS car to 7th position at the line.
And that starts the 3rd round of pit stops for the leading cars. That Hofer car, Paul, is that about right?
Yes, absolutely right for the...
Just on 3 hours.
Number 10. Actually,
and Elmar Grimm has left the fuel station to go to the pit lane in the number 34 car collection.
At the wheel.
So the B2F Porsche has gone back out to the pit lane. That's car number 35 in the 991 class.
Ask your question about the Hofer Racing Mercedes again, because...
Is that on time for the Hofer Racing Mercedes?
If it's just come into the pits, no, it's not.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. It's just lost a place.
That's all right.
Right, okay. I thought you said it had come into the pits. My apologies.
I possibly did. That's my overexcitement. I'm getting my red arrows and my P's mixed up. Elmar Grimm is in the pit lane, still in the pit lane. 5 minutes 50 on this current lap in the pit lane. As Daniel Alleman completes lap 78, is now 2 away from his pit
So
window.
can I withdraw the comment that will be starting the 3rd round of pit stops now as well? I'll withdraw that comment as it hasn't.
We should get...
As it didn't and it hasn't.
Yeah, no, but how long till we get our slew, Paul?
About another half an hour.
Oh, okay.
So what's going to happen next is the race leader Daniel Alleman bringing the out-of-sequence Porsche in. But as I say, it's interesting to look at the graph of who's leading, because you've got the the Porsche leading for about the same length of time as whoever he hands it over to, and it should be the HTP Mercedes who takes over the lead when the Porsche comes in. But it's not a case of one leading for a little bit and the other one leading for longer. But the Porsche, having gone for that 37-lap stint, he's already on his 33rd lap. Now, the Optimum Motorsport Audi, Jamie Campbell-Walter, did 38 laps on his stint, but the longest that, for example, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari has gone on a single tank full of fuel has been 33 laps. So the refueling window, different refueling windows for the cars is having an impact as well. Remember that Malicelli led the race earlier on. Peter Cox now is kind of struggling a little bit in 4th place. He's the fastest car on the circuit, yes, but he's going to be the first one in at the next round of pit stops, as I say, not due for another half an hour or so yet.
Now, Peter Cox is only 10 seconds behind Flick Haig. They battle currently for 3rd, which in 3 laps will become 2nd. When Daniel Alleman brings the race-leading Precoat Porsche into the pits. Clement Schmidt we're looking at on screen, the HTP Mercedes, the dark grey with a little blue side stripe. That is the car that lies second. That will inherit the lead. It will also take the lead of the A6 Pro class. Flick Haig will be the better part of a minute and a half behind. Or will she? Is that? No, that's the back of a Lamborghini we're watching coming onto the straight. So she's not quite on. She's not quite on the lead lap, but in fact she's not on the second place car's lap either. So she'll be a full lap behind Clement Schmidt. So maybe that was her just behind.
Yeah, Flick Haig is about a minute and 40 seconds behind Clement Schmidt in the HTP Motorsport Mercedes.
So Clement Schmidt will take the lead, but at the moment it is Daniel Alleman for Precoat Porsche, which means that the car that is out of sync with all of our race leaders, or has been from the start, currently leads here at Paul Ricard. We have gone past 3 hours of the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, and alongside me in the Radio Le Mans booth, John Hindhoff is holding the purple pentel of mild disappointment.
Any more other than the 55 that have succumbed? I've just had a couple of tweets to that respect.
No, as far as I can tell, as we documented earlier, we don't have a marker of doom because nobody is officially retired. There are no reasons in the rules why you're not allowed to finish the race.
Is the Vortex back yet?
The 55 massive motorsport car retired because their power steering pump blew and they don't have another. The Vortex car is back out, and meanwhile, the battle that we were building up between Flick Haig and Peter Cox for 3rd place. Peter Cox was 10 seconds behind exactly on the last lap. He is now 2 car lengths behind. He was 10 seconds behind 2 laps ago, I beg your pardon, 2.7 seconds on the last lap, and he is now 2 cars behind, and there's
Ginetta, Nova Race.
A big Code 60, the Nova Racing Ginetta has had a massive lose on the Mistral, under braking for the chicane, it would appear.
Before that, Martin, before that, it's coming out.
Wheel. It's had contact from somebody. It gets clattered by a Porsche.
Oh, that was unnecessary.
And that is going to be our 2nd retirement. The car has lost all sorts of bodywork. A wheel came off immediately, so it's got no hub. A rear wheel has come off as well. And the Code 60 flags are out. Rather longer to display them, I thought they wouldn't be necessary. The moment you saw the car hitting the barrier.
Might have been the class-leading 73 HRT performance car.
With the yellow nose, yes, I think you might well be right as well. Fabian Engel. Fabian Engel, I think, did he just stop or had he not? There was a group of cars on the Mistral straight, and Engel, seeing a couple of cars to the driver's right, moved towards the left.
It's either that or the B2F competition car. Those are the only 2 Porsches that have that colour on the front end of the car. Both have onboard cameras, so if it was either one of them, we might get a view of that in a wee moment. The good news is that the Ginetta is a purpose-built race car, and down the years we've seen Ginettas take very, very big hits indeed, and be able to protect the driver in that driver's cell. We've already got the intervention vehicle on site. The
driver's door is being opened by the intervention crew. The driver is talking to them and responding, but he is not getting out of the car yet.
That was third position in SP3, battling with the
good news
Alphab
is
Racing Porsche.
He is out of the car and safe. Eric Vezier in the Nova Racing Ginetta is safely out of the car after a major collision with the barriers on the Mistral Straight, collected by a Porsche which moved to its left and picked up the Ginetta, hit it hard, immediately knocked it into a spin, so the Porsche hit the rear right side of the Ginetta, turned it sharp right into the barriers, a very heavy hit, removed the front end of the Ginetta, and very fortunately indeed, its driver, Eric Vezier, is out of the car, but John Hindhoff, having just asked, have any other cars retired in the last couple of hours? No was the answer then. Yes is the answer almost immediately. I can't see any way that that car is repairable to finish the race. We will wait and see, but Ginetta is going to have a few spare parts, because there's probably everything in front of the firewall there is bent out of shape, and it's silly stuff. Even if the chassis rails aren't crackered, it'll be things like the suspension pickup points will be torn out, and they may not have a wishbone or a knuckle for this or a joint for that. Whatever it is, the only good news of that for the team is that their driver is out and he is okay. Code 60 means everybody now proceeds around. The race continues, but at a mandatory 60 kilometers an hour maximum. And we will have to wait and see who comes into the pits now. The 64 Lorient Porsche is in. Elmar Grimm was in anyway. Alex Osborne chooses to stop in the APO Sport Porsche. This is where we don't hear from Paul for about 2 minutes, because he is busy scrambling to write everything down. Daniel Alleman, the race leader, comes in on the lap that we expected him, one lap early from when we expected him, but 3 of the top 4 cars have come in.
What I can tell you is that it's a bit of good news, bad news for Daniel Alleman. Bad news because he's only going to be able to take on half a tank of fuel, and he really needs all of it because he was getting to the end of his stint. Good news is that this looks like it might be a long-ish Code 60, so he'll be able to take all of the fuel on, go out, go all the way around, come back in again, take the rest of the fuel on, then change the tyres, then get a new driver, and then head on his way again. Depending on how long the Code 60 starts, bearing in mind that all of that will have to be done whilst it takes a little bit over 5 minutes, in fact nearly 6 minutes to get round the circuit with the Code 60 on.
I'm convinced now it was one of the 2 HRT performance cars, either the 72 or the 73, because the 72, although in the programme as a white car, is almost identical to the 73. So it was definitely one of the HRT Porsches that precipitated that incident. And I was just looking to the left-hand side of that accident. Was there another car there as well?
I don't think anybody else went off. I think it was just that 2-car incident.
I think it was just an intervention vehicle, Martin.
I think so.
The flatbed's already there, by the way, which is, again, marvellous work by everybody here at the circuit.
Ralph Bone in the leading car. Preco Herbert Porsche on pit road. They were our race leader. They needed fuel this lap now anyway, so they've come in, fueled and gone back out. Exactly as Paul said, they've actually fueled and done a driver change, and then Ralph Bone can go round, fill his tank up and complete his stint. Second place car, Clement Schmidt, came in the HTP Mercedes. That has now fueled and is on pit road. Flick Haig remains out. Roel Goethe remains out. They're now 3rd and 4th. Correct that. They're now 1st and 2nd, or they will be in a lap. Peter Cox came in for Scuderia Praha. Topped off, he stays in the car. Rolf Eggerman in the number 10 Hope for Racing Mercedes came stayed out. Alex Muller came in SPS Automotive. Pierre Lafargue, Paul Lafargue came in a 17 IDEX Sport Mercedes. Peter May is now in the APO Sport Porsche number 68 car. That's down in 12th place. But of our top 10, about 7 or 8 cars came in, and the number 34 Audi now has a nose. So the 34 car collection car.
How does it smell?
It had bits of a nose, and there were bits of it liberally distributed around SW19 or whatever the postcode is here. So when Elmar Grimm brought it in, it looked fairly Elmar at the front. Or is that fairly grim? So
I'll fade him down in a minute, David.
So that has now been sorted out. But it is a chance for everybody to do a driver change, get a half a tank of fuel, come round, get a full tank of fuel, and that will reset the entire field, Paul, as if this were, because this will be a longer Code 60, this will reset the entire field almost on fuel, because...
Well, it will and it won't, because of course during this Code 60 they can only take on half a tank
at a time.
The cars other than 911 in the A6 Pro class only needed half a tank anyway.
Yeah.
The 911, which has come in and done its half tank already, we're assuming it's going to come in and do the other half next time around and do what you might call a proper pit stop.
I don't think you do. You've changed the driver, so you leave him in with whatever he's got in till the end of that, and then you fill him full time next time, so you don't give up your track position.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and I think that's probably what Herbert will end up doing. In fact, last time you second-guessed Herbert better than I did, so they are, I won't say masters of strategy, but they're pretty good, and they won Zandvoort as a result of clever strategy, and certainly they've got a nice...
I was listening to that in Detroit.
A nice, boring white Porsche. So before we go too far with that. Yeah, so we'll see how it pans out. But you're right, which is where you started the question from, Martin, in that it will reset the strategies for everybody. The other aspect, of course, is how full the pit lane is going to get, because if everybody decides now is the right time to come in for fuel, then there are, with these only 6 refueling stations, and we heard from Jamie Campbell-Walter, feels like an age while you're refueling it, but it is half a lap at this rate, and by then there's enough cars to fill the fueling tanks.
I did notice when I was walking back to the lounge to grab a coffee a moment or two ago, which is probably about an hour ago now, 1 or 2 of the teams have station spotters on the top of the pit lane building here. At the end that's closest to us, they can see quite a lot of the bottom end of the track. If they walk to the other end of the very roof of that building, they can see down into the fuel area. And they've all got walkie-talkies on. And when a car is getting ready to pit, they move from the end that they can see the most of the track on to the end that they can see the the petrol pumps. Not everybody's got spotters up there. There's only a couple or 3, but it strikes me that that's a very, very smart thing to do. In fact, actually, you don't probably have to go even more than about halfway down to be able to see into the back of the pits there. So you're walking, 15, 20 steps to be able to see most of the track and or the fuel pumps, which if you are double stacked or worse still triple stacked, it's a normal pistol grip fill. That could be a very, very long time indeed. Heading up towards 6 o'clock now, just 10 minutes before the 18th hour of the day here in the south of France.
Michael Simpson Racing, reckoning that the Ginetta, the Nova Race Ginetta, will have been doing 230 kilometres an hour and more when it was turned around by the Porsche. And sideways into the barrier, what did it travel? 10 metres maybe? So it'll have been doing north of 200 when it hit the barriers, because that will have been a instant turnaround. The team manager of car number 30 has been asked to report to race director. Well, it wasn't a Gulf Mercedes that made contact with the car, so that's another issue which Roel Goethe is in the car, may have to serve a penalty for.
Unless there was some kind of chain reaction in that gaggle of cars, I tend to agree with you.
I have a feeling that Porsche was catching the slower cars and Clios, TCR Seats or whatever, and jinked to the left without being aware of quite what was coming alongside him.
I'll just mention how the passenger compartment and the main part of that Ginetta has not been touched. If you put the bonnet back on that car, the right-hand side of that car is immaculate.
Yeah.
All right, it's got a broken rear suspension and it's got broken front suspension, but in terms of the damage, not at all. The doors opened and the driver stepped out without assistance.
In fact, what you also can't even see is scuff marks on the right rear of the car.
But that didn't make contact. It was the left side.
But it was turned hard right into the barriers. It must have been a contact.
All the way around.
Yeah, it must have been a contact. Yeah, but I'm thinking the initial contact with whatever it was that turned it around.
Broke the rear suspension.
Yeah.
Is what happened. It broke the right rear suspension. What we might be able to see from the left-hand side, is there any paint on there? No, there's not, but the left rear suspension is tucked under. The right front wheel is gone.
Yeah.
And
the engine bay is looking
untidy.
Yeah, untidy, definitely. I mean, it's moved all the bits that were supposed to move, and it has kept intact the bits it was supposed to keep intact. So everybody in Sheffield, take a bow. Another strongly built Ginetta body shell does exactly what it is supposed to do, which is keep the soft contents safely in one piece. The driver walked away.
Do you know what? That'll rebuild.
Number 284, the Nova Race Ginetta is driven away on the flatbed, and I'm afraid that although the car will likely live to race again, and no, this is probably not Nova Race. I know they have raced multiple Ginettas in the past in the GT4 European Series 2 or 3 years ago. They may only have one left, but I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if they've got more than one here. But who knows? I mean, the organisers don't rule it out. If they can find bits to rebuild it, then they're at liberty to do exactly that. And if it only turns up for the last 2 or 3 hours of the race, then fair enough.
They have raced older Ginettas in the past. That's a G55 GT4 spec car. That by far the most recent and the most potent of the Ginettas that Nova have raced. They've raced in other categories as well with the G50s in the past. I remember them racing, I think, a couple of G50s at Dubai a couple of years ago, certainly. I've upgraded to the G55, a very, very capable race car. Slicks and wings, obviously. Paddle shift. No ABS. And there is traction control, but no ABS on those cars.
And that is a purpose-built GT4 racer as well. Those are the cars that have won every race in the British GT Championship so far this year in the GT4 class. Every race has been won by a Ginetta from various different teams. Well, Joe Bradley is making his way up to Nova Race to see if they can shed a little bit more light. Of course, they've only seen what we've seen, and I'm not entirely sure that their driver will have been aware of quite who was driving the car that hit them, or indeed what it was.
The Code 60 is going to be ending within 1 minute, so that's a remarkable bit of work by everybody concerned to get that Ginetta out of the way. And the barrier obviously needs no rebuilding, so we're going to be able to get going again very shortly indeed. And this Code 60 will therefore end up being only a little bit over 15 minutes, I reckon, by the time we've come through. And as John suggested it would, the 911 Porsche has stayed out, so it just made that fuel-only stop. And again, we're going to see how the tyres last.
I think that's smart.
Green flag racing once more at the 24 hours of Paul Ricard after clear-up operations for a heavy shunt for Nova Racing's Ginetta G55, the number 284 car, made contact with a Porsche made contact with it. There's the damaged front of Alexander Osborne's APO sport car, number 68. Now that was in the pit lane, I believe, at the time, or came in immediately that the Code 60 came out. We're sort of examining our stills that people are posting on Twitter to try and identify which Porsche it may have been. And the Code 60, Paul Trustwell tells us, was 14 minutes and 34 seconds. Last year's longest Code 60, Paul, was
13 minutes and something.
Okay, so that is a longer one.
But I mean, just consider the seriousness of that impact and how long we would have been under a safety car situation in other forms of racing. I mean, obviously it helps having the nature of the barriers around the circuit. We don't have Armco barriers protected by lots of tyre walls which then have to be replaced, or Armco barriers that get damaged, although the Ginetta hit a concrete barrier, and once we've moved the Ginetta out of the way, the barrier is still there and is integral enough to be able to continue the race. So,
didn't move the barrier, did it?
No, well, quite.
Ginetta versus concrete 1, Ginetta 0. Are we surprised at that result, gentlemen?
Well, no, but I mean, the other point was well made, that it is a purpose-built racing car and stood up remarkably well to the impact. But no, all credit to Graventic and to the local marshals for getting the job done, cleared as quickly as she did.
We've seen a lot of very, very good marshalling this year.
Also seen a change for 4th place. Now, as soon as the Code 60 came out, as we often see when there's a full course caution, a safety car, whatever else, lots of scrambling for the pits, lots of rejigging and repoking of strategies. What the fallout is that lead is still the same car, the Preco Herbert Porsche, car number 911, took on half a tank of fuel because you're not allowed a full allocation of fuel when the Code 60 is out, but it took on Ralph Bone. So they've done a driver change, but they haven't got a full tank of fuel, so that will bring...
Did they? Because I think they might have, because they did the driver change at a separate stop from the fuel change.
Negative. They've only made 3 stops.
Yeah. They've only made 3 stops, so they didn't come back again under that.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong
Code
line.
60.
Yes, the one that did was the HTP Motorsport Mercedes,
which remains in 2nd place. So the number 41 car, which was climbing back up the order, the grey car, you're right, that did make another stop. So Wim Pundert got in the first stop when it took on fuel with its previous driver, and now he's gone back and taken another load of fuel, and he is in 2nd place ahead of Peter Cox, who
has just gone past Flick here.
But that car again did a driver change and fuel stop under Code 60, so that's only half fueled. But he has gone past Flick Haig for 3rd place. Flick
But
Haig
he had half a tank already.
That's
the difference between all those other than the 911 and those that are following, the 911 was coming to an end of a stint, roughly speaking, anyway, so didn't get full fuel. The 11 didn't get full fuel, but didn't need it. The 41 didn't get full fuel, needed a bit more, and came in the next time around for extra. Now, the interesting thing to me is the 30 car didn't come in at all.
No, nor did Flick Haig. Flick Haig in the Optimum Motorsport Audi had been out 6 laps, maybe 8 laps. Roll Goethe likewise, or in fact...
No, Roll Goethe's been in there for quite a while. They've only made 2 pit stops.
Yeah.
Flick Haig did come in.
Yeah.
Flick Haig did make a pit stop
did,
in the Optimum Motorsport Audi.
And took fuel only.
I can't tell, I'm afraid.
Well, no, because she stayed in the car, so it wasn't a driver change is the point. So she's the 3rd driver in that car, but they've made 3 stops, so 2 with her in it. So Roll Goethe, the 3rd driver in the Ram Racing Mercedes, but he didn't stop, so he continued going round.
And neither did Eggerman in the 10.
And part of the reason that Roll Goethe did not stop is because he's going round under Code 60, not losing any time, but accumulating driving time that he has to do a bare minimum of in the car.
But he would have accumulated that driving time had he been coming in the pits anyway.
Correct.
So
but, that's true.
It's a strategic decision, but it's not based on driving time accumulation.
What that does is takes those guys off. The 30 and the 10 now are off kilter with everybody else on fuel. They've only got, roughly speaking, half a tank of fuel left, whereas everybody else, other than the 911, has got more than that.
Perfect.
So they effectively now have fallen on to a similar strategy as the 911 that leads.
And the reason that they didn't...
See, you taught me well, Paul.
And the reason they didn't put an extra half a tank in for Roll Goethe is that at the end of the hour,
he'll get out.
He's going to be knackered, his tyres are going to be knackered, and he'll still have half a tank of fuel that he'll need to use had they brought him in to refuel him.
Correct.
And that's not what they want to do with Roll. They want to get him in for single stints where he can cope with the car, cope with the pace, and actually what they actually want to do is get him in for a couple of single stints during the night, at least 2, maybe 3 if they can, to try and get his percentage of the driving up to...
Tell you what, Martin, that 284 Nova race Ginetta, it's all right. It's sad because 3 out of 4 corners have been knocked off that car in some way, shape or form, some more comprehensively than the other. The engine is all in the right place. Obviously, we can't see what damage there might be in terms of mountings, etc. That car has stood up exceptionally well to the banging around that it has just taken. The doors are opening and closing fine. The engine hasn't moved. The ducting even for air from the front of the car through is still there. Yes, left front particularly badly damaged in terms of the hub has been ripped away from the upright and the wheel has been ripped off the hub. Left rear, similarly, at a somewhat jaunty angle, the Hankook tyre and wheel. But really, for the banging around that's just had, the windscreen's not even cracked on that car.
Windscreen's not cracked, doors open perfectly, wheels are shattered, uprights are shattered, the engine hasn't moved, the intake plenum is all in one piece.
That's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, again...
That's the difference between a car that is built on a tube frame chassis to be a race car and a car that's converted from a monocoque. A monocoque car would have been more badly damaged than that car.
Well, the monocoque is designed as the egg in which the driver sits, and all the other bits are designed to be ripped off to get rid of that energy, whereas when you're building a triangulated space frame, you can dissipate some of the energy shocks through the space frame without necessarily having to lose all the bits and pieces, but maybe it's just the way.
Well, and also the problem is the monocoque cars are based on street cars which are built to deform in an accident.
Yes.
And that's why it often looks a lot worse than it is. The bolt-in cage will do something to help stiffen the driver cell, but everything around it, things like cross members, front chassis spars and things like that, are built to crumple up on a monocoque car, whereas on a tube frame car those things are bolt on and you throw them away.
On our timing and scoring, there is not very cryptic, but a message from race control saying team managers involved in accident 284 report to team director.
I'm expecting to see another number come up there in a moment.
Well, I don't think that they need to mention the other number, because someone on the track knows who was the other car.
72 or 73?
It was him.
So it's
and
73.
The team knows.
73, by the way, has just lost the Clark's lead because Joey Foster in the MRS GT Porsche has gone through in the 78 car. Those guys are now 20 seconds apart. At the time of the accident, the 73 was leading its class. The 72 car, its team car, is the HRT Performance Porsche that's had all of the issues and is sitting down in 6th position in class and is back in the pits.
Yeah, we saw the back of that car in the pit lane just a moment or two ago.
It's been in the pits for just on 2 minutes, Martin.
And that was the car that Gonzalo Huerta was driving before. It's Andres Josephson. So they've got a Germano-French-Chilean-Argentine driving lineup. Because you do.
As you do, yes.
Because you do.
Well, as you can do, anyway.
Yeah. And do we know if Kim-André Hauschild is driving both of those cars that he was entered in, or is he only going to drive one?
I don't think that was ascertained.
No. I think that we'll have to catch up with that. The onboard camera in the Team Africa Le Mans car is currently giving us some very good indication of what track conditions and weather conditions are like.
That's called a Dutch pan.
But it hasn't been, how can I say this, as rigidly fixed to the roll cage as it might have been, and it's all to cock, basically. It looks as though you're in the passenger seat, lying sideways with your head against the passenger window, looking out through the windscreen. So it's Valentino Rossi hasn't got the gimbal camera. He's at full lean, isn't he? 60 degrees.
That is described as another G55 GT4, although it does not have the GT4 body kit on that car, at least not the later body kit with the more extreme rear arches that the Nova car had.
What it does have, though, is a fabulous leopard's head on the bonnet.
Cheetah.
And cheetah's head, is it? And a fabulous leopard skin car cover. And I was also pointing out, while you were off having coffee, that when I was chatting to him on the grid, I was saying to Jan, he sort of unretired himself a little bit. He said, I was never retired. I said, yeah, but you haven't raced very much for a while. And he's started doing various different things. And he said, yeah, hey, guess what? I get to be a bronze driver in January. So I was saying perhaps if somebody's looking at running a team who wants a good amateur, then
bronze driver.
He's a bronze.
That means he can go into the Michelin GT Road to Le Mans thing.
Yeah, absolutely. He can do. Now, 284.
Ian Lammers in that, 2 bronze.
Two Ewan Lammers, yeah. Well, one with history and one with a win at Le Mans. 284 is heading down pit road towards Garage 3B. Joe Bradley will shout us up, I think, when he's got a chance to chat to the team. In fact, it's not Joe Bradley, it is Bruce Jones, and he is with Mike Simpson in the garage. Let's hear from Bruce.
Mike, I'd like to be speaking to you under better circumstances, but it does look to me as though the 284 Nova Race Ginetta has run its race. Could you tell us, well, we've seen on the screen what happened. Talk us through. Eric Bassier had just gone out in the car, then what happened?
Yeah, no, we had a comfortable lap and a half lead. Eric went out, I think on into his second lap, just on the Mistral straight. Saw a lot of cars behind him, came over to the left, and basically there was 2 Porsche Cup cars racing each other. One of them jigged out, Eric's way off line and just hit him, and he caught it one way, so it kept him out the wall on the left, but then it whipped around and 230 k's into the wall on the other side. So, we don't need any more proof. We built up strong at Ginetta, but yeah, Eric got out fine, but the car's terminal, so it's an early flight home for us, I'm afraid.
If you can you just sort of run through the extent of the damage that it suffered?
Yeah, so it went in driver's side, initially on the front left, which then brought the rear round, and there's chassis damage at the front, so it wouldn't be safe to put it back out in the race.
Well, really, really hard luck, and that's just unfortunately what can happen when you've got 50 cars out on a circuit. You can mind your business as much as you want, but things happen. It's racing, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I mean, I did the first stint, and with a lot of the pro drivers, very tough, hard racing, but very fair. And then, you get a mixture of abilities in cars which are quicker than yours, and that's endurance racing, that's why we're all here, but very bitterly disappointing.
Tough luck. It's to the paddling pool for you now, Mike.
I've already been in, it's the bar now.
Thanks. Good to see you still smiling at least.
"20 hours and 23 minutes remain of the 24 hours of Paul Ricard as we have cleared up the accident for number 284, the Nova Race Ginetta. That car now out of action after a big crash. We're looking here at a battle for position. This is for 11th place, and the lead of the SP2 class is held by Ivo Brokers in number 202, the orange mark Cars Racing Australia Mazda 3, and right behind him Joey Foster for MRS GT, the number 1 car in the 991 class. He goes by him for 11th place. They're both leading their respective classes, and Joey Foster needed to get a bit of a move on there to get by Ivo Brokers, because he's only leading the 991 class by 20 odd seconds, and so the closest driver behind him, which was the 73 car, is Stephen Bournes now, and that car back out of the pits.
Full stop. The thing to be looking out for now is Peter Cox closing in on Wim de Pundert in the HTP Mercedes. He is not only about to take second place, but he's also closing in fairly quickly on Ralph Bone. So we're going to see potential, as you say now, everybody's kind of changed the strategy, as John was explaining a few minutes ago, but Peter Cox is the man on the move, and he's the fastest car out on the circuit by a fairly substantial margin at the moment. So that 11 Ferrari, led early on with Matteo Malicelli behind the wheel, is now charging back up the field again with Peter Cox behind the wheel.
Slowest car on the circuit is the number 200 RWT Racing Team Chevy Corvette. Patrick Assenheimer is sitting in the car, and the car is sitting in a runoff area and going not very far further. And onto the pit road as well has come William Paul in the number 49 DriveX Audi. That had a delay early on, had ABS problems right from the very start of the race, we heard, and that really affected their pace.
Paul sitting car, let's not forget.
Yes, indeed, and also not only cost them pace at the start, but also a long pit stop to sort it out. Roel Goethe brings the Ram Racing Mercedes in for fuel from 5th position. We watch Peter Cox closing in on the battle or closing in on the leader. Peter Cox 2 minutes behind Ralph Boehm in the Precoat Racing Porsche.
Now seeing Roel Goethe come in that close after the end of the Code 60 makes me wonder why they didn't do that under the Code 60. He's done only, I think, 4 more laps since we went back to green.
6 more laps.
6 more laps,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Bruce Jones in the pit road. 72, we possibly think might have made contact with the Ginetta, Bruce. Do you know anything about that?
I do, and it didn't. The teams assured me from HRT Performance, not involved, but unfortunately debris from the shunt that the Ginetta suffered led to some debris coming up and taking the alternator off the back of the 72 car. So they whipped it off, well, what was left of it, and replacing it. There's been a lot of shouting in the garage, should be back on its wheels very shortly, but just one of those things for it, the 72 HRT Performance Porsche.
In which case you might want to go back in and ask them about the number 73 sister car and whether that was the car that was involved, because there is definitely something very close to their livery in the blurry stills that we can find. We'll leave you to do that and answer that question, thank you, as number 200 receives a tow from a quad. See, racing cars are light things. If you've got a quad and a tow rope, you can tow the biggest, hairy-chestedest racing car out of the way. That Chevy Corvette, which is going very strongly, battling for the lead early on in the race, is now dead stick and behind the wall somewhere. It'll be recovered to the pits. It's been taken off the racetrack at turn 4, which is down at, well, it's been pulled off at Virage du Camp, which is the 5th corner on the track. And it'll be brought back to the pit lane for the team to repair it and continue. Meanwhile, Peter Cox is closing in fast on Ralph Boehm for the lead of the race. He's already got by 41 the HTP Mercedes of Wim Pundert. Flick Haig is in 4th. Ronald Egerman, Ronald in 5th. Alex Muller in 6th position. Alex Muller, Roland, thank you. Last lap, whoever Soto Voce that, 2:13.3 for Alex Muller, who is absolutely flying in number 27. Number 49 Audi has just left the pit lane. The Drive X car came in going slowly and is now on the Mistral straight going slowly. It is, however, 15 places higher than it was when it came back out after its previous long pit stop. But I sense that all might not be well with that car.
So we'll see what happens at the end of the stint, at the end of the lap, whether or not he's able to get it back to the pits. He's got the right-hand indicator flashing to indicate to cars following that he is going slowly. Marshals will be displaying white flags to indicate as well that there's a slow car on the track. A slow car in the pit lane, as there is a 40 km/h speed limit. There's no particular worry at that, and as soon as he comes past the pit lane exit, so the car floors the throttle and accelerates hard. That's the number 30 Ram Racing Gulf-coloured Mercedes, which Roel Goethe has now got out of, and into it has got a driver whose name has not yet come up on my screen. Roel Goethe has stayed behind the wheel.
Now, we didn't see Roel getting out, did we?
No, indeed. Well, the screen tells me that it's still Roel Goethe behind the wheel. So he did a 1-hour stint and has come in. He's refueled. They've given him a new set of tyres, and he's now going out to do the second part of what will be a 2-hour stint, and that will give him a period of time that he then has to rest. There's no minimum driver time as such. What there is a maximum driving time of 2 hours, and then there's minimum rest times, and then there's the requirement that your pro driver doesn't drive more than 50% of the race. Now, in the Ram racing car, the only pro driver is Jamie Campbell-Walter. Stuart Hall and Dan Brown are both defined as being pro-am drivers. So neither of those have any limits on them at all. So, in effect, Roel Goethe doesn't have a specific driving time limit. Martin.
I questioned whether the bright pink and yellow helmet was in fact the colours that Roel Goethe would have chosen. They're not. They're colours that Dan Brown has chosen. Roel Goethe is out of the car, Dan Brown is in, and Bruce Jones is down at Ram Racing. And I believe world champion Stewie Hall of this parish might be ready to have a word. Bruce, are you...
Yes, well, I was hoping to get Roel, but he's pretty quick out of the car, through the back of the garage and off to the paddling pool. But Stuart Hall, it's sunny, so you're in the pit lane. Car going well?
It seems it. I think with the code 60s and things like that, everyone's on different strategies, and we elected not to pit, so we've lost a bit of ground with that pit stop. But now we've got a full tank of fuel, so we can run Dan for a long time. Then myself and Jamie. So the boss did a really good job. You know, he's improving every time he goes out, and really did a really good job there. Kept us up, and I think we were in the net 5th place when we pitted. So, you know, it's not going badly, but there's a long way to go.
Certainly is, but when you have an incident like the one with the Nova Race Ginetta and there's debris scattered everywhere, all your plans can be totally scuppered by one little bit of debris on the circuit, can't it?
They can. I think that's the beauty of 24-hour racing. You know, you get lucky, you get unlucky, you get a puncture at the wrong time, you hit some debris, and it can really put you on the back foot. Just fingers crossed we keep going on like we are. Like I said, there's a long way to go, so we've just got to keep doing our own thing, not get caught up in what other people are doing, and hopefully get to daylight tomorrow morning and see where we are.
Yeah, we all hope that, don't we? But it's been sitting at about 26 degrees all day. It's unusual. Normally you get more of a sort of peak of temperature, but I think it hit 26 about 10 in the morning. Still that now, I think.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad in the car. Merck have obviously built a really cool car in terms of temperature, because compared to some of the other GT cars I've driven, it's nice and cool in there. It's not particularly physical to drive, so hopefully that'll be good for us drivers. Don't get too tired. You know, we can blat on through the night.
Well, that's the aim. Good luck. Thanks for stepping in for Roel there, Stuart Hall.
Taking one for the team, chatting to Bruce Jones on Motors TV, Radio Le Mans and 24hseries.com. Yeah, well, you know, it's all part of the job, isn't it? Stewie is always a good chat, very professional. Dan Brown has found the knob flicky switch or whatever it is in the Ram Racing Mercedes that alerts us to the fact that the driver has changed, and he is now in, so he's twiddled it, pushed it or poked it or whatever to tell the timing and scoring that he is driving the car.
And that's something which is required by the regulations to do. In some other categories, it's just a slap on the wrist. The timekeepers have the ability to give penalties if the switch is not in the correct position.
So he is in the wheel, he is at the wheel of the car in 9th place, and the battle for the lead is now down to a gap of not sure what the gap is between Ralph Bone and Peter Cox. Cox has been closing in fast and is now about to put a lap on the Hofer Racing number 10 Mercedes of Ralph Eggerman.
It is 1 minute 53.9 seconds. Just under 2 minutes is the gap then between Ralph Bone leading the race and Peter Cox in 2nd place.
Well, Cox was into the chicane on the back straight on the Mistral, trying to get by the number 10 Hofer Racing car. Eggerman is a lap behind, nearly 2 laps behind the leaders. In fact, he'll go 2 laps behind 2nd place when Peter Cox gets by, so I'm not sure that that is an if. And Ralph Bone continues to lead. Wim Pundit 3rd for HTP Mercedes, 4th still Flick Haig in the Optimum Motorsport Audi R8, 5th Ralph Eggerman for Hofer Racing, 6th Alex Muller in the SPS Automotive Mercedes, and apart from Bone and Cox, again, in fact, apart from Peter Cox, he was the fastest man on track last lap. Peter Cox down in the 209s as he continues to chase the lead. Grasser Racing's Lamborghini Huracan, car number 963, continuing to climb back up the order. It's on the 2nd page of our timing screen. Your own Blake Amolan pointing out that the car had a puncture early on, and the puncture then damaged the air jacks, which they then spent nearly half an hour repairing. And John Hindhaugh, Paul Tresswell raised a very good point. He said, why did they do that? How much longer is it going to take you to put the car up on trolley wheels at any stop? Like 5 seconds, 10 seconds? And you've just spent nearly half an hour fixing something.
It was over half an hour, in fact.
Yeah.
33-minute pit stop.
Assuming you can get it up on the jack in the first place. The problem was they were using a trolley jack there to to crank it up, and then it was falling off it again. And I think that's a safety issue.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe so.
There's two trolley jacks. I mean,
if it was a single, if it was a single seater, you could put a quick lifter on it and you'd be fine. But these are quite heavy cars, and Owen and I were talking about this in the lounge a little while ago. The kind of pressures that there's another part of it is the kind of pressures that those air jacks have to generate to get a 1,300 kilo car off the ground are quite substantial. You don't want one of those not functioning correctly and either firing it out at an angle or losing pressure when you think it's up, or it's not really worth thinking about. And so there's a safety issue on both sides of that, in terms of A, getting it off the ground, B, keeping it off the ground and making sure that the air jack system is working correctly. Paul?
Yes, I'm just trying to catch up because of the extra little pit stops that we had a few moments ago. But with the extra pit stop for the Mercedes in third place, plus Wim de Pundert not quite being on the pace of the other drivers of that car, and indeed he is so much slower is a bad way to put it. But Wim de Pundert is losing more time compared to his co-drivers than Ralph Bone, for example, is compared to his co-drivers, or Flick Haig is compared to her co-drivers in either the leading Precoat Porsche or from the Peter Cox. So it's a little bit of a worry, this, I would say, for the HTP team, unless Pundert can start getting his lap times a little bit quicker than they are currently.
It's Paul Truswell, John Hindorf and the rest of the crew here as we're about to rejoin our TV colleagues and link back up again with the networks. So Circuit Paul Ricard and the 24 hours in the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. With the team here still enjoying a beautiful south of France early evening. It is still the number 911 Porsche. The number 911 Porsche, which is of course a 911. The German-Swiss entered machine. Ralph Bone behind the wheel at the moment of that car, having taken it over during the most recent Code 60 and got a top up of fuel. Wasn't allowed, of course, by the regulations to take a full tank of fuel. The 202 Red Camel Jordan.NL Mazda V8 with Ivo Breukers at the wheel has just lost a position to the 73 HRT Performance car, which we're pretty certain now was involved in the accident with the 284 Nova Race Ginetta that caused that incident. And that was a pass-up position, but not in class. Ivo still leading, but still struggling to get the back of that V8 engined monster to grip.
Yes, and of course those two in that car rather than the Seat Leon Cup racer that they were hoping to race in the TCR class, and that effectively was a car that isn't going to participate after all.
Battle for position on the circuit and indeed in category, 16th and 17th. And the 95 VDS Racing Mark cars. Now that's the Ford version of the bodywork, and then exactly the same underneath is that orange and black Mazda we've been talking about. At the moment, battling for position with a little more standard 64 Porsche Lorient Racing, the 991 Cup car, being passed by second place Peter Cox in the Ferrari as they go down the first part of the Mistral to the chicane, and just trying to grab a little bit of a drag there. The number 95 Number 95, driven at the moment by the Belgian Johan van Luch. And the Porsche, which is going to give way, it's seen as it is not. Really, last of the late breakers there. The 64 car at the moment being driven by Frédéric Lelièvre. And on the back straight at the moment, the Ultran Peugeot continues to circulate, but Bruce Jones has news of a potential problem for a class leader, or until recently a class leader, because the Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing TCR leader has dropped to second. Bruce?
Yeah, well, I just happened to be up on the pit wall looking at timing screens, and something was odd. And Nabil Moutran came past very slowly indeed. So number one, easiest number in the field to remember, last year's overall champions, could be a problem. So keep a watch. They're down in 23rd position, but lapping slowly, I feel. Hopefully it was just a glitch, a gear change glitch, but just keep an eye on that. So running smoothly before, but perhaps not now, I'm afraid.
Lost 10 seconds in the last lap to the NKPP Racing Seat that it was racing for position. Thanks, Bruce. And some 14 seconds off its best lap time. Now, Harry Hildish has just gone through in the NKPP Seat, and the Moutran car, I don't think has even cleared the first split yet. So something very, very wrong indeed. And
still in sector one, yes.
Still in sector one, and I think they've just gone over time as well. That stint is 2 hours. And here it comes into the pit lane now. Well, there's something wrong with the transponder because that's not where it's been showing on the circuit. So into the pits now. But that was just over 2 hours to the pit line.
Agreed with you there. 2 hours 39 seconds according to the rolling clock I've got here. Not an official one.
No, indeed.
But, that's the one that I'm going on here, and so that is either a radio issue or a pit board issue.
The lap before as well was so slow, Paul, as I say, 10 seconds, 14 seconds away from what the car can do and 10 seconds away from the competition, has lost at the lead in the race. I wonder if they were running it this is only their second stop, and I wonder if they were running it close on fuel there. Those cars can pretty much do a couple of hours on fuel.
Yeah, the first stint was an hour and 50 minutes, and this one just over the 2 hours. Other pit stops which, in fact, in a similar sort of vein to the number one Ogilvy racing car, the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes, the quiet car as you'll like to call it, running in the A6 AM class, is only now coming up for its third pit stop. That car having got itself up into 5th place overall, leading the A6 AM class, Roland Eggemann behind the wheel, but he's coming up to be due for his routine pit stop. And this one's a bit of a hard one to estimate, but Ralph Bone in the leading 911 is getting towards the end of his tank of fuel as well, because he only was able to half fill it or put half his allocated amount in at the last stop. So we'll be expecting 911 and the 10 in very shortly, John.
Battle for position at the far end of the circuit. The Hofer Racing, that quiet car that Paul was talking about, just losing 5th in the general classification to the SPS Automotive number 27 with Alex Müller at the wheel. Now that is a position in GC, but not a position in class. The Hofer Racing car still leads it class, and remember, it's tied to a 2:13 lap time. It's best at 2:13.2, whereas the SPS Automotive car lapping last time around in a 2:13.5 and a 2:16.9 for Roland Eggemann in that car.
Not quite. The best lap time for the number 10 car was actually a 2 minutes 11.9. but that obviously burnt a joker.
Ah, yes. So they leave that in so that we can see if they go under the 2:13 again. Very good.
It was another of these very early on ones. It was the first flying lap, which
laps 2 and 3 were the laps that really caught people out.
It's the ones where you're not concentrating, you're not in the groove.
First 4 hours, Paul, nearly completed. And here's how it stands then. The Precott Herbert Motorsport 991 GT3R leading A6 Pro and the lead of the race by just over 1 minute and 48 seconds from the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Now, everybody else is off the lead lap after those two, with them roughly speaking on the same, in the pits at the same time last time around. HTP Mercedes-Benz in second, and then the 14 Optimum Racing Audi in third. Looking for the class leaders, the number 10 car in 6th position leads the AM of A6 in 11th position. So on our next page in the rankings, the leader, MRS GT Racing, is the leader in the 991 Cup class. Top of the next page of standings there. In 13th position overall, Ivo Breukers is behind the wheel of the Mark Mazda. SP2 leader, SPX leader is the 94 of Spark Motorsport. Although they've just pitted, but they should hold on to that lead because the next car in that class is well down. And then as we head down through the 20s, SP3 leader was in 23rd position, the GR Motorsport BMW 103, and Harry Hildish in the NK PP Racing Seat leads TCR. And as we go further down through the rankings, it is the A2 leader 112 Presenza Renault that leads that, and those are your class leaders. SP3, no, we did that one as well. Those are your class leaders. In fact, all the class leaders now inside the top 40 after 4 hours of racing. Absolutely beautiful evening here. The only major retirements to talk about then, the massive motorsport, the Danish Aston Martin with the old Dane crew. So that is really the Dane train. That car with a power steering problem.
And the 284 Ginetta, of course.
And the 284 Ginetta, just as we heard, with front chassis damage to that car after being pushed into the barriers. Michael Simpson, Roberto Gentili and Luca Magnoni. Let's head down to the pit lane and to Bruce Jones with news on that number 1 car in the pit lane. What's the problem, Bruce? Can you tell?
Well, just waiting for Julian Westwood, team manager, to talk to Nabil Moutran. But what I can tell you, he lost his braking completely. Nabil will explain shortly. But what happened, he was just coming up before the turning into the pits, went to hit the brakes to turn into the pits. Nothing happened. That's why he was limping past. And I reckon the next lap, as slow as it was, it was all running perfectly for Nabil. Sammy's in the car at the moment. They're going to have to try and work out what exactly the problem is with the brakes. But hang with it. I'll speak to Nabil now. Nabil, I'm just explaining roughly what happened. Just talk us through exactly what happened to you. I explained roughly what happened about the loss of brakes. And what's Julian Westwood just said?
No, it wasn't the loss of brakes. It was we planned to come in that lap, and as I was coming into the pit lane, hit the brakes, and they just locked up. So I'd missed the braking, the entry to the pit, so I had to carry on. By the time I got to turn 1, I realised there was a bit of a problem with the car, and the suspension was just, everything was off. So I had to get around as quickly as possible to get in within my time limit. There's something, so...
Yeah, that front right corner when the wheel came off was hanging down.
Yeah, so that's probably what it is. I've probably been hitting the curbs too hard, so I'm sure I'm going to
keep that as a secret.
I'll be hearing about that later on for sure.
Okay, hope it gets fixed. Thanks, Nabil.
Thank you, Bruce. Well, he missed his 2-hour time limit by about 40 seconds, just under that. So there'll be a sanction for that as well, I'm afraid. But that's a very odd one, that the suspension collapsed as he was trying to come into the pit lane. Thank goodness it happened there and not on a faster part of the circuit. Pascal Colon behind the wheel of the 5th place 991 B2F competition Porsche. Like the fact that we've had some long runs of green flag racing here at Paul Ricard. Well, coming in towards the evening time now, with the shadows lengthening here at Circuit Paul Ricard for the 24 hours here, part of the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. If you are just joining us, wherever you are in the world, a very warm welcome. Already a cracking 4 hours that has seen 100 laps clicked up. We thought we might get somewhere near 600. Well, we're bang on for that at the moment with... how much Code 60 have we had, Paul, already? About 22, 23 minutes?
We've had 2 sessions of Code 60 for a total of 23 minutes.
Yeah. So even with that, we're still bang on for 600 laps and more than 3,500 kilometres. The big news in the last few minutes is the number 1 Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat Leon TCR leader into the pits with Nabil Moutran coming into the pit lane at the end of his stint, a brake to turn in, and something went very, very wrong indeed. The right front suspension seems to have had a breakage. He had to try and get that car round the lap as quickly as possible, having missed the pit lane entrance as the 4th in-class PrepTech Clio is pushed in right below us with a problem and a dent in the door. We'll get an update on that in a moment. Bruce Jones speaking to Nabil for us, and Nabil saying that he had to get round as quickly as possible. He missed by just under 40 seconds, so exceeded the 2-hour driving time, and that penalty will be a cancelled lap for that car.
Which is sort of fair enough, because it was that lap that he did that was
took them over.
his driving limit. So it's not a time penalty that you get. In effect, it's a lap penalty that you'll get. What I'm not sure is whether that gets cancelled on our screen, so what we see is what we get, or whether we get notified at the end of the race that he's done 1 less lap. But we'll have to try and work out that from whether the screens update themselves.
If I'd only noticed that before, they're on 88 laps now.
Oh, well, it'll have to go to the stewards, because they have to confirm that it's actually over and all that kind of thing. So it'll take a while before the bulletin gets issued, before it happens officially. But I think I have the technology to tell.
Okay.
So hopefully...
88 laps at the moment. If it goes down, we'll know.
Yeah, yes.
Is the short answer to that. The 202 red CamelJordan.nl with Ivo Brukas at the wheel has come in for fuel. And that's leading again in SP2. Been having a decent battle with the similar Mark Cars Australia VDS racing car. Oh, that's not going to confuse me. As out in front, it is still the 911 Précote Herbert Porsche, which is coming to, I would think, the end of its stint now, being out about 55 minutes with about half a tank of fuel put in when it last stopped.
Yes, 22 laps it's done on that current tank of fuel, although bear in mind that the out lap of that was done, in fact the whole lap of that was done with the code 60 still in place, so you won't have used a full lap's worth of fuel on that particular lap. Somebody who has used all his fuel is the number 41 HTP Mercedes. Wim de Pundert has come in, and he's lost a lot of ground on that particular stint. The car coming into the pits out of 7th place. Sorry, he was in 3rd place before he came into the pits. Now he's dropped down to 9th place whilst the car kind of drops down through the list. But Wim's times were not of a pace with those of some of the other drivers in the cars at the same time. So he did lose quite a bit of ground. His average lap time's around about 2 minutes 19. Now if you compare those with, for example, the number 10 car, okay, Roland Eggemann, he's constrained to doing 2 minutes 13 as his minimum, but nevertheless, despite that constraint, Wim de Pundert was 2 seconds a lap slower than Roland Eggemann.
Just a quick update from Prep Tech UK Racing, a fan issue. They've hardwired it. Now, what I don't know whether that's the engine cooling fan or the driver cooling fan. We'll find out from our friends at Prep Tech underneath us, and we'll go down to Bruce Jones, who's back in the pit lane. So that's a full rotation of our pit lane reporters as well as we're into the 5th hour. Bruce?
Well, I never got any cake, but I'm with the right team. Prep Tech, Andy Mollison, was it the driver cooling fan or the car cooling fan you're sorting?
No, the car cooling. Having some issues with the water temperature and also gearbox temperature, so we're just trying to manage that. Just what we had to go into the pit box to check it out. Just reading far too high, basically. Whether it's actually or not is another issue. So.
Now, we had the incident on the Mistral Straight where the Ginetta, the Nova race, put a lot of debris out there. How easy was it to avoid that? Because you can run your own plan, and one little bit of debris can really make a mischief.
That was okay. It was quite far to the right, so it was okay. And you also got quite a lot of space down the straight, so that was fairly reasonable. And the code 60 came out very quickly for that as well, so it wasn't really too much of a problem. So it's fine.
Now, obviously huge speed differentials. You're in an A2 class, Prep Tech engine, Renault Clio. How easy is it to keep out of the way of the A6 cars?
Very difficult. A lot of them are very keen to come past the first moment, even if there's really no space to come through. So we're constantly having to look in your mirror and turn left when you should be turning right to get out of the way, and had to use the runoff a lot of times in that stint just to get out of the way and avoid an accident. So it's a bit unfair, but we try to do the best you can. So.
Well, exactly so. Well done. Thanks very much, Andy Mollison.
Well done, Bruce. We've sort of adopted Prep Tech as they're basically right beneath our commentary position. Under 20 hours to go now. At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans. It's John Hindhaugh and Paul Trustwell in the booth. Joe Bradley has gone back to the air-conditioned luxury of our crew, Bruce, and Martin Haven's gone for a coffee. Is Owen still here? Owen's still here, yeah.
Good 2.5 hours of daylight still to go, and possibly even longer than that. So with it being so bright and sunny, even when the sun goes down, it doesn't kind of instantly go dark, and it's not like some of those grey days that you get in the UK where it kind of starts to go dark before the sun even goes down. But it does mean that we're going to have some good, clear racing into the night. And say, as John was saying, with just the 2 periods of code 60 thus far, it does mean that we've been able to get on with establishing the pattern of the race. Certainly Ralph Bone has been able to keep going on his fuel.
I'm very impressed with the fuel on that.
Well, and the tyres. That he's been able to not have to worry. Now, admittedly, the temperature's going down a little bit now, but we weren't really up that high. I mean, it was, 25, 26 at the start of the race. It's now 24, so it's not dropping that much. And yet that Porsche has been able to settle down very nicely indeed on its tyres and not show the tyre wear that we've seen from some of the others.
I just wonder if the teams at the start of the race slightly overpressured their Hankooks because
part of it, yeah.
Because the air temperature was cooler, but with no cloud at all, maybe the track temperature was a bit hotter. And I just wonder if people got the compromise a wee bit wrong there, and that has been the cause of some of the issues.
I think you're probably right, John, and I think one of the good things about the Creventic series is that you don't have lots and lots and lots of practice. But one of the bad things is that from the team's point of view, you can't experiment quite as much because you've got enough to do all the time to get your drivers qualified. Oh, it's qualifying now. We've got to get the qualifying done. We've got to set a decent lap time. Now we've got to do the lights because it's night qualifying.
Yes.
We've got to get the lights pointing in the right direction. And you have to do all of that and somehow fit in the other things like working out exactly what tyre pressures you should be wearing. So we'll see how that goes.
The number 49 DriveX school car going nicely since its early problems, sitting in 41st position. Well, 19 and 3/4 hours still to go. Paul Ricard, the fabulous setting for this 24-hour race this weekend. Ridiculously low attrition rate at the moment. Just two cars that we are certain that are out. The Massive Motorsport, the Danish Aston Martin. Power steering fell on a spin. A spin for Ivo Brukers in the Mark Mazda, second in SP2. Lost it at the far end of the circuit from us through the hotel chicane area, coming down to the Camp corner. And now Sangbaum onto the Mistral straight. This is a car that has always looked lively this week around the rear end and a little bit on edge. Now some drivers like it like that, very pointy, backing the car into the corners, letting the rear end feel like it's going to overtake the front. But Ivo just caught out there a little bit. Managed to get it pointing in the right direction very quickly indeed. Ivo with his son Rick driving the 202 car, along with Rob Nairn and Ryan McLeod. Ryan, very familiar with the Mark Cars programme, been involved with it for a long time.
The car that I am slightly concerned about, John, is the Arthea Sport Porsche, car number 45. It's one of the SPX class cars, but as far as I can tell, and we perhaps need some eyes in the pits rather than just the timing screens telling us what's in the pits, but that's been in the pits now for an hour and a half, and obviously that's a fairly major problem for the Arthea Sport Porsche number 45.
Now, how are defending series champions in the pits for now 17 minutes?
No, it's actually back out on the track, John.
Excuse me. Yes, it's just gone back out again.
Yeah,
it was in for 17 minutes. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, it took me that long to find out what went wrong. Top of the front right anti-roll bar broke.
Ooh.
And they also had a problem with the the front damper broke. The rear anti-roll bar broke, not necessarily at the same time. They've had problems with the anti-roll bar before, but they've not had a problem with the top of the front damper. So they're learning as they go, but back into the race. One car that has possibly retired is the number 200 RWT Racing Corvette. It's in the final garage before pit exit. They've closed the door. I just had a look through the window. The bonnet's up, but nobody's home. So maybe it's just a supper stop, but I fear it could be rather worse. We could have seen the last of the Corvette.
Right, I have the purple Pentel of mild disappointment ready to go on that one, Bruce. Thank you.
Yeah, so
it was a shame for that car because they had been running well in class. It in fact led the class and led the motor race, the 200.
No, never quite led the race. It was second in the race, leading the class, but as a result of
there was a verbal question mark on the end of that.
I could see it in your face as well. It was in second place overall, and it was certainly at the head of the class in good company, because we've, I don't know if I've mentioned this, we've actually had 8 different cars have led this race at various points, and it's only just over 1/6 into the race. And I mean, I've talked about Creventic and the nature and the closeness of the racing, but to be able to get 8 different cars in the lead of the race, I mean, whether we'll get any more up at the front, I don't know. There's not really very many that can get there. But obviously a lot of changes of lead as well, 8 changes of lead, but with 8 different cars. I suspect that very shortly we're going to get another change of lead, because Ralph Bone at the wheel of the Precoat Herbert Porsche has now done 26 laps. He's on his 27th lap of this current stint, and that's going to leave precious little fuel in it, because remember, when he came in for his last stop, he was only able to put 50 litres therefore of his fuel into the car, which won't have given him a full tank full, but nevertheless he's been able to extend the stint, as I say, out to some 26 laps, and I don't think there's going to be very much more than that in the tank at the end of it. Behind him, Peter Cox still is closing the gap, has been lapping more quickly than Ralph Bone throughout. The gap was at 1:55. I seem to remember telling Martin when he went off for his cup of coffee, I think it was 1:58, something like that. It's now come down to 1:25, so 30 seconds of an improvement, reduction in the gap first to second has been achieved by Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, but at the moment the advantage that the Porsche has been able to establish at the front by virtue of the way it's chosen to do its strategy, pitting whenever we've had a code 60, which has only been twice, and then making another stop in the middle, which kind of panned out well, has enabled it to establish itself there, even though it's not quite as quick on a single lap or over the course of a stint than the Scuderia Praha Ferrari is.
Yeah. The 555 is in 5th position in class, 34th. This is the Team Africa Le Mans Ginetta G55 GT4. Welcome to the International Endurance Series, powered by Hankook. Terry Wilford behind the wheel as he swoops into the very long, in fact double right at Le Bourset. And welcome addition, as I say, to the series. Talked the team earlier on, very happy, enjoying the atmosphere in the paddock. There was certainly when we first turned up on Friday morning, Paul, a real carnival atmosphere in the paddock. There is a good camaraderie with this teams, within this paddock and between the teams. But I mean, very much a competitive spirit out on the track, which I kind of like. We've talked about, you know, sort of old school step back in time racing before now for a number of events that we've done, and this is the best of the old school racing, with plenty of vim and vigour out on the circuit, but also with respect and being able to have a laugh and a barbecue with your nearest competitors when you're off the track and the racing's over for the day.
Yes, I mean, an example of that, I went down into one of the garages yesterday. It was into the MSG Motorsport Porsche to ask the driver about the problem that the car had stopped out on the circuit and what had happened. And he was just sitting in a deck chair. He was quite happy to tell me all about what the problem was, that they were getting the replacement gearbox out of a spare car. They had a spare car. And then, just by way of making conversation with me, he then said, well, which team are you with? And I said, well, I'm not actually with one of the teams, I'm with the commentary team. Oh, right. But his natural assumption was I was just being friendly and coming around to talk and find out what his problem was.
Yeah.
And that I was just with another team.
Yes.
And that's kind of the starting point for the atmosphere that this series gives you, is that kind of everybody's in this together. We're all here to have a good motor race. and I think one of the things that Creventic understands is that in order to have a good motor race, you need actually to have competitors on a level playing field. You can't have cheating or unfair advantages or any of that thing, because it spoils the race.
Yes, and it spoils everybody else's fun. You're exactly right. The 43 Renault RS01, dubbed FGT3, the car that Renault Sport builds specifically for racing. There is no road-going equivalent of this car, although I submit to the court that it would make a splendid Alpine or Alpine road-going car. As into the pit lane comes Peter Cox from second position, while we're talking about the RS01.
Now, I'd have lost money on Peter Cox coming in before Ralph Bone.
Me too.
They both pitted at the same time. Both were allowed to take on only a half a tank of fuel, but Peter Cox's car already had half a tank in it, whereas the Porsche in the lead of the race seems to be manufacturing fuel as it goes around. Talking of going around, another spin for Ivo Breukers there. Ivo having another spin. Now he comes into the pit lane, and in fact, Ivo avoids the option of going into refueling, comes straight into the pit lane, and therefore up to the driver change or tyre change, whatever is required on that 202.
How long's he been in that car? He's not near his 2 hours, is he?
It's a good question. Let me look that one up. Let's look it up on the screen. Ivo Breukers at the wheel on that stint. No, it's a very short stint, in fact. 9 minutes only behind the wheel. So that's indicative that possibly, I mean, maybe again a problem with the tyre, but possibly something's broken on it, which is what's made it so lively.
Yeah. Through comes the 35 past us as the 14 heads onto the back straight. The 14 is Flick Haig now in second position. Has the 14 with Flick behind the wheel led the race yet? I don't think it has. It has.
It has led the race,
but not with Flick behind the wheel.
Not with Flick behind the wheel, I don't think it led the race. Between laps 61 and 66. That would have been with.
No, that was Flick. Yeah. Well, might well do that again if the 911 has to pit. The 911's just gone past us and heads into the first corner, as out comes the number one again. So that number one has been in and out. Sami Moutran behind the wheel. The IDEC Sport Racing GTE AM car came in the lead, lost the lead to the Eggieman Hofer Racing number 10 car. But now they've come into the pits for fuel, and they will try and get that Mercedes turned around and back around to retake the leading class by retaking 6th position in the GC, general classification. The Mehmet Ogilvy car, remember, was leading the class, trying to come into the pit lane. Top mount on the right front suspension broke, and that car has since been in again.
Correction, it was Edvard Stanstrom who was in Optimum Audi when it led.
Not Flick,
He led the race before he brought it into the pits to hand it over to Flick. Which is how
and
that
as she took it out, she'd already dropped back down the field.
Yeah, that's right.
Correct. Yeah, okay, I'll buy that for $1. Thank you.
Out of the pits comes the number 17 IDEC Sport Racing Mercedes, the car that switched from being an A6 Pro to being an A6 AM.
And it will regain the lead of the class when it has completed this lap, as the Hofer Racing car is still in the fueling bay at the moment, and therefore won't have got back out of the pit lane before that car gets around, I don't think, unless they are super quick doing driver change and tyres.
No, I don't think they will. Josef Kral is the fourth driver out of the four who's driven the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and he is now making his way around his out lap, having taken on a new set of tyres and taken over the wheel from Peter Cox. He wasn't able to catch up completely with Ralph Bowen. As I say, I thought that Ralph was going to be pitting first and therefore would hand the lead over to Peter Cox, even though Peter was closing on him anyway. He wasn't going to be able to close on him without the benefit of Bowen making a pit stop. Bowen has been, as I say, showing remarkable fuel economy out there. 31 laps now on this stint, and that's more than Optimum Motorsport went on a full tank of fuel. So the Porsche kind to its tyres and seemingly kind on its fuel as well. It's not using more fuel, it's just using it more efficiently.
Yeah. 10 Hoffa Racing car comes in out of 6th position. It was in the fuel stop, it's now in the pit lane. So we will wait for the 27 of Steph Cox to come round and take 6th. The 41, which is Bryce Bosey, the Luxembourg driver, should come through and nick away the 7th position. Oh no, they don't in fact, because Chantal Kroll is aboard, down and away. That was a very quick driver and tyre change by the Hoffa Racing team. So still leading the class, because the IDEC Sport car is nowhere in sight. Well, that's interesting. That must have been less time in the fuel. Yeah, 2:17. Scratch that. 5:15 for IDEC Sport. And where's the Hoffa Racing car? No, 5:01 for Hoffa Racing. So not that much difference. 14 seconds.
That's right, John. The difference has been that the IDEC car has done an extra pit stop because the Hoffa Racing car number 10 has only done 3 pit stops, whereas the IDEC car has just completed his 4th pit stop. And it's Gabrielle Abigail who has taken over at the wheel of the 17 IDEC car, and as you said, Chantal Kroll at the wheel of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, and that cycles through for Hoffa Racing as well. 4 of their 5 drivers. We haven't yet had Christian Franken. Oh yes, we have.
Yeah, he was in. Yeah.
It's Michael Kroll we haven't had yet, isn't it? Yeah.
Bruce has just told me in my ears, where else would he tell me, but not on the air, on talkback, that the 202 was in and out to check oil, the oil pressure warning light coming on round corners. So it sounds like they've got a bit of oil surge going on there. Maybe one of the baffles has gone in the sump area. Otherwise, they're getting oil starvation from the cornering forces. 202 still running well, however, and inside the top 25 at 4th position in SP2 has the Speed Lover Porsche right ahead of it on the timing screen. So when is the number 911 going to come in, Paul? This is extraordinary for Ralph Bowen. He's done how many laps now?
30. Well, he's only 33rd.
So that's effectively a full stint.
I wonder whether they might have taken on a full tank of fuel under the code 60, which has got me scrabbling for the notes to make sure that that rule is still there, because I don't think I dreamt it. It was certainly there in Dubai when I read the regulations, and yes, when you have a code 60 and you come into the pits, and there's a code 60 when you come out of the pits, you're allowed to put 50% of the maximum refueling into the car. and the maximum refueling for a Porsche in the A6 class is 100 litres. So yeah, they should have only taken on 50 litres.
And he's come in
at the same time.
He has come in, Paul.
Yep.
He's in at the end of lap 112, and Flick's come in from second position as well. Meantime, Bruce can update us. Hello, Bruce.
Number 45 Porsche has been retired with gearbox failure, but I'm heading up the pit lane towards pit in because apparently they're working on the Nova Race Ginetta.
Really?
There we are. Mike Simpson told me just about an hour ago that they were, well, that was not quite being put in a skip, but that was that for the day. But he said these cars are made of really, really strong stuff. And the Ginetta, we're going to go and have a look. They're working away. I asked him for the job list. He thought it was a rather long one, maybe not as long as they thought. So let's go and see.
Right, thank you. Remarkable stuff. The purple Pentel of mild disappointment has put a cross on the words G/box against the Althea Sport Porsche 991 GT America. It's the 4-litre flat 6 car. Gearbox issues for that car, leading to what has been described to us as a retirement. It joins Massive Motorsports Aston from much earlier on with a power steering issue. And I think those are the only two who are officially gone. If the 284 is still potentially, it lives.
I think the other one is the 200 Corvette, so that makes it 3.
All right, 200 Corvette,
which I say the evidence of the door coming down, whilst it isn't.
Yes, we haven't found out what has caused that, but the door was down, rather preventing any more inquiries by our pit lane patrol.
So the Porsche is still fueling, whereas Flick Haig has completed the fueling on the Optimum Motorsport Audi. So that indicates that there is a lot of fuel required for Ralph Bone.
There is work going on the Nova Race machine.
Who's that chap with his shirt hanging out?
Left front corner being bolted in. The HTP Motorsport Mercedes, the AMG GT. It's Ben Posey behind the wheel, sitting in 7th position. Very purposeful looking racing car, these new AMG GTs.
And I must admit, I do prefer the front hinge doors to the gull wings. I mean,
me too.
The gull wing
dramatic
has a certain emotional.
Yes.
Oh dear, that was a bit of a wide moment for Bosey as he went a long way off the track there, coming out of that corner. But no, I mean the gull wing has the emotional aspect to it, but I just think it gives a better shape to the whole car with the doors hinged at the front, and obviously from the point of view of entry and egress from the car, just as easy, and it looks more like a kind of car that you'd see on the road.
Joseph Kral in second position in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, just about to get back on the lead lap as the Vortex has gone straight on at turn 4, and it's a left rear suspension issue for the 209 car. And the 209 at the moment being driven by David Iraj Alexander, one of the 3 Swiss drivers, along with Tom Dyer, the American, who are in that car. Now that is going to be a very long way home for Iraj Alexander, with the left rear suspension having tucked under a little bit. The exhaust pipe on the left hand side of the car is grazing the ground as well. Still, believe it or not, 3rd in class, despite being as far down as 49th. Half the 5.8 kilometre lap still to go. Very purposeful looking car. Be very careful not to lock up, and he just has. But he's trying to stay off the track. Also scratching the rear diffuser. Oh, and the Presenza 112 car has come to a halt as well. Paul Sitter in the class and was a class leader, is the class leader, has about 3 minutes or so on the 171 Peugeot of Team K Reiser. Well, the 112 is running again. So what happened there? Christian Chikov, Danish driver. Now that's still not quite up to speed for my liking. Heads back towards us here at the end of the pit lane.
In the end there, John, the Porsche, the leading car, Robert Renauer, has taken the car back out again, kept the lead through its pit stop, and that's always a good thing if you can manage, and that's the first time that has happened, that any car has made a pit stop and kept the lead 4 hours and a half into the race, so an indication there of a significant advantage. But its pit stop was some 20 seconds longer than the pit stop for the Ram Racing Mercedes, which Flick Haig has now handed over to Ryan Ratcliffe. And Ryan's pit stop was actually a little bit longer in the end. So once they'd got the fuel in the car, they got the tyres onto the Porsche, and the driver change happened a little bit more quickly than it did at Optimum Motorsport. But the gap between first and second is now a battle between Robert Renauer in the Porsche and in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. We now have Josef Kral doing the driving, and I suspect that will probably be advantage Porsche and Renauer.
Prep Tech have let me know that the gearbox pump and engine fan were both sorted in the last pit stop. So that was the brief flirtation with the garage, their words on Twitter.
But they did have 2 pit stops,
yes,
John. They had a 17-minute one, followed by a further 2-minute.
Yeah, they hardwired the fan on the first one and then just had to make another little tweak. Arthur Olliman saying, lovely racing going on at a lovely circuit. Where are the spectators? Stands look few and empty. Stands are completely empty of spectators because there aren't any allowed here, Arthur. And in fact, that is probably the only reason that this event is going on at the moment. Most sporting events this weekend in France, with 3 days of mourning and a high degree of security, have been postponed or cancelled. However, this event was never slated to be a spectator event. The facilities here at RICARD don't really support spectators in a racing situation. We've had them here for parts of days when there's been a prologue type situation here for WEC, for example, but effectively there are no stands other than the 5 rows of seats opposite us that run the length of the start-finish straight.
There are some half reasonable spectator enclosures away to the left-hand side though, John.
I agree, and I know that there is an ongoing project to first of all get a Formula 1 Grand Prix back into France, and then potentially to bring it back here. It ran 14 times here down through the years, the Grand Prix, starting in 1970, I think. And it would be great to see this. The last Grand Prix was held here in 1990. First Grand Prix was here in 1971, French Grand Prix. And it just, at the moment, it isn't up to standard, really. Remember, for a long time under Bernie Eccleston's control, was not open to the public at all. It was a high test
high-tech test track and used specifically for teams to test and automotive manufacturers, and very tightly secured in that way. There are some good banking areas, and with a little bit of thought you could quite easily put some spectator areas in, but at the moment not, and this is not a spectator event, Arthur. So that's effectively the answer to that. We're coming down to 19 and a quarter hours still to run, and it's still the 911 Porsche of RICARD Herbert Motorsport that leads its class and overall here at Paul Ricard. Let's go down to Bruce Jones, who can give us the definitive word on the Nova Race Ginetta, which was involved in that nasty-looking accident earlier on. Bruce?
Our hopes were raised, John. We all got very excited that Nova Race might continue, but Mike Simpson's wearing his beach clothing, ready to head off. They're just fixing the car sufficiently so they can load it onto the truck, I'm afraid. Other housework, the number 208 Peugeot from Team Altran, broken drive shaft. They're fixing that. Behind me, the 209 Vortex, this evil-looking car. It's had all sorts of problems. Very early days in its development, and I'm going to go in and see what the problem is, but I feel it'd be one of many they have if they keep on going through the race. But conditions are perfect here now, but we're having a few falling by the wayside, I'm afraid.
Yes, thank you, Bruce. Well, the 208 is the interesting one of that. That's the 208 GTI of Team Altan. That car has been at the top of the A3 rankings pretty much all week, and has now given that A3 lead and second place up. Now, the good news for them is that the leader in that class is now the team car, the 205, which is still a 208 GTI, of course. And through into second place has gone the QSR BMW, the number 148 car, the M235 I Racing Cup car. It's one of BMW's single make races that was built ostensibly for VLN racing around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's the first time I think I've even mentioned that car's name. So, Bruce, just a quick update there before we come back for TV.
Yeah, quick word with David Iraj Alexander. Said they will keep going. It's a broken push rod, driver's side rear. They're fixing it, but as he said, they're just learning. But he's now just nipped out to go and have a quick shower, I think.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. That is the GPC Motorsport Vortex with the LS3 GM motor in it. The 202 back on the circuit. Ivo Breikers just struggling with that car a little bit, getting a bit lively for him. Second place in SP2, the leader in SP2, the Porsche Lorient 64 car is the 991 Cup car, and at the moment that car has Jean-Philippe Belloc at the wheel and is lapping in around a 2:19. Rick Breukers some 40 seconds behind and losing a little bit of ground that last lap. The car looks fabulous, but it still just looks a little bit unstable under braking. Far better than it was earlier on. The big 1.5 in the rear quarter window, indicating that it is 15th position overall. It is Alfred Renard behind the wheel of the RICARD Herbert Porsche, which has held its lead despite having its fourth pit stop some 10 minutes or so ago. Joseph Kral is the driver who is trying to chase it down and will come through to complete his 116th lap. Check that, 117th lap in just a moment's time. He is 64.5 seconds behind the leader. Extraordinary race this at the moment. Dan Brown now in behind the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes AMG GT in 3rd position.
He is, though, coming towards the end of his tank full.
And he's a lap off the lead, Paul, is that right?
Number 30 is...
Just?
No, not quite a lap off.
Oh, okay.
The lead. He's just on the lead lap, and he's a minute behind the Ferrari.
Okay.
However, the 4th place car, number 14, the Optima Motorsport Audi of Ryan Ratcliffe, is off the lead lap. So just the 3 cars on the lead lap. Although Renauer is probably getting very close to passing. Now there goes the Ram Racing Mercedes across the line now, completing its 117th lap. And any moment here comes the Porsche 911 then going through now to cross the line. It's nice when you can look out of the window and actually see the cars that you're looking at on the lap chart as well. And so that he goes through. Yeah, so the gap 1st to 3rd is not quite a full lap, but very close to a full lap. But as I say, Dan Brown coming towards the end of his stint in the Ram Racing car. Other than that, the 33 car collection Audi, that is already in the pits, number 33. The Pro Audi with Alexander Matschel behind the wheel at the moment, having just done a stint of some 37 laps behind the wheel.
The Preckert car, the Preckert-Herberth car, pre-cut Herberth car, I really like the colour scheme on that. It's super beautifully understated.
It's a boring white Porsche.
Well, it's not. It is and it isn't, Paul, because it's got little accents of grey and red on it. Very subtle. Almost very Porsche Motorsport, except Porsche Motorsport at the moment persists with that frankly awful colour scheme that you can only read from above with the black and white on it.
And even if you read it from above, you only get half of the words.
Because you've got to have all the cars together to make it spell the sentence out.
Yeah, yes, it's art.
On the front straight, 2 cars, and it's the 171, the leader, the RCZ Peugeot leader in their class, and also the TCR 125. That is the NKPP Racing, that is 2nd in their class. And they have come together coming out of the final just came together on the front straight and locked the front wheels together. Now the 125 was being driven by I think their 3rd driver, who is Rob Rapanga.
Yeah.
And the 171, which in fact has just lost the the lead there.
Jens Molgaard
has just lost the lead in A2, so that was leading TCR car and leading A2 car. Jens Molgaard and Rob Rapanga.
Code 60.
Code 60 is out, unsurprisingly. Looks like the Peugeot's taking the worst of it with the front of the car ripped off. The door is open and the medics already at both of the cars. Both drivers' doors have been opened. And this is going to take a wee time to clear up, I'm afraid, Paul, because, well, hang on, I can see one driver, and the one driver I can see already out of the car, the silver helmet, is that of Jens Molgaard, which I'm pleased about, because there was some concern there immediately as the medic got to him. He's talking to the team on the pit wall, a little bit sore around the hips by the movements that he is doing. The guys are making sure that everyone is safe before they take them out of the cars. They've got the fire tender pulling up alongside to help screen those cars off, but there is no sign of flame. That's just an intervention unit. It would appear that there's some concern over the driver of the NKPP Seat. That was a very odd...
Out of the car, John.
Out of the car as well? So both drivers, we think, now out of the car?
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Took my eyes away for a moment. Thank you. That is the best news. A very, very odd accident with two cars just on the brow of the, or just before the brow of the hill as you go over the start-finish line on the straight part, Paul, and it's actually right in front of us here.
Yeah, it was similar in a way to the accident that befell the Ginetta, in that two cars running side by side on the straight, coming together, and whilst you can obviously check what's in your mirror and check what's behind you, what you can't do is to deal with the car that's in your blind spot side by side with you. Code 60 inevitably being implemented, and several cars using the opportunity to come into the pits. Dan Brown, Ram Racing, of course. Again, he was one that really wanted a full tank of fuel, but he's only been allowed to take on half a tank because it's Code 60.
Yeah. Take what you can get. Now, Renard is due. Is not due a pit stop now, and in fact, he's only been in the car
6 laps,
quarter of an hour ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, will they pit this time?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Right.
It was 9 laps at the beginning of the race that they did. This time, as I say, only 6 thus far, coming up to complete his 7th. The Ferrari has already gone through with Josef Krah behind the wheel.
And by the way, I'm now fairly certain that the Porsche that was involved in the accident of the Nova Racing was the 35 B2F competition car, and not either of the HRT performance cars. They were fairly adamant it wasn't the 72 car. In fact, the 73 car is a different colourway. So if HRT is saying it wasn't that car, then the only other car with that form of colours is the 35. Which that was a long time ago and nothing has come of that, so I suggest that either the onboard footage or talking to the driver of the drivers and the team managers have not brought anything out, or they've decided there will be no further action because they couldn't identify the car.
Two flatbed units have arrived. Good that they're suitably named. Plateau 1 and Plateau 2 have arrived for both of the cars to be picked up and hoisted onto. So hopefully the pause will be as little as possible.
Well, just on 19 hours still to go then. So a couple of minutes or so before we hit that 19 hours. Well, what a shame that we've hit the Code 60. So it is Renard that leads. Renard that leads in the 911 Porsche. From Krah in second place in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So let's look back on some of the action, including the 284 getting tipped into that spin earlier on by the 35 car. The P2F competition, the car has been retired. Just 3 actual retirements at the moment. Massive motorsport with the Aston Martin. Power steering failure for that car. Gearbox for the Arthea Sport 45 Porsche GT America. And the RWT Racing team in the Chevrolet Corvette 6.2. We haven't found out where that one has left us yet. The accident damage on the Nova Racing 284 is the other car to have gone with front chassis damage. 8 different cars have led the race, and at the moment it is still the Precourt Herbert 911 playing the strategy perfectly from Scuderia Praha in second place. In the classes, it is Hofer Racing who leads A6 AM. APO Sport now leading the Porsche 991 class. Spark leading the SPX class. SP3 GR Motorsports. Well, what a shame for both of those cars. Both class leaders have been turned around in the most comprehensive of ways. Both drivers out of the category, out of the cars. And for those of you still with us on radiolemans.com and indeed on 24hourseries.com, let's just reinforce what we've said. We'll go down some more of the classes for you, as well as the standings at 19 hours or 90 seconds away from 19 hours. Whilst this is going on, it's really tight at the top of the field. Yes, I know it's a lap and a couple of laps, but remember, we're talking about 2 minutes for a lap around here. So you're talking about 2 or 4 minutes. That's barely a tank of fuel, in fact. Takes longer to do that. You're looking down through the top 10 at the moment. In 7th position, Hofer Racing lead the AM category. And if we go down to 12th position, our next class leader is APO Sport, leading the Porsche Cup class. The HRT performance car in 13th. So those cars have just swapped over, actually. And then SPX is Jean-Marc Gounon for Spark. In 22nd position, it is the B2F competition Porsche that now leads the 991 Cup class. That is the car that was involved with the 284 Nova race car earlier on. And behind them, the next class leader is the JR Motorsports BMW in 22nd position. Then in 26th position, and just taking that, is the new A3 leader, and that is the 205 Team Ultron, their team car with drive shaft issues. And finally, the Renault A2 is the 112 Presenza car, which we'd seen with a problem, but that has gone back into the lead after the crash on the start line. The Team K Reicher Jens Molgaard driven 171, which is coming past us now on the flatbed, looking, I'm afraid, not how it came out of Felici. The little RCZ, now about the same length as a Talbot Samba. So underlining our retirements, first to go, Power Steering took Massive Motorsport. We've had now the confirmation that the Nova Race 284 car, the accident that it had with the 35 B2F competition car, has taken that out. And the the Althea Sport 45 Porsche has had gearbox issues. That's taken that car out. And unspecified issues for the 200 RWT Racing team. The Corvette is out. Those are the definite retirements. 1 or 2 walking wounded with that. Paul Truswell will have a word, and then Martin Haven will be back with you here in the booth.
So safety car code 60, I should say, having been out for 10 minutes, and already both the flatbeds have removed the 2 cars that were involved. A lot of sand and oil dry cement dust going down to dry up the fluids that were left on the circuit, but fortunately, even though it's on a straight, there's a bit of a racing line, but that tends to be over to drivers left anyway. So I suspect that even though the fluids do need soaking up, it's not going to affect the racing line, and because it's on a straight as well, that will help. The rescue unit, the fire unit that has all the sand on board, has gone away. We've just left now with 24 marshals brushing the sand in, and I think the amount of time again that we're going to be under code 60 conditions is going to be less than a quarter of an hour, this being the 3rd such incident. But say hopefully we'll be able to get on with the racing very rapidly indeed. Pit stoppers under the code 60. We had the Ferrari, and that surprised me. I didn't expect the Ferrari to come in. Josef Kral came in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. That was close behind the Porsche leading the race, but now will have dropped back. The Porsche has stayed out for the whole of this time. We have had Stuart Hall taking over the Ram Racing Mercedes. We've had the SPS, that's number 30 car, the SPS Mercedes number 27 car. Stephanie Cox has been been into the pits and stayed in the car. And in the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, that car, number 41, has also made a pit stop whilst the Code 60 has been in place. Martin, hello.
Hello. Was low sun an issue in that incident, do we think? Just walking back down towards our booth into the sun and having to shield my eyes to see exactly what the state of damage was.
Indeed, yes. I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, I was saying at the time that in some ways it was similar to the earlier problem where sun certainly wasn't a problem, but it was a side-by-side kind of coming together, and a very similar side-by-side kind of coming together on the straight. But possibly as a result of drivers looking across for their pit board or just not being aware fully of what their immediate surroundings were. But I think that could, it's an interesting call because certainly, yes, I was out about this time yesterday evening and the sun is very, very bright. I mean, we're that far south that it is very, very bright. And
there's not a cloud or anything to dissipate it or to throw any shadow.
There's nothing in the sky at all, is there? Yes, and it's 7:30 in the evening, so that might have been an issue to an extent. Well,
I mean, the camera view of the damaged Seat is at head height, and you can clearly see that the sun is coming in at a very shallow angle. I mean, if you're a normal-sized driver driving a road car, you'd put your sunshade down and you'd probably still be squinting a bit, but the racing driver basically will be sitting solo in the car. He's barely seeing over the dashboard because you try and get the weight down as low as possible. So that could be a factor, and if it's not yet, it certainly is going to be before the sun sets. It will be low and flat. Well, to bring us up to speed on both drivers involved, down in pit lane is Bruce Jones. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, the good news is the car's very crumpled. Not so much the NKPP Seat, but certainly the K-Reiser Peugeot is way shorter than it should be. But both of the drivers walked unaided to the medical centre. Jens Molgaard out of the Peugeot, who's already walked up to his garage at pit entry. And I think the worst thing was the state of the car and the oaths that came out of the mouths of the crew, because I think they were both caught up with another car, and I have a feeling it might have been one of the A6 cars. It might have been the Hofer Racing Mercedes. I personally don't think the sun is as low as it low enough to really dazzle them. That comes at about 8:30. They've got somewhere yet, and the sun's relative. I think they've got a lot way. It's not as bad as you make it out to be there, I don't think. But I think they were both caught in someone else's incident. They were pinballs, I'm afraid, against the pit wall, because otherwise you wouldn't be crashing at that point on the pit lane, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. They're a long way past where you'd be accelerating off the corner. Thank you, Bruce. Both drivers safely out of the cars and in the medical centre. As you can see, Bruce down there in the pit lane, the Seat doesn't look perhaps irreparable. It depends what damage has been knocked on through under the bodywork, and that's always the signal issue. We go back to green flag racing after Paul will tell us a moment or two. It seemed again like about a quarter of an hour's worth of Code 60, and just for those of you new to the series and watching this for the first time, Code 60 is essentially neutralising the entire racetrack instantly with a mandatory speed limit of 60 kilometres an hour. So it allows the cars to maintain their position on track. Pit lane is still open. They come in and can take up to half their normal allocation of fuel should they require it, can do driver changes and so on. But out on track, cars are doing a very pedestrian 60 kilometres an hour to allow rescue crews to get on with their jobs.
14 minutes and 38 seconds. Now, you have an orange sticky somewhere that tells you how long the last Code 60 was.
14:34.
There you go. So within 4 seconds, exactly the same length of time to clear two cars that were off the track and damaged as to clear one car that was off the track and damaged. Now, that's got to be pretty impressive, hasn't it?
They were, in fairness, near to trucks and a pit lane wall entrance, but out on the back straight there, you see the Nova Ginetta went off somewhere where no one goes off, but then on the pit straight,
no one goes off.
Except at the start of a race.
Yes.
When quite often you need to rescue cars.
Yes, I mean, but to be fair, they did bring two rescue trucks along, two flatbed trucks came along, were in place very rapidly indeed. Yep. And again, the advantage of having concrete walls is that you are able to get away without having to have lengthy barrier repairs after you've moved the cars. So a total time under safety car than on...
We're getting up towards 45 minutes, aren't we?
Yes, we have
very close.
That's something to have worked. 37 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Well, the first one was quite a lot shorter. We've had two that nearly a quarter of an hour each. So, let's bring everybody back up to speed. As Adrian Renaud? No, I'm thinking of Adrian Cronau.
Robert.
No, it's Alfred Renaud.
Oh, sorry, the other one, yes. Sorry.
Alfred Renaud in the Preco Herbert Porsche. Car number 911 leads the race from Josef Kral, the young driver from the Czech Republic, in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, that 458 Italia. Third is Ryan Radcliffe, regular occupant of Optimum Motorsports Audi R8. He is third in the number 14 car. Stuart Hall, fourth for Ram Racing Mercedes. Stephanie Cox, fifth in the number 27 SPS Automotive Mercedes, and sixth is the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes, and that has got Chantal Kroll at the wheel of it. So two lady drivers, fifth and sixth at the moment. Wim Pundert, seventh in another Mercedes, that's the HTP Motorsport car number 41. Eighth is Car Collections Audi, that's the number 33 car of Peter Schmidt. Some of these names, I'm not familiar with the Christian names quite yet. Ninth is the number 17 IDEX Sport Mercedes. So top five, we've got two Mercedes, and in the top 10, we've actually got five Mercedes. In 10th place is Freddie Bart in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. Well, let's catch up with the incident that just brought out that flag. Jens Molgaard was driving the K-Reiser Peugeot RCZ, and Bruce Jones is in the pit lane with him.
Jens, I'd rather be talking to you in happier circumstances, but the good thing is you're okay, but the K-Reiser Peugeot is not. What happened? It was a start-finish race.
I don't know really. It's happening behind me, so I can't see it, but all of a sudden just crashed into my front, and I had no idea. I just have a second where I said, this is gonna hurt, and then crash. I don't know. Afterwards, the Seat driver, he said, I'm very sorry. I was hit from behind by the Mercedes, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't seen it on television yet, so I have to see it.
Really tough luck. But are you 100% okay? Just a bit shaken?
Yeah, I'm pretty stiff. Yeah. But it's okay. I'll live through it, and I'll be back sometime. And I'm sure this is it's just something that happens. So you have to get through this. So move on.
It is, but the race just isn't the same without one of our favourite cars, the orange K-Reiser Peugeot.
No, certainly not. That happens in motor racing sometimes. So sometimes you come out in the bad end, but it's okay.
It was your turn this time. Tough luck, Jens. Good to see you're okay. Thank you.
Thanks to Jens Molgaard. Thank you, Bruce Jones. Good to hear from the drivers. So Jens was the furthest forward of the cars involved. Got clattered from behind. Car came round from behind him, hit him, and he went into the wall. And as he was saying, the driver of the Seat came to him and said, I'm sorry, I got hit from behind. So, do we know which Mercedes was involved then?
Well, Bruce suggested it might have been the Hofer Racing car, which was the number 10. That car didn't come into the pits during the Code 60. Chantal Kroll is behind the wheel of it, but as I say, that was only a very tentative suggestion. We certainly don't know in short.
At some stage, somebody will know, because their car will have picked up a little bit of damage at the front. Interesting, Chantal Kroll in 6th place in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. In 7th, Wim Pundert in HTP's number 41 Mercedes. The Hofer Racing car has made 3 pit stops. The HTP Motorsport car has made 7 in the same period of 6 hours. I mean, that's really quite a lot. Not even 6 hours, 5 hours and 5 1/4 hours. So that's an awful lot of topping up of tanks for apparently no track position advantage.
No, exactly so. They've had a problem, and it might be worth one of our pit crew trying to find out what the problem is, if anybody from HTP will tell you, because the car came into the pits during the last Code 60 period, and it came into the pits twice during the last Code 60 period, and we assumed that was to top off the fuel. But at the same time, I do remember John saying that it didn't make sense because the car wasn't low enough to need topping off twice with 50% of the amount of fuel that it was required. It then came into the pits again after just 17 laps, and that was just at the top of the 8 o'clock. No, I think it was at the top of the... so it was 45 minutes ago. Came in for another pit stop. Again, just did one lap, came back in, and that was under full course green. And then just now it was brought into the pits again. So you're absolutely right to draw attention to that, and with all the other stuff that's been going on, perhaps we've missed it, but forgotten. Bruce is down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
If Bruce can wander up to HTP, which is right up at the beginning of the pit lane, I think he's not quite the first pits, but the second pits up at the beginning of the pit lane, and possibly Bruce will be able to elicit something from the HTP crew, although they do tend to be a bit stubborn with speaking German, but you might be able to find an English speaker amongst them.
Cards close to the chest, are you saying? Garage 2B anyway, that would be Bruce Jones's target.
Well, yes, and if we want Dipspat to do anything, then Bruce is definitely our man.
What, is Boris not free?
Careful. Anyway, so it is Alfred Renauer. Apologies, I misidentified him as being Robert Renauer earlier on in the race, but Alfred having his first turn behind the wheel of the race-leading Porsche, and at the moment he is lapping on average a little bit quicker than Josef Kral is in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Although Kral has been out less long, Kral came into the pits during that last Code 60 for extra fuel, whereas Renauer stayed out.
Battle shaping up just behind those two for third place. Ryan Ratcliffe, Optimum Motorsport Audi R8, Stuart Hall, Ram Racing Mercedes, and that is third and fourth, and they were separated by 20-ish seconds last time around. Stuart Hall went barring 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, barring 7 thousandths, exactly a second quicker than Ryan Radcliffe on the last lap. Now, of course, as we've said before, these things come and go with traffic, but at the moment there is a good little battle shaping up for third position. As we heard earlier on from Jamie Campbell-Walter, and in fact from Stewie Hall, basically the deal now for all of these cars, as with everybody else, is to try and avoid exactly what we've just seen cause the last Code 60 and the one before that, getting tangled up in somebody else's accident, get through, get to tomorrow morning, get to lunchtime, and then see where we are. Number 30 is the Ram Racing Mercedes in the Gulf colours, and so it has actually got Rofco on the bonnet, which is Roland Goethe's company or name of his collection of Gulf livery cars, but it is actually in full Gulf livery as well, with the Gulf sign writing on the roof where you would expect to see it. So it's a proper Gulf liveried Mercedes, and as a result presumably will then go straight into his collection with all the other Gulf racing cars. And Stuart Hall giving chase to Ryan Radcliffe at the moment. They were, in fact they are just ahead of Adrian. I'm going to have to stop saying Adrian Renauer and get into my head that it is Alfred Renauer in the race-leading Precoat Herbert Porsche, and that is 2 laps ahead of the battle for third place. So it's, if it gets by the Ram Racing Mercedes, it will put the Ram Racing car 3 laps down. 54 seconds now, the gap between Ryan Ratcliffe and Stuart Hall, and Stewie again was 1.4 seconds quicker than Ryan Ratcliffe on that lap. So coming down slowly but surely.
Only 2 laps is the...
Currently, yes.
No, but it's only 1 lap at the moment. It will only be 2 laps.
I beg your pardon, yes.
When it gets to
yes,
that.
I'm not reading properly, am I?
That's okay.
Oh, well, I don't know. I know Stuart Hall hasn't crossed the line to complete his 124th lap.
No, he is 54 seconds behind Ryan Ratcliffe in the Audi ahead of him. Anyway, I think we can go down.
If you wanted to get an answer about something Mercedes-wise, in lieu of Norbert Haug, you would go to Bernd Schneider. Bruce Jones has done just that.
Ben, the number 41 Mercedes going well in, I think, 7th place, but you made a lot of pit stops, 7. Is this a special tactic? Obviously, you know more about racing a Mercedes than anyone else.
Actually, it's not a good tactic if it would be our special tactic. Now we have a problem with the radio. The radio doesn't work since 2 hours, 3 hours now. And the problem is that the driver doesn't get any information, especially with code 60s. And with the refueling, we had a misunderstanding. And it's very hard for us now because this kind of racing, you should have good radio communication. And now we're running with, or we drive without the radio.
So what happens now? Do you run the rest of the race with you operating the pit board?
Yeah, that's what we're just looking for, what we want to do. But especially if there are code 60 issues, then it will be hard for us to react.
Okay, thank you, Bernd. That's the answer. Thank you.
I just wonder if they even have a pit board, because so often, I mean, looking down at the pit lane here, there's very few teams that are actually using pit boards, and the technology is so advanced. I mean, it's not none, but certainly not all teams are using pit boards, and a lot of it are doing it purely by radio transmission. So I would have thought that HCP would bring backups for such things, but the
problem is, if it's a failure of the unit in the car, that's all well and good, but you've got to rewire the thing in. I mean, I'm assuming it's hardwired rather than plug and play, because it's not a thing that normally goes down, I suppose.
No, absolutely, and they'll be relying on the radio, but what I'm saying is they haven't got a backup in the sense of using a pit board as a backup.
No.
And I mean, even that means, for the point of view of counting down to, I mean, never mind about code 60, yes, that is important, but also just counting the driver down to when he's going to come in for regular pit stops.
Yeah, they do have a pit board. We're just filming it now. Hopefully you'll catch the images in a minute. So a mechanic's been given the board, told how to do it. Hold it the other way up, sir.
Meanwhile,
it's old-fashioned.
In unrelated Mercedes news, two Mercedes just bumped into each other. Stephanie Cox in the number 27, the car with the dinosaurs on the back, was just in a little contretemps in the tightest corner on the circuit with the number 17 IDEX Sport Mercedes. Now, the 17 car is in 9th place, is on its 125th lap, and Stephanie Cox is on her 126th lap. So the IDEX car was just sort of unlapping itself. They rather fell over each other. I suppose in the way, Paul, that everything that you do with us is very digital in a way that frankly terrifies me even to turn around and look at it. It's almost like a black art, but you've got a notebook and a pencil and a pen and all of the other tools. Exactly. And so they do have a pit board, but it means that you have to come all the way around before somebody can hold out a thing saying box, box. And what it really means, and maybe this is somewhere that the system or the series might look at going, is having the onboard display that you have in World Endurance, where it flashes up a yellow zone or a slow zone, a code 60 logo in the driver's cockpit, and then there's no need for any pit-to-car communication.
Well, au contraire. I think what Bernd Schneider was talking about was not communicating to the fact of code 60 to the driver, because that's displayed with flags and such like. The problem the driver had was whether to come in or whether to stay out, whether to go in for fuel or whether he was what he was supposed to be doing, because he didn't know. He's only just got into the car. Does it need fuel? Does it not need fuel?
Yeah, I agree. Well, I suppose if he's only just gone in, I mean, you then have to have a bit of a team briefing and going, okay, our standard response is, if there's a code 60, anticipate that you're going to keep going, and if we want you in, we'll show you the box sign. Or you go the other way around and say, code 60, come in immediately and fuel. Whatever else happens, come in and fuel. I mean, you've got to have one or the other as your default, haven't you?
Well, no, because it depends how much fuel there is in the car. I don't think it's quite as simple as you try to make it. Yeah, go ahead. The other part of the problem, though, here, coming, and you mentioned the sun, increasingly looking into the sun and looking at the pit board, I mean, it is difficult when you're doing upwards of 130, 140, 160 miles an hour. It's a long pit straight. You've got a lot of speed. You've got to focus on a board which is stationary and which you're flashing past. So with the sun in your eyes.
They have to be idiot-proof messages in very large type, don't they? And the box, or that's it. Oh, whose teeth are these that I've suddenly picked up after dinner? Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing, the #1 Seat Leon Cup car. It is second in its class, 33rd overall, and it is not proceeding with vigour.
It's a front left puncture, isn't it?
Crawling round, it may well be, in which case he's doing a very good job. 33rd overall, so that's page 2, and it is second in its class and making its way towards the pits very slowly indeed, and successfully so. So the Mehmet Ogilvy car heading down towards the pit road. And it's Sami Mutran, I think, who is at the wheel. Yes, it is. And he's made it into the pit, so that is heading towards home. Now, my point was finally, if you've got no radio and they can't tell you, if a code 60 comes out, you have to have a basic standard default, which is either come straight into the pits no matter what, or come past the pit board at least once, and we will tell you what we want.
Yes, I mean, I don't think there is a basic default. That was the argument which we were having.
There has to be, otherwise the driver's going to come past the pit board anyway.
Yeah, well, exactly.
So that's your default, by not having a default.
Yes. There you go, got there in the end.
Yeah, by process of elimination. Eventually, Paul, I will catch up. Now then, the team manager of car 10 is to report to the race director. It might be about catering, breakfast tickets, it might be about their paddling pool overflowing, they might have left the gas on, they might not have picked up their mail. It might be to do with that incident with the Peugeot and the Seat earlier on. Now, we talked about the low sunlight, and when Bruce was standing in the pit lane, indeed when I was walking along, coming back down the pit lane up towards the booth, heading into the sunshine, it's not that low. And if you're in your road car with wipers and washers, and your screen was smeared with bugs, you could wash them off, and it wouldn't be that glary. But a lot of the screens, especially the onboard cameras, are showing us when you tack across the sun, you just get this white-out glare.
Ferrari.
Well, welcome back to our live coverage of the Paul Ricard 24 Hours. Somebody has just dropped another 50p in the meter. We had a slight technical glitch in the booth. Everything went dead. I guess you lost us as well as we lost each other. Nothing major happened though, Paul. We didn't go anywhere. So in fact, we're not back. We're still here.
Well, I stayed here.
No,
that's
yes,
what you do.
I ran away because that's what I do.
Yes, I was trying to compare the pace of what we've got Alfred Renauer at the wheel of the leading Porsche to the second-placed Ferrari, which is in the hands of Josef Kral, but he's losing ground to the leading Porsche, and not before very long, possibly in the next 5 laps or so, I think we may see the leading Porsche coming up to put a lap on Josef Kral in the Ferrari, so that might be something to keep an eye on. The fastest car on the circuit at the moment, in terms of its average lap time, to say, is Alfred Renauer. Stuart Hall going very rapidly in the 4th placed Ram Racing Mercedes, car number 30, and we were trying to work out how that is doing. It's 3/4 of a minute, 45 seconds behind the Optimum Motorsport Audi number 14 of Ryan Ratcliffe, and Ryan Ratcliffe is 1.5 minutes behind the Josef Kral Ferrari. So those are the gaps up at the front of the field. The closest of them is probably in the number 41 HTP Mercedes, Wim de Pundert, closing in on Christian Kroll, on Chantal Kroll, although Chantal Kroll, of course, running in the A6 AM class, is limited to a 2 minute 13 lap time, which isn't a limitation which Wim de Pundert has in the HTP Mercedes.
Chantal Kroll is doing 2 minute 18s at the moment, so she can find 5.8 seconds without exceeding their limit, or at least that was her last lap. But again, her prime directive, her absolute overriding directive, will be to bring the car back in one piece, as is every driver's. And if you lose a second a lap or 2 seconds a lap in traffic, making sure that you bring the car back in one piece, no biggie. Better to lose a couple of seconds than to end up in the wall somewhere because you've tripped over somebody else. And there are, as we've talked about, we go from 6.2 litre V8s down to 1.6 4-cylinder normally aspirated engines. There are a very wide variety of different cars out on these tracks, or on this track, and as we see from the onboard camera of the number 202 Red Camel Jordan's Mark Carr's V8, not everybody has the same level of grip. We just saw the Vortex looping around out of the Double Droit de Beausset, purely under acceleration because he's running out of tyre towards the end of the stint. Noises off were Mr. Jones B of this parish down in the pit lane, so we'll catch up with him in a moment or two when I find out exactly who he was lining up for a
I think it's Owen.
You think it's Owen?
Because Bruce is
it's Jones is behind me. Okay, well, downstairs then at Mehmet Ogilvy, car number 1, Phil Quaife is with
how are you?
Owen. Okay, Owen, let's hear from you and from Phil.
Hi there, I'm down here with the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy, Seat Leon and Phil Quaife. Phil, we just saw your car coming in. Was that a front puncher you had in that car?
It is, yeah. We picked up a left front puncher with Sammy in the car, and obviously from the accident on the straight just now, I think he's just picked up a little bit of debris.
Yeah. So no repeat of the suspension problems you had earlier on?
No, not at all. The car's running well. Unfortunately, the rear roll bar, also the brackets on the rear subframe broke, so we're actually not running with a rear bar at the moment. The front damper got replaced, so yeah, hopefully no more issues going forward, and hopefully let's try and catch the 144 seat in front of us.
Brilliant. And in terms of what effect on the balance of the car is running without the rear roll bar having?
Well, I personally haven't driven the car yet without the rear bar, but of course it's just going to be a lot softer in roll, and you know, we are going to struggle with pace going forward, but hopefully we can manage that.
Brilliant. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Thanks, Phil.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Well, what it'll do is it'll stop the car picking up the rear wheel so much, which means it won't be as sharp on turn-in, and in turn that will have a knock-on effect. It'll get less and less sharp in turn-in as the stint goes on, because it'll be rolling more on the front tyre. This is all about that rotation that drivers talk about. In the old days, they used to call it turning into a corner and going round it, but now it's all about rotation. And essentially, the stiffer the back of the car is on a front-wheel drive car, the more you can make it try and spin, if you like, and that alleviate some of the tyre wear on your front wheels, which otherwise basically get down to doing everything else. So disconnecting the roll bar would be something you do for an ultra high speed circuit with very little tight turning, or on a wet track particularly, to try and just soften up that rear end snappiness, but not what you want in hot dry conditions like this, because it is going to muller its tyres. As he says, they're trying to catch number 144. That's well, near stablemates, next door in fact, the RS Connect Leon in the TCR class. So they lead it from Mehmet Ogilvy by 3 laps at the moment. Yeah, 3 laps, give or take a little bit. So a good battle going on there. But again, with only 4 hours in the race covered, it means that, you know, there is still lots of time for other people to have potential problems. Paul Truswell points out it's 5.5 hours. I'm still, my on-air maths, that is my kryptonite. Well, that and logic and recollection of facts. Lap times in a go-kart. Joe Bradley.
Truswell's going to have a pit stop.
He hasn't gone. He's right beside your shoulder.
He needs to refuel, and he's going to be allowed his full allocation of fuel. There's no code 60s in sight, so he can have dessert.
1 whole packet of crisps. He's leaving the booth for food.
No, he's leaving the booth for food.
My word.
And I'm going to sit in and be... No, I am not touching any of Truswell's...
Houston, right. Woking, we have a problem.
There was less
Joe Bradley is sitting at Paul Truswell's station.
Let's get this right, though. Joe Bradley is wearing Truswell's headset, and that is it. Nothing else. There was less equipment used, less computer power used to land the Apollo mission on the moon than Truswell has, feeding him data on pretty much. In fact, is this only the one? This is just the 124-hour race that he's monitoring here.
This is the Air Portable.
Yes,
this is the Air Portable flyaway version.
It is. This is what he can get on a plane.
Well, that's what he can get in hand baggage.
Harking back to what you were saying, Martin, about you did say 4 hours in, but it's 5.5 hours in. But doesn't it feel like we've had, you know, a whole season of incidents? We've had a season of incident, and I know you guys have been speculating, because that's what we do.
Speculating? We've just been reporting the facts, ma'am. Nothing but the facts, ma'am.
Speculating on another 18 hours and 23 minutes, to be exact.
Well, you know, it's really speculation. It's like planning. God only allows human beings to make plans to give himself a good giggle. You know, there's one of the cars possibly that we might have talked about a bit in practice and qualifying would have been the Precoat Herbert Porsche, but I don't think any of us would have said, well, it'll have led half the race by 5.5 hours in, and it pretty much has done, and not just because they pulled a fast one in the first Code 60 and came in and were sort of out of kilter. They've got the speed of everybody else. Last lap, 209.7 for the race leader. There's not a single other car in single digits. The next fastest lap is a 211.3 from Stewie Hall in the Ram Racing Mercedes in fourth. Alfred Renauer has just gone within 8/10 of the car's fastest lap of the race. And this is just in traffic, in a stint, into the closing, into the setting sun. I mean, this is the stuff they've been banging in. They are as quick as anything out there on pretty much any lap.
This is the team that won at Zandvoort, though, isn't it, Mon?
I wasn't there, I don't know.
Right.
So
so I mean, you know, there's nothing untoward.
From the Ram Racing Mercedes, from the Hofers, from the Optimums, from you know, especially the return of Scuderia Praha. It's not a car that I was in very many conversations about. So for me, it's just sort of coming as this slightly left field appointment, which has taken up the running. In our top 10, one car on pit road. That's the 33 car collection Audi. And that was being driven by Peter Schmidt. So there's one pro in the car, Mark Basseng. He shares with Horst Felpermeyer Jr., Peter Schmidt, Oliver Bender and Alexander Matschel. And that is the bright blue with yellow highlights, Felpermeyer coloured Audi. And if anybody has been watching GT racing at any time in the last 15 years, if I say Felbermayr, you'll immediately think of a bright blue Porsche. Well, it's the same colour scheme, but these days on an Audi. Although the way Porsche are now promoting next year's GTE 911, that might not last for that long. The Horst Senior and Junior have been long-term Porsche fans. But there's all sorts of gossip in the rumour mill. 33 Audi comes out underneath me, and I think that's Mark Basseng back at the wheel. The driver hasn't changed over the indicators who's in it, but it did look like Basseng's helmet, so it might well be that he's back in the car.
I've just reminded myself, Martin, I knew they were quite dominant in the 12 hours at Zandvoort, which is a split race. It's a 3 and a 9. But they won by 4 laps, so you know, nothing out of character to be at the head of this field. And I'm not going to say dominant at this stage, because we still have over 18 hours of racing left. But you know, this car tends to sneak up. We expect to see the Audi R8s at the front. We expect to see the Mercedes AMG GTs, because they're at the forefront of GT3 technology and development. And there's the old Porsche 911 there, the GT3 Porsche, which I suppose you kind of think it's a bit long in the tooth, but it isn't, because it can still perform. Yeah, it can. It also got a balance of performance weight break before the race. It had 50 kilos taken out of its maximum weight. Now, whether or not the team could shed 50 kilos of ballast is another question. That's a slightly moot point. Didn't check with Precourt Herbert, and as a result, I don't know whether or not they were able to reduce their overall weight by 50 kilos or not. Right Turn Lover points out there's more computing power in an iPhone that was used on the Apollo 11 mission. That's a good point. I do remember them saying, actually, when the original jelly mould Ford, what was before the Mondeo? Sierra came out, that the ECU in the Ford Sierra had more computing power than the lunar lander, and the number of those you used to see on the side of the motorway was quite frightening. I mean, those guys, but 50 years ago, those guys that went to the moon were absolutely voyaging into the unknown with a wing and a prayer and a hope that they would get back. They didn't go to the moon in a Ford Sierra, though, did they? No, it would never have got there. It would have been broken down on the side of the M1. Now that we've got a floor tray come loose on a Clio. Ah, now I know which Clio that is, because it's one of 2 identical white team Clios, but they painted the front yellow for me. So that's the 112 Presenter Racing Team Clio. That's Luigi Stanco, Stefan Tanner, Stefan Yegi, Christian Dukov and Mikael Schaap. Now, last time I talked about that car, it's Mikael Schaap in the car, and it is... it's a driver that's not on my entry list. Oh, no, it is Christian Dykhoff. Now, he is in the 112. That's going to be making quite a racket. I'm not sure if he's eased off any of his pace. No, but because either you stay out and we'll fix it when you come in, or you come in immediately if you think it's that bad. But I think the team will have seen a shot on the screen, and it'll be going under the car. It won't sound great. It won't necessarily feel that bad, though. It's gonna really slow the car up, to be honest, man. That's like holding out a big wing vertical to your direction of travel and just dragging the air along. That floor tray creates what is effectively a flat bottom underneath that Clio, and it's a big parachute now, isn't it? The Clio's hasn't got a lot of power, so you need to block out all the gaps and crevices where the air can get to get the maximum out of those cars. That one's not even a 2-litre Clio, that's a 1600. So yes, it's got less than some of the other Clios. He needs all the help he can get then, doesn't he? Although he has still got more than our cake donators, because they're on a road engine now, aren't they? Yes, their racing engine, the PrepTech car number 167, their racing engine decided it didn't really want to race, so their spare engine is standard road car engine. So it is a 1600cc road car Clio stripped out, but with a 1600cc road car engine put back in. So yeah, it's not got the pace that they were hoping for. However, like everybody else in the field, if they stay out of everybody else's accidents, they've got every chance of getting onto the podium in their class.
They're in 4th position at the moment on pace. They only need somebody to have an incident in the next 18 hours and a bit, and suddenly bingo stingo, they're in the podium, or on the podium. We can see the class leader, it's not now the class leader in SP2, Rick Breukers. He is chasing, he's in 3rd place, Rick Breukers, in the number 202 Mark Cars Australia car. VDS Racing have another Mark Cars car, number 95, that is the Ford Focus. No, that's not, is it? Number 95, I'm going to have to find them on my list of things, and I'm failing rather pathetically. I found 94, I'll have a look on the big list. Mark VDS, it is a Ford Focus, it's the Panini stickers one with all the footballs down the side. That car is lying in 2nd in the SP2 class, and the leader in the SP2 class is Jean-Philippe Belloc. Yes, that is Jean-Philippe Belloc, and he is in the remaining healthy Porsche Lorient Porsche 911, which is the 64 car, right behind which Rick Breukers finds himself, and in fact he is about to go by, and is indeed going by, Jean-Philippe Belloc. Belloc's last lap a 2:19.2, Rick Breukers a 2:19.0, so Rick's been very close behind him and has finally gone by. Now Jean-Philippe wisely hasn't put up too much of a fight and let him go by, because all Rick has done is unlapped himself from the Porsche, and he is now all but a car length or two, still a lap behind the leader in the class. But you don't need much of a delay for that lap to vanish. It's not Le Mans, that's not a 7, 8, 9, 10 minute lap as it would be with these cars. That's a 2-minute lap here. So the Porsche driver, Jean-Philippe Belloc, not able to keep the Mark Cars Mazda V8 behind.
I do believe it's the longest circuit that we use in the 24-hour series. It's a 5.8 kilometre circuit, certainly over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, the faster cars, 2 minutes and 8 seconds at the moment is what they're lapping in, right down to 2 minutes and 17, 23, so 2 minutes 23. So it is a relatively long lap, nothing in comparison to the Nordschleife or Le Mans, like you said, Martin, but it's still a healthy lap, and certainly one to get your teeth into.
Down at Car Collection, Owen Mildenhall, we reported a couple of minutes, or 4 or 5 minutes ago, that the Car Collection Audi was in 10th place. But Owen, it's not only in the pit lane, it's in the garage, is that correct?
That's right, the car's just gone into the garage with a little bit of accident damage visible on the front of the car, but the guy seems to be working on the rear of the car. I've got Peter Schmidt with me here. Peter, what's the issue with your car?
I overtake in, I think, corner 4 or 5. I am much faster than the Porsche, and I give him flashlight, and I'm on the right side for right corner, and he's outside, and in this time I want to go in the corner. He touched me slowly, not big, and we make only a check. We have a little bit smoke from the tire on the chassis. I think now it's okay, not big problems.
Fantastic, very efficient pit stop by your number 33 crew, so hope the rest of the race is event-free for you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Peter Schmidt. So another car runs into a little niggle, and Joe Bradley, it's long-distance racing. If you have a trouble-free race, winner, chicken dinner, there's almost nothing that can stop you, because everybody's going to run into an issue in traffic, some damage, a bit of a glitch, a puncture from somebody else's debris. Nothing happens to the car, that's your dream day.
You know what, man, I think that's kind of like the perfect lap, isn't it? I don't think that it actually exists. And certainly not over a distance of 24 hours. There are certainly cars that are going to have issues and problems, or even problems within a team. And even if it's a car dropping off a jack or something, nothing over 24 hours is going to go absolutely to the edge perfect. You are going to have issues, and some of the issues, for instance, the brake problem on the pole car.
Yep.
They lost ABS because a chunk of rubber, a marble, as we know them commonly as, flew up and knocked the sensor off the hub, off the wheel, and so we lost ABS on that car. Now, that car has been at the optimum of its performance all week, through practice sessions, through qualifying sessions. car was on pole position, and in the first stint, there it was. You know, ruined it.
Absolutely.
So you're never going to have a perfect 24-hour race. You're going to have a good 24-hour race where the issues that you have to deal with are at a minimum. And you know what? Isn't that the measure of how the team performs? It's not so much how you deal with the good times. It's how you react to the bad times.
Yeah, and it's how bad the bad news is when it comes knocking on your door for the K-Riser team. Oh, and Scuderia Praha. So trouble has come knocking. Josef Kral, second place, and within a lap of the race leader, Albert Rennauer has now got a puncture and a missing front bonnet. And is that right rear tyre also looking squirrely, or is that just the angle of the dangle?
I think the right rear tyre looks well, but the car does look a bit squirrely, Martin. I'm wondering if it's
lost the bonnet. Has he got two left front punctures, left side punctures? It's down on the left front. It's lost the bottom of the splitter, or the splitter is the bottom of the nose.
No, I think that's the bonnet, Martin.
Yeah, well, it's lost the bonnet definitely, but there's no lip sticking out below the front air dam, which there would be, so that's gone as well somewhere. So something has taken out the tyre and torn off the floor, and the bonnet has blown out as well.
We were just talking about that very thing, about having a perfect 24-hour race.
Yep.
There isn't such a thing. And there is a car that's been certainly at the sharp end of everything since this race, and indeed during qualifying, and then going really well. A lap down off the leading Porsche.
Yep.
That would have been easy to address as and when during pit stop phases, etc. But now, now it's in a recovery
all sorts
phase.
of problems.
Yeah.
And the Grasser Lamborghini, which is in the pit lane at the moment, Ralph and Eichen closes the door. That had a problem early on as well. Had a puncture, not so much of a drama. Lost maybe a lap coming in, but then the air jack system wouldn't work. One of their air jacks had been damaged, and they lost half an hour changing that, presumably because there was the danger of the system pushing one of the other ones down into the track when they were doing 230, 240 kilometers an hour. That doesn't even bear thinking about. That would have been a genuine Hollywood movie style stunt crash. So they spent half an hour replacing the air jack that was damaged, and as a result, you know, they're Nowheresville, Arizona. And when Josef Kral gets back to Scuderia Praha, I was contemplating by remote control making Owen Mildenhall run all the way down below us to find out what had happened at 155, the Motor Easy team, because their Seat has just gone back out. Alan Prosser tells me, or somebody told me, after Josh Barrett, after a 59-minute pit stop. We will go down and find that out, because we need to drill a hole in the floor and just shout down, "Hey, what's up?" Because they are literally below our feet. But we'll find out from Owen, who I hope will be stationed by the number 11 car, Garage Scuderia Praha, which is up towards the posh end. That's Garage 5. I knew you would be, Owen. He's telling me he's there, ready and waiting to go. So as soon as they come in, and it won't be long, because he was off the Mistral, I think, the last time we saw him.
He's lost a lot of time, Martin.
Yeah,
he was only off the lead lap. He was only a lap down. He's now on 138 laps, whereas the leading Renault Porsche is on 142.
Right, he's in the pits, but his bonnet isn't. His bonnet is by the chicane on the Mistral. Okay, let's get straight downstairs. Owen Mildenhall, you've got a very damaged Ferrari. Tell us, what does it look like on the driver's side?
So on the driver's side, we've got a rear puncture, but strangely the front bonnet is missing, and also on the front right, the winglet's missing as well. So it's a strange mixture of damage, because rear puncture, but yet front damage. So I'll try and find someone when they stop fixing the car.
Yeah.
I'll find out what happened.
So is Josef Kral staying in?
No, he's getting out. I'm just trying to see who's getting in. It's Matteo Macchelli getting into the car.
Okay, well, Josef will give you a very straight answer. And they are back in the garage. We'll wait. Holler up, Owen, when you've got a quick chat, because I'm sure Josef will, A, want to debrief with the team and roll his overalls down and cool down a bit. But, yeah, left rear punctures it came in. but also the bonnet had flown off, and you sort of wonder whether the bonnet flying off maybe put the car into a spin and maybe spinning over. I mean, when we were on our track walk yesterday, Joe, and with Owen and Bruce, you know, not just the stripes that we know are grit-filled, tungsten grit-filled for abrasion to slow cars down, but also all the black bits between the red stripes and the blue stripes are also highly abrasive. And drivers have told us over the weekend, you know, from previous experience, you can go offline once or twice, but if you go 3 or 4 times offline, you rip your tyres to ribbons, and if you spin, then you really will rip your tyres to ribbons. It might be enough to take it through and deflate it.
I think we decided, Martin, if you were to drive the car literally in a straight line across the off track and across those blue stripes and the red stripes, and of course the blue stripes is a rough tarmac.
Yeah.
The red stripes is extremely rough tarmac.
Yeah.
And if you drive in a straight line, you're actually going to lose rubber off the tyre.
Yeah.
If you go sideways and slide the car, you're going to be going some lick, the grip factor from that tarmac, but you are literally going to shred the rubber on those tyres.
Yeah.
So the last thing you want to be doing is going off track. What a great idea, though. What an absolutely fantastic idea.
You know, the whole idea was to make it a test track that you could use 24/7 without the need for gravel traps. Well, down at Scuderia Praha, Owen Mildenhall with driver Josef Kral. What does he know?
Josef, obviously your car's just come into the pits with a rear puncher and the front bonnet missing, so we wondered what was the cause and what was the effect?
Well, I have to say that was quite an eventful stint, because it was just the bonnet flew off when I was following one of the Porsches. Just flew away, and yeah, we were just trying to find a solution. But unfortunately afterwards, just 2 laps after, when I was coming to the scene, which is the fastest corner here, I just lost the rear because of the puncture, so I had really big time in that moment. But hopefully we can sort it out. Guys are working on it, so hopefully we don't lose that much time. Well, let's see.
Okay, that sounds like a pretty scary and pretty busy stint, but you guys have had some amazing pace, and we've seen a lot of punches throughout the race so far. Are you having to manage the rear tyre quite heavily in the stint, or are you guys okay so far?
Well, I have to say that I was doing my best. I didn't really take too much of curves, and and unfortunately this happened even in the entry of the corner, not even on the exit curve, nothing. So I was really doing my best, and I have to say we struggle more with the fronts than with the rears. So for us it wasn't really the issue what we were really expecting, and well, it happened. So sometimes it happens and you never know, because it's motorsport.
Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, Josef, and good luck with the rest of the race.
Cheers.
Thank you, Josef Kral. Thank you, Owen Mildenhall. Well, turning into senior and then the left tyre blows. That's fresh overalls all round, isn't it?
He must have us piped into the car. We're talking about issues and problems occurring, and then the bonnet flies off for no reason whatsoever.
And it wasn't an out lap, and he'd been out for half an hour. So that's all, you know, things that happen to you, and that's all part of this endurance racing. Sometimes it's just inexplicable, and stuff that you would write down that happened for real in real life would get tossed out of a movie script for being too fanciful. What it does mean is that Stuart Hall now moves up into 3rd place. He's in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, the Gulf-coloured car, just going by the Felbermeyer Audi, which is the car collection car. Oliver Bender is at the wheel of that car. That's now dropped out. Well, it had dropped it out of the top 10 to 11th place with its slightly elongated stop, which it's just had, which Owen reported on 5 minutes. It's Owen. That's what it is. It's Owen Mildenhall. He's your jinx.
There you go.
I've been Sam Bird's jinx all his career. Owen Mildenhall is clearly the curse of the pit lane, because he has jinxed car collection and now not Hofer Racing, Scuderia Praha car, which already dropped to 7th place. If it loses another lap, it'll be out of the top 10. No, if it loses 2 more laps, it drops out of the top 10. If it loses 3 more laps, it will drop down to 15th place. And it would be 9 laps off the lead. Well, I was talking to Josef and Peter Cox when they were sitting on the pit wall. The car was on the grid ready to go, and they were hopeful of a trouble-free race and a good result. Unfortunately, trouble-free not. Good result you're now going to have to judge from how far back you drop to how far further back up you can get. Changes in the field further back as well. Let's just document quickly that in the SP2 class, Rick Broikers ahead now of Ryan McLeod. So the two Mark VDS cars have changed positions. The 202 red Camel Jordan's Mazda V8 has got in front of the VDS Racing Adventures Focus V8, essentially the same car with a slightly different looky-likey body shell on top.
Isn't Ryan McLeod also in the car ahead of him, the 202 car?
Not at the moment, no.
No, not at the moment, but he is driving both of the cars during this race sometime. So I wonder how he feels right now. So he's gonna.
Beauty, mate. I'm still second and I'm still third.
Yes.
I've got two podium positions. What's the worst that we'll not even go. We won't answer that question until the end of the race. The car that they are chasing that is the leader in SP2 is currently Jean-Philippe Belloc's number 64 Porsche Lorient Porsche. They're on... No, they're not. The other two cars are still a lap behind it rather than 2 laps behind it. I think they're about a lap and a half behind it now. And Belloc's car is lapping in the 2-minute 22s, and the others are doing 18s and 20s. So it's a long chase. It's a chase of a couple of stints and more, but at that rate of catching, they will catch.
Martin, while we're having a look down the timing screens, the leader in the 991 class is the number 73. That's the HRT Performance Porsche, and that has Artem Solofiev.
Yeah, exactly.
At the wheel of that car. Now he is on where I've just lost him now. There he is, and he's on. Where's his laps?
Lots of entries. Solofiev.
He's on 137 laps, and James May in the APO Sport Porsche is in second place in the 991 class.
1 minute 22 behind.
1 minute 22 behind.
Yep.
So as ever, the 991 class proving to be arguably the most competitive, because it tends to have at least the 3, maybe 5 cars on the same lap and evenly spaced, and anything can happen in the next 20 hours.
In the pit lane at the moment, Ryan Radcliffe from 3rd place in the Optima Motorsport Audi R8, and that car is fueling, and I have just whistled up Owen Mildenhall to go and check out with them. Josef Kral, or at least the car, is back onto the pit apron. Matteo Malucelli is the man at the wheel. He started the car, so we've cycled round through their drivers. Matteo ready to go back out. Also getting fuel is our SPX class leader, and that's that grey with bright Dayglow highlights Spark Motorsport Porsche, and Jules Gounon, son of Jean-Marc Gounon, is the leader in the SPX class. Our 3rd place car then, Ryan Radcliffe, loses 3rd place to Stephanie Cox. He is coming down to the Optimum Motorsport pit in the orange, black and white Audi. So Owen, he will be with you very shortly indeed. Once he's out of the car, let's see if we can catch up with Ryan and see how things feel at the sharp end of the grid. Another couple of little housekeeping notices. As Matteo Malucelli goes out, so too did Wim Pundert, who I'm not sure stayed in the number 41 HTP Mercedes, because he's done at least a stint and a half already, but whoever got in may not have remembered to turn over the driverometer to let us know who's in. And it was Clement Schmidt before. I think it's quite possibly Bernd Schneider at the wheel. Down below us, while Owen is lining up interviews, is the OCC Lassic Racing Porsche. The number 231 car comes into the garage, and out has got Farid Ali, and in fact Farid is standing right below me looking at the car, and they are strapping in somebody, but I didn't see who was getting in. They are also looking at, well, they're gaffering something together inside the car, so that's your classic not a work of a moment pit stop going on there. But that car is still faring pretty well in its class. 231 is in 5th position, the SP3 class, which is being led by Koen Bokarts in the JR Motorsport BMW. That's 103, their less troublesome car. Frederick Ross in Alfab's Racing Porsche. Number 236 is second in SP3. Third in SP3 is Martin Lanting, the multimillionaire Ferrari fanatic. Those are all his nice Ferraris out the back there, Joe. The FF and the Bread Van. Oh, yes. He's in the second JR Motorsport BMW. That's third in SP3. And 4 completists, fourth in SP3. That's 555. That's the Team Africa Le Mans Ginetta. And that has been driven by Greg Mills. So that's your SP3 class, which is predominantly sort of a touring car class with BMWs and Porsches and Ginetta. It's touring car-ish.
Well, Martin, the number 11 Ferrari, the Scuderia Pro Ferrari, lost 12 minutes and 4 seconds. That's effectively 6 laps. It's now 7 laps off the lead lap, and Malicelli is now on a recovery drive. Last lap time, or best lap time for that car, 2:08.5. We'll keep an eye on Malicelli and just see what sort of pace he's lapping at. Will give us some idea if he's going to actually be able to recover towards a podium for that car. And with 20 hours and 34 minutes remaining, literally anything can happen. Anything can happen to the cars in front.
Okay, so I'm down here in the pit lane with Ryan Radcliffe. Martin Haven doing the commentary asked me to come down here and ask you what it's like at the sharp end. So obviously that was a pretty good stint for you. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, the car feels really, really, really good. So balanced, easy to put in the times I was doing. Just so easy to be consistent. I really enjoyed myself out there. I thought it was going to be so much hotter than it was, but it's the first time I've ever used a cool suit, and I think it's a fantastic thing. Really, really enjoyed myself.
Yeah, you do look remarkably fresh for a man who's just got out of a very powerful GT3 car.
Yeah, I mean, I did Blancpagne last year, and after an hour in the car, I got out, and I didn't want to get in the car again. But I mean, now it feels, I feel really, really good. I think I got a couple of hours off now, and then I'm doing a double stint tonight. Then when it's a bit cooler, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, now we're obviously driving into the night later on this evening. A lot of the teams struggling with rear punctures and with tyres. How are you guys coping in terms of your tyre wear? We're struggling a little bit with grip on the rears. I mean, it's sliding coming out of the slow stuff, but you've just got to manage it. You've got to kind of be a bit more gentle with the throttle coming out of the slow stuff. So that's just what we're doing. We're telling each driver that's getting in the car to just manage the rear tyres, and that's why we're still doing the times at the end of the stint as we are at the start, really.
Fantastic. And once you get into the night time, are you hoping to be able to extend the tyres into second stints?
I don't think it's worth it, to be honest, because we're going to be changing the drivers, and it takes just as long to change the drivers as it does to change tyres, so you might as well change the tyres and have fresh.
Makes absolute sense, and hope you enjoy your next stints as much as you have this one. Thanks very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, and he looks fresher than you, mate, and all you've been doing is wandering up and down in the sun. How can he look that good after getting out of a physical sweat box and being rocked around for an hour? That's
because he looks about 12.
Well, I know he's young and healthy, but is it the cool suit, Owen? I mean, is that a big difference, do you think?
Yeah, I think it does make a big difference. I mean, clearly someone like Ryan, who's a semi-professional GT driver, he's going to be spending a lot of time in the gym making sure his fitness is correct, but he was raving about the cool suit, so I think that obviously makes a big difference.
Yeah, clearly does, does. Excellent stuff. So, fresh as a daisy, and that car has now dropped down to just 4th place. Joe Osborne is back at the wheel. Joe Osborne has had a couple of really good race weekends the last 2 times out in British GTs in the BMW Z4 he shares with Lee Mole. And definitely in that Audi, they are looking, if they get a clean run for the next 18 hours, at being on the podium overall here. That's looking, well, I don't want to curse them, but that is looking good.
Shh, don't do that.
I know.
We've got a question tweeted in by Right Turn Lover. He's asking, Roald Gotha, has he already been in the car? The answer to that is yes, he has.
Yep.
And then what is his minimum driving time? So that is, what's the minimum driving time of the AM driver in that lineup, or any AM driver for that matter?
In an AM lineup, they must do 12 of the 24 hours. So if it's one AM driver, then that's a lot of driving.
Yes,
that's not quite correct, is it? That sounds ridiculous.
That sounds
he can't
ridiculous.
Be doing all 12, but I think he has to do. if there's one, I think if we had this conversation with Paul and I half remembered it, don't I? I think if there was 2 AM drivers, they basically have to do 12 hours between them. So it makes life quite tricky. But Royal Goethe has been in. We will get Paul to answer that. Oh, there is number 64 Porsche facing backwards, but there is also trouble coming to JR Motorsport. One of their BMWs has broken a left front track control arm, and that is 102. That was their more troublesome car. That is Martin Lanting, who lies third in the SP3 class. Koen Bokaerts leads SP3, just a lap ahead. And Lanting, there's been contact on the left front corner. It has peeled back the front of the wheel arch. It has damaged the bumper, and it has also broken the steering arm. So Martin Lanting is driving off track down outside the white line on the Mistral, and is heading towards JR Motorsport. So Joost and the boys down at JR below us again are going to be busy boys. And we still haven't caught up with what happened to 155, why they were in for an hour. We might have to... actually, you know what? Owen might have to come down to the cheap seats. I'm not sure too many of the leaders are coming in, but the garage is below us. Oh, I can see him from here. He is walking down this way. That Hankook tyre is a very good identifier. 102 is coming in, Owen, you're right there, but before they come in, come further down to where 155 is, right below me. This is radio at its finest.
It is, isn't it?
Come right down to where 155 is and see if you can find out from them why they lost an hour with their Seat. It's the blue and white car. 155, if you're looking for the hoardings, is the Motor Easy Racing team. Joe Fulbrook, Aaron Mason, Simon Tomlinson. Find out what happened to them. Do I mean 155? I suddenly now think I don't. I might have to have a quick look back on the Twitter feed. While we're doing that and waiting for 102 to get in, Joe Phil very quickly. 963 Lamborghini has been spilling something. I've noticed that a couple of times on the straight, and I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, 155 had a 56-minute pit stop, Owen. They are back out, but I wonder what it was that took an hour to fix. 102 is coming in, and as our cameras pick it up, the LED indicators in the rear window that show its track position or its position in the race are just going click 23, click 24, click 25, click 26. Yeah. As we've watched it, in that period of time, he's lost 4 places in addition to the other ones that he had lost. So he's gone down to 26th position as he comes into the pit lane, doesn't bother trying to negotiate the pumps with broken steering. He comes straight down the pit road. So he will be below us in a minute or two. And there has been 64 Lorient Porsche has dropped down half a dozen positions in the SP2 class. It's gone from the lead to 4th place as it has made its pit stop. So Rick Breukers is now leading SP2 in car number 202. But having just summoned Owen Mildenhall down below us to the cheap seats, the race leader is coming at the expensive end of the pit lane. Alfred Renauer in the Precoat Herbert Porsche is at the fuel pumps. That is now their 5th stop. And that should just vault Stuart Hall up to the lead. Out goes car number 17. That's the IDEC Sport Mercedes. And you remember a couple of minutes ago I said 41 had gone back out and it hadn't changed the driver over, and I guessed it might be Bernd Schneider. Well, the timing system now says it is Bernd Schneider, so he's remembered to, or the team have told him to, switch over the driver ident, because there is a drive-through penalty or a 30-second stop and go or something if you fail to do that when you change drivers. You must notify who is in the car, because there are time limits for who's driving when. And if you don't change over the ident, that is seen as potentially you could be cheating on your time limits. Not that you are, but potentially you could be, so it is strictly enforced. So Alfred Renauer, the race leader on pit road. Stuart Hall lies 2nd for Ram Racing, and Stefan Cox lies 3rd for SPS Automotive. So Mercedes, it's going to be Mercedes 1-2 in a lap.
just had pictures there of Stewie Hall in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes being very, very forceful in a gaggle of Porsche traffic that he was lapping, having to go round the outside of a couple of cars. I think he didn't have a choice, Martin. I think he was committed so much that he just had to go with the flow and ended up on the outside and went all the way around the outside at the penultimate turn.
I have to really, you know, if you're going to win this race and you're in the, and they're in the hunt, I mean, they're really in the hunt, you have to take those chances, especially when you're a pro and a former world champion like Stuart Hall. So they were the GTE AM World Champions, weren't they, in the first year of the World Endurance Championship a couple of seasons ago. He, Roel Goethe and Jamie Campbell-Walter. And as Jamie told us earlier, his first race in a year and a half, maybe 2 years, but not his first International Endurance Series Creventic race. He's run the Dubai 24 Hours a couple of times and won at least once. I think maybe he said he'd won it twice. Screen tear-off being ripped off the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy Seat Leon. Their car is back in the pit lane. Sami Moutron is out, and I think that means Ramsey Moutron, or I'm not sure if it's Ramsey Moutron or Phil Quaife. I missed that getting back in. But again, that indicates just how filthy screens are getting and what effect the low sun is having, because they don't have windscreen wipers or washers to clean the windscreen as you would on your road car. So like the old driver's visor tear off of old, they have a sheet of plastic over it and they peel the whole thing off. Stone chips, dead flies, oil, spray, muck, gunge, clear as a whistle for the new driver.
But anyone who drives a car, Martin, knows when the sun is going down and it's right on the horizon where it is now. If you have any flies, if you've been doing some motorway driving and the sun shines on that screen, you cannot see. And it's bad enough when you're overtaking a heavy goods vehicle on the motorway and you just have to keep the steering straight. These guys are looking for braking points and points of reference to turn the car in at speed.
And if you're passing a heavy vehicle on a motor, obviously the closing speed is only a maximum of 14 miles an hour. Obviously, officer.
yes.
Whereas here, it'll be
50.
In some cases, some places on this track getting on for well over 100 kilometers an hour of closing speed. You're looking at a 1600cc Renault Clio versus a full-on GT3 monster like a Mercedes or an Audi or a Porsche. That's a lot of closing speed differential. So yes, Stewie Hall is pushing on. At the line, he was 7 seconds behind leader Daniel Alleman, who has now left the pit lane, taking over the 911. So I'm going to have to wait a lap because my brain is not clever enough to work out whether Stewie is now in the lead or only on the same lap and nearly a lap behind. Stefan Cox, she also came in the number 27 SPS Automotive Mercedes. Hofer Racing, Chantal Kroll brings the car in and she gets out. And that means getting into the number 10 is, I think that's going to be Michel Kroll. So I think Michel Kroll is getting in. Yes, he is. So Michel Kroll gets in, taking over from Chantal. Stefan Cox has stopped from 4th. So our 2 lady drivers at that end of the field. In fact, if Flick Haig had been in the Optimum car, we'd have had 3 lady drivers in the top 5 at that stage. Flick wasn't. But she has been in the top 3 when she's been in the Optimum Motorsport Audi.
Let's not forget, Martin, Chantal Kroll is our current driver champion. She is the reigning driver champion, Michael Kroll. Her father is getting into the car, as we see there, already in the car now. Now that number 10, Hofer Racing Mercedes, is currently the leader of our AM class, our A6 AM class, which it's effectively a GT3 AM class.
Yeah, absolutely.
And always strong running from the Hofer team in every single way, not just on the track, but in the pits, the way that the team run, very, very efficient in their operations. And of course, that's the SLS Mercedes there, the older version with the gull-wing doors, which we see a fine example there on our screens. A little bit of a problem, it looks like. Michael saying maybe
helmet not plugged in, probably.
Yes,
so he couldn't hear them saying go, go, go.
Yes.
So that might well have been the... Stuart Hall now has the lead of the race for the Gulf Ram Racing Mercedes. Daniel Alleman second. as Stewie came across the line. Joe Osborne third for Optimum Motorsport. Stefan Cox is out of SPS's fourth place car. Chantal Kroll hands over to Mikkel Kroll at Hofer Racing, the number 10 car that we believe may have been the one that triggered the 3-car or 2-car pile-up that cost us the K-Riser Motorsport Peugeot RCZ and possibly the Daktari Seat as well, but that's not, it hasn't come back, but it hasn't not come back, sort of, if you follow me. Stuart Hall, the race leader, for 1 lap onto pit road. He turns hard right to go down towards the fuel pumps, hard right again into the paddock area. And this would normally be sort of Parc Fermé through the gates, a narrow, just enough wide for 1 car to go in and 1 car to come out at the same time gateway. And as he does that, Daniel Alleman in the Precoat Herbert Porsche will race to the line and retake the lead. So Stuart Hall came across the line 27.6 seconds in front of Daniel Alleman. Joe Osborne, 3rd place for Optimum Motorsport. In fact, Daniel Alleman does not retake the lead on this lap. It'll wait until he comes round the next time, by which time Stewie will maybe be nearly finished fueling up, but when then they have to still go and do the driver change and the tyres and so on and so on.
He's actually popped into the lead, Martin, on the time
indeed,
screens.
yes, he has.
He has popped in. Just 5 minutes into his stint is Alleman. Let's see how Stewie Hall and the Ram team can maybe eat some into the time if they can get in and out of the pits quicker than a 4 minutes and 56 seconds. They're going to gain that as track time, because that's the amount of time that the Alleman Porsche, that's the Precoat Herbert Porsche, lost in the pits. And I believe, I'm not sure what the gap was when they came in. I think the Porsche was a lap ahead. It was about a lap ahead.
It was about a lap ahead, so we'll have to wait and see exactly how that works out, exactly so, because they'll both have taken on the same amount of fuel in essentially the same time, so it should be on as even. Joe Osborne still 3rd in the Audi, then 1, 2, 3, 4 Mercedes racked up behind them. Tom Onslow Cole is now just heading out of the pits in number 20 with the jungle and the dinosaurs all over it, the SPS Automotive Mercedes. Bernd Schneider has moved up to 5th, and these are all A6 Pro Class cars now. Bernd Schneider up to 5th in the 41 HTP Mercedes in the subtle, you won't notice me police car cameras Mercedes, that's the HTP car. And down to 6th has gone car number 10 Hofer Racing. Mikkel Kroll takes that over from daughter Chantal. Dimitron Jalbert is in 7th place in the IDEC Sport Mercedes. That is 2nd in the A6 AM. And then behind them, Scuderia Praha with Matteo Malicelli. After that, bonnet flew off and puncture scared the living bejesus out of Josef Kral. That has dropped down to 6th in class, 8th overall. 9th is Jörg van Berg in Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini, which is 3rd in the A6 AM. And 10th is the car collection number 34 Audi, ahead of the sister car number 33, and it is Gustav Edelhoff for car collection in the 34 car that currently lies in 10th place, and he is 4th in the A6 AM class. And while I'm going down the order, interrupt if something entertaining happens, but first in 991, James May in the APO Sports Porsche number 68. 2nd, and 2 laps behind-ish, is J.M. Littman in HRT Performances Porsche 991. That's car number 73. That is in the 991 class. Behind them, in 14th place overall, Rick Breukers leads SP2 in the Mark Cars Australia Red Camel Jordan's Mazda V8. 3rd in 991 is MSG Motorsport, the 62 Porsche. Now that's just gone out, and I thought Sami Taheri was in that when it came in, so he will likely have handed over to one of his teammates, and we'll find out when they bring that up to speed. That is 3rd in the 991 class. 16th and 2nd in SP2 is the 84 Speed Lover Porsche. This is the big group of Porsches that Stewie Hall was trying to find his way around earlier on, and they're all battling not just each other but for class honours in 991 and in SP2. and in SPX, because right behind them is the Spark Motorsport Porsche. That's in 17th place. And Daniel Francois is driving that one. The Spark Motorsport Porsche is leading SPX in 17th. So in fact, from, where are we? 12th, James May, who's just come into the fuel, down to 19th. Within a lap and a half, we've got 7 positions all filled by Porsches. Stuart Hall still shown in the Ram Racing car as it exits the pit lane, but I imagine that will change shortly. Have a quick squiz in through the window. Not sure that's Jamie Campbell-Walter's helmet, so that might be... It's not Daniel Brown, because Dan Brown's is yellow and orange, or yellow and sort of pinky coloured top. So is that Roel Goethe? It might be Roel Goethe. So we'll catch up with that when they flick over. However, that car now back out on track in about 3rd place, depending on the pace of Tom Onslow-Cole in the number 27 Mercedes.
They gained 4 seconds in that pit stop, Martin. 4 seconds over the...
And Paul Truswell, who returns to mission control, holds up a post-it note with JCW on, so we'll assume it is Jamie Campbell-Walter. I sort of thought it should be in sequence, and has it changed over? It hasn't yet. So among the things that drivers need to do when they're getting into a car ready to thrash the living daylights out of it for an hour is remember to sign in and log on. It would be so much easier if it was part of their helmet, Doofer. 102 in the pits for 13 minutes.
13 minutes.
Yeah, that's the one that came in with a left front wheel hanging off. It had left front contact. Looked like it hit a tyre stack. Not that there are any tyre stacks here, so it's obviously hit something. It damaged the wing, damaged the bumper, and the left front wheel was wobbling over. I got Owen to come down. He never did call back.
Yes, he did. Now then.
No, he never did he?
If you give Owen a shout, Owen popped in. And
he stuck his head round the corner.
Yes.
Well, it was. It's just got. No, it's still in the pits. In fact,
you gave him a mission, didn't you? What was the mission?
1:55. Why did it spend an hour in the pits? And what did Martin Lanting hit? 1:55 is the British
Easy.
Seat. No, that's Motor Easy. Yeah, Over Easy, Motor Easy, and that had a 56-ish minute pit stop. That was about 20 minutes, 25 minutes ago now. They probably left the pit lane. I could tweet them, but then I'd have to fire up yet another screen.
I'd give Owen a shout, will you, Martin? Because I think he's having a little technical problem with his microphone, maybe.
Okay, well, I'm just going to... is David Drinkwater driving 1:55? Why can't I find it on my entry list anyway? I mean, I don't mean, is he actually driving it now? I mean... no, he's not, is he?
It's
which car is
Mason.
David Drinkwater in?
It's Mason who's in the 155 car.
Okay.
Aaron Mason. David Drinkwater's down to drive the 155.
He is. Okay,
Yeah.
well, he's just saying, awesome job by the guys. Changed the brake cylinder and appears to have fixed the problem. So, looks like it was either a master cylinder or one of the cylinders. No, that'll be a master cylinder,
Yeah, it
won't
will
it?
be, yes.
Farid Ali, his second stint, his best lap times were 5 seconds quicker than in his first stint. So he's getting used to the track and getting used to the car really nicely. And that may well be something we'll see from a lot of the AM drivers, or the drivers that don't know Paul Ricard well, is that sort of improvement once they get used to life.
We are currently in car with the ice cream man himself, Jem Lippman, at the wheel of the number 73 Porsche, which has dropped to second in the 991 class.
Yep.
James May is ahead, but however, James May is now into the pits and has been for 4 minutes and just coming up to 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So we should see a change of class lead there in the 991 class. So
J.M. Lippman was a lap and 25 seconds behind, so he will get all of that and more back, but when his stint's only 6.5 minutes long at the moment, so he's only just come back out as well in that HRT Performance Porsche.
That 73 Porsche Martin was leading the 991 class, so it's just the pit stop sequence is why we've had a change of class leader there in the 991 class.
It has
Getting
flipped
that point
and flopped.
Now look at that on our screens. We just flicked off there. We were about to see the sun going down as we head towards the first part of the the lap in turns 1 and 2, and then heading down towards turns 5 and 6, you've got the sun right in your face. It's right on the horizon, and if you have got any dirt or anything on your windscreen, you are not going to be able to see anything. Now, thankfully, the 73's just been in the pits, and that has had a windscreen clean at least, if not a tear off, just heading down.
However, if you've ever seen Climb Dance on YouTube, this would be the bit where Ari Vatanen holds his hand up as a temporary sunshade, one-handedly opposite locking his Peugeot up Pikes Peak. So the sun is only just above the horizon. It is literally sitting on the horizon here, but all the way down the front straight, and when you come from Senior through the Double Droit de Beausset, and from the front straight down to corner 6, the sun will be in your eyes the whole way. And then, of course, when you go down the Mistral, it is coming straight in the back window and in your mirrors, and there is so much glare, you won't be able to see what's coming behind you either. So this is a really awkward time for all the drivers. If you're in a slower car, you don't know what's coming up behind you and how quickly it's coming. And so this is where, I mean, we heard this from Jamie Campbell-Walter earlier. He said, I just wish people would stay online. And this is the overriding rule. If you're not in the fastest car, stay on the racing line, because then at least you're predictable. If you meander offline, nobody's got a clue where you're going. It's not safe for them, and it's really not safe for you. So sticking to the racing line, even if you want to get out the way and not hold them up, you're going to hold them up much more if they guess the wrong way and hit you hard, and you're going to hold yourself up as well. So staying on the racing line is the only safe way to be overtaken.
When you have such a difference in performance, either acceleration or grip level through a corner, that makes the job a little bit easier. It's when the performance factors within the car, similar cornering speeds, similar acceleration, that's why LMP2 cars struggle with GTE cars, because they're virtually the same performance-wise.
Well, we're on board with the 73 Porsche. He's just been blown by a Lamborghini Huracan, but he's trying to catch a Seat Leon TCR car, and he can't. So he's struggling to stay with a front-wheel drive touring car, and he's got another class rival or another Porsche right behind him. So all sorts of stuff going on. So busy time as the sun sets here at the Circuit du Castellet. Welcome back live to our Motors TV viewers. The sun is just about to set here in the south of France. We're at the Circuit du Castellet, the Circuit Paul Ricard. It is the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, round 5 of the International Endurance Series, sponsored by Hankook. Live coverage continues on Motors TV, radiolemans.com and 248series.com. Hello everybody, welcome wherever you are. It is 9 o'clock Central European time and the sun is finally dipping towards the horizon. An hour of low glare sun has made conditions very difficult for all the drivers in all the classes in the race. I'm Martin Haven, alongside me in the booth, Joe Bradley. Down on pit road, Owen Mildenhall, and Owen is catching up with the APO Porsche team. He's got James May to chat to him. Owen, what do you know?
Hi James, so you just got out of the car, brought the car in the lead of the 991 class, so must be very happy with that stint.
Yeah, it was a good fun stint, pushed hard for an hour and a half, just watched the lap times ticking over and just try to keep it consistent really, stay out of trouble.
And our commentators are talking about how low the sun is. I mean, how tough is that at the moment for you?
Corners 1 to about 5 or 6 is a bit of a guessing game. You can't really see a thing at the moment, to be honest.
That must make it hard. And I also spotted your car, you're missing half the front splitter. How much is that affecting the balance of the car?
It doesn't feel too bad. You can feel the high-speed corners out the back. You can feel it understeer a little bit, but nothing we can't really manage really for 24 hours. We should be fine.
And then this is your first time at Paul Ricard. You were just saying to me that the circuit's just clicked for you and you're really in the groove now. So you must be looking forward to getting into the circuit in the night time.
Yeah, can't wait. Nighttime racing is the best in my opinion, so can't wait for it really.
Brilliant, fantastic, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen Mildenhall. Thank you to James May. And racing at night, I mean, that is the magic that sets these races apart from anything else. You don't often get the chance to race all day, all night and all the next day, and that's why 24-hour racing is so exciting. Looking here on our screen at 202, Rick Breukers, he's the leader in the SP2 class. That car is a tube frame special Mazda 3 with a 5-litre Holden V8 built by Mark Cars in Australia, run by the Red Camels Jordan team. That car lying in 12th place overall, and it was just ahead of the HRT Porsche of JM Littmann, the number 73 car. They were having a very close battle on track. They were only 40 seconds apart. Rick Breukers had taken 11th place away from JM Littmann earlier in the stint. The car in front of them, number 33 Car Collection Audi of Oliver Bender, has returned to the pit lane, having just made a stop a few laps ago. They are now up to 7 stops, and they are clearly still having an issue with the number 33 car. Not entirely sure what it was. In comes 202, so maybe Rick Breukers lost it on his in-lap. Where's he going? He's not going into the pit lane. He is going out the back behind the pit garages to the refueling area. In the International Endurance Series, these Creventic races, fueling is not done at the garages. It's done at standard petrol station style fuel pumps, which are in a separate refueling area, so you can go in, get your 80, 90, 100 litres of fuel, whatever your class is allowed, and then you can come into the pit lane and do your driver change, safe away from any fuel spills or any fuel fires. So that's exactly what happens with the cars. They turn hard right, go out round the back of the garage area into a specially controlled fueling zone, and then return to the pit lane to make their tyre stop. So hello everybody, I'm Martin Haven, alongside me Joe Bradley. Joe, you'll have to turn your microphone off if you want to do more than hold my shoulder. Nice though it is, doesn't work on radio.
It wasn't much, it was more of a tap than a hold. Anyway, I was just wanting to say, Martin, that we talk about the refueling station here at Paul Ricard. It's on pit in. At other circuits, it can be a pit out. Just depends what the facility can provide. But it is for everyone watching and listening at home. It is exactly the sort of fuel pump which you get when you pull into your local service station. It's not. There isn't anything fancy. It isn't. The cars aren't being filled in any kind of high pressure hoses like you would see in Formula One, and it isn't any sort of huge filler kind of equipment that will sort of rush the fuel in. It is pump fuel. Now, what we do know is that the more astute team managers up and down the pit lane actually take the time during the practice sessions, would you believe, to go and time the fuel actually the individual fuel pumps, because there is a choice. I think we've got 3, haven't we?
4.
And there is a choice, and ideally they'll want to get to the pump that delivers 50 litres in the quickest time.
However, all the astute fuel managers will know that, say, pump 2 is the quick one, and so all their cars will be aiming for pump 2. You might find that pump 2 is engaged, so you just have to take what's free. And we were talking earlier on about the fact that on the roof of the pit building, some of the teams, not all of them, but a few of them, particularly probably at the sharp end of the grid, have got a spotter there with a walkie-talkie to radio the team and saying, nobody's on any of the pumps. You coming in this lap? Excellent. Right, in you come. Or we're coming in this lap. No, all the pumps are full. Just bring them in, do tyres, go round and come for another lap. So sometimes you might have the ability to do that. Sometimes you might not have enough fuel left to do that. So you might just have to sit and queue. As of yet, we haven't actually seen any very major queues, which is interesting because, as you said, there are 4 fuel pumps, but there are 50 cars in the field, or we started with 50 cars in the field. We'd lost 4 or 5 in a couple of incidents, but it still means that, I mean, you know the way it is. Sometimes you go to your local petrol station, there's no person there. Sometimes they're queuing halfway down the main road. It's just the luck of the draw.
And it is to a point, but if you have got a spotter telling you when the pump that when the pumps are free, it's that kind of attention to detail, Martin. You know, even measuring the calibration of the actual pump. If you lose 5 seconds in a pit stop, more than you need to, how long does it take you to gain 5 seconds on a car that's matched with yours in performance? You're asking a lot of your driver to find 5 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
In even 2 hours.
Well, that's one of the things in endurance racing. You can always give away more time than you can gain back. We just saw the race leader, Daniel Alleman, trying to avoid doing exactly that. He went out wide, wider again, and still wider again to get around car number 10, Michel Kroll in the Hofer Racing Mercedes that's 8th place. Kroll, in turn, was trying to get around another slower car, but Daniel Alleman tried to make sure he lost as little time as possible. And the reason he was trying to do that is that the car immediately in front of the Hofer Racing Mercedes and Alleman himself is Jamie Campbell-Walter in the 3rd placed Gulf liveried Ram Racing Mercedes. And that car had the lead of the race briefly when Alleman stopped. It then stopped a lap later. The lead cycled back to the Porsche, and now in 2nd place, and owing us a fuel stop in about another quarter of an hour, is Joe Osborne in the British-based Audi R8 run by Optimum Motorsport. So those 3 cars have been cycling around the top 3 positions. Just behind them, car number 27, SPS Automotive. That Mercedes, currently driven by Tom Onslow Cole, has got a jungle colour scheme with dinosaurs on the back. It's sponsored by a new, obviously the world's biggest theme park, which is being built in Dubai, where else? And in 5th place, another Mercedes, that's Bernd Schneider in an all-grey number 41 HTP Mercedes. That currently lies in 5th overall. And the top 5 cars are covered by 4 laps, which sounds like a lot, and at Le Mans would be a lot. That's, 15 minutes. Here, it's 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Here, at 2 minutes and odd a lap, that's not an awful lot of a problem. You get a puncture, you're going to lose 2 laps, 3 laps, getting it back to the pit lane.
Well, the Ferrari, the number 11 Ferrari, lost 12 minutes in the pits, and that equated to 6 laps on the road.
Yep.
That, so in the same way, you can get that back as quickly if your competitors hit similar snags. Very, slight snags will cost you laps. It's completely different mindset. It's like when we go to the Nordschleife for the 24 hours, you have to recalibrate your head because we're quite used to a minute and 50 seconds, a minute and 30 seconds, 2 minutes and 10 seconds as a lap time. It's completely different over there.
Yeah, when it's 9 minutes, that's a very different lap, isn't it? And Le Mans has exactly the same effect. You have to slow down your thinking from the pace of modern life and realise that missing the pits is a major crisis, not just a small inconvenience. Number 33 Audi from Car Collection. Oliver Bender brought the car in 8 minutes ago, 8 minutes 40 seconds ago, but it is now on its 7th pit stop. I think it had one very briefly before that. Owen Mildenhall is down at that end of the pit lane, so if he can rustle up somebody to have a quick word. Let's Let's look for a little Mark Basseng or Horst Felbermeyer would be the guys to go for. We'll try and find out what's happening with that as the race continues here at the Circuit de Castellet. "24 hours of Paul Ricard from the Circuit du Castellet in the south of France. The sun has dropped below the horizon. We are now in that blue light period, so beloved of photographers, after the sun has gone down, but before you lose the light. And you can see how much more clearly we can see the cars on our TV screens. Well, down in the pit lane is Owen Mildenhall. We were wondering what had happened to the number 33 car collection Audi. It's had a couple of pit stops recently. Their pro driver is Mark Basseng, and he is with Owen Mildenhall.
Mark, it's sorry to see you here in the pit lane, not in the car, but can you just briefly tell us what the issue is with your car?
Yeah, Oliver Bender was driving the car, and he reports over the radio that he has a power steering issue. And as soon as we see, we have no leak, so we are guessing that the hydraulic pump is done. And they're discussing now if we want to change it, because it takes 1.5 to 2 hours. We have to pull the gearbox a little bit out of the car, and a lot of stuff around the car is incredibly hot at the moment, so we're not sure if we continue.
Okay, very bad luck, and thanks for talking to us. Thank you, Mark.
Former FIA GT1 World Champion Mark Basseng, former FIA World Touring Car Championship driver as well. He's a man of many talents, and now an Audi development driver. He's been responsible for a lot of testing. We were talking to him beforehand, saying, you know, how well do you know Paul Ricard? And he said, I can't tell you the weeks I have spent going around this track.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Knows it very, very well indeed. And he's sort of, you know, he's the pro who's the glue in that number 33 car team. He said, you know, all my other drivers, they're gentlemen drivers, they're AMs who want to finish the race and enjoy their racing. And he said, oh, I'm not here to set the world alight. I'm here to try and help them in any way that I can and, you know, put my tuppence worth into the car. But unfortunately, we already lost our first casualty, the number 55 Massive Motorsport Aston Martin, after just 2 laps. Their power steering pump blew, and they didn't have anything to fix it with. Sounds as though power steering pump might get rid of the number 33 car collection Audi as well. That's not their only car. Car collection have number 34 Audi currently at the fuel pumps, and that's in the top 10 position. And Paul Trussell has presented me with a rather exciting light bar.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, and that's,
thank goodness.
I think the intention for that is to stop me turning the lights on overhead during the night. I'm not quite sure why he has to sit in the pitch black, but
he's got his miner's
He's got his miner's helmet on.
on.
He has indeed. Paul Truswell has fired up the data centre once more. Now, referring back to earlier incidents, we had our third Code 60, which was neutralising the race with a 2-car pile-up on the main straight, towards the exit of the main straight. And that took out our Peugeot RCZ, the K-Riser, the all-Danish train, the second Dane train, in fact, in the field of 3, also went by the board, and that was in an incident with the NKPP Seat Leon, and that's an all-Dutch entered and crewed car. Both were wrecked. The NKPP car possibly repairable on the spot, but I don't know whether they had enough bits or how far the damage went under the bodywork, which looked as though it survived. The Peugeot, no, that's going to need a lot of cutting and welding. But the team manager of car number 125 was asked to report to the race director, and I'm assuming, because the driver of the Seat, we were told by the driver of the Peugeot, the Seat hit the Peugeot, but the Seat said, I was hit from behind by a Mercedes, I'm really sorry, he hit me, and then I spun and hit you and knocked you into the pit wall. And I was assuming that 125's team director had been asked to go to the stewards to present some evidence as who they thought might have caused the incident. Possibly unrelated, hopefully unrelated. The team manager of car number 102, JR Motorsport, has been summoned to the race director, and that was the car that came in after all those problems with that left front corner. He hit something, probably someone, and took off the left front corner of the BMW, and it was Martin Lanting who was doing the driving. So we don't know who he hit, but I'm assuming again that the race director has called the team manager up to find out exactly what was going on. So Joost from JR Motorsport will be heading back up to, after repairing the car, to race director to explain where and why the damage was occurred, or where it occurred. And just to bring us fully up to speed, Porsche class, the 991 category, Alex Osborne is back in the APO Sport Porsche, and JM Littmann in the HRT Performance Porsche. And as Joe predicted, one handed the lead to the other during the pit stops, and it came back, didn't it, when 73 then came into the pits. 68 retook the lead, and Sami Taheri has stayed in, it seems, in the MSG Motorsport Porsche, and the number 62 car third in the 991 class, and they're all just outside the top 10. They're 11th, 12th and 13th. So those cars, the winner of that class is exceedingly likely to get a top 10 overall finish.
We've seen that before. It happened in Zandvoort. I think it happened in Mugello as well. I remain to be corrected on that. But yeah, I mean, you know what, Martin, that is, you know, one of arguably the most competitive classes, insofar as you will find that the first 3 to 5 cars will be on the same lap, and certainly we've got the first 3 cars in the 991 class. That's the podium positions, all on the same lap. 21 seconds between car 68 and car 73. That's all. 1 minute 45 seconds is the gap between first and third in the 991 class. So a battle there. Still got a lot of time left. Still got just over 17 hours of racing. So we are not anywhere near into this race. We are just treading water at this stage, but very quickly.
Yeah, we've only got 3 World Endurance races left to go.
Yes.
Before we end this one. It's exactly right. A couple of drivers being reminded that, hello, it's getting dark, please turn your lights on. One of whom is car 102, so JR Motorsport with more issues there. I wonder if the incident has meant that the driver thinks the lights are on and the lights at the front aren't. That might be a case. And the Presenza Renault Clio, the one with the yellow front bumper, number 112, that has also been asked to turn its lights on. So that's Stefan Jägi, and that is the leader in the A2 class. That's the Tiddlers, essentially, isn't it? And second in A2 is the second Presenza car, so they've got a 1-2. So Thomas Soderhan is second, and third is Stephen Palette in the Sorg Rennsport BMW. That's an M235i. Fourth in A3, Team Altrans 208, Peugeot 208, and fifth in A3 is the Motor Easy 155 Seat Leon, which is back in the pits with Aaron Mason, and it is as well. It's being attended to. Wheels are being changed, driver is being changed, and down below us, 148, the BMW, which is the other 235i. That is the QSR car, which lies second in A3 to Team Altrans 205. That is currently below us in the pit lane, having not a Peugeot 205, number 205 Peugeot 208 in Team Altran. Second place car 148 is down below us, having a driver change and service.
Notice there on the screens, Martin, car 84, currently fourth in the SP2 class. That's the Speed Lover Porsche, putting in a personal best, 2 minutes 17.067, and that car finding a bit of pace at this stage of the race. It is at the wheel. It is Mark Valentine. How would you pronounce that then? Valentine?
Yeah. W is pronounced V. Yeah, exactly. So Valentine.
So he's on it. He's been in the car just over 9.5. Well, coming up to 9.5 minutes. So he's he's at probably the optimum point, and it goes. Is that him going
He's
even
gone
quicker?
green. Fastest lap of the race for that car.
Well, Martin, that was a 2 minute 17. He's now taken a big chunk, just over a second, and gone down to a 2:15.9.
What did he have for his dinner? Did he have a tart Trapezien as well?
He's found a good resting place, hasn't he, and really recharged the batteries.
Now we're looking.
So he is on it.
Looking on screen at the car that is right behind, which is Michal Mitius in the B2F competition Porsche, and that to me slightly looks like the car that might have been involved in the Nova race incident. I think that is the car that jinked left into the Nova race Ginetta, car number 184, and clattered it into the barriers on the Mistral straight. But again, we had no answer as to what the other car involved was, but it looks like that might have been the one.
Car 84, his target time is a 2 minutes 16.
Okay.
He's just put in there 2 minutes and 16 is that target time.
By 56 thousandths, he's blown it, which means
blown it. He's going to take a
30-second penalty, Paul Trustwell?
30 seconds, yes.
30-second penalty.
Unfortunate that.
I'm starting to learn this stuff, aren't I?
No.
What is under the covers that we're looking at on our screen? That's 184. That's the Nova Race Ginetta. They've put another wheel on the corner, and they are wheeling it away on the trolleys to put it into the truck. So they've managed to rebuild it into a movable state.
Oh, we've got a spinner, Martin.
But not into a raceable state. We're looking down the Mistral straight, and at the exit of the corner onto the Mistral, we can see red lights where we should be seeing white lights.
No, I think that's that's coming out the final turn,
is
actually.
Out of the final corner.
Straight.
Exactly right. That's Virage du Pont, or Bridge Bend, as John Hindhaugh insists on keeping calling it. And that is the 62. That spent a lot of time facing the wrong way, actually.
Sam Tahiri at the wheel of that still.
SPG, SMG, MPG.
Yeah, we've got Sam Tahiri down as in that car. Now that car's already had a gearbox, didn't take part in qualifying, started the race at the back of the whole field. Now that is a cracking performance so far. With that car up to 13th overall and 3rd in the 991 class. So Sam pushing, and unfortunately just pushed a little bit too hard. He's right on the cusp of that target time of 2 minutes 16. His lap time there, his best lap time, I should say, 2:16.4. Obviously, that 2 minute 45 was his last time through because he spent 40 seconds or so, or 30 seconds or so. Trying to recover from pointing in the wrong direction.
I'm assuming that he'd stalled it after that spin, actually, because he didn't just John O'Lacey clutch kick it around
trying
and
to get it
let
in
it go.
gear, probably.
Exactly. So you see, that's the thing with flappy paddles. Once you lose the engine, you lose the gearbox. You can't flick it in. You can't just hook it into first and floor it. You've got to go through the entire startup procedure. Click, neutral, flick it down the gears. It's all time and energy. Now there's trouble for the number 49 car. Where are they? They are 28th, and that is the DriveX Audi, because they need some trouble because they haven't had enough already. And he is driving around the outside of the number 30 Ram Racing car of Jamie Campbell-Walter, and the DriveX Audi has got a left rear mudguard hanging off, basically. But he just drove right around Jamie Campbell-Walter. So there's nothing wrong with the pace of that car, even though bits are hanging off it.
That was the pole position car, Martin.
Yes,
there is nothing wrong with the performance, the optimum performance of that car. However, he is seemingly losing time. He's got more than just bodywork flailing, because there's the Ram Mercedes just going by. As if
going
the car
back by, though. He just drove around the outside. That's bizarre. Jamie was presumably running up against traffic and getting balked, but nevertheless, that 49 car, it's hit something or has been hit by something. And see, that's as possible when you're in a quick car, a really quick car like that with much better brakes. You fly by somebody and stand on the anchors, you suddenly become a brick wall to some poor guy in a Seat touring car who can't stop anything like as quickly and is already fully committed to braking to turn in at a point that is now full of somebody else's car, and bang, they clatter into the back of you. And that's another one of the duties of the drivers of the quicker car, is not to allow themselves to get hit and not ruin somebody else's race. However, all that and maybe, the car is still going quickly, but it's down in 28th place. It is Juan Cruz Alvarez who started the car and told us about their ABS issues. And it looks like it's going to be a troublesome race for that number 48 DriveX car. It is not going to be a pole to flag winner here in Paul Ricard. Our race leader in the Paul Ricard 24 Hours is Daniel Alleman in the Precourt Herbert Porsche, and the lead gap is just hovering around 3 minutes over number 14, Joe Osborne in the Optimum Motorsport Audi. Jamie Campbell-Walter, Tom Onslow-Cole are battling for third and fourth. Campbell-Walter a minute and 26 behind Joe Osborne, and Tom Onslow-Cole off the same lap as the Ram Racing car of Jamie Campbell-Walter, leading its class, the Spark Motorsport Porsche. And this has been a bit of a softly catchy monkey car. Started off in the 991 class, but was frankly too quick, so it's been elevated to SPX, which is a sort of catch-all class for cars that don't really quite fit into everything else. And at the moment, it would appear to be the only SPX car on my timing screen, which is rather an open goal. I'm going to refer to Paul Truswell on that, and while he's looking at that, what is the lap time cutoff for the A6 AM class and the number 34 car? Is that a 2-minute 13 lap as well? Because he's just done a 2-minute 12.065, or is 2 minutes 12 the cut-off for the number 34 car?
He's shuffling paper. He is about to tell us. He has passed me some very interesting information, Martin, which I'll come to you with in a moment.
Is it broadcastable?
Oh yes, absolutely.
He passed me a note, and I don't understand it. He says, I understand it, but it leaves me. You may get this at home. 2 minutes 13, right, so that 2-minute 12.056 was an error. It wasn't a timing system error, it was a driver error. He went too fast in the number 34 car.
You are allowed jokers though.
And yes. Okay, so let's explain this. Somebody asked me earlier on, what do you mean he was going too fast? Isn't that the whole point of motor racing? We may have to explain that in just a moment as our TV viewers are going for a quick break. So we will return to this several times, undoubtedly, during the remaining 17 hours of the race, as we come up to 9:30 Central European time here at the Circuit Paul Ricard at Le Castellet in France. We have 17 hours remaining in the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. This is round 5 of the International Endurance Series by Hankook, run by the Creventic operation, and a fascinating race in prospect. Lots more action still to come. "17 hours remain in the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. The sun has set, there is still plenty of light in the sky, and it shouldn't be dark until probably getting on for 10 o'clock. Our current race order: the number 911 Precourt Herbert Porsche is leading the A6 Pro Class and the race overall. From Optimum Motorsport's number 14 Audi. Ram Racing lie third with the Gulf liveried number 30 Mercedes. Fourth is the Jungle liveried SPS Automotive Mercedes. Fifth, it's a Mercedes, the HTP car, that's the dark grey number 41. And sixth, it's a Mercedes, that's IDEX Sports number 17 car. In seventh place, it's a Mercedes, Hofer Racing's number 10 machine. And in eighth place, it's Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan, just for a bit of variety. Ninth, Scuderia Praha, their number 11 Ferrari 458 Italia. And rounding out the top 10, it is Car Collection's remaining healthy Audi, that's the number 34 car. Their number 33 has dropped way down the order. That's the top 20, in fact, in the last 2 or 3 laps, with a braking issue, with an a power steering issue. APO lead their 991 class with a 68 Porsche. They lie in 11th place overall, ahead of class rivals HRT's number 73 car. Leading SPX, another Porsche 997 Cup car, this time Porsche Lorient, that's their remaining healthy car. Red Camel Jordans with a 64 Porsche in the SP2 class are second in that category. Beg your pardon, are leading that category. And Red Camel Jordans with a Mark VDS car, with a Mark Mazda rather, in 15th place. Second in that SP2 class with their Mazda 3 to the Porsche Lorient 991 car. I'm getting myself all confused. 16th overall then, MSG Motorsport in the 991 category. VDS Racing Adventures Mark Motorsport Focus V8 in the SP2 class. That's third in the category, just ahead of Speed Lovers 84 car, which has just had a brief hiccup in the pits. Grasser Racing's much delayed Lamborghini was 49th at one stage, now up to 19th. In the A6 Pro class, that makes it 7th. And B2F round out the top 20 with their number 35 car, which is 4th in the 991 class. Outside the top 20 is a car that we haven't spoken a lot about recently, and that is the number 43 AB Sport Auto Renault RS01. Now that's a predominantly Chinese driving team in that car. It lies 5th in the A6 AM class. And Eric van der Munkhoff in JR Motorsport's 103 BMW is leading the SP3 class. In 23rd place is MRS GT's number 78 Porsche, and Alfab second in SP3 with the 236 Cayman Club Sport. Further down the order are SP2 contender the Vortex V8, and that is in 5th place in SP2. Our next class leader though is 144 RS Connections Seat Leon. Adam Jones at the wheel of that. That is 29th overall, but it leads the TCR class ahead of the OCC LASIK Racing Porsche, I beg your pardon, Audi, and that car is currently in, oh, hang on a minute, they've dropped down the order there, Porsche. They're third in SP3, and they in fact have just dropped to 31st place as they stop, and the Memic Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat Leon, the number 1 championship winning team of last year, they are second in TCR. And below them, our other class leader is car number 112 in 36th position. That's Presenza.eu's Renault Clio, and that is the leader of the A2 class. And second in the A2 class is car number 212 in 38th position. That is Presenter again. And third in the A2 class, PrepTech UK with their number 167 Renault Clio. So that rounds out the top 40. We have another 3 or 4 cars still going from our initial 50 starters. We lost Massive Motorsport after just 2 laps with a power steering failure. Arthea Motorsport with a crash. Nova Racing with a very heavy crash. Their car has just been whistled off to the truck. GPC, a mechanical problem. An unspecified stoppage out on the circuit that seems to have been terminal for number 200, the RWT Racing Team Chevy Corvette. The Team K-Riser and NKPP Racing cars were involved in an accident that wrote both of them off. The Seat Leon, number 125, was punted from behind by a Mercedes, the driver believed, into the K-Riser Peugeot RCZ, and those were our last retirements. So that brings you up to speed with the 24 hours here at Paul Ricard. As you can see, lots of light still in the sky as long as you're facing east. Not so much if you look west, but it'll still be acceptable light for the better part of the hour up till 10 p.m. local time. Headlights are on all the cars, but Joe Bradley, the ambient light level is still good. You don't need the headlights to pick out other cars, the track limits or anything else. But as you look around this track, there's not much in the way of street lighting or anything else. Once it gets dark, it's going to be blacker than a black thing in a black place.
It is very dark. Martin, you and I were at Brno, and I didn't think I'd seen anywhere as dark as Brno when the sun went down. However, this place is a close second, if not equal, as we see there. A very brave marshal just retrieving some debris. You can't quite see what that is. Piece of bodywork.
Yeah, it looked like a wheel arch line or something.
Wheel arch liner, yeah. So well done there. No need for a code 60 or neutralising the field to retrieve that debris. Waited for a good gap in the traffic. And of course, all of these cars with GPS, and there is available to the teams a track map with a moving GPS of their car and all the other cars on the track, so race control would have been able to say when a safe gap was about to come by that part of the track, and saves the day. We can continue racing without having to cause any delay. But yes, Martin, we've got a beautiful sky, not quite dark. It's that kind of orange haze across to the west where the sun's going down, and that kind of bluey haze across in the east.
Purple haze, I think you'll find.
Bluey purple, is it? I don't know, because these windows are tinted, aren't they?
I know. We were going all Jimi Hendrix on you there, Joe.
Oh, I see, right. Well, you're a lot older than me, mate, so that's why I didn't get that.
Those of you who have joined us again on Motors TV or have been watching from the beginning with the live streaming and live commentary on radiolemans.com or 24hseries.com will have just been watching the number 64 Porsche Lorient machine, which leads the SP2 class, 13th place at the moment for Francois Lelièvre, and the onboard camera slightly on the cock in the 555 Team Africa Le Mans Ginetta G55, this car being driven by former Group C ace Sorel van der Merwe, a team with 3 South Africans, an Englishman and some Dutch bloke called Jean Lemures or something or other, who once won Le Mans with Jaguar.
Let's just clarify for people who are a lot younger than us, mate. Jan Lammers, the Dutch driver, former Formula 1 driver, of course, and Le Mans winner. Is what Martin's on about.
Exactly so.
I've just been passed interesting information from Trussers behind me, who's still on his break, but still beavering away and creating data.
It can't be a break if he's working and B passing us notes.
No, this is how he passes his time. This is Paul on a break. He still creates data. It's the average lap times of our current front runners and the current shift that they're putting in. Our leader, that's the 911 numbered Porsche with Daniel Alleman. He's averaging 2 minutes 13 seconds. Joe Osborne in the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi. He's averaging a 2 minute 11.5. JCW, that's Jimmy Campbell Walter in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. He's averaging 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Tom Onslow Cole in the number 27 SPS Mercedes. He's also 2 minutes and 12 seconds average. And Bert Schneider, another legend, car 41, that Mercedes is averaging a 2 minute 11. So the quickest car out there is the number 41 Bernd Schneider driven HTP, I stand corrected, HTP Mercedes. That's the fastest car on average over this current shift for these guys.
The current shift for Joe Osborne has ended. He has brought the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi into the pits. He is headed to the refueling area behind the pit garages, and that shows on our timing screen as a big F in the left-hand column, and then it will be a big P when he comes onto pit lane proper and heads to the team. Then he may or may not get out of the car. Chances are he will, because the stints here are longer than an hour, and the maximum time any driver is permitted to drive in any one stint is 2 hours. So you can do a stint and 2/3, but not 2 full stints. When we get into the night time, and the track really starts to lose some of its daytime temperature, which was in the very high 40s, I think, we may see teams short fueling maybe to give drivers a full double stint on their tyres, or a full 2 hours on their tyres. Jamie Campbell-Walter's been in for an hour and 5. Yeah, that sounds about right, although on my timing screen it tells me that Tom Onslow Cole has been in for 50 minutes and Jamie Campbell-Walter for 47 and 15. So he must have had a short stint and a fuel. No, he didn't. He took over from Roland Goethe. I don't think they've only stopped 5 times, and they are almost all the way through their schedule again. So I'm not. I'm never one to argue with Paul or even to question, but I will allow Paul the leeway to question himself. Did I get out of that all right?
I think you did very well.
Sort of worked.
Yeah.
Joe Osborne on pit road then, down in the pit lane. Well, it's not Joe Bradley. It might be Owen Mildenhall. It might be Bruce Jones. We'll catch up with one or the other in a moment and hopefully get a word with Joe Osborne. Optimum Motorsport having a really solid run at the moment, in the top 3 on pace all the way through. There's a yellow flag. It's a rare incident here. Yellow flag at the chicane on the Mistral, so somebody has dropped a bit of bodywork or spat off a bit of tyre or something or other. But other than that, the track has been running clean and clear for the last hour and a half. and hopefully it will continue in a similar vein during the night. What shouldn't interrupt us will be rain or fog. It should be a nice, cool, clear evening here in France. Live coverage of the 24 hours of Paul Ricard continues on RadioLeMans.com and on 248series.com. This is round 5 of the International Endurance Series by Hankook. The 24 hours of Paul Ricard is now 75 hours and nearly 20 minutes. Oh dear, old. Of which Jamie Campbell-Walter has, Joe Osborne has driven an hour and 5 minutes just on his last stint. The debris on the track appears to be a bug or a bit of, I don't know what that is, something on the track anyway, of an indeterminate shape. Flick Haig is getting into the number 14 Optima Motorsport car. She did a really good first stint. Now the light is dropping a little, and she will be sent back out. And if Flick Haig is in, that means Joe Osborne is out, and that means that our man Owen Mildenhall can talk to him.
I can. So, Joe, really, really good stint. The average lap time's right up there with the quickest cars on the circuit. I'm guessing that was a happy stint for you.
Yeah, no, definitely. The first one was a bit of a nightmare. As I said earlier, just tyre pressures were all over the place. So, obviously, the team's got time to adjust now, and the car's running pretty sweet. So, yeah, it was nice just to get down, head down, burn 95 litres of fuel off, and come back to the pits.
And now that we're seeing temperatures dropping, the sun setting, are you feeling a difference in the balance of the car? Or?
Yeah, definitely. We had a lot of oversteer earlier, like 7 out of 10 for severity, and now we've got a pretty good balance. Starting to go to a little bit of understeer, which we kind of expected. So you have to kind of set the car up, be happy over a medium of the race, not positive at the start or positive at the end. You've got to take the rough, the smooth kind of stuff. So yeah, mega happy with the car how it is right now.
So Flick's gone into the car now. What's the thinking behind that? And when's Edward Sundstrom going to be in the car next?
So we're going on a bit of a different strategy that Flick and I are going to kind of alternate for the next 4 stints. Then we'll see Sandstrom and Ryan do the same, and that'll take us through to about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Just the way the regs are, that we can't really do a double straight. A stint for us on fuel is an hour and 10. We're going to do 2 hours driving time. So this way, the other 2 drivers can go and rest. We do a bit of work, and likewise, they come and do some work, and we can go and get some rest.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Joe, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Well, that's a very interesting way of skinning that particular cat. We were talking about the fact that you can't get 2 full stints within a driver's 2-hour window, and Joe Osborne there saying it's an hour and 10 on fuel in their car, so they can't do a double. And rather than do a 20-minute too short stint, what they're going to do is get a pair of drivers to flip-flop for 4 hours while the others have 8 hours off, or 4 hours off, and then the other pair of drivers will flip-flop for the next 4 hours, and then we'll be towards 7 or 8 in the morning, and by that stage we'll be looking at, you know, what we're going to do then. So it gives one group a 4-hour rest and then the other group a 4-hour rest without trying to double stint the car or the tyres. The minimum rest period, 2/3 of the last stint duration, so that means if you drive an hour, you only have to have 2/3 of an hour off, so they can flip-flop over, so you can do an hour in, an hour out, an hour in, an hour out. That works. Whereas if you'd done 90 minutes in, you would have to have an hour off. So either way they skin it. They're just going to do a single stint on fuel and flip-flop between Joe Osborne and Flick Haig. So that's and that might be a pattern that we see repeated, because that to me sounds like a very logical way of working out how you get 2 pints into not 2-pint pots. I mean, there's no way that you can work this getting a double stint in with a maximum 2 hour, and that's why a 2-hour window has been chosen as a driver maximum, so you can't automatically double stint. I mean, it's all these things that make you have to think of different ways of getting around these little obstacles. That's what racing's all about.
That's why Kravenik do it.
Yeah.
And also, remember what you've just said there, Martin. The playing field is like a shifting desert of sand, as you are trying to predict what's going to happen next, to do what you've just predicted and proposed, it's changed within a matter of moments. It's changed again, and you have to adjust.
Yeah.
Endurance racing's always been, what's the saying? Endurance races are won on the pit wall. The guys behind the wheel, they're just going as fast as they need to.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say as fast as they can, because we've already been into the delta time that they have to not go over.
Well, that's only for the A6 AM class. For the guys at the very sharp end in A6 Pro, it is hell for leather, absolutely flat out. So for our race leader, car number 911, the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche, flat out is what it's all about. Fastest lap for that car was a 2:08.9. Last time round, Daniel Alleman, our current driver in the race leading car, did a 2:15. Now he is an hour and 3 minutes into his stint, and if they're doing roughly the same fuel mileage as the Audi, he's got maybe another couple of laps before he will come back in. That car, like the in fact, the Optimum car has now been a 6-stop, but that car, like the Ram Racing Mercedes that's second, has only made 5 stops. And incredibly, in the top 10, in 6th position, having made just 4 stops, is the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Michael Kroll is at the wheel of that. So they have made 1 stop less than anybody else, apart from the B2F competition Porsche that lies in 17th place and second in the 991 class. So, I mean, they haven't been tempted in by any of the alluring Code 60. They've gone, no, right to the end of your fuel, in you come. Right to the end of your fuel, in you come. But it also means, Joe, I can't even. Can I say this? Yeah, nothing's gone wrong with their car so far.
Yeah. Ooh.
You know, I'm always tempted not to say it, but that is a fact. You know, you have to say that's one of the reasons why they have only had 4 stops, is they've gone as far as they humanly can on their fuel and not being sucked in to come, or tempted to come in early. They've got a game plan and they're sticking to it at the moment.
I think that's exactly why they do that. These guys are very experienced in running in Creventic races, and because of the different fueling allowed during Code 60s, usually, you know, somewhere like Le Mans, when the yellow comes out, it's a little bit different these days, however, Martin, with the virtual safety car,
like Code 60.
That's exactly the same as Code 60.
Yeah.
So things have changed. But let's talk about before, when the yellow flag came out. You always pitted. You always refueled to the max. You always extended that fuel window again, and the driver had to suck it up. And you know, if he was in the car 3 hours, he was in the car 3 hours. This is a completely different tactic. So, you know, you've got the 2-hour maximum driver time to consider, but also you're going to get nothing out of pitting under a caution.
Well,
at Code 60.
The deal at Le Mans now is the driver has to stay in as long as the tyres will last.
Yes.
And that is the limiting factor. You know, triple stinting, quad stinting, 5 stints of, you know, sort of 50 minutes.
Yes.
That is what the driver has to put up with. Here, that's not. You can't do that. You can only do a maximum of 2 hours in the car in any one go. And so we will see very few teams doing that, because it means you do a full tank of fuel and 2/3 of a tank of fuel. And that's just an extra pit stop that you don't need to be making. Whereas if you'd taken a minute to change the driver while you were changing the tyres, then you could go for another, you know, another full stint. And so it's less time on the pit road in total over the race. It's kind of 2 different ways of skinning the cat. Now then, car 102, we saw that coming in, getting on for 45 minutes ago with a damaged left front corner. Remember, the bumper was bent in, the front wing was peeled back, the left front corner was hanging off. When Martin Lanting brought the car in, it had all the hallmarks that he'd hit something, and he has now been handed a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty for causing an avoidable accident, or at least the JR Motorsport car number 102 has. Martin Lanting's no longer in it, so who is Muggins who's going to have to serve the penalty? Oh, that's his longtime teammate Bob Herber. Well, we've spoken to Bob several times already this weekend. Bob, why's the car stopped in a cloud of smoke? Oh, we've blown the engine. So they changed that after qualifying yesterday, ready for today. The team went home at 6 this morning. The team incidentally are running 2 cars. They went home at 6 this morning to have a shower, some breakfast, and I don't know, maybe 20 minutes kip. Came back for morning warm-up. It ran in morning warm-up, then it came in with a smoky gearbox oil leak. So they fixed that. It came in early in the race with issues. Now it's hit somebody. Now it's got a stop-and-go penalty as a result of hitting somebody, plus the time loss for damage. So you've got to hope, if you're JR Motorsport, that 102 has got the bad luck magnet and the bad news magnet on it. I mean, tough luck from Bob Herber and Martin Lanting and their teammates, but if that can, allow the 103 car to continue on its merry way, then at least that's some good news to the story.
But they seem to have, Martin, the 102 car has had absolutely everything thrown at it.
Yeah.
And it still continues. 16 and a half hours to go, I would imagine.
I know, plenty of time for lots more dramas for that car, and it will be that. That's the way it goes, isn't it? One car will be covered in drama, the other one will be drama-free. The onboard camera in the 963 GRT Grasser Racing car, Rolf Eichen is at the wheel. It's showing you Audi's latest rear-view mirror technology. The flat screen that hangs inside the car replaces a rear-view mirror. It's basically a screen that shows the view from the camera. And the view from the camera looking backwards is just glare. That's all there is. If you've got anybody behind you, just get glare. You can't identify anything. With a human eye in a mirror, you might stand a chance, but aside from that, you don't. Sorel van der Merwe at the wheel of the Team Africa Le Mans Ginetta. That's car number 555. It's in the SP3 class. It lies fourth behind the OCC LASIK Racing Porsche, behind the Alfab Racing Porsche, and the class-leading JR Motorsports BMW number 103. That's their good luck car. Now, this is an interesting little story. The team's based in South Africa. Sorel van der Merwe, one of the sort of leading lights. They've got 3 South African drivers, a British teammate, and Jan Lammers has joined the team as well. The car has been prepared in South Africa, come over. The team have sort of basically shipped it to Europe, driven it all the way down here. They're on a bit of an epic road trip. And Sorel basically saying their major problem is the strength or otherwise to the South African currency, the rand. The rand is very weak against international currencies. And he said, I mean, our currency is worth nothing. That's our biggest problem. And unfortunately, they don't lack anything in heart. So they may have a bit of a financial issue, but they are really pushing with that car to get it to the finish of a 24-hour race. For all of them, it's a massive learning curve. I mean, Sorel did Le Mans many years ago in the 1980s, early 90s in the Group C era. Of course, Jan Lammers is the experienced 24-hour racer, many Le Mans appearances for him. But for the rest of the team, this is a really big adventure away from homegrown racing, away from the national racing scene in South Africa, to a well-known international circuit, but to a big 24-hour race. And it's a national standard team stepping up, and there are quite a number of them in this field actually in a host of classes, stepping up to a really big international race, and that's a great adventure for all of them.
Like you say, Martin, that driver lineup itself, the experience that is in that little Ginetta is just phenomenal. And that, you know what, we've got Stefan Ortelli here as well in a Porsche. All right, this series become FIA sanctioned now. It is growing. It is attractive. It's attractive to a massive mix of the most diverse field of drivers, and not just in experience, but also ability. It's got everything.
Well, we've got champions and contenders from national racing classes. We've got former Group C and Le Mans 24-hour winners. We've got drivers who have won Porsche Super Cup. We've got drivers who have won endurance races of all kinds.
There's one that strikes my attention, Adam Jones. In the car 144, currently leading the TCR class. Former touring car experience.
And in second place, Jamie Campbell-Walter, Stuart Hall and Roland Goethe, who 2 years ago won the GTE Am World Championship in World Endurance. So you've got all sorts of different cars, different teams and different drivers coming together with this one thing in common. They want to have fun doing this 24-hour race, and that's exactly what the organisers are putting all of their effort into. The whole concept of this is not, okay, if you walk away from the car, you've retired. If you have damage, you've retired. If you need outside assistance, you've retired. No, it's exactly the opposite of that. You've come to try and finish a 24-hour race, and we're going to damn well make every effort we can to help you do that. If you need towing back in because the car broke or had an accident or ran out of fuel, we'll tow you back in. If you can fix it and finish, fix it and finish.
And
if
why
you
not?
can't, we'll sympathise with you.
Yeah.
If you can, we'll be happy with you as well.
And because this is Pro-Am racing, you know, people have spent a lot of money to go motor racing. There is no such thing as cheap motor racing.
Yep.
It's all relative. And this is not cheap motor racing. It isn't compared to an LMP1 programme or a Formula One team, yes, but it's not cheap. And people invest a lot of their hard-earned cash into going racing. This is the amateur drivers that we have here, or the Pro-Am drivers. This is their pastime.
Yep.
This is how they relax. They enjoy the competitiveness as you would playing golf, maybe. But they want to go motor racing. Now, in a 24-hour race, the massive Motorsport Aston comes to mind. That car was out after 2 laps. Now, if you can get that car repaired, get back out there, you've got hours and hours and hours to fix it, and you've still got hours and hours and hours to race it. And why not? Why ever not? This is not, this is not professional motorsport. This is Pro-Am motorsport.
Yep, it's not an FIA World Championship, and it doesn't need FIA World Championship rules. Exactly.
I am going to head down to the pit lane, Martin, and take over from Owen. So I'll hand you back to.
Well, it is nearly dark.
The data centre needs Paul Truswell
We
back.
are fast approaching 10 o'clock at night here in the south of France. The last glimmering of the evening sun remains in the eastern sky, but it is dark if you look out to the west. And those of you that have been following the race from the start, it'll remain dark till around 7:30 tomorrow morning. So it'll be very dark, but not for a very long time. Our race is still being led by Daniel Alleman in the Pre-Cut Racing Herbeth Porsche. Jamie Campbell-Walters second for Ram Racing in the Mercedes, and Flick Haig in third place in Optimum Motorsports Audi R8. And that is the top 3. Tom Onslow-Cole has stopped in 4th place for fuel in the SPS Automotive Mercedes. So too is Dimitrion Jalbert in 5th place in the number 17 IDEX Sport Mercedes. And that may well promote car number 10, Michael Kroll in the Hofer Racing Mercedes from 6th position, a little further up the order. He's battling with On Jalbert for the lead in the A6 AM class. So as we get to 10 o'clock at night here in France, we've got 16 and a half hours remaining. Live lights to flag coverage continues on RadioLeMans.com, 24hseries.com, and through the night, as long as you have pictures, you can watch the live streaming on the website and on Motors TV. So I'm Martin Haven alongside
Martin Haven and Joe Bradley with us for the last wee while. Paul Truswell takes over control again of the Thunderbird 2 Pod 4. I think Pod 3, isn't it? Pod 4 is the bit underneath. The 202 Red Camel car leading its class, and an issue for that machine. Now it says Rob Hearn's in the car at the moment, but we've been tricked by that before. It is in 13th position. It certainly was off the circuit there. Now gets back up to... No, it's not back up to speed.
No. They've had various suspension problems on that car in the past, and that was what brought Ivo Breukers into the pits quite a long time ago. They spent some time trying to fix it, but I don't think they ever got to the point where it was fully fixed. So that's possibly a recurrence of that event which has befallen that car. Sudden flurry of pit stoppers as Martin and Joe rush off. We had the 27 and 17, the IDEX Sport Racing and the SPS Automotive Mercedes, both coming in for pit stops. They're still going on at the moment, and we also now have the race leading Porsche number 911 having its next routine pit stop. Daniel Alleman having done 33 laps on that last pit stop. Slightly shorter stint, in fact, for Alleman on that one. Remember earlier on we had the situation where Ralph Bone was making fuel, as it were, in the car after the previous Code 60. He did 33 laps, but then the car had to come in for a full refuel, and I think they're now trying to get the car up to more towards its 120 litres. So it was only a 33 lap stint there for Daniel Alleman on that previous stop. But the lead is such that Daniel, or that Porsche, keeps the lead despite having to have pit stops. So it's round about. I passed a note over to Martin, and I can't quite remember what it said now.
Hey, you leave my bits of paper alone.
Yes, it was about 3 minutes, the gap first to second. I thought it had actually gone up further than that. So it lost the lead for a lap on the previous cycle of pit stops. We'll see whether it loses the lead for a lap or not on this cycle of pit stops. But as Martin was saying, the threat from behind is very heavily pushed towards Mercedes. Just one Audi and one Porsche against a phalanx of Mercedes up at the front of the field, John.
And a Lamborghini.
Well, yes, but the Lamborghini's kind of
too far away.
Well, yes, in fact, even behind the number 11 Ferrari. Now, that number 11 Ferrari had a bit of a delay, I believe, John.
Yes, it did.
With bonnets flying off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Leader is in the fuel stop.
Yes.
So Daniel Alleman in the fuel stop and has been for 3 minutes. Just if you're joining us, just after 9 o'clock back in the UK, 10 o'clock here in the south of France. Still fabulous conditions, still just about 20 degrees Celsius outside, and very pleasant indeed. Whilst I was out of the booth listening in on the internet stream, clear as a bell, and fair play to Circuit Paul Ricard for their extensive Wi-Fi spreading all the way to our team transport in the paddock. Very impressed by that. And then they're Bluetoothed into the van stereo, all very good. HRT performance with the Porsche, third in class, out in the darkness. A little more lighting than I think I was expecting to see. Still some very, very dark patches, but more lighting by the side of the circuit perhaps than I was expecting to see at various places. Although what I would say is it's not ideal for racing, because a lot of it seems to be pointing at the track, which I know sounds ridiculous, but you normally have them pointing the wrong way and lighting up from behind the cars rather than in front.
So more like street lights rather than
yes.
Racing track lights. I know exactly what you mean, John. And in some ways it is a slightly mixed message with that, because yes, certain areas are lit up, but that's good, but it makes it more dark when you get to the unlit places.
Yes.
If you've just come out of a lit place, and
then you get that thing where you've got to keep flicking your eyes into a dark place to try and get your night vision back.
That's right, and especially as drivers get older, and some of these drivers, remember, are gentlemen and are perhaps not as young as they once were.
35 car is second in class 991. Now the APO Sport, the 68 car, has done a cracking job, although some of its competition have fallen by the wayside. Still 16 and a half minutes, if only, hours to go, which is something, I suppose, that will give some encouragement to some of the teams. Still leading then is the 911, back out without losing the lead as Jamie Campbell-Walter comes in from second in the Ram Racing Mercedes and is in the fuel stop here at Paul Ricard. But being impressed with Paul, if I'm honest, is all right, plenty of time still to go, but the relative lack of attrition here. We've had a couple of cars coming together which have caused issues.
Yes, during the dinner break, we were kind of going through the list of retirements, and I think we'd made it 3 accidental retirements and 3 mechanical retirements. The 3 accidental ones being the Ginetta number 284, which came to grief on the Mistral Straight, the 171 and the 125 cars, which crashed right in front of us here on the start-finish straight. All 3 of those cars have retired, and so those were accidental retirements, accident damage. The other 3 being the 55 Aston Martin, which retired with the power steering pump failure, the 45 Porsche, which retired with a gearbox failure, and then the 200, is it 200 202? 200, the RWT Chevrolet Corvette, which I don't know that I know exactly why that one retired. I've got a feeling that was an engine failure. But that car came to a grinding halt out on the circuit and was then brought back in, and that one is also a retirement. But I think it's just those 6, although just looking down, car number 33 has been in the pits for more than an hour now. That's the Car Collection Motorsport, the pro entry in the Car Collection Motorsport team. And so, not sure who's in the pits. I think Owen went down. Oh no, Joe's gone down into the pits, hasn't he?
Yes, it is, yeah.
So Joe down in the pits. The number 33 Car Collection Motorsport can perhaps tell us why that one is in the pits.
So the team Ultran Peugeot continues at the back end of the field, now down to 4th positioning class, that 208, after the drive shaft problems of earlier for the little 208 GTI. Its teammate, the 205 car, is continuing to lead the A3 category, going down the start-finish straight, which ironically is one of the darker places on the circuit, turning through the chicane at 1 and 2. Pretty much nothing there to light the circuit all the way down to the very far end, the northern end of the track. Standard of driving pretty good here at the 24 hours of Paul Ricard's, the latest round of the International Endurance Series, the FIA International Endurance Series, remember, powered by Hankook. Exciting news coming from the series on Wednesday that we were able to break on Midweek Motorsport of the Brno 12 hours later this season being extended to 24. And some additional events next year, which we are already hearing about. I think 1 or 2 people have been tweeting about the additional races at the Circuit of the Americas, 24-hour race there in September, as well as Misano and Monza getting 12-hour races, 24 hours at Portimao, 12 hours of Imola, to add to a change of date for this race. And then the Touring Car Endurance Series, also powered by Hankook, with Mugello, Silverstone, Zandvoort, Brno and Barcelona. Mugello and Zandvoort being the 12 hours and all the rest being twice around the clock. So dates to be confirmed on those, but an awful lot of Creventic Run racing in 2017.
Isn't it nice to be able to look forward to a 2017 season, and we're not even, well, only just in July of 2016 already. Just picking up on the pit stops, which we had a flurry of just before the top of the hour. Robert Renauer has taken the 911 Prescott Herbert Porsche back out onto the circuit. As John said, that car pitting and resuming without losing the lead of the race, although it was a pretty close run thing with the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes coming up as well, not being able to get into the lead on that occasion. Jamie Campbell-Walter, though, I think has stayed behind the wheel to do a double stint. Flick Haig has taken over the Optimum Audi and is now in second place. And Lance David Arnold has taken over the number 27 SPS Automotive Mercedes, and there was a third pit stop as well. That was for the car number 17, and that has been Dimitri Engelbert taking that car over. So a lot of driver changes in the top 6 running cars on that last little stint, last little few minutes. Another joker having been burnt by the number 34 car collection Mercedes-Benz. Max Edelhoff in the number 34 doing a 2 minutes 12.362 on that last lap. That's 0.7 of a second under his minimum reference lap time, so he will be burning another joker for that. I'll tell you later on how many jokers altogether they've used, and we'll catch up with that one. 10 jokers altogether you're allowed to use. In other words, you're allowed to go underneath your minimum reference lap time 10 times during the 24 hours, or at least in the first 22 hours. After that, you then have to serve a 30-second stop-and-go penalty if you go underneath the minimum reference lap time.
A couple of things to bring you up to date on, and this from the Alfab Porsche. Unfortunately, a bit of debris that had come loose hit the front of the car. Suspected the radiator broken. It's brought us to the pits. And Rotation says, an endurance race at Monza. How did that get past the local residents? I think the Monza race, if I remember rightly. Oh, no, it's not, actually. I was going to say I thought it was the quieter cars, but no. It is a 12-hour, so it might be a split race. So in daytime only, a sort of a 3+9 or a 4+8. Jem Littman has joined us here in our broadcast centre from HRT Performance, and down to third at the moment. Had the dizzy heights of the lead earlier on, such are the outrageous fortunes of endurance racing.
Well, I'm in a fairly dark place. It was my mistake. I punctured the front rad, so we lost.
By doing what?
I think I came
up. Like you walked up to it and kicked it.
Yeah, I came up behind, I think, one of the Renault prototypes. Really, he kind of stopped in the last corner, and I think what happened is toe eye went into the rad, and then I got down to turn 1 and went, oh, hang on, something wrong here.
Oops.
On the good side, we're back up to third. No damage to the engine. Guys in the team were just amazing changing that rad, but yeah, I feel pretty bad about it. I'm not the happiest man.
But if you see, I mean, if you've saved the motor and you didn't get a big heat alarm, got it in within a lap, that you should be all right with that.
Yeah,
those things those things are pretty durable. I mean, the car's gone very, very well, quite clearly. We've talked about this many times before in the Creventic races. It seems pretty much a perfect weapon to do this sort of thing with a cup car. How much has to change? How much goes into making it endurance spec?
The only difference is ABS.
Oh, right, okay.
You're not allowed to do anything else. But
and a bigger tank, presumably.
No, we still run with a very small tank. That's one of the problems, that we can only run about 32 to 34 laps, 35 laps maybe. So it's about an hour and a half. So we can never run the full 2 hours. Yeah. So that's the main disadvantage, and that was down. And also we have a restrictor plate in, so we don't mess with the H6 class guys. So we were a little too fast last year, so a restrictor plate cuts down the power by about 15, 20 horsepower.
Right.
And we don't have the larger fuel tank.
So that takes you down to about, what, 400 horsepower? No, 360 they are normally.
I think we run about 440, something
440,
like that.
460 they are normally, that's right, yes. But paddle shift and ABS is the big add on that.
Yeah. I mean, the Cup car at the moment is paddle shift.
Correct.
It's just the ABS, and the ABS doesn't really kick in that often. But what it does save your tyres. So you're never going to flat spot your tyres, and that's the big saving about ABS. And of course, if it's wet, then it's a great advantage.
And I mean, a solid platform. Oh, yeah. Solid. A lot of people don't get on with Porsches. You either do or you don't. There's no middle ground.
Was it to quote Eddie Irvine, the first time he drove one in a race, it was someone attached a caravan to the back of the car. Yeah, it's a difficult car to drive and get hold of, and that's been a learning curve and a half for me. First time in the car, first time on the track, and about 20 laps before we got out today. So, you know, the idea was to go out and actually drive and try and preserve some fuel and go a little longer rather than trying to go out laps and just be safe. And of course, being safe, I've run into the back of another car, which isn't great.
However, there's 16 hours and 14 minutes left, which is the beauty of a race this length. Don't go away. I'm going to go down to Joe Bradley, who's in the pit lane now. Good evening, Joseph. Hello, Joe.
Yeah. Can you hear me? You can hear me now, can't you?
I can, yes.
Just before I left you guys, I did notice that the 144 Seat was leading the TCR class.
That's the RS Connect car, yes, in the pits now.
Adam Jones was at the wheel of the car. We'll need that in a second, Adam. Adam, you guys were in the lead, and I've come down, and here you are. I was quite shocked.
Yeah, wasn't expecting to be speaking to you quite so soon, but we just had a problem with the brake pedal. I was getting a long pedal, and I thought that it's due for a front pads, but then I just lost the brakes completely. Luckily, there's plenty of runoff here with no gravel, and I managed to get it back, but I was just concerned that I was going to do some fuel and then come in for pads, but I couldn't even make it into the fuel stations. I've had to roll here. The lads have had to stop me, push me back in, but as you can see on the floor, there's no material left on front or the rear pads.
I'm going to show you guys. Now, it's not that hot. That you can see that, guys. There is no material left. It's down to the metal. You may be aware of that when you go to get your car serviced and you say you need new brake pads. Now, Adam, that's not what you were expecting. Then you expected the brakes to last a little bit longer than that, I would imagine.
Yeah, exactly. At least a good 12 hours or so, but they've gone sooner than we thought. I think a lot of the damage is done with the heat that we had earlier on. You know, it was very hot this afternoon, so I'm hoping that once we put a new set in now, that should do us to the end of the race.
It's going to be a bit of a concern, I would imagine. So we are 6-7 hours in. I would imagine in 6 or 7 hours' time, if you're going down that Mistral into Sing, that's going to come into your head.
Absolutely, you are conscious of that. You know, it's forever pumping the pedal to try and just get something there. But luckily, like I said, there's plenty of runoff, and I did go straight on at the chicane a couple of times because I just couldn't make the chicane, and then it happened again on the last lap before I came in at the bottom where I just missed a couple of corners. But fortunate it was here and nowhere else.
Yeah, Adam, have you got a new pad? Is that a new pad there?
Yeah, got some
Can I grab that? Now this is a rear pad. That's the rear pad, so it's kind of twice. But if you look, that's the metal bit there, and all this is the wear material that wears out and presses against the disc. That's what Adam's talking about. That's what Adam's trying to explain. All of that has disappeared. Disappeared ahead of schedule.
Yeah, very ahead of schedule, yeah. Sooner than we anticipated, that's for sure.
Adam, wish you all the best. I'm sure you'll sort it out and get back out there.
We'll fix it. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks. Adam Jones there. Was leading TCR and now, well, isn't. Brake issues, as we heard.
Yes. That's remarkable to see. Literally no friction material left at all. J.M. Lippman is with us here from HRT Performance. That's food for thought, isn't it?
I was pretty...
On one of those TCR cars, because they're pretty robust machines.
Yeah, he's in the Seat, is he?
Seat, yeah.
That's what I was racing in Zandvoort, but they are really heavy on the brakes. Remember, front-wheel drive, front-wheel engine, and those front wheels are doing most of the work. So maybe it had the bias a little too far to the front, and or something wasn't working.
Well, that little one was the back part. That was quite remarkable. We're going to let you get away. Thank you very much for coming to see us and keep us up to date with what's going on. J.M. Lippman from HRT Performance, the car in third position in their category at the moment, having a decent scrap with MRS GT Racing. Charlie Putman is in that car. At the head of the field, as it has been for some time, the Precut Herbert 911 Porsche has got a couple of laps on the rest of the field, and we've got 16 hours and 10 minutes to go here at Paul Ricard's. So the evening time has now gone through to full night, and Paul Truswell has handed me a piece of paper. I have in my hand a small orange post-it note.
It might not be very clear, John. What I'm trying to work out is
how much daytime and how much
daytime
darkness.
running we've got,
Yes.
so that we can try and extrapolate that break wear, because the amount of daytime running we had yesterday not yesterday yet, is it? This afternoon, I'm losing track of time. It's only 20 past 10. The amount of daytime running we had this afternoon in the lead up to night time was about 7 hours. Now, from when the sun comes up tomorrow, and let's give it an hour on top of that just to allow it to get properly warm to the end of the race, it's going to be a 7.5 hours run again. So we heard the driver there saying that he was hoping that the pads they put on now will last them to the end of the race. Well, that's all right, provided they have no wear at all throughout the night. To get no wear at all throughout the night, then they'll be able to run tomorrow. But if they've run down at this point, they need to really be able to get through the whole of the night without doing any further damage.
I think that's another brake pad change.
Another pad change.
Because we're getting on for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And even my rudimentary arithmetic says 8 hours into 24
is a third.
Yes, is a third. So that's 2 brake changes that they're going to have to do. And you can say what you like, but you can't baby those cars. You are not going to stretch that to 16 hours on another set of pads when you've done one. If you are just joining us and you saw the incident earlier on between the 35 and the 284, which took the Nova Race Ginetta out, the 35 car has got a 5-lap penalty, been assessed a 5-lap penalty for that. That's the B2F competition car. Not sure that's showing on the timing and scoring at the moment. I'll discuss that with Paul in just a moment. You're listening on RadioLeMans.com and 24H Series, sound and vision beautifully together. This race is punishing. Great circuit, plenty of runoff. Fabulously safe, the former high-tech test track here at Paul Ricard. 14 times this facility hosted the French Grand Prix from 1971 through to 1990. And now the venue for the FIA International Endurance Series and the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, powered by Hankook. John Hindhaugh, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley on duty till midnight here, and we'll do another couple of changes, keeping you guessing. Just seen on the bottom of our timing screen, and I know I heard you guys talking about this before, Paul, but 1 or 2 tweets coming in at Specutainment or at Radio Le Mans, by the way. If you are wanting to get in touch with us in our broadcast centre, a couple of people asking about that contact between the 35 B2F Porsche that took the 284 Ginetta out of the race. A 5-lap penalty has been assessed on that car that is sitting in second place in the 991 category and has just rejoined the racetrack actually after its fuel stop, the 17th position. Now, I presume that 178 laps on the timing screen does not include that 5-lap penalty.
Correct. It has gone round 178 times.
Right.
I've just counted them. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that whilst you're drinking coffee.
I seem to have got sort of hot chocolatey coffee, which is
nice.
Very interesting.
What I will be able to do is to tell you as and when that penalty gets incorporated onto the timing screens. I will assume that now the message has come up on the screens, it's therefore official.
Yes.
What the timekeepers will do will key it into the system, and we will have it come up on the timing screens. But because I've got a kind of constant lap count going, I should be able to work out whether that has happened or not. So
that is going to be
into account.
Yes, indeed. That is going to be good news for J.M. Lippmann, who was with us a moment or two ago, because his car will benefit from that. Already now just 95 seconds behind after its pit stop that put... now, who did it put into that? Benoit Fratin. Or was it Bruno? Was it Bruno? I only have B written next to Vettel.
In
the 35.
Benoit.
Thank you. And in fact, as they've gone across the line this time, the time has disappeared to 0.4 of a second. So out on the circuit, the 73 will have in its sights at the moment, this is the HRT performance car, will have a pass for position in its sights. And that, at the moment, has got Fabian Engel behind the wheel. And they are, where are they on the circuit? Let me have a quick look at our status. They are both in the second part of the track. And I think the 73 may have gone through, actually, judging by the tracking system, in the middle sector. Sector 1, if you're following along at home on the timing and scoring, which you can do thanks to our sophisticated timing system, from the start-finish line through to the tiny little short straight between turns 5, which is Camp Corner, and Sambaum turn 6. Then from there through turn 6 and 7, all the way down the Mistral straight through the chicane, which is about 2/3 of the way down, and then pretty much between where you rejoin and where you turn in right-handed to Scene, which is the super quick off-camber corner at the end of the 1.8 kilometre, normally 1.8 kilometre Mistral, broken up into, well, 2/3 and a third. That's intermediate 2, and then all the twisty bits, Scene, the Beauzet, through Piff Paff, and then Lake and Bridge, the last 2 corners. That is the 3rd sector. Big lot up for someone going into the back straight chicane. Tyre smoke showing there. Starting to get difficult now to pick your braking points out in the darkness. The key thing that you must have done in night practice is work out where those braking points are. The 202 Red Camel Mark Mazda 3 in 13th position, leading its class, or at least it was. That car is now dropping down in the pits, getting a front brake pad change as we come up to 16 hours to go. And the 202 has dropped down and has dropped off my timing screen and down to 26th position now. It's been in the pits for almost half an hour, that car, so it's been a little bit more than that. We'll check in with Joe Bradley in a moment after we've done the update at 16 hours, which is about 30 seconds away. So the first third of the race here at Paul Ricard, pretty much done and done. Small cheer from 1 or 2 teams down underneath us. Great smell of cooking in the paddock in the paddock behind us as I was wandering back to the studio. Let's have a look at the standings then. After 8 hours, the number 911 Precourt Herberth Porsche is still in the lead of the race and leads now by a full lap to Flick Hagen Optimum Motorsports Audi. Look further down to the number 41, and the HTP Motorsport Mercedes-Benz has just done that last time around, the fastest lap of the race, 2:08.169. Remarkable stuff at this time of the night. The arm leader is the number 17 car in 6th position there, and then as we go beyond the top 10, we can pick some more leaders up in the classes. In 11th position, the APO Sport Porsche leads the 991 Cup class. That's the 68 car in 11th position. The SP2 leader is in 12th position, the Speed Lover Porsche. And then further down in 15th position, in fact that's just changed, hasn't it, is the 94 Spark Motorsport Porsche. That's the SPX leader. If we head into the 20s now, I'll give you some more class leaders. The JR Motorsport BMW number 103 is the first of the SP3 cars. It's the E90 M3, showing laps away from the lead there on our caption, of course. And right behind it, the 205 Team Altran Peugeot inside the top 25 now and leading class A3. Moving on to the bottom end of the top 20 and into the 30s, the Memak Ogilvy Seat still leads despite that long pit stop for a little while ago, and it is back now at the top, should I say. And our final class leader in 35th position, the 112. Yes, the Renault is back at the lead of A2 class. The Team Presenza EU car, which had its problems early on, that car back to the top of the charge. Problems at the bottom end of our 51 starters for the 55 Aston Martin, out with power steering failure very early on in the first handful of laps. The 284 Ginetta is out as well. The Arthea Sport Porsche went out with a gearbox issue. The 200, that's the Corvette, was an engine problem. And the 33 also out at the bottom of the field down there as well. The Audi R8, that was another power steering problem. We've also lost the 125 and the 171, who came together on the start-finish line and therefore did not go any further. Wow, it's been a busy 8 hours, hasn't it? Bringing you up to date. Let's go down to Joe Bradley and pick up the story then of that car that has been sitting in pit lane for a very long time. Joe, what's going on?
Yeah, the 202 car, John. I've just spoke to Rick Breukers, who was in the car when whatever happened occurred, and it was at the front of its class. It's lost a wheel, but in so doing, the wheel has damaged the stub axle, which I'm hoping we've got some pictures for you of that stub axle. It's damaged the thread of the stub axle, so that's being repaired, and it's where the retaining pin goes has had to be drilled out because it was all mangled. But also, having lost a wheel, they've brought the car in. They found that, would you believe, the brake pads are down to the metal, in exactly what we saw in the Adam Jones Seat. Rick Breukers has just showed me the exact same thing, completely devoid of friction material, down to the metal. He lost his brakes, but I think losing the wheel kind of overshadowed that somewhat, as you would imagine. But as you can see, they're still repairing the stub, and hopefully this car will get back out and recovery drive to the front of their class.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much indeed. We'll keep an eye on that. 8 hours down, 16 to go. It's been a very eventful first 8 hours here at Paul Ricard. The weather has not been an issue. Blue and clear skies through the daytime. Clear skies, temperature dropping, but not much in the darkness. So, first, maybe is it one of the first of the things that you tick off? Probably getting to darkness, one of the first things that you tick off. The next big waypoint for many of these people who are racing at the moment, many of these teams and drivers, will be midnight. Let's get it into Sunday morning. Then it'll be sun up and a bit of breakfast, midday, and then, straight through the chicane on the back straight there. Looked very much to me like either one of the car collection cars going through. If we get no more code 60s, 612 laps, so that's well over 3,500 kilometres with expected, what is expected code 60? 596. How much have you programmed into that, Paul?
I've taken just more than what we've had so far, because I think we've done well to get away with just 3 code 60 periods thus far. So I think we're going to have another 4. So I've just said we'll have another 4 code 60s. They'll be around 14 minutes each, and that'll take us under the 600. So it's really down to you guys out there racing whether you get to 600 or not. If we keep the circuit green, then yes, we're going to get over 600.
Okay, that works for me as well. The 209 in soaking up what looks to be a long penalty. That's the Vortex. Been up and down race for those guys. A very impressive looking car based on the GC Automobile subframe, tube frame chassis. The cars you will have seen in the past in this series looking rather like BMWs, but mid-engined and multiple cylinders, V6s and V8s. And that Vortex is a V8 engine car sitting just outside the top 45 at the moment. Very much, I think, a learning experience for that car. Starting to see now, as I was wandering in through the paddock, amazing, first of all, how many people are watching the coverage. The organisers, Creventic, make digital TV receivers available should the teams want or need them. There is a yellow flag waving, it's just been taken away at the entrance to the back chicane on the Mistral. Creventic make digital TV receivers available so that anyone in the pit and paddock can tune into the same pictures that you'll be following either on TV or on the stream, and obviously that's linked with our commentary. The Wi-Fi here at RICARD, both from Creventic and from the circuit itself, is extraordinary and able to be picked up right around the paddock, to the point where I was back in the van listening in on Bluetooth on the van radio system, on the van audio system, and being able to keep up with what's going. So you sort of get an idea of what's going on as you're wandering around chatting to people, and we're starting to see now the evidence that these cars have been racing for 8 hours. Bits of bodywork falling from some of them, rear valances and various bits of pieces missing, all starting to look like that they have been involved in a bit of a scrap. But at the front of the field, the 911 runs around, just being white with a bit of grey and a bit of red, and just doing its thing. And about to, when it comes round in a moment or two's time, click 200 laps over, which is just a little bit late for where we thought it might be. 8 hours, first 4 hours we got in the 100 laps.
Yeah, except it didn't quite do that either, because we were 3 minutes over.
Oh, really? Well, this is going to be about 10 minutes over, and in fact he goes across the line right now.
That's why we need no more code 60s in order to get to the 600 mark.
Yeah, agreed. Once again, even my basic arithmetic can do that. The Huracan 963 continuing to circulate for the GRT Grasser Racing team. That car has Rolf Nation on the wheel, behind the wheel at the moment, and is in 12th position, 7th in Pro. And by the way, just underlining how quick the 991 Cup class cars are, the 68 APO Sport now up into 11th position and threatening the top 10, as we thought it would do.
Dimitri Enjabir comes into the fueling area from the lead of A6 Am, and Dan Brown has just come in from 3rd position in the 30 Ram racing car. Both about right?
No, early for Dan Brown.
Yes.
Very much early for Dan Brown. He's done 13 laps only, and you'd expect him to do something like 30 rather than
He's going
13.
to lose 4th position to Lance David Arnold when the SPS Automotive Mercedes-Benz comes around next time. Now, I wonder if that was a Ram Racing Mercedes that missed the pit last time. I did see the stripes down the side, and that was about all in the darkness. It is getting very difficult out on the far side of the track to be able to pick out some of these cars, which makes it all the more interesting. Benoit Fretard, the B2F competition car, is still scored in 16th position and still, I think, has not been docked the 5 laps that we're expecting to see those disappear.
No, certainly not yet. The IDEC car as well, you said that came in, number 17 car, Mercedes in 6th place it was when it came in. That also is early, having only done 16 laps on its stint. Now, maybe this is strategic because by doing a shorter stint, then you can run an hour and 10. If they think that the tyres will double stint now, and as it's cooler, it might happen, it may be a strategic choice that the teams are making.
SP2 second place car. Joe Bradley is with the 84 car on pit lane. Is this sorting up a penalty, Joe?
It is indeed. It's in the penalty box, you see. Let me see if we can be told what the penalty was for. Do you know what that penalty was for? He's gone too fast.
He's broken out of his bracket.
He's gone underneath his 2:15. We're seeing a lot of that, aren't we? Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. No joker laps, Paul, for anything other than the A6 Am category. Joe Bradley down there just getting the news from the organisers. 10 jokers for the A6 Am cars that you can play. You can break out of your bracket, the 211 or the 213, up to the last 2 hours of the race. And there have been some used.
There have indeed, yes. I'm just trying to do the sums at the moment. 2 have been used by the number 10, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, the car that has just come into the pits, the number 17 Mercedes from the IDEC Sport team have used just the 1. And there's one other, no, I think those are the only two. Oh no, 34 is the other one which has used some.
Just had a little off by Guillaume Roman in a 38th position Team Ultron Peugeot. That car has bossed its class up until relatively recently. It's topped the timesheets of every session. Drive shaft problem early on, they're chasing back. And that car has just been off the circuit. Not a massive penalty for going off the circuit here. There's lots of runoff, but you don't want to go off the blue into the red because that is very, very abrasive indeed and can damage tyres. So a little bit of a whoopsie there. The finishing off the joker conversation, Paul, it's only the A6 Ams that have that. You get no leeway at all in the other classes, and that's why that 84 car had been pulled in. It had broken out of its bracket. It gets pinged, whether it's first time or fourth time, it's going to have to
spend 30 seconds. Time. It's always 30 seconds, no matter how often you do it.
Right.
It's just a straight penalty per breakout, as it were. And that was also the reason why we saw the Vortex car, number 209, come in for its penalty pit stop. That was for breaking out of its bracket minimum reference lap time as well.
Joe Bradley, you've just had that exact conversation with the team, haven't you? Down in the pit lane about what's going to happen if they do it again.
Yes, we have, and you know what? I wish I'd heard you guys talking before. I've just had that conversation because I'm saying, but you have jokers, and he says, no, we have no jokers whatsoever. I didn't realise it was just the A6 class like you guys have just explained. So, and he was telling me how his driver, you put new tyres on the car, and without the driver really realising it, the time it just comes. And he was, I think he said 300ths under the 2 minutes 15. We've had people being given penalties for being thousandths of a second underneath the target time. And yes, I know it's easy to go that quickly, but if you are shaving it to that nth degree and you know that there's a 30-second penalty there, I'd rather be at 2 minutes 16.5 and not risk 30 seconds, because it's going to take a lot of time to get that 30 seconds back.
Yeah, absolute offence, as Mr. Bradley knows from his time as the long arm of the law. Speeding, an absolute offence. In comes the number 11, Jari Pisarik, in the Scuderia Praha, has already fuelled for just over 3 minutes, and that was a very quick pit stop indeed, Paul.
Yes, he has.
No driver change.
But there were tyres changed on the car, so they've done the tyres, they've done the fuel, and sent him on his way with Jiri Pisarak still at the wheel.
So back out again, and Joe Bradley telling us, I think, that they looked at the tyres but didn't put them on. Joe, is that the case?
Guys, they've changed driver and tyres.
Oh, right.
Peter Cox is at the wheel of that car now.
You're absolutely right. As he goes out the pit lane, it trips the driver ID. So that was an extremely quick visit to the pit lane. That would suggest that he didn't need an awful lot of fuel. In and out, and with 4 tyres, new Hankooks and a new driver, Peter Cox, in 4 minutes and 20 seconds. They will be climbing back up from the 8th position that they're in at the moment, and still a contender, no doubt about that. Well, that was very impressive indeed from the Praha team, Paul.
Although not the quickest pit stop it's done.
Really?
No, just because I can. Its quickest pit stop was by a pit stop, a full service pit stop, as that one was 4 minutes 6. That was a 4 minutes 20. So possibly just spending a little less time doing the fueling, or a little bit more time doing the fueling, accounting for the difference, because teams like Scuderia Praha will be drilled in doing the tyre change, and once you're doing the tyre change, then Joe was right to advise us, because you can get a driver in and out more quickly than you can change all 4 wheels. So quite right, really, to get Peter Cox back in the car. Peter has already done a long stint. They did a stint and a half with Peter at the wheel earlier on, but the car's suffering really from having that long pit stop of 12 minutes earlier in the race, when they had to replace, as I say, I think it was the bonnet that came off the car, and that is why the Ferrari, which has been the quickest car, it had the fastest lap of the race until Bryce Bosey set the fastest lap, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, John. And I thought that might herald a sudden sort of rush of fast laps. But Bryce Bosey having done the fast lap, nobody else has done one as quick as that. What
do we know, if anything, about Bryce Bosey? A lot of people saying it's a new name to them. He's a Luxembourg driver, is he not? And he has driven in the past in a couple of other series, but mainly for HTP Motorsport. He competed in SP2T for Hyundai Motors Deutschland in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We saw him there before. Heiko Motorsport, he's been involved with in the past. Dubai 24 hours in 2011, and started his professional career for the Formula Renault Buetti racing team back in 2010. So
yes, he was involved in the team that won the 2013 Spa 24 hours. Heiko Motorsport, as you say, which is the basis for what became HTP later on.
Correct. Yeah, morphed into that. Well remembered, Paul. So I hope Joshua Barrett was listening there. He tweeted in @Specutainment, which you can do. And we'll be happy to hear from you here in the broadcast centre, trackside at Paul Ricard.
the guys at the front of the field are, I mean, their times, Paul, I'm quite impressed with this because there's still a lot of traffic out there. The conditions obviously in darkness now. A lot of people say, is it easier or harder to drive in darkness? Depends whether you like darkness or not. A lot of the drivers say the cars will go better, as in has come the number 34 Car Collection Motorsport machine from 9th position and 3rd in A6 Am. But in fairness, the guys in the Precourt Herbert car are just trucking around and doing what they do, about 213s to 214s. It's very impressive.
It's consistent pace. It's exactly what they need.
Doesn't have to set the world alight, does it?
It doesn't, and all they're doing at the moment is driving quicker than anybody else. Fastest, apart from them on the circuit at the moment, is Bryce Bosey, except that he's come to the end of his stint. So Bryce, having been faster than them, now isn't anymore because he's not in the car. So Bryce, as well, incidentally, was in the 2013 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. So he has had experience of 24-hour racing, having raced at the Spa and at the Nürburgring, but not for a few years. You kind of look at it and say 2013, and I thought, oh, that's last year, but actually it was 2013, 3 years ago already. So it has time get away from me.
Nicole says, why does the A6 Am class get joker laps but not the other classes? That's just the way it is, I think, is the answer to that. I think it's because they are the cars at the sharp end of the field and you have the option of being in that class, and there's two different levels in there as well, Nicole. Whereas the other cars, it's mandated right throughout the class. Now, Creventic are well known for changing cars between classes to try and make life a little fairer for everybody in the field. So they mandate these lap times. Got to sort of underline, we've got to go back a little bit to the start of Creventic racing, long before the FIA International Endurance Series was probably even thought of. This was a series for people who wanted to do endurance racing on a sensible budget and have a bit of fun. Both the creators of this series were competitors themselves and were getting a bit bored with how competitors were being treated. And frankly, in one of those conversations that we've all had from time to time, possibly with an adult beverage or two involved, well, we could do it better than that. Now, when Haven and I and Bradley sit down together and have that conversation, the next morning we wake up with slightly thick heads and little remembrance of what we've talked about and do nothing about it. However, Ivo and Gary wrote down some notes, went away and started organising motor races, and from that small acorn did this oak tree go. But in every drivers' meeting, Paul, it's always stressed by Gary Willems that what we are looking for here is, yes, to have competition, yes, to have great racing, have some of the great names that we've got here this weekend, but ultimately it's about having some fun, and just as important for the people in 51st position as it is for the guys in the GT3 cars at the front of the field.
It's all about respect, and I think that's a word that they use a lot. Respect each other, respect your right to be there, respect your fellow competitor, and particularly for the professional drivers, that is made very clear indeed, so that they appreciate the fact that without the gentlemen, without the amateurs, without the enthusiasts that you've been describing, then they don't actually have a job to do. So they have to respect the rules and just occasionally, lift the red mist. And I think for a lot of drivers that comes as a difficult lesson to learn, but having learnt it, I think they can do it, and it does provide a great atmosphere. I think everybody who's ever been involved with anything to do with Creventic races have said the atmosphere is what makes it fun to be here.
So head back to Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, who can update us on one of the cars who's been having a bit of trouble lately. Where are you, Joseph?
I'm at the number 30, the Ram car. That's the Gulf livery car. You guys told me that the car had come in after just 13 laps and it should have done 30. Well, guess what? We've seen this up and down the pit lane. Excessive pad wear. You can see now, if the camera comes over the top, you can see the friction material isn't quite as bad as what we've seen on the Seat and also on the Mazda V8, but they're ahead of schedule massively. Now, the team were telling me that they've scheduled one set of discs and pads, usually for a 24-hour race. This car is going to need another set of discs and pads before the morning, maybe even before daybreak. I asked, will the cooler temperatures of the night maybe help? You know what? It's not going to help that much. You're still slowing a car down from massive speeds, and there are a lot of heavy braking areas here at Paul Ricard. So I don't think it's got anything, and the team agree with me. It's got nothing to do with temperature. It's just basically the nature of the circuit.
Joe, have they done the discs already in that car, on that car, or was it just the friction pads?
Just friction pads at the moment. Hence there would be discs lying about.
Yeah.
Powers of deduction there.
All right, Joe.
Just pads, but it's not what they expected.
We have got the 68 car stopped at turn number 7. Thank you, Joseph, down there in the pit lane. The turn 7 is at the chicane. The 68 is the APO Sport Porsche, which leads its class and was knocking, in fact, it was knocking on the door of the top 10. And we've got a code 60, where the 202's been off the track as well. I'm hearing from our colleagues in TV. Thank you very much indeed. And we've been also told from Race Control that GPC Motorsport, the Vortex team manager, is being asked to have their team manager to go to the race director. So all of a sudden, it's all burst into life. The leader comes immediately into the pit lane, Paul, and goes for fuel. Now, this has been, generally speaking, if they've done more than a handful of laps in that car, they have come to the pit lane on a code 60.
They have indeed, and it's worked well for them. And they've done 23 laps on the current stint. The bit where they've got lucky, and everybody else will be kicking the cat in frustration, is that they were quite a long way around the lap. They were in the third sector when the code 60 was called. The bit when you're unlucky is when you've just gone across past the pit lane entrance and they call the code 60, because then it takes you 5 minutes to get round and get into the pit lane. And when you get there, you find that all the pumps are being used because everybody else has got there before you.
And once again, we are seeing the most innovative ways of getting cars back to the pit lane, but no flatbed dispatched there. This is a car that will roll. Therefore, we've got a marshal in a fluorescent jacket. The car's got its lights on, so it's visible. Everybody else is only going at 60 kilometres an hour, so we're dragging it back with a quad. They're brilliant. Down the Mistral Straight on a quad, towing a Porsche. That is really, really sensible stuff with the race neutralised at the moment and everybody going around at 60 kilometres an hour. That car will be back in the pits in a couple of minutes, and the APO team will have seen the same pictures that we've got here in our broadcast centre trackside at Paul Ricard, and they will be getting ready. They may have already spoken to their driver as well, of course, and behind the wheel of the number 68 is James. Now is it James or Paul? It's Paul May who is behind the wheel of that car. He may have already been speaking to them. Now that car was absolutely without power. Still had electrical power, but no internal combustion engine power, and will be pretty much towards the end of the Mistral now and heading back in towards the pit lane. Turn 7 is right at the beginning of the Mistral Straight. Sorry, I misled you there. It wasn't even as far down as the chicane. Now, there are a couple of cut-throughs that you can take, but I think they'll have to go the most part of the rest of the lap to get that car in to pit lane where the team can have a look at it.
They can just miss out the double right.
Yes, correct. And cut through there, and then they tend to come off the track at Lake and Bridge as well. So this has started off a set of pit stops. The HRT guys in third position with the 73 car are in the pit lane. And Jem Lippmann was with us a little bit earlier on. We've still got to apply the 5-lap penalty to the number 35 B2F competition car in second place. But the car that they are racing, the APO Sport car, the Porsche, is on the tow rope of a quad and heading back to pit lane.
Robert Renauer staying behind the wheel of the 911 Porsche, stays in the lead, already back out on the circuit, John.
Another brilliant stop, just 3 minutes and 3 seconds. That would suggest to me that was a bit of fuel only in that car. Half a tank full, half of their permitted allowance in that car, and the 911 car retains the lead. Just brilliant strategy again by the 911 car. Yes, you have to be in the right part of the circuit, but these decisions, Paul, have to be made very, very quickly indeed, particularly if you're on the cusp. That was a pretty easy one, 23 odd laps in. You almost want to say to your driver, right, at various times, right, you've done 10 laps. If there's a code 60 now, we'll come in. You've done, you've only done 6 laps. You almost say before you get in, once you've done 10 laps or 15 laps or whatever you've decided, we'll come in and do a code 60 if you're on your first stint.
Yes, I mean, we had the conversation with Martin, or I had the conversation with Martin earlier on, and he wanted to take a much more simplistic view, which was to say you either have to always come in or you say you never come in. And I said to him that you have to be slightly more complex about it. You have to base it on the fact that you've done 10 laps. And then if we want you to change your mind, then we will do. But you have to be in a position to make the change.
SPS Automotive, third position and third in class, doing a pad change on the pit apron and a disc change as well on the pit apron. They've elected not to push that car in. That means they can have fewer people working on it, and that is a full pad and disc change on the front of that AMG GT, and that disc is not going to go on very easily.
But of course, it is a good time to be doing it whilst the rest of the field is going around at 60 kilometres an hour. So you're losing a lot less time doing it than you would otherwise.
Interesting system on the front of that AMG car. You slide the caliper away. There is a splined area that the disc goes on, then a plate, and then the wheel on the top of it onto the studs. In go the pads now on the left front of that car. We are still under code 60 at the moment, but it can't be long before we're going to go back to green, because I'm pretty certain that Porsche that caused this is back in the pit lane now. In fact, yes, it is. It has just come back around, and it's not quite yet. It's just about to come in now, around the final corner. So we'll be going green anytime soon. That was a brilliant strategic move by the SPS team. So a brake, disc and pad change at the front of the SPS Mercedes-Benz in this code 60. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. Lance David Arnold is there as well. Let's see if we can get a word with him.
Let's hope we can. I'm just at the back of the garage. I think he's actually helping out with some service work. Lance, any chance of a chat? Right, let's take you to the front of the garage. Lance, the 27 car receiving pads and discs, is that something that you could feel from driving the car?
Yeah, we had a big vibration on the front axle, so I was believing that the brake was gone, but it looks not bad, so hopefully it's nothing else. So let's see what's going on now.
And did the car give you a long pedal or something? Were you aware, as that come as a surprise, just how worn the brakes are?
Yeah, long pedal and less brake performance, especially in the front. So that was the reason why I expected that. But yeah, like I said, I have to talk to the mechanics now, and let's find out what's going on. Okay, I'll leave you to that. Thanks, Lance.
Very interesting indeed. So this is a race of, in some ways, a voyage of discovery for these cars. The 963 Lamborghini circulating again. They've had their issues.
and back up to 14th position, 7th in the A6 Pro. A very quick car, that GRT Grasser Lamborghini. Adrian Amstutz behind the wheel. The rear view mirror is in fact a screen. That's not a sat nav if you're watching the onboard pictures. And the Lamborghini having a smart screen in front of the driver rather than a lot of LCD screen on the steering wheel. Flashing lights above that screen indicating he's on the code 60 limiter. The purple flags still being displayed around the circuit with the 60 in the middle. We can't be that far away though. Is the 68 in the pits? Yes, it is now. So the car that caused this, which is the APO Sport Porsche, still leading the 991 category and will hold on to that for at least one more lap, but we know not yet why that 68 car ground to a halt. That wasn't a low-flying helicopter, that's somebody on the pit lane speed limit. The Alfab Racing Porsche, the bright blue and yellow Cayman Club Sport, the GT4 car, just back out of the pits. Second place in SP3 and just a lap behind the JR Motorsport BMW, the 103 car, roughly in the same part of the circuit. They're in 22nd and 23rd position and battling for the lead of class at the moment. So still plenty of little class battles going on, and still with, remember, just under 15.5 hours to go. So far from settled here. No safety car here. This is a code 60, which it would sound to me, or it would seem to me rather, that the organisers are taking the opportunity maybe to do a little bit of clean-up as well around the circuit.
I just wonder if there's some oil down where
from that
car
Porsche
came to a halt, and they're dealing with that at the same time.
Which would be round the northern end of the circuit, Paul, round through Camp Corner and through onto the start of the Mistral Straight, which is not a place you want to come across oil in the daytime, never mind in the darkness. The yellow lights are flashing as if it was full course yellow, but of course it is a code 60 here. And again, for those who don't know, this is 60 kilometers an hour, no safety car on the circuit, no overtaking, hold your position, so you're not closing the field up. Now we have got a safety car in pit lane at the moment. The RS5 has come back in. Now that will have been out to have a look at something, so that's much more of an intervention vehicle. The idea of running the cars at this speed is that the circuit can be examined by either the race director or one of his deputies, and that car can pick its way through without getting in anyone's way. But that car is now parked back in the garage at the end of the pit lane. Don't forget, at Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, if you want to get in touch with us. Code 60 will be ended in under a minute, Race Control telling us. Josh Barrett tweeting to us here at Specutainment, always enjoy watching Creventic events, so many good things to see about them and said about them. Enjoyed my time trackside at Silverstone. Well, the 24 hours for touring cars will be back at Silverstone. And Ram Racing replying they needed to do an extra pit stop for brake pads. I think we covered that a bit earlier on. Can the 35 take their penalty during a code 60, or must they wait for the green flag? The 35's penalty is 5 laps, so it doesn't matter if you take them under green or code 60. I think that will be taken off the timing screen rather than standing them still. Miggins Motorsport getting into the spirit of the evening hours here now. If you have a Lake Corner, which we do, a Virage du Lac, surely the one before should be Virage du Emerson, and the one after should be named after Johnny Palmer.
Dear. Yes.
I quite like that.
I did rather like the fact that we now have a camp corner as well, because
Virage du Camp.
There is camp at... I can't remember which British circuit has a camp corner, but one of them does.
Tweet us if you... Paul Trustwell is...
I'm sure there's a camp corner.
There is a camp corner. You're
UK.
absolutely right. Let's see who gets fastest finger first on @Specutainment. On which circuit is there a camp corner other than Virage du Camp here? We're back to green flag racing.
Just to answer the question as well on Code 60 penalties, because you can take them during a Code 60 if you wish to, or if that's how your strategy works. However, whatever your penalty is, you double it.
Yes.
So just as you halve the amount of fuel you can take on board, you double the length of the time penalty if you're taking it during a Code 60.
And indeed, 24H Series, @24H Series, have just tweeted that to Nicole, who asked the original question. Make sure you're following along @24H Series.
They do engage.
And Joshua Barrett is there like a short. Camp corner is at Castle Coombe.
Castle Coombe, thought so, yes.
Yes. Well done. Prep Tech UK getting in as well there. Standing Yellow tweeting us now. They're at full dark. We're at full dark. Do you have a favourite set of lights? There are some very inventive light bars and also some very inventive ways of picking out your car in the pit lane in terms of the coloured LEDs that everybody seems to have now, including one car I noticed in nighttime practice on Friday with a blue strip across the top, which would scare the living daylights out of me every time I looked in the mirror.
There was another rather innovative one, I thought, but also very distinctive at the same time, which had red lights low down on the left-hand side, blue lights low down on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And wasn't that obvious somehow?
Yeah.
Because it's very easy to distinguish it, very easy to pick it out.
That was a Porsche with the daytime running lights. And it's... now, which one was that?
I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of those that you sort of thought, oh, that works. I can see that one easily enough.
Yeah, that worked very well. And I saw, even during the daytime, you could pick that one out pretty easily. Hello to John Mayer. Listening in, liking the description of the ATV. Sorry that I made you laugh out loud there. And John's considerably better half clearly hasn't got the headphones on. John, welcome to the broadcast tonight. Also, Michael Hetherington. And Josh Barrett saying, Tim Harvey tried to attack me in British GT at camp in a Viper many years ago. I'm afraid you're not in a club of one there if Tim Harvey tried to attack you, Josh. That's not exclusivity at all there. Former broadcast colleague of mine on ITV Sport. Always enjoyed working with Tim. Pleased I never had to race against him.
my claim to fame with Tim, and I saw him the other day actually, and I never mentioned it to him. He was the first driver that I ever spoke to. In fact, I think he's the only driver that I've ever spoken to on a pits to car radio system.
Yeah.
A long time ago when he was racing in the British Sports Car Championship, I was asked if I could just do a radio check with him, and I talked him round Brands Hatch, and he told me about all the to check the radio, went all the way around. That was my Tim Harvey story a long, long time ago.
202 is back in pit lane and indeed back in the garage as well, Joseph. This does not look good for the Mark Cars Australia Mazda.
Now, you remember they had massive repairs done to the front hubs on this car after losing a wheel, and then the brakes wearing out down to the metal. You can see various bits and pieces on the car. In fact, look at this. Look at this. We've got a fresh set of lights being gaffer taped to the back of the car. So they've got an electrical problem that's stopping this is the light that should be working, but that's kind of like a bicycle light that's just been attached to the car as a kind of an afterthought. So maybe they've got some sort of electrical problem on the car. The car came into pit lane, the engine was running, it came in under its own steam. The rules don't allow the car to drive in under its own steam. It's got to be switched off, it's got to be pushed in, which is where it is now, as we can see. Laptop going to use downloading data, so I think It's probably a performance issue. So 2:02, losing time again in the pits.
Thank you, Joe. Those bicycle laps remind me of the Whisper Green 24-hour lawnmower race. Don't bother trying to put a clever set of lights on. You had to have lights front and rear. Battery-powered bicycle lamps fastened onto your lawnmower. Days were much simpler then in endurance racing. Oh, how we've come on.
Yeah, quite.
All the LED lights there now, I suppose.
13 minutes under that code 60, which brings us to a total of 50 minutes altogether under code 60, with 4 code 60 periods. We've had not yet halfway through, comparing that to last year's 8 code 60 periods of 90 minutes altogether. So we're not far off the same kind of schedule as last year, and I think I'll go back to my projection of under 600 rather than over 600, because stuff happens, and we're going to have more code 60s inevitably as we go through the nighttime hours. Quite sure of that, John.
Stuff happens, says the Oracle, sitting just behind and to my left. Slade Parents, good morning. It is 7:15 in the morning in your part of Australia. Thank you for tuning in on 24hseries.com. And Felix Bolt Rigby prepping for his own race tomorrow. Got a... Now, is that an 8th or a 10th Serpent that you are racing tomorrow? RC Racing. And he's watching on Motors TV. Good to know that you're tuned in as well. My favourite Tim Harvey was not the right line coming out of the back straight, or onto the back straight there out of turn 7 just a moment or two ago. Some time ago I got to do a test in a Porsche Carrera Cup car, and obviously I had to wear a set of Carrera Cup overalls, and Tim was laughing because he said, you're going to be lucky for them to have a set of overalls. Fortunately, a set of overalls were found for me, and I did get in for a ride, passenger ride, although it was in those days, in a Carrera Cup car with Richard Westbrook, if memory serves, at Silverstone. So as I got out, Tim saw me as I was walking down the pit lane. He said, "So they found a set of overalls for you?" I said, "Yes, they're yours from last year," which was less than funny for him, very funny for me. Trackside at Paul Ricard for the 2016 24 Hours IES FIA International Endurance Series, powered by Hankook, as they are working their way through the 9th hour of the race, and 11 minutes and 47 seconds of that to go. We have completed 213 laps, and Robert Renard is still aboard the leading Porsche, the Precourt Motorsport Porsche 911, the GT, the FIA GT version of that car. Always a bit difficult with Porsche, isn't it? It's the 911 GT3R. The German team with Alfred and Robert Renard, Daniel Allemann from Switzerland, and Ralph Bowen, a third German driver. The 202 Mazda with an unusual configuration of engine right now. Joe Bradley has the news. I'm not sure I've heard this one before.
Well, it's got a V7 engine. Should have a V8, but they've lost one somewhere. They're going to look for it.
Well, you're very good at finding odd cylinders in places. I've driven a 3-cylinder engine on a motorbike, Triumph. Still have one, in fact. And a 5-cylinder engine in Audis and Fords, straight 5s. But not a V7. That seems... That might be a bit of an issue. Let's give you the rundown of the other class leaders. You know that Renard's in the lead for Precourt Herbert Motorsport. The 6th position car is where we find the best of the A6 AMs, and that's the IDIC Sport
Mercedes-Benz, the number 17 car. Spark Motorsport has Stefan Ortelli behind the wheel in that Porsche. Yes, that's Stefan Ortelli, 1998 Le Mans winner, among other achievements. That car is the 94 car and is in 11th position. Just a lap further back now is Pascal Gibbon in the 64 Porsche Lorient SP2 leader. So that car, having stopped on the circuit, is back out without losing the lead, remarkably, after the tour from the quad. Leading the 991 category is now the B2F competition Porsche. Excuse me, no, it was the APO Sport car. Scratch that for the Lorient car. They've been leading SP2 for a while. Sorry, Heindorf's brain went into neutral there for a moment. We have got the B2F competition Porsche in 17th position, the 35 car, leading for the moment in 991, but with a 5-lap penalty to come. And they are just about a lap ahead of second place there, which is the HRT Performance number 73 car, who are about a lap ahead.
Just over a lap.
Yes, just over a lap, who are just under a lap ahead of Charles Espenlaub in the 78 MRS GT Porsche. So that's 17th, 18th and 19th on the general classification. And in fact, you can add 20 to that as the APO Sport and MSG Motorsport cars, 20th and 21st. That's the top 5 in 991 category, down from 17th position. SP3 leader is the 103 GR Motorsport BMW, who is almost exactly a lap ahead of the 236 Alphab Racing Porsche for SP3 lead, 22nd and 23rd. That's a good run for both of those guys. And then in touring cars, Team Altran Peugeot 205, which is a 208 GTI, that is in 25th position overall, leading A3 on 190 laps. Phil Quaife is back behind the wheel of the leading Seat TCR runner, and it is only Seat TCRs we have in that class, the Mehmet Ogilvy dual racing car. And finally, it is the A2 leader who is in 34th position, and that is the Presenza EU Renault Clio, which has its teammate now in second place, albeit at 4 laps distance, almost exactly actually. So 1-1-2 and 2-1-2, first and second in A2. Now the 68 Porsche, the APO Sport car, this is the Pat Val car, the Patisserie Valerie car. Joe Bradley is down in that pit. This is the car that was towed back, Joe. It came back on all 4 wheels, but there's actually quite a lot of repairs going on to that car at the moment.
Yes, no drive. Now then, when from
drive shaft?
The garage, you see all those nuts and bolts there? That's a clue. There's more than just servicing going on here. The clutch is gone.
Oh.
They're doing a clutch on this Porsche.
That is very unusual. I do like the way they've got the enamel-coloured shield on the centre lock wheel nuts. Very GT3 of it. That's nice attention to detail. That is a lot of work going on there. That means they're going to have to split the gearbox from the engine. And a Porsche 911 owner myself, although of slightly older vintage than that, and immediately I should say it's Par Motorsport who look after my car, and not me who gets the spanners out anymore on the 993. That's not the job of a moment.
Well, it's just because you're never at home that you couldn't. No, if you were at home a little bit more, I think you perhaps you'd be quite happy to do it yourself. But some great pictures coming through on the stream there of them working underneath the car there. And I think I saw Joe's arms there operating one of those spanners as they...
Give him half a chance. Like me with a microphone or a steering wheel, he'll be in there with a shifter.
Yeah, no, I think he's given the microphone to the cameraman and he's underneath it. I just wanted to pick up something which confused me, and if it's confused me, then it might have picked somebody else. We had the race leader in during that Code 60, as you rightly said, John, the Porsche 911, car number 911. Robert Renauer stayed behind the wheel of it. The third place car also came in, the number 27 Mercedes, the SPS automotive car, the one with all the star drivers, Tom Onslow-Cole, Alex Muller and Lance David Arnold, they've been delayed a little bit, but that came in as well under the Code 60 to have that brake issue looked at and hopefully fixed, according to Lance David Arnold. But the car between the two of them, the 14 car, the Optimum Motorsport Audi, Joe Osborne came in, Flick Haig came in and handed the car over to Joe Osborne, but they brought the car in just before the Code 60 happened. So when the car actually came in, the circuit was green. When they came out, it had gone Code 60. Now that means that they were allowed to take on 100% fuel. So the number 14 Audi is pretty much on the same schedule as the other two, first and third place cars, but it's got a full tank of fuel, whereas both the Porsche and the Mercedes were only allowed to take on 50 litres or 50% of their fuel allocation because they came in after the circuit had gone purple. Now, what we've seen so far is that the Porsche seems to be quite a frugal beast, so actually giving it 50% of fuel doesn't seem to be much of a penalty to it. It just says, OK, I'll go on 50%. But we'll see how it pans out towards the end of this stint, and that'll be another 45 minutes or so away. But I draw attention to it now to help me remember that when we get to the end of this stint, then the Audi should be able to go a little bit further than either the Porsche or the Mercedes. And that also brings me to drawing attention to the fact that the top three places are filled by three different manufacturers, Porsche, Audi and Mercedes in the top three.
Massively different from it was an hour and a half ago, where the top six, maybe the top seven, were all Mercedes-Benz.
Well, the Mercedes kind of, once you get the Porsche and the Audi out of the way in the first and second places, then it's a bit of a Mercedes benefit.
I seem to remember Martin saying, and Mercedes-Benz, and Mercedes-Benz. We're going to rattle through a couple of tweets here, a few tweets. Steve Tandy. Steve, good to know you're listening in. He says, isn't it fab to see Dan Brown and Joe Osborne racing against each other, back to British GT in 2013? Happy days. Yes, absolutely agree with you there. Liviu says, do Creventic strive to put refuelling stations on pit exit? I worry about cars with punctures refuelling on pit stop, and the @24H series have already replied, yes, it's a good point. It depends on the track layout. There isn't anywhere to put one here on pit out, so it has to be that way around. And Right Turn Lover reminds me that Honda used a V5 in MotoGP in the 998cc period of that. And finally, for this little lot, Barry Skinner says, I had a Mark 1 Fiesta. The harder it rained, the more cylinder it lost. Carter Bar on January the 1st on one cylinder, not recommended. Love seeing the tweets come in as well. Keep them coming in. Paul Waterhouse saying, is this a non-spectator event? Paul, you're absolutely right, it is. And I'm not entirely certain why, because we have had spectators here for daytime events. It may be something to do with the darkness. I have to say, with current events in France and the fact that most spectator sporting events this weekend have been put on hold or cancelled, had this been a spectator event, it very well might not have happened.
That is certainly true, John, but I think the reason why it is not a spectator event was as much as anything to do with putting the extra security on that would have been necessary to deal with getting ticket checks done and all that kind of thing, and the financial aspects of getting money on the gate and the various other things that have to be done from that point of view. However, can I suggest, if anybody wants to come to an event like this, I'm sure if you tweet to one of a dozen teams up and down the pit lane, they would quite happily have an extra pair of hands along to help. You wouldn't get paid, but you wouldn't have to pay any money to get in, because as I say, I'm sure there'll be teams around here who would quite happily have an extra pair of hands to help.
This is only the second year of this race as well, and it is going to move date next year to earlier in the year, we hear, possibly as early as April, which will be very interesting, because I'm normally down here around about that time for the WEC Prologue, and the ELMS Prologue is around about that time and other series prologues are normally down here about that time. It's a good time of year to come down.
You'll have bought your camper by then, John, and you'll be here in your camper, right?
I do hope the responsible adult and my father are listening to that, because it was my sainted mother of blessed memories dying wish to have a camper van. I feel my father has rather ignored that, frankly.
Camper van for the Hindhoff family, please.
Yes. Nice little T6, please. T6 Californian. That'll be doing very nicely. What if Guy Smith is listening? Biggest producer of caravans and campers in the UK is the Swift group of companies up there in Yorkshire. There you go, Guy. Give you the plug. Coming on to another hour of racing having been completed. We're down below 15 hours having been completed now. And we'll do a rundown for you in a moment or two. Leaders once again impressing me with their accuracy of timing and consistency of timing. 2:11.1 last time around from the Ram racing car of Dan Brown. That's quick. So we've completed then another hour of racing, under 15 to go. Say it quickly, that doesn't sound that much. Oh, but Redar continues to click off the laps. He's on his 220th at the moment, still holding a handy lead over Joe Osborne, now installed in the Optimum Motorsport Audi in second place. 9:11 from 14. 27's just gone across the line. That's the SPS Automotive Mercedes-Benz. But fastest of anyone in the top four last time around, Dan Brown from Ram Racing in the 30 car. 2:11.195. Seen some quicker times throughout the top 10 now. Not necessarily fastest laps for the cars, but all of a sudden there's a 2:12 from Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in 7th place, and then a 2:10.888 as that Ferrari screams past our broadcast position.
Does sound good, that Ferrari, doesn't it?
And I miss that sound in the 488, but the thing I like about the 488 is that chatter of the turbo wastegate. It reminds me of Group C rally cars in about 1984-85. But that wheel of the V8 and the 458, there are few things better.
Yes, you want to have both of them somehow, don't you? And sort of
could happen.
Keep the variety coming.
You hear the Mercedes going by because it's such a low, visceral rumble. It sounds like it's only pulling about 2,500 revs. It's a marvellous sound. You remember back in 1989 when the Mercedes-Benz won Le Mans? That was the thing I noticed about that, just how low it sounded. The cars were barely revving at all.
Yeah. The only problem they had was shaking up. It was setting up funny little vibrations in that car. 89 when it won Le Mans. That's the beauty of this kind of racing, isn't it? That you get these different engine notes to enjoy. Talking of people going fast, John, the actual fastest stint time at the moment, the average lap time, the only guy who's averaging 2:11s is Joe Osborne in the Optimum Audi. And as I say, a quick reminder that he is the one who has the most fuel aboard, so can go the furthest. Unfortunately, as a result of the way the pit stops panned out, with him coming into the pits just before the code 60 and the Porsche coming in just after the code 60, they've lost quite a lot of ground and have slipped back now, so that instead of being 1 lap behind, they're now 2 laps behind. So the race lead is 2 laps, or in terms of time, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. So it's between 2 and 3 laps, the gap first to second.
Clement Schmidt, one of the lesser-known drivers, getting a bit of a wiggle on for HTP Motorsport. A 2:10.9 last time around, and I think that car certainly has got the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, that was done by Bryce, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2:08.
169.
So not perhaps the best-known drivers there, but certainly getting to grips with the circuit.
Osborne in the pits.
Now, on time, Paul?
No.
That seems early.
No, that is early. He went straight past the refuelling, straight into the pits. This is not a scheduled stop.
Second place car. Second place Audi, the number 14 car, has come straight into pit lane.
Joe Bradley is our man on the beat in the pits. And Porsche Cayman GT4 in there as well. The 231 car in 32nd position is the OCC Lasix Racing SP3 number 5 and Newbridge Motorsport car. Absolutely immaculate, other than that front splitter, which is damaged. That car looks like it's just come out of the showroom. Other than that front splitter, which is rather comprehensively pulled the little rubber skirt off the front end of those cars, and that might not look very much, but it is absolutely crucial to front end turning on a Porsche of any description, which is why they're doing their best to patch it back up again. Fire it up. Let's see the flat 6. Last of the flat 6. Oh, nice quiet getaway. Last of the flat 6s, of course, the 718 Boxsters and Caymans with a 4-cylinder turbo engine. The new Porsche GTE car with a 3-litre or something similar turbocharged engine, and swapping the engine around with the gearbox as well to push the engine further into the middle of the car. Extensive testing of that car week before last in 2 different configurations, a sprint and an endurance configuration at Monza, before we expect to see that car introduced into ACO, FIA and IMSA racing for the factory team next year, 2017. Still a bit of work to do with that. Porsche got themselves into a bit of a downward spiral in the US with their 2015 and a half car that they're running this year, and have asked for, I think, a unique dispensation to go back a year on their tyre spec, which is very odd. But the cars have looked tremendously out of sorts this year, just proving, if proof were needed, that the constant evolution of a very clever, but let's not forget, 50-year-old design of the 911.
One of the darkest arts there, isn't it, John? Tyre technology is very, very difficult to get accurately sorted, and very often that's the biggest trick.
Joe Bradley, getting the balance right on a Porsche is a very difficult thing. Let's talk about tyres. Black art we're talking about. Let's talk about cleaning tyres up and getting them reused. Joe Bradley, which pit are you down in at the moment?
I'm just beneath you guys. I'm in Prep Tech. So if you look through the floor and I look at the ceiling, I'll be able to talk here.
Right, what's going on here with these Hankooks?
Well, you can see what we're doing here. You've basically got something that's like a wallpaper scraper and something that's like a heavy-duty hairdryer. It'll certainly take your hair off. In fact, that's what's happened to this guy. He's been using the hairdryer on his head, hasn't he? Now, why are we doing this? What's happening there? He's heating the surface of the tyre. Now, all of this is just rubbish. You can see the tyre there. That's just melted rubber from the tyre, but also melted rubber that is picked up from the track. Now, when these tyres have come off the car, all of this rubber, if you were to put them straight back on the car, all of this melting rubber would just be like, well, it'd be like jelly on the surface of the tyre. So it would give the car an irregular feel, and it would also cause the wheel to be necessarily out of balance. So what we do is we heat up the surface and scrape all this rubbish. Now that's quite hot. Stupid of me to pick that up. But you can see that's just rubbish. That's just melted rubber that the tyre has picked up and worn rubber from the tyre itself. The other reason, I'll show you over here. Now this is a tyre that's already been attended to. Now you see these little holes that I'm pointing to? That is your wear indicator. You see how deep those holes are? That tells you how much actual rubber is on the tyre. Now you can't really see those holes when it's got a coating of melted rubber on it. So a way of checking your tyre wear and how much rubber you've got on the car, you've got to get rid of all that rubbish before you can actually see those holes. Now this car, we're talking about the Prep Tech Clio. I'll just put that back so I don't get accused of trying to steal it. the Clio has had a problem. This is a link that goes on the suspension, and it connects the anti-roll bar. Now, the anti-roll bar assists the handling of the car. They've just basically taken it off. Now, the car's running without an anti-roll bar, so it's a little bit softer than it should be. So they're really interested in how those tyres are going to wear, and especially when the sun's going to come up in the morning, the temperature's going to rise. We're going to continue monitoring the tyres. They're going to continue that attention to detail, and they're going to see how it goes. So it's all a voyage of discovery, and as the crew chief said, still a long way to go.
Yes. Notice how much rubbish there is on the inside of that wheel as well. Joe Bradley with the black art of the Hankook rubber. Well, let's get Joe down to optimum, because the Joe Osborne brought that car in 6 minutes ago, and it's not yet moved from its pit.
Already lost 2 places just by sitting in the pit lane for those 6 minutes, John. And remind you, this wasn't a scheduled stop. It didn't go into the fueling station, came straight into the pit area. My guess is it's not even on the pit apron. My guess is it's in the garage having something done to it. Most likely brakes, although having been there 6 minutes, they should be getting that car back out again if they're doing a pad and disc change on the Optimum car. But this is not what the Optimum team wanted, bearing in mind that the Mercedes brake changes, we've already seen them, can be done in about 5 minutes.
Got a problem on the far side of the circuit. A car has spun. It looked like a Mercedes-Benz to me. It looked like a dark-coloured Mercedes-Benz as well. Now, was that the HTP Motorsport 41? That was at the exit of scene, I think. Maybe not quite that far around, but it had definitely spun to driver's right and was off on driver's right. A huge amount of what I hope was only tyre smoke may well have been exiting Beauzet, but that is a car that was well off the circuit. White smoke, so it was either tyre smoke or some kind of oil smoke on that car, and we await news of that car down at turn 11, the double droite de Beauzet, the double right. Paul?
Yes, 41.
Yeah.
That car is slow in sector 3, which is the final sector.
Not bad with my old eyes.
You've done well there to pick that one out, John. Well done.
Sometimes I see more from the onboard camera than I do elsewhere, because you get tuned in to what's going on as you go around the circuit. So this is the Schmidt HTP Motorsport car, and have a look to the right-hand side if you've got the pictures. A huge amount of white. That cannot just be tyre smoke. Oh no, I think it might be. Had a big tank slapper and gone off, just locked everything up. And just coming out of that is the rear end of the 41 car as you go through. Managed to keep it from rolling back onto the circuit. And so well done. And that car has come straight into the pit lane. We'll get Joe Bradley now, has got 2 missions in life. Joe Osborne and the Optimum Motorsport car, now the 41 HTP Motorsport Mercedes.
Both of those very close to the beginning of the pit lane, and both of them, as you said, John, coming through without going into the fueling station first.
Fastest lap of the race that hasn't broken them out of their bracket for the second place A6 AM car, Christian Frankenhout in the Hofer Racing Mercedes, 2:13.065. They've got a bracket time of 2:13 exactly. That's pretty decent for those guys. Porsche leads. Well, drama then for the number 41, and to say Clement Schmidt did a really good job of stopping that car coming back onto the circuit. We'll get the news from down in the pit lane. That 41 car, Clement Schmidt had been going very, very quickly indeed.
He'd certainly been pushing on, hadn't
yes.
he? The fastest lap having been set by Bryce Bosey in that car earlier on, but Clemens was getting close to the lap times of Bryce that he had set, but I don't think that was anything to do with the problem somehow. I think it was something else going on, but we'll wait until Joe's able to bring us more information. Joe Osborne, the Optimum Motorsport Audi, is still in the pit as well, though, and that's now been there for 10 minutes and a bit, John.
Yes. I just wonder if that is a little more than a standard brake change on an Audi.
At 10 minutes, I tend to agree with you there. That's absolutely right.
First problem for that car, in fairness.
Just going back to the number 10, you were talking about its accuracy of lap times, 2:13.065, the best one it's done without breaking its 2 minutes 13 bracket. But it has now burnt 3 jokers, that car, the number 10. And in so doing, isn't even leading the AM category.
Yeah, and that's a good point that you make there, Paul. They have been pushing very hard indeed, and yet they are a lap and more behind the leader in the AM category, up to 4th place now for the IDEC Sport Mercedes, the number 17 car in 4th position.
Although the IDEC Sport car is running at a 2 minutes 11 bracket,
right,
whereas the 10 is running at a 2 minutes 13 bracket, which gives it less weight, more refueling. That's the advantage of running with 2 minutes 13.
Hello to Mark Creamy in Baltimore. Thunder and hail over. That's beautiful here, Mark. Sorry to add insult to bad weather. Still 17.5 degrees Celsius. That's low 60s on the Fahrenheit scale for you there. Thanks for following us on the 24H Series website. And you should be following at 24H Series on the Twitter sphere as well. Keep those comments coming in, please. Let us know where you're watching and listening around the world. Early morning in Australia at Radio Le Mans or at Specutainment. Martin Haven taking over the driving seat here at midnight, which is about 12 minutes away here in the south of France. So see if we can get back down to Joe Bradley for news of 2 of the leading lights here, the Optimum Motorsport 14 and the 41 HTP Motorsports, both in the pit lane at the moment. Joe, I'll leave it to you to tell me which one you've got to first of those 2, but drama for both the 14 and the 41.
Yeah, let's do it in chronological order then. 14 is where we're at. And the Audi looks like it's having a gearbox issues. Are you changing the gearbox, boys? He said he's lying down for a bit of fun. He's being what we call sarcastic. That brand new gearbox there for this Audi R8 indicates to me, I should say, that that's what the problem is with the car. We'll pop now up to the 41 pit, and then maybe when we've done that, we'll pop back and have a chat to the driver who was in the car. Was it Flick Haig who brought the car in?
Negative, it was Joe Osborne who brought the car in. They're just about to split the gearbox from the back of that Audi V10 motor, dropping down from what was 2nd position down to 7th. It was Clement Schmidt, by the way, who had the big moment in the HTP Motorsport car. We'll try and get a word with him in a second. Joe Osborne just taking his helmet off in the pit lane. And once again, the 202 car has been off the track there, having some handling problems, I think. Joe Osborne can speak to our Joe Bradley.
Joe, it's something I hate to see. You guys were going so well, but that's a gearbox down there. Is the gearbox gone?
Yeah, we lost 5th gear. Going down the back straight. Unfortunately, as soon as I was in the car, I could hear a noise. And yeah, it was one of those ones that was always coming. Gearbox temp was creeping up. So it's just a moment of when, not if, unfortunately. Yeah, Sod's Law's new gearbox yesterday, so There's nothing more we could have done as a team or anything more Audi could have done. It just probably going to be a component failure on 5th gear, I guess.
I suppose it's lucky that you could feel that and you monitored the temperature and it stopped it being catastrophic, I suppose, Just I think that's the positive out the negative, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't know how much you can do as a driver, but I was ready on the clutch, so as soon as it went, at least the clutch was dipped, so I didn't do the whole drivetrain. But yeah, these boys got a long old slog now, I think, to get this thing changed. It's not a nice job at the best of times, but yeah, we need a lot of bad luck for everyone else now, hopefully.
Yeah, that's what you wish for. Still a long way to go. Cliche. Thanks, Joe. Bad luck then for the 14 Optimum Audi. We'll pop up to 41 and get the story there.
Yeah, Clement Schmidt brought that HTP Motorsport Mercedes in after a very odd-looking incident coming down from scene to Beausset. Somehow, I think, managed to keep it. I don't think that car had been in the barriers. It must have been mighty close, though, because he'd locked everything up for quite a long time. Managed to stop it bouncing back into, or rolling back into the circuit as well. And that car's now been in the pit lane for 8 minutes and 14 seconds. 16 minutes for the Optimum guys. Not the days of Audi and the Velcro fastenings on the gearbox, where you could swap the old R8 prototype box in about 2.5 seconds, it seemed. What was it? It was about 5 minutes, wasn't it?
I think 4.5 was the record that they managed. But it wasn't really a gearbox change. It was a whole rear end change, because the rear wheels came off, the axle
rear
came
suspension,
off,
yeah.
everything came off.
It was in fact outlawed, that, wasn't it? The ACO changed the rules,
yeah,
so
the
that you could do that.
The casing has to remain. And for the longest time, actually, the casing had to remain anyway. And it was only I don't know whether Audi actually asked if the casing could be changed as well, but now the regulations are so written, so the engine, this is at Le Mans, the engine has to remain and the gearbox casing has to remain. You can change the internals of the gearbox, though. Here at Creventic Races at Paul Ricard, you can change anything you want on the car. You can, including the engine. You can't do the chassis, but you can change engine, gearbox, whatever you want. Into the pits again, though, John, comes that 202 Red Camels.
We're making progress on the Red Camel Mark Mazda V7 as it is now. The left-hand side rear light is working. The right-hand side still has the bicycle lamp.
Yeah, yes.
So the electrical problems are being chased down. You feel this could be a long night for the guys on the spanners at Red Camel. The guys have dropped down to 41st position and 6th in the SP2 class. Had led the class earlier on this evening. Hello to Paul Morgan, listening and watching in Ireland. Dan Hounsell, hello Dan, New Jersey. Any more news on the APO Sport 68 car? That is getting a clutch change, dropped out of the lead and has dropped down to 31st position. Been in the pits now just a tad under 50 minutes. That was Lauren who asked about that.
Another unscheduled pit stop, but a short unscheduled pit stop for the SPS Automotive Mercedes. Number 27 coming in and going out again. Only a 4-minute pit stop, just under 4 minutes pit stop. So maybe it was just, no, that's probably because it came in under the code 60 before, wasn't it? That was the one that I was reminding myself would be a short stop anyway. So number 27, Alex Muller, coming in and having his pit stop, because his last pit stop was done during the code 60. He was only allowed to take on 50% of the fuel, and now he's back on his way again. Now here's the Porsche with the red and the blue lights on it, and I can tell you which one it is. It's the number 64 Valerie Patisserie car, which has red on one side, blue on the other.
That's the Gibbon car. Just going back out of the pit lane after a short pit stop. Pascal Gibbon still at the wheel of the second place SP2 car. Southern Spain, right at the border of Gibraltar, is where Andreas Nopke is watching us on the 24H Series websites. streaming perfectly synchronised pictures and sound on radiolemans.com, and there, of course, as well as our syndicated TV partners here in Europe, if you're further afield. And you've got a web connection. Now, the 41 car, Joe Bradley, has made his way down to the HTP Motorsport A6 Pro car, dropping down to 10th position now. It's up on the high stands, Joe. Clement Schmidt has obviously got out of that car. The headlights are beaming out at the front of that car. I'm not sure why they've still got those on. Very nasty moment for that car. Big amount of white smoke. I was thinking either oil or power steering fluid. What can you tell us?
I can't really tell you much at the moment, other than what you've just described, actually. It's a drive shaft.
Oh!
Now, there's my cameraman. There it is. You need that big... Can you see that? I'm not sure if the camera's got that, but certainly there's a brand new drive shaft on the left-hand side of the car waiting to go on. Now, that doesn't really account for the smoke you described, John.
Well, except for the fact that it might have tipped him into a spin, Joe. That would have been the thing, because it could have been tyre smoke. I said it was an awful lot of smoke for just tyre smoke. Maybe it was a bit of diff oil or something like that, but it was certainly, that will account for why the car spun off at a very quick part of the circuit, coming through, seeing the 10th corner on this circuit and down the hill towards Beausset, and it speared off to the right-hand side. There's no damage to the front of that car, and I couldn't see anything to the back either. So it seemed that Clement Schmidt had kept the car off the barriers by jumping on the brake pedal, which is exactly what you are meant to do. I may have done that myself here in a Orica Viper many years ago. However, I managed to just tinkle the barrier and knock out a rear reflector lens on a Le Mans car. Let's gloss over that one and move swiftly on. Hello to the west coast of the United States, Marcus Miller listening in from there. A lot of people asking about locking wheels up with cars with ABS. Quite a lot of these cars don't have ABS, of course. The GT3 cars do. A lot of the Porsche Cup cars in endurance spec are allowed it and will have been given it. Most of the touring cars, some of them will, some of them won't. We have had cars that have had ABS sensor problems, including the pole-sitting DriveX car right from the beginning. Leading the 991 Club class in 16th position, still the B2F Porsche, and still waiting, presumably, Paul, to be assessed its 5-lap penalty for knocking the Nova Race Ginetta out of the race early on in the piece when it was still very much daylight.
Yes, it may be one of those that gets added to the screens right at the end. I'm currently showing it at 214 laps on its 214th lap. The screen has it at having completed 213 laps, so it has done the same. It is being shown at its full number of laps, so it may well be that that gets left and then assessed at the end of the race. But we'll keep an eye on it, and if it suddenly falls out of the lead of the race, we'll know why.
Right. Just before midnight, let's do this from Scott Crisenbury, who says, doesn't Scuderia Praha have a 488, and why isn't it here? Yes, you're right. Two reasons. One, the car is competing in another 24-hour race next weekend, or the team are, where they will use that car being the 488. Secondly, and I think possibly more importantly here, the 458 might just have a slightly better BOP here, being the older car. The new car, the organisers haven't seen one of those yet, and it might not perhaps have had quite as favourable a BOP coming in. But the main reason is logistics, Scott. Down to Joe Bradley before I hand over to Martin Haven, and Joe's got some more news from down in the 41 pit. Joe?
Yes, it's probably been a little bit lost in translation, but with my little German and their little English, but it looked like The drive shaft has gone. The drive shaft's then flailed and damaged suspension, so they're replacing a complete all the suspension components, wishboards, etc., on the rear of this number 41 Mercedes. Quite a time-taking job, unfortunately.
Yes, and that car having been in the pits now 17 minutes and counting. So that car, before it had its problem, he was up into 5th place, and as I say, it was the fastest car on the track for a good little while. And also, of course, and that's now dropped down to 10th and continuing to fall down the order. The other car that's had a problem being the Audi of the Optimum Motorsport team, which, as Joe Osborne said, very, very disappointing for them. They're having to replace the gearbox, and that car has already been in the pits for over 25 minutes, heading on towards half an hour. That car was second and a mere 5 minutes behind the race leader before it came in for that unscheduled pit stop. And they were sitting pretty because they were with more fuel aboard than the race leader. And so that meant that when the race leader came into the pits to refuel, they would be able to start closing the gap hand over fist. But of course they can't now because they're sitting in the pits having the gearbox replaced, whilst the race leader, number 911, comes in now for its refueling. And having gone to his refueling, we now have a Martin Haven at the top of the list.
Two minutes past midnight Central European time. We have got 10 hours down and 14 and 13 and 14 and a half. Maths. 14 and a half hours to go in the 24 hours of Le Castellet here at Paul Ricard. It's round 5 of the International Endurance Series by Hankook. Live coverage, lights to flag on radiolemans.com, 24hseries.com. and on Motors TV through the night. Wherever you are across the globe, thank you for joining us. I'm Martin Haven. Alongside me in the mobile data centre is Paul Truswell, and down in the pit lane is Joe Bradley. We are bringing you all the information throughout the night of the race. A couple of major problems for two of our top 6 cars. The Optimum Motorsport Audi in pit lane having a gearbox replaced. HTB Motorsport having a rebuild on the number 41 car as well. They are now at the bottom of the top 10 as the race leader is in the pits. It has just fueled, and Robert Renauer gets out of the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which has led more times than anybody else, Paul Truswell, and for more laps certainly than anybody else. Has it led for more laps than everybody else put together? It seems to have spent an awfully long time in the lead.
Yes, it took over the lead for the last time at... I just need to slide that slider that way a little bit. There we go. Took over the lead for the last time at the beginning of lap 152. It lost the lead for a lap to the Ram Racing Mercedes for lap 151 only. In terms of the number of laps led, yes, it has led more laps than anybody else put together. Yeah. And of course, it can quite happily do its pit stop and get going again before anybody else comes past, because the gap first to second having been 6 minutes when it was ahead of the Optimum Motorsport Audi is now heading up towards 10 minutes, nearly 3 laps, although that will come down as a result of that last pit stop as it heads out on its way again, now with Ralph Bone behind the wheel of it, the 911 Porsche.
Now, this is slightly longer a term project than that which you answered immediately. I gave you the question. We always say that in endurance racing, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And I'm not really able to ascertain who the, quote, weakest link might be in that car. Paul immediately looks away to screens to his left. Job done. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane, and he's not supervising exactly, but he is overseeing the repairs going on at 14 and 41.
Robert Renauer.
Well, let's catch up with the man who has just bailed out of the lead car. Robert Renauer is with Joe Bradley. Joe?
Yeah, Robert, he is indeed with me. Just handed the car over. Robert, I really find it difficult to talk to you guys who are in the lead because I don't want to hex your race in any way. But just tell us, that car looks immaculate. It looks like it's just started the race. You wouldn't have dreamt that it's been in this race for so long. You've been driving very clean, it looks.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to Porsche for a great car. Yeah, we're doing very well right now, so without any contacts, the car's running well, the crew is working hard. One guy celebrates his birthday.
Ah, it's someone's birthday.
Yeah, great day so far.
Of course, it's just gone past midnight, hasn't it? Yeah.
Perfect for us, yeah. Thanks to my team.
Robert, everything's good. The tyres look pretty good, in pretty good shape there coming off the car. Car feels good?
Yeah, we did a double stint, 2 hours, so I think the tires were perfect. Yeah, so, everything's running well now.
You guys having a good season after that win at Zandvoort as well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we had bad luck in Mugello, but after that it was great. Zandvoort was great. Now, up to this moment, it's very good for us. So yeah, hopefully we can continue.
Robert, what do you do now? Do you go off and get some sleep? Can you sleep knowing that the car's in the lead?
I'm saying Daniel Alemann gets rest now. He's not driving in the night, so maybe I go back in the car in 3 hours. Yeah, that's the plan.
Fingers crossed, Robert. Well done.
Well, they are having a very good day so far. Saturday went well for them. What will Sunday deliver? As you just heard in the background, while Joe Bradley was interviewing Robert Renauer in the lead Precoat Herbert Porsche garage, one of their mechanics just got another year older. And as they stopped, and as Paul predicted, their lap came down to just under, their gap came back down to just under 3 laps. It's now gone out to over 3 laps. It's the second place Ram Racing Mercedes with Daniel Brown has come into the pit lane. It has gone round the back to the fuel pumps and will then come down to the garage, and it's likely that there will be a driver change there. So the average lap times for the stint, this is a new post-it note message from Paul Truswell service. 9:11, Robert Renauer, 2 minutes 11.8, average for all his stints. Adrian Renauer, 2 minutes 11.
Oh, no.
Daniel Alemann, 2 minutes 13.5. Ralph Bone, 2 minutes 14. So between the outright fastest pairs, the Renauers and Ralph Bone, just a maximum of 3 seconds on average per stint. Again, that's why I can't spot an obvious weak link, because their weakest links aren't weak links.
No, exactly. When your weakest link is half a second slower than your next weakest link, and then the pair of those are less than 2 seconds slower than the other two, then as you know, and that's why the car is in a position where it's leading. Yes, it has been strategically sharp. They've made the right calls at the right time. They've also been, when John was here, slightly lucky with one of the code 60 periods, which they couldn't have predicted. They were just very lucky indeed as it came through.
Nighttime at the Circuit du Castellet. We're in the south of France, about an hour's drive out of Marseille, just overlooking the Mediterranean. 24 hours of Paul Ricard, round 5 of the Creventic Endurance Racing Series, the International Endurance Series by Hankook. And we have a front runner. There's no question that over the first 9.5 hours of the race, the Precoat Herbert Porsche has established itself very much as the car that you are going to have to beat to win this race. There's been a slew of challengers and chasers, a couple of whom have fallen by the wayside very early on, and you think immediately of the pole-sitting Audi, which struck dramas right from the very start of the race with an ABS failure that robbed them of any competitiveness right from the word go. Most recently, number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi and 41 the HTP Mercedes have both had or are enduring long pit stops. Optimum now over 35 minutes in the pits, HTP over 25. But giving chase was basically a pack of snarling Mercedes. Alex Muller, 27, the SPS Automotive Mercedes is second. Dan Brown drops to third in the Ram Racing Mercedes. Both of them have led briefly at one stage or another, and Dan Brown came in with the car in second place. Paul or Patrice Lafargue in the IDEC Sport Mercedes, the number 17 car lies fourth. Hofer Racing's Mercedes, the number 10 car, that is the second placed AM car at the moment. Paul, thank you Paul. With Christian Frankenhout in, that lies in fifth. Josef Kral staging somewhat of a recovery, and what might well have been the Porsche's prime rival early on, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, until that had a puncture. Dan Brown has now brought the car, number 30, the Golf-coloured Mercedes. Has anybody ever said Golf Mercedes before? That's one for answers on a postcard or Twitter, please.
Not before this weekend, I don't think.
I don't believe so either. I find it hard to imagine. And Stuart Hall has got into the Ram Racing car. He leaves the pit lane in third place. Fresh tyres and away he goes. So those are your lead contenders. Car Collection with their number 33 car slipping down the order. Still have a healthy car in number 34, that is 7th. Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini and Grasser's Lamborghini are also in the top 10. Welcome back to our viewers on Motors TV, joining the rest of our sound and vision audience across the globe at this 24 hours of Paul Ricard. midnight here in the south of France. That is 22:15 Zulu. So wherever you are, I know you know what time it is there, but let me know. I don't know what time. Is it 8:30 in Adelaide? 9 o'clock now? It's still late afternoon or mid-afternoon in the USA. So whatever you're doing, going out for the day or the afternoon, don't forget you can come back and join us later, because we'll still be here. We won't have gone anywhere. So Ken Childs, enjoy your afternoon calling races, and then come back and listen to us doing the same as we're starting to lose all sense of concentration or what on earth it is that we're doing. We rounded up briefly.
For yourself.
I am. I always do. We rounded up briefly where our top 10 lies. So let's take a look at our class leaders, because actually in our top 12, in fact in our top 15 cars, we've got 5 different class leaders. We've got two different class leaders in the top 4. So here we go through the classes. And this is reading from the top of the leaderboard. So we're starting with the fastest class, which this weekend is A6 Pro. Leading that is currently the number 911 Precoat Herbert Porsche, from the number 26 SPS Mercedes and the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. 4th overall and leading the A6 AM class is the number 17 IDEC Sport Mercedes, ahead of the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes, and in 7th place the number 34 Car Collection Mercedes. So that's your top 3 in A6 AM. We will just document that the green Grasser of home Lamborghini is in. That's car number 963. Again, delayed very early in the race, almost it seems before it left the grid it had problems, and that car again has come from page 3 of the timing screen into the top 10, which is again indication, if you're going to have a problem in a 24-hour race, have it while there are still 24 hours to recover from it, rather than the Toyota way when there are only, well, not even 24 kilometers in which to try and recover from it. So that done, let's get to 10th position, where Jules Gounon, the teenage son of Jean-Marc, leads the SPX class in the Spark Motorsport Porsche. Now, last season Jules Gounon was in 2-litre Renault Euro Cup. I'm not aware that he's done an awful lot of sports car racing since. I know there are a number of drivers who are not only in their first time in Paul Ricard this weekend, but also in their first 24-hour races. And I would like to bet, although Paul might know differently, having done a couple of other rounds of the championship this year, that may well be Jules Gounon's first 24-hour race. He leads SPX.
First one I've seen him in, certainly.
Yeah. Well, you've seen lots, so I'll take that. He leads SPX. He's in 10th place. And that's a sort of catch-all class for cars that don't really fit into either A6 or are too quick for SP2. SP2 is led by the 11th place car. That's the Speed Lover Porsche. And they are ahead of that's 84. They're ahead of 64. The Porsche Lorient car, which is lying in second in SP2 and third in SP3, is the VDS Racing Adventures Mark Cars Australia Focus V8. And that car has steadily climbed up, having had a relatively careful start, cautious, avoiding trouble. They're now climbing the order. I see a Felbermeyer partly disassembled Audi, and that's the car collection number 33 car, isn't it? Which is, Paul, how long has that been in the garage? That's down to 3 hours 13.
3 hours 10, although possibly that's 3 hours 13 including refueling, because I'm counting
well, I can
time
tell
in the garage.
I can tell why it's been in there, because there's only one man gradually reassembling bits of bodywork. That has clearly been basically abandoned by the team.
Yes, that's that car has had steering. This is with 33, isn't it? This is the power steering.
The power steering. You had to take the gearbox out, and Mark Basseng was saying that was pretty much.
It is a confirmed retirement.
Is that the purple Pentel of mild disappointment?
Yes, yes.
Oh dear.
Yes, I think we're up to. You should have 7. On the list now.
I'm not sure I've known a Creventic race with that many retirements at the end, never mind before halfway. We sort of went through a little flurry of just, would everybody please stop breaking down for a couple of hours?
Yes, well, you're never quite sure, because sometimes things reappear after a long time.
Yes.
But, I think I don't say I think, I've certainly been notified by more than one person that the 33 car collection Audi has retired, say, with power steering problems. Also a correction to something I said earlier on, the 200 car, which is also mildly disappointing, the Chevrolet Corvette out of the SP2 class.
Yeah.
That is also a retirement. It wasn't, though, an engine problem, it was a clutch failure on that car, so clutch was the problem for the Chevrolet Corvette.
So it failed to proceed, although it was still making grumbly noises. Yes, okay. So that's so clutch issue rather than we did say when it stopped that it was unspecified failure to proceed, and that's the way of it. So where did we get to? We got to SP2 class, and that takes us down to 12th place. Another class leader in 13th. Car number 35, B2F competition. The top of the leaderboard is crammed with Mercedes with a Porsche on top. Then you get another slew of Porsches in the SPX and SP2 class, and then the 991 class, as you might expect from the nomenclature, is predominantly a Porsche class as well. It's certainly being led by a Porsche. That's Bruno Fretin in the B2F competition, Porsche number 35. He leads that class. He's in 13th place overall, and his closest rivals are in 15th and 16th. HRT's Porsche, that's car number 73, and MRS GT's Porsche, that's car number 78, and that's got Charles Espenlaub, the American driver, at the wheel of it, and that's the Star Spangled Banner sided car, isn't it, which makes it rather easy to spot. Our next class leader is the SP3 class, and here's a car that has been steadily climbing the order again. At the moment, Peter Solin is at the wheel of car number 103 in 21st place. And that's JR Motorsport, the Dutch team, with their E90 spec BMW M3. Now, they brought 2 cars. 102 has got such a litany of disasters, incidents and accidents that we probably will finish the race before we comprehensively cover them. 103 clearly did not get fitted with a bad news magnet, and that has singly managed to avoid those dramas. That, of course, curses it then to a late retirement. However, it is currently leading SP3 by 3 laps from Alfab Racing's Porsche, which is second, but next on the timesheets in 22nd, Daniel Roos is at the wheel of that, and the third car in SP3 is, a long way further back. That's Jan Lammers now at the wheel of the Team Africa Le Mans Ginetta, number 555. Between them, though, is our A3 class leader. Now we start to get into hot hatch territory, because this is Team Altran's Peugeot 208, but it's not the car that normally does the job for them, which is car number 208. That is still running, but it was delayed significantly earlier on. It is their other car, number 205, because of course that's a famous Peugeot number as well, and that is currently lying in 23rd place, leading A3. Second and third in A3 are within, no, not that close together. The QSR BMW, which is an M235i Cup car, 148, that is second in A3, and that is 4 laps off the class lead. And the third place car in A3 is the Team Altran Peugeot number 208. That's only completed 199 laps, so that is 14 laps off the class lead. That shows you the sort of delay at 2 minutes 30 a lap they're doing. That's a lot of minutes. That's 45 minutes they lost in the pits. Lots of onboard cameras for you to enjoy the view of, and you can see really diametric opposites of this Paul Ricard circuit. Final couple of corners and the pit lane well lit, and then it's just reflective beacons and bollards all the way around the track. There is a little puddle of light. The first couple of corners you sweep through, that's turn 1 and 2, don't actually have genuine names because they're more modern corners. Then you come up to a tight right-hander, the third corner on the track. This is Virage de l'Hôtel, the turn of the hotel, because its closest piece of structure is a hotel. Then you get a sweeping left into a much tighter right-hand near hairpin, and that is Virage du Camp. This is an area which has not only got the racetrack, but lots of holiday camping sites as well. Then a right-hander at Beaune, or Saint-Beaune, and that brings you into a left-hand kink onto the Mistral Straight, which is named after the wind that blows down from the Central Highlands of the Alpes-Maritimes to the sea. There's a chicane on the straight. This is corners 8 and 9 on this particular variation of the Paul Ricard circuit, and that then brings you back onto the Mistral up to the signature turn here, which is Senior, which has always been a legendary big balls corner. Sweeping round the fast right-hander, it does require a bit of a dab on the brakes, and then piling on the speed down to another double downshift into the double right to Beausset. This is a double apex, long 190, 200 degree right-hander, which brings you towards the end of the lap here at Paul Ricard. So the final couple of corners, much tighter than those that precede them, and the exterior shot shows the track bending around on itself. As always, track planners trying to fit in as many corners and as many kilometers in as small a space as possible, and it's that dual nature of the Paul Ricard circuit that makes it hard work for the drivers, because you get used to the rhythm of the long, fast corners and straights, and then suddenly you're in the Nadgery stuff. And if you run out wide nowadays, there's no grass or gravel traps or rumble strips. There are some rumble strips on the curbs, but there are no track limits to worry about, because these track limits are self-policing. The further you run out wide, the more abrasive the surface is, and the more of your tyre you wear away. And you will really start to notice that. Drivers say within 3 or 4 laps of running out wide at certain corners, you start to lose your grip quite notably. Talking our way down through the classes, we got as far as A3. Got a couple more classes to talk about. TCR, which pretty much does what it says on the tin. It allows TCR category cars in, touring car class, and the leader of that is car number 1, the Mehmet Ogilvy Racing Seat Leon. That is currently 25th overall, being driven by Phil Quaife. And in second in that class is Gavin Jones. He's currently in another British Engine car, the RS Connect team's Seat Leon. He has just left the pits, second in the TCR class, but while Phil Quaife is 25th and has completed 213 laps, Gavin Jones is 38 and has completed 195. So by my maths, that makes him 8 behind, but in fact it's more like 18, I think, because I can't count. Gavin Jones in second in TCR. There is a third car in TCR, but it's a goner. That's the NKPP Seat Leon that was involved with the Team K Ricer Peugeot crash several hours ago, and that is going no further. Which brings us to our final class, the leader of which is in the pits. That's the number 112 Presenza team Renault Clio. That car is in 32nd overall and currently stopped in the pit lane having a regular service. Second in A2 is Team Presenza's second car, that is 212. They've got 112 and 212. And in third place, and 37 seconds behind, having started his stint an hour ago, 2 laps behind, is number 167, and that is Aussie Chris Hill in the PrepTech UK Renault Clio. He has been having an absolutely stunning stint in that car. 46 seconds a few minutes ago, is now down to 30 seconds off second place in the class. Cody Hill in that PrepTech UK car. So great battle going on there in the Tiddlers as at the front of the field. Welcome back to our viewers on Motors TV to the action here at Le Castellet. 24 hours of Paul Ricard continues with just over 14 hours of racing remaining. So we've nearly broken a full 10 hours. Martin Haven and Paul Truswell in the booth, and down on pit road is Joe Bradley. Bradley, who have you got for us?
I do apologise, Martin. We were in conversation.
Quite all right.
Now.
You were in conversation.
Yes, I was having a lovely chat with Christian Frankenhout, who's just gotten out of the number 10 Horford Racing Mercedes. Christian, the thing I like about the Horford team is they just get on with it, and your car is kind of where it always is, at the front of the class.
Yeah, that's always where we need to be and where we want to be. Okay, but you know, we have a different mix of drivers. You know, we have the amateurs, Roland, Chantal, Michael, who are doing a good job, and me and Kenneth are the pros in the team, and we need to, you know, keep up with the rest of the field, and they're doing a good job. But we have a different strategy than the rest of the A6 class because we don't have the fastest drivers. We need to do the strategy. So we have 120 liters fuel, but we can only do 2:13 as the fastest lap. Like Roland, Chantal, and Michael, you know, are just getting to that. And me and Kenneth are a little bit too fast for that if you have like a totally free lap. So sometimes we have to manage it for us.
So how easy is it to achieve a 2:13?
Well, sometimes it's not easy, but you know, we have a reference lap time in the dash. So we have a plus minus on if we are faster. It's like a little Formula One. If they have qualifying, they can see are they faster or not. So we can see that as well. So during the lap, you see, okay, if you're too fast or too slow, if you have a lot of traffic, you're way too slow, you can speed up in the second half. And if you have no traffic in the first half, then you have to slow down a little bit in the second. And then it's a little bit like doing, like the LMP cars are doing in Le Mans, you know, they're coasting, but they do it for energy. We are doing for saving fuel. So we can save 10% on a lap, and we can do maybe 4 or 5 laps more than we could do normally. So that's our game, and if we're doing a good game, we're up in front of the field, and that's where we are now, like in position 5, 6, and that's, yeah, for us it's really good.
Christian, if you were to drive the car as fast as you were able, what sort of lap time do you think you would achieve?
We would do like 209, 210, like the same as a little bit the front of the field. So the car is actually the same, only we have to do a little bit slower. For us it's a little bit different. We have a little more fuel on board, so a little bit more tire degradation. You have to think of that as well. So it's a little bit of a different game, but in the end, it's the same race, and we're close to the others, and the others are close to us. So it's always a nice race to do like this.
Yeah, I can understand the challenge of that. It's very interesting you explaining that. What happens then if, as you're going round the lap, you come out of that final corner and you see 2:10 on the dash? Is it a case of just lifting off?
Yeah, lifting and short shifting, and you see already in front if you're too fast. So in the last couple of corners you slow down a little bit, but then it's just cruising to the finish line. And then hope that you're really on the spot, and sometimes you have a 2:13.0, 2:13.1, and then it's good, and then the team is happy. And now 2 times I did look at 2:12.9, and okay. But we have the jokers, we have 10 jokers in the race. We already used 3, but it's still almost halfway, so that's going okay. So sometimes we're using them, and that's okay. But we're not winning a lot of time, like it's 1/10 or 2/10, but in the end, it's okay. It's a good rule, and it's good for the amateurs to be a little bit closer to the pro field, and that makes the race more interesting.
And it makes our job easier because the race is interesting.
Well, a little bit. You have to pay more attention to everything around. You don't have to push a lot, but then it's for us it's as best, of course, to be as close as the reference time. So. It's a different mindset you have to do, but we are now used to it. It's the same like in Dubai. At the end we were 4th, but we started at 37 or 38. So it doesn't say a lot, because now we're starting at P18 and now we're P5, 6. So the lap time doesn't say everything.
Thanks, Christian. Great stuff.
Thanks.
But thank you, Joe. Thank you to Christian Frankenhout. Not only a quick driver, not only able to match the lap times that he needs to do, but able to explain it perfectly in an alien language that's not his first language. And he's just come out after doing an hour and 50, looks fresh as a daisy. And as he said, only 3 of their 10 jokers used. They have chosen, because of the speed of their amateurs, to go into an amateur class with a specific lap time that allows them to have a little more fuel at every stop. But it does mean that when the quicker drivers are in the cars, he said, you are constantly measuring your lap time every single lap. It's just another thing to think about. 14 hours to go, 10 hours down in the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, and still the number 911 Precoat Herbert Porsche leads the field overall. It's also in charge of the A6 Pro class, A6 AM category. IDEC Sport Racing's number 17 Mercedes has briefly taken the lead there from Hofer Racing's number 10, and the car collection Audi number 34, beg pardon, the car collection Audi, yes, number 34 lies in 3rd place. Another class leader in the top 10 is Spark Motorsport, the number 94 Porsche 997, and that rounds out the top 10. Jules Gounon, we're saying can't imagine he's done any 24-hour races before. He's done GT racing, he's raced in French GT. In fact, he was in an incident where he ended up on the roof of another Porsche earlier in the season, and he has raced for Callaway Corvette as well. Other class leaders, SP2 class being led in 11th place by Pascal Guibon in the Lorient Porsche team's 991 Cup car. Further down the list, the 991 class leader is another Porsche 991 Cup car, HRT's number 73 car. SP3 class leader is JR Motorsport. They've just ventured into the top 20 for the first time in the final in this last hour of the race with their number 103 BMW. And the A3 class leader is Team Altran, as is often the case. This time it's not the 208 Peugeot 208, it's the 205 Peugeot 208. Optimum Motorsport's Audi, which has been in the top 3 all race, is down to 23rd place after nearly nearly an hour on the pit lane, in fact over an hour now, and they are down in 23rd place. Mehmet Ogilvy, the championship team from last year's International Endurance season, lead the TCR class in which they're racing this year. They're in 24th place overall. The A3 class leaders are now QSR, no, they're second, aren't they, in that category. The A2 class leaders are the other class leaders that we need to know about, and that is the Presenter.eu team's Renault Clio, and that car is in 33rd place. The sister car is in 35th place, and the PrepTech UK car, their Renault Clio, is currently just 30 seconds behind, having cut an advantage of 2 laps down to half a minute in the last hour. And the last running car is 155, which is in 33 has just come back out. So we now have 43 cars running. NKPP's Seat Leon and the Team K Rice Peugeot were involved in an incident where the Seat was punted into the Peugeot. Both are out. 209 is creeping around again, I believe.
It is, Martin. I tell you, they've had a major rebuild on the rear suspension on that car.
Now, I noticed that because as I was walking back from my dinner, I looked out over the pits and they've got a spare car out back, and the rear panel was off and lots of bits were missing. So I guessed immediately that they had cannibalised that for bits and pieces.
That is the final running car, Martin.
That is the final running car. So we've got 44 cars of our 50 starters running. We're now in darkness, but we started at 2:30 this afternoon. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first 10 hours of the race. Racing at night, is there anything finer in the world? I will receive submissions, but I will need a lot of swaying. There is something very, very special about racing through the night. Long daytime races, yes, they can be challenging, they can be torturous, they can be heartbreaking, but racing through the night from one day to the next, well, since the earliest years of motor racing, it has been a very particular challenge, and it never seems to lose its appeal for drivers as well. There's twice around the clock, it's a very special thing.
I think what makes it special, Martin, is the fact that you've got to wait until daybreak and then you've still got racing to go. It's not just a matter of racing into the night and knowing that the race is going to finish at midnight or at some point in the night. It's the fact that you've got to get through the night. And to me, I think that's what makes it special, is this kind of business of getting through the night and getting the sun up and then having to still carry on doing the race. That's what makes it special.
Well, there is a lot of night time still to go. We've got just under 14 hours of the race to go. And Paul, what time did you reckon sun would be up? 7:30, 7:40 here?
The sunrise is actually 6:13,
okay,
so it'll start to get light before 6 o'clock.
Yes.
We'll see the sky beginning to lighten.
5:30, so probably in about 5 hours from now, 5:30, 5:40, we'll certainly see the roseate fingers of dawn by then. It's a good time to be coming here. I have to say, coming back in April next year for the 24 hours. I came here in April for a touring car race. It was cold, wet and miserable. I'm not quite as keen on that, but then I'm inside, so maybe it won't be so much of an issue. Just hearing from Joe Bradley down in pit road that the number 14 Optimum Audi has returned to the pits. Edward Sundstrom took the car back out. He's done an exploratory lap, and that would appear to be enough to tell them that they cannot fix the gearbox issue. So
it's over an hour in the pits, and that's bad news indeed if that car is going to be a retirement. Although, to be fair, given that they've lost that hour, I don't really think that the rest of the heart of the team will have been in it. Very bad luck indeed for them on that.
Let's get a final post-mortem from somebody. Joe's down there, so hopefully we'll get a quick chat from Joe Osborne or one of the other guys from the team, and put that one to bed literally as well as metaphorically. That moves then our A3 class leader up into 23rd place. We may well get Edward Sundstrom out of the car. He won't be hot and sweaty since he's just gone out for a couple of minutes and come back in. That was a 3-minute 46 lap. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, quick note while we wait for Joe, and either Joe or Eddie. Keep an eye out on the track for the battle for the lead in the A6 AM class, because Kenneth Heyer in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes is closing hand over fist on the number 17 car, which is currently in the hands of Patrice Lafargue. And even though Patrice Lafargue is running to a 2 minutes 11 and Kenneth Heyer in the Hoffer Racing car running to a 2 minutes 13, Kenneth is closing in hand over fist, and I think within the next 4 or 5 laps will be right up onto the tail of the other Mercedes. So battle in the AM class between the two Mercedes.
And also having flagged up Chaz Hill in the PrepTech 167 Renault, he has now taken a 2-lap deficit and overhauled the second place car in A2. He has moved up to second in the class, ahead of the 212 Presenter car. So that is a bonus for one team, but bad news for another British team with Joe Bradley is the final signing off of Optimum Motorsports Challenge here, Joe.
Well, we saw the number 14 Optimum Audi come in with a gearbox issue. We saw them actually change the gearbox, and we heard Joe Osborne say he lost 5th gear. Sean Goff here is the team manager, and if just over your right shoulder, Sean, is the car now looking like it's been retired. What was the issue?
Yeah, we lost 5th gear, and we decided to change the gearbox and look at the position where we would manage to finish fitting the new gearbox, and we evaluated it and looked at the challenge to make any sort of result worthwhile was too far to catch up. So we decided as a team to pull the car, and everything's fine with it now, but we just really thought there was no point risking any further damage or anything for what would we see as not the best result we could get, which we were aiming for the win without a shadow of a doubt. We thought in the long game we had the strategy and the drivers to get on that top step of the podium. So for us, finishing 5th, 10th, wherever's meaningless to us. So unfortunately, we'll have to come back and fight another day.
And are your thoughts already in Barcelona?
Yeah, for sure. Again, we've had the Mugello 12-hour, unfortunately, got away from us. Now the Paul Ricard, and I'll be pretty damn sure we're going to come back and get that Barcelona 24-hour for sure.
It's a well-used cliche, Sean. Motorsport is character building.
It's character building for sure, but I also see, let's call it third time lucky. There's a lot of luck in this game, and we're just not getting the run of it at the moment. So we've got to get some at some point.
Thanks for talking to us, Sean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Sean.
I find that an odd decision, to be honest.
Well, do you know what? They were hell-bent on winning this race. They had the pace, they had the car, but they didn't have the good fortune. And in the end, as we were saying in June, Paul, first of all, you've got to beat the racetrack, and then you've got to see where you are compared to your rivals.
Yes, I mean, I think Sean's point about luck having a big involvement with it. I mean, luck is one of those conversations that I've had with a lot of people, because there are some people in motor racing who say, oh, there's no such thing as luck in motorsport. Others who, I won't say swear by it, but, you kind of look at the facts of the way things run, and you've got to say, well, they were in a lucky position. I think what you have to do is to take lessons from everything you do. And what you then have to do is to take actions next time to ensure that the same thing doesn't happen again. And I think what we saw going on between Sean's ears while he was saying what he was saying was these are things that we're going to have to take action on in order to make sure we don't lose the gearbox, in order to make sure that we're in the right place at the right time. They were unlucky, as Sean said, in Mugello. They were certainly in with a good chance of winning that race. In this race, they were certainly in with a good chance of being on the podium, absolutely no doubt about it. They were only a couple of minutes or so behind the Porsche, and as they said, they had a good strategy going with the Audi. You can kind of, as long as they're going to take action, and I can kind of see where he's coming from. You don't want to stress yourself all through the night and end up coming home, an hour behind. Once you've lost an hour, you're never going to get an hour back. You can climb back 15 minutes maybe, and I was just looking at the top group there. The top four are separated by 15 minutes, and I think any of those top four are still potential winners of this race. 2 Mercedes, 1 Porsche, 1 Ferrari. Any of those top four are still in with a chance of winning this race, with over half of it still remaining.
Well, then you're only a puncture away from somebody else's debris from success or disaster, aren't you? So you're absolutely right. But when you're 15 laps behind, you require the entire rest of the field to have a more significant issue than your hour-long gearbox change. And then they're not here to finish. They're not here as a group of gentlemen racers who are doing this as a pastime. They have real ambition, Optima Motorsport, and they want to be a winning team. They want to be on the top step of the podium, and they're not happy just to flog themselves to death or flog the car to death and potentially more damage.
And more cost, more expense.
Exactly.
An hour is not 15 laps, it's 25 laps. So, you're talking well out of contention that car was, dropping out of the top 20 and beyond. So, entirely understandable. Yes, disappointing, but as I say, we do still have a four-way battle for this race between the 2 Mercedes, Porsche and Ferrari, because don't exclude that Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Josef Kral, we're talking about weak links. He is the weakest of the drivers, the least strong perhaps is the best way to put it, of those four drivers driving that Scuderia Praha car. But once he gets through his laps and we get the Malucelli back at the wheel, we get Peter Cox back at the wheel, then expect to see that 15 minutes or so that car is behind beginning to close up again.
And as he continues to get experience in sports car racing, I expect Josef Kral to get faster and faster. You don't get to GP2 by being merely average. He's been very quick in single-seaters all the way up the ladder. Now, in the pits at the moment is car 555, and this is the Team Africa Le Mans entry. It's a Ginetta G55 GT4 car. If you think, that's quite a familiar helmet that guy in the door has got. That's because you will have seen it many, many years racing in Group C and beyond, at Le Mans and all sorts of other races, Formula 1 as well. Jan Lammers is one of the 5 drivers lined up in that car. It is a team from South Africa. They have prepared the car in South Africa, shipped it to Europe, obviously, of course, originally the Ginetta from the UK. Sorel van der Merwe is the lead South African in the programme, a man who raced in period against Jan Lammers in the 80s, in the 90s, in the Group C era, and is well known to long-term Le Mans and sports car racing fans. And he's got another couple of South African drivers and a South African crew with him. As you can see from the puffer jackets, they are playing on their heritage, definitely. They've got a fabulous looking bonnet. The car had a leopard skin car cover on it as well on the grid. So they're definitely bringing up the African element to it as well. And for these guys, very big step up. I mean, they are coming out of national racing and stepping into a 24-hour race for the first time for the team, for the first time for a number of the drivers, and certainly for the mechanics as well. So for them, it's a massive learning step, and really great to see a team coming from Africa and all the way from the south of Africa as well to take part in the race. So that car is currently 28th place, as it shows in the bright light window in its rear window. In the light display in the rear window, and they are third in their class, the SP3 class, leader of which would be Mark van der Aar in the 103 GR Motorsport BMW, and he is only a minute and 30 ahead of Daniel Roos in the Alfab Racing Porsche, car number 236, and they are 20th and 21st. 555 car is 28th, but still third in the class, so still very much in a podium position. Fourth in SP3 is Dan Meyer, who's just gone out of the pits again in the delayed, engine blowing, gearbox blowing accident having JR Motorsport car number 102. And he is a couple of laps ahead of the OCC LASIK Racing Porsche, which is car number 231 in 31st place. Cody Hill, the Australian driver in PrepTech UK's Renault Clio, which has just moved from 2 laps adrift of second place into second place in the Tiddler A2 class, will be coming in at the end of his stint right now. In fact, he is at the fuel pumps. He has completed his 2-hour maximum and has hauled them back 2 laps on their rivals into second place in the class. That car was down in 4th place, bearing in mind it is on a, what they now admit isn't quite standard road engine, but very much not a full race engine in their Renault Clio. So great job by him. And car 155. Now this is one of our more troubled entries. This is another British team. It's the Seat Leon being run by Motor Easy Racing. This has got the, well, while PrepTech has got a whole host of MG Trophy racers and champions in their garage, this is a VW Cup team, essentially. Joe Fulbrook, Aaron Mason, Simon Tomlinson. Joe Fulbrook, Aaron Mason, both former VW Cup champions, and Aaron Mason now racing, or has started mid-season racing in British GT. They're racing here with their car number 155. They have been told to report to their pit immediately by race control and be cautious and be prepared for a fire, which means clearly that 155 is smoking heavily, and as it comes under the window behind me, below me, that is very evident. No sign of a fire from the 155 Seat, but these Seats have a long flat underfloor with Venturi tunnels running through them, and certainly in touring car racing it's not unusual, or it's not unknown, to see a car with such a setup blow a fuel line, well, probably not a fuel line, but an oil line, have an oil leak, and then actually have a fire burning away between the floor of the car and the underfloor of the car, where there is a gap. The team are now examining underneath. People are running up and pointing to them. In fact, the Mehmet Ogilvy guys, who are also running a Seat in the next garage, are pointing at the back of the car underneath, intimating that the smoke was not just oil smoke, but there might in fact be a little fire licking away between the metal floor of the car, on which the driver has, his seat has been placed obviously, and the underfloor of the car. Ralph Bone is our race leader at very nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. The Pricart Racing Herbert team Porsche has had the lead for not only more laps than anybody else, but I've got to think sort of 80% of the race so far. If we've done, what, nearly 10 hours, then he must have been in the lead for pretty much 9 of them. We had a slew of lead changes early on. Paul Trustwell, we had 8, 9 different cars, I think, in total have had a stab at leading, but not many for very long.
No, 8 cars have been in the lead of the race, but the 911 car has been in the lead of the race since lap 152, which means that it has now led the race in total for 196 laps.
Gosh.
So out of the what is it? We've had 254.
Yeah.
196 of them have been led by this 911 car, and in terms of its advantage, it is very nearly 7 minutes ahead of everybody else. But as I say, that kind of time can disappear fairly quickly should something fall amiss with one of the other cars.
Yeah, just ask the Team Optimum team. Doesn't take much. Well, it's a fairly major failing when your gearbox loses 5th gear, but it's something that you can't drive around, and that costs you an hour, and in the end, the race. Stuart Hall is on pit road from 3rd place with the Ram Racing Mercedes, so that now drops down to 4th position. Team Africa Le Mans car with Nick Adcock having just left the pits, taking over from Jan Lammers, running 3rd in the SP3 class, 29th place overall, that car, and still going strongly. This is our most recent drama for the Motor Easy Racing team, who are going to start to be thoroughly sick to the back teeth of their Seat Leon. It's come in smoking. Race organisers warned them about a potential fire. And this car with a flat floor underneath the normal metal floor of the car, an aerodynamic flat floor running nose to tail, seems to have had a little leak, and a little leak of oil plus hot exhaust in an enclosed area. It's not unknown for these cars to come in with a fire between the metal floor of the car and the under tray, and that seems to be what's going on. They're examining it, lots of squirts of extinguishant going into the gap, but in the end, you're going to have to wait for the car to cool down and then drop the floor and try and find out where the oil is leaking from. So Simon Tomlinson, Aaron Mason and Joe Fulbrook's car is once more in the pit lane. And if I take a look at my timing screen, actually bizarrely that's only their 8th pit stop, but they seem to have made the most of that. Seems to have done 2 or 3 maybe that were standard pit stops, and a couple that were very long pit stops, and this looks like another very long one as well. You can see again the mechanic closest to the camera is he's got his head under the car, he's got his arm under the car with the extinguisher, the end of the extinguisher hose, and he is squirting extinguishant in and out or into the gap under the car. I have to say, if I thought it was going to be on fire, I wouldn't necessarily have my head under the car.
I can tell you, Martin, it's been in the pits in total, it's only been in, as you say, 8 times, for 2 hours and a quarter, very nearly, all but 9 seconds. 2 hours and a quarter, as you say. It's had 1 pit stop of very nearly an hour, 1 of just over half an hour. The rest of the pit stops, the longest of them, another quarter of an hour. So he's had an hour, a quarter of an hour and a half an hour, and then the other few stops have been quite efficient, really.
Yeah, well, compared to those, they would be, wouldn't they? Quarter of an hour and half an hour and a 1 hour stop, that's quite a lot. Optimum Motorsport told us they were going to retire the number 14 Audi. They've pulled the car cover over and confirmed that. They're going home to bed and a bit of a rest while the rest of us carry on. If anybody knows how to make hot chocolate, by the way, Lara Plattman would like to know. Still another day tomorrow, eh? See how that goes. At least you didn't spill it all over the kitchen this evening. Go ahead, Paul Trustwell. I know, don't.
No, I won't even go there. No. Natasha makes a marvellous cup of coffee, because I think Heintoff had one earlier on, hot chocolate that he was describing. as something that was brought. The second place car is into the pits, car number 27, the SPS Automotive Mercedes. Stuart Hall is still in the pits with the Ram Racing Mercedes. This pit stop has now gone on for some 10 minutes.
Oh, it has,
and that's a worry because that car has dropped behind some of the AM cars, and that's, as I say, a bit of an alarm call when you start dropping behind the AM cars.
Has that had a brake change already?
No, it hasn't.
Might it be after 10 hours?
Yes, it should, but even then a brake change at 10 minutes is a little bit longer than you would want to be able to do it. Certainly anything over 5 and you start thinking something's gone wrong. Or maybe they're doing all 4 brakes and discs at the same time, because usually what the teams will try and do is just do the fronts first, and then they'll do the rears if they have to later. It could be they're doing all 4 at the same time. But my suspicion is, and we need to get whoever's down there. Is it still Joe? He's been working the long shift.
Bruce Jones is in the pits, and actually he was down below us looking at what was going on with the smoky 155.
And I bet he's striding. In fact, I can see the camera striding down now towards Ram Racing.
Since it hasn't self-immolated, is that redundant? Is immolation something that sets fire to itself?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not. My grammar's not good enough.
No, well, it's not. That's vocab,
chemistry or something, isn't it?
That's vocab. Anyway, the 155 hasn't set fire to itself, but as you rightly say, Stuart Hall is still in the pits. Came in from 2nd and is now 6th. Alex Muller has come in, and in fact, while Bruce is up at the expensive end of the pit lane, he can have a quick squiz in at SPS Automotive as they make their stop. Scuderia Praha, 53 minutes stint from Josef Kral, so he might be due for fuel very shortly as well. Are we in a flurry? Is there a flurry imminent? I
just need to do another bit of scrolling in order to tell you, because the screens are getting fuller. Yes, we are.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
27 is already in.
Yes.
We'll be expecting Ralph Bone in the lead car in around about anything between 5 and 10 laps. It depends how much fuel they use. Maliucelli in the number 11 car is not Maliucelli because it's Josef Kral at the wheel of the Scuderia Ferrari. He's got another 5-10 laps to do as well, 5 to 8 laps for the Ferrari. The reason I can't be precise is because this 100-litre refueling in a 120 fuel tank makes it a bit complicated to work out a pattern. But between 5 and 8 laps for the number 11 Ferrari, between 5 and 10 laps for the 911 Porsche.
Going to say a few hellos to friends of the show watching back home. Martin Short from Roll Centre Racing, Darren Cox is watching as well. Jade Edwards and Jin are behind the sofa, not daring to watch, and that's probably not a bad idea at the moment as well, because all the things that were going so nicely for British teams seem to have come very slightly unravelled. Optima Motorsport are parked, and although Stuart Hall has gone back out in the Ram Racing Mercedes, that did cost them nearly 12 minutes in the pits. Ram have already done brake pads once, says Right Turn Lover. And Alan Prosser picked up what I noticed on the camera as well, that the 155 team were clearly using a lot of extinguishant because the bottle, the extinguisher bottle, wasn't bright red, it was frosty matte red, and in fact when the guy had his hands on the trigger, he kept pulling them off because they were getting so cold. 202 is in the garage again. Now that Mark Cars Australia Mazda 3 V8 became a Mazda 3 V7 about 2 hours ago. It's had more suspension problems than we've had hot dinners this weekend, and we've been well catered for. And Artem Soloviev has brought it back in and driven it into the garage again. And that strikes me rather like 155, that is going to be a car that is a permanent drain on everybody until eventually they drag it out the back or just ignore it and walk away whistling, pretending they were never involved with it at all. Ivo Broikers has stepped out of the car and Bruce is there, so while we round up a Stewie Hall, Jamie Campbell-Walter has taken over Ram Racing. So, Bruce, talk to me and say, who would you like to talk to first?
Well, let's go with Ivo Breukers. I'd rather not speak to Ivo, much as I love him dearly. It's not been good, too much garage time.
No, we are too much in the garage for such a race, and it's a shame because the car is handling well, and if the engine is okay, we have a nice speed, and we were on top of our class, but unfortunately it's not our day.
Is it over? Are you retiring?
We are not retiring, we are never retiring. We keep on searching until we can find it.
Best of luck. I'll leave you to help the guys. Thanks, Ivo. Right, we're going to Ram Racing now.
There you go, okay. Off to Ram Racing for another tale of woe. See, that is the downside of being a pit reporter, especially at night, because that's when all the stuff happens that happens, it seems. During daylight, cars tend to behave themselves, but just like your children, as soon as it gets dark, oh no, they're off into town and who knows what's going on. A6, TCR and SPX teams are advised to hand in data. Oh, this is scrolling painfully slowly. Logs before 0300. Okay, fine. That was an entirely internal message that you didn't need to know about, and nor did I. We're looking for our race leading trio at the moment to start to peel off into the pits. Ralph Bone in the Precoat Herbert Porsche, Tom Onslow Cole in 27, the SPS Automotive Mercedes in second, and Josef Kral in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, currently lying third. Paul Lafargue in the IDEX Sport Mercedes is fourth, that's car number 17. Kenneth Heyer is in fifth place for Hofer Racing, and those two are the leaders in A6 AM. Those two cars, 17 and 10, separated by 10 whole seconds. Actually, I lie, 10.26, so more than 10 whole seconds. Jamie Campbell-Walter now down to sixth position with Ram Racing's Mercedes, the number 30 car. And that Gulf car, I'm starting to worry, Bruce Jones, that they are drifting out of contention. What do you know?
Well, what I know is that Stuart Hall suddenly found the throttle wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. The long pit stop for Ram Racing, the number 30 Mercedes in the Gulf livery, was they had to recalibrate the throttle. Jamie Campbell-Walter's out there now, hasn't said anything's untoward, so hopefully all has been fixed well. But as I came up here, up the pit lane towards Ram Racing, I noticed Dan Shufflebottom going in towards race control. I hope he's just going there because they've got VIP lavatories or whatever. But the team seem fairly calm at the moment, and the good news for them, Jamie Campbell-Walter hasn't said anything is wrong with the car since they've recalibrated that throttle, so fingers crossed.
All right, good news. Hopefully for better news for Ram Racing, or not bad news for Ram Racing in any way. Jamie's been out for 6 minutes, so that's a couple of flying laps. So either A, he's driving around the problem that still remains and he's just getting on with it, or B, Control-Alt-Delete worked.
Yeah, his first,
that particular occasion.
Jamie's first flying lap, Martin, was at 2 minutes 15. So that's a perfectly respectable flying lap time. And the time in the pits was 11 minutes and 27 seconds, so time that they could ill afford to lose, but they're still in there and they're still fighting, and indeed they're still in the top six, with every prospect of still managing a podium if they can have a trouble-free run and a fast run for the remainder of the race.
Yeah. Tom Onslow Cole is still in second place in the SPS Automotive car. Now, that's he's only been out, in fact he's only been out for 5 minutes, so how did I not notice that he'd come in? Or no, it counts up to an hour and 5 minutes. In fact, oh hello, it counts over an hour to 2 hours. Paul Truswell in 16th place. Clement Schmidt, his time in the car currently being shown as 2 hours and 13 minutes. Is that correct?
I'm sure it is. 41. Just a minute, because I had Bernd Schneider as the last driver in the car, and you'll have to leave that with me because there's one problem with my system at the moment, and it's all to do with driver ID. So I'll have to take a little time to do that one by hand.
So one of two things is happening, either of which will incur a penalty. He's been in the car too long, or it's the wrong driver, and that's penalisable too. Yes, there is a maximum length of any driver stint of 2 hours, and Clement Schmidt has been shown as being in the... There is a maximum stint length for any driver in any car in any class of 2 hours in any one stint. Clement Schmidt being shown as now 2 hours and 14 minutes of drive time, 1-4. Now, it can't be that the team haven't noticed. It could be that the team haven't. Hank, they don't have a radio. Bernd told us hours ago that they don't have a radio. However, they've got a pit board. So one of two things has happened. Either he's gone way over his time limit and he's 15 minutes in and they're signalling him frantically and he hasn't noticed. But how can he not be shattered after 2 hours in that Mercedes? Or secondly, he has come in, he has got out, and whoever's in it now has not changed over the driver notification to register the correct driver.
And because they have no radio, they can't tell him to do so.
Yeah. So they're probably gone to race control going, he hasn't turned it over. Do we really have to make a pit stop to do this? Are we really going to get a penalty? You know we haven't got a radio. I'm thinking that even Joe Bradley and I would have spotted he'd been in for 2.25 hours and done something about it. So I'm thinking that a team as professional as they will have spotted that as well. So that can't be the reason. So HTP with no radio, clearly. Let me work out who is in it. It's Bruce Bosey, probably.
On the cycle, it should be back at Winderpunde.
Oh, should it? Okay.
Because Bosey, it went from Bosey to Schneider to Schmidt.
Yep. Okay.
And so therefore it should be Winderpunde. Now, Wim was I won't say the driver that had the biggest problems with the lack of radio last time, but he had extra pit stops on 2 occasions, which were caused, according to Bernd Schneider, because of the lack of the ability to communicate with him. So if it is Wim again, then maybe he just hasn't worked out how to look at the pit board. Yeah. Or, as we said earlier on, it's quite hard to spot the pit board at that speed.
Twelve minutes past 1 at the circuit Paul Ricard as the 24 hours heads towards the end of hour 11. And Ralph Bowen still leading in the Precoat Herbert Porsche. From Tom Onslow Cole in the SPS Automotive Mercedes, Josef Kral, Scuderia Praha Ferrari in third. Fourth place is Paul Lafargue in the IDEC Sport Mercedes that leads A6 AM. And in fifth place and closing to breathing up the exhaust pipes, Kenneth Heyer in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes just set the fastest lap of the race for that car, 2 minutes 11.8. He's 52 minutes into a stint, so he's on fumes, and it is in the cool of the night. He came across the line 1 second behind the leader in the A6 AM class, so wherever he is on the track, I pretty much guarantee he has gone by Paul Lafargue, because he was 5.6 seconds quicker, 5.8 seconds quicker on that last lap alone than the car that he crossed the line only a second behind.
Yes, I mean, this is, you're right, he is closing up. The problem that he has, in a sense, is that he's running to a 2 minutes 13 minimum reference lap time, whereas the number 17 car, Lafargue, is running to a 2 minutes 11 minimum reference lap time. So even though he's going at 2 minutes 11, that's far too fast, and he's had to burn a joker in order to do that. And I'm guessing that he's burning the joker in order to get past the IDEC. In order to get past the IDEC Mercedes, and then he's going to be able to slow down again to his 2 minutes 13, because Lafargue is kind of holding him up in the wrong places, I suspect.
Now, Hayes done 53 minutes of his stint, Lafargue 51, so they may even stop on the same lap. They may be a lap apart.
They are on the same fueling strategy, but I reckon they've still, even though they've done getting on for an hour's worth of running, those cars run further on the fuel because they're running in the A6 AM class, and I reckon that they're going to be able to run for another, at least 7 laps, if not 10 laps in those two cars. So they're not destined for the pit lane yet, either of them, and that's why Hire will be wanting to get past Lafargue at the cost of a joker if necessary, or 2.
Rolf Eichen appears to be staying in the Grasser Racing Lamborghini. He's just done a stint and goes back out again. That car, no, Jeroen Bleekemolen, it now changes over to. Okay, well, Bruce Jones is in my ear, and you are...
I'm in front. I put Grasser Racing. You may not have noticed, but one of the tyres came off. Remember the trend with Lamborghini? Right rear tyre failure. It's just been... it's up here if you have a look. Follow me, Christoph. As you can observe, it's a very nice coffee table, but not a very good racing tyre, unfortunately.
No, not at all. Thank you. Well spotted there. So it is Jeroen Bleekemolen who takes the car over, and that may then be, you would think they'd have been very lucky if the puncture happened on his in-lap anyway. So I think Rolf Eichen's time in the car has been curtailed rather by that puncture. While you were away, those of you watching on Motors TV, we had a change for the lead in the SP2 class. Now leading in the SP2 is the number 64 Lorient Porsche with Philippe Paulette at the wheel. He shares it with Frédéric Lelièvre, Pascal Guibon and Jean-Philippe Belloc, and that car took the lead last time round from the 84 Speed Lover Porsche. Now, these two have been locked in a little bit of a staring match for the lead of the class. Pierre-Yves Pack, Marc Vallenvine and Carlos Rivas are the 3 drivers who are watching their teammate Philippe Richard as he lost the lead, or as the lead was taken away from him in the SP2 class, but there is nothing between them. Right behind them is the leader of the 991 class, which is another Porsche, a 991 class Porsche, of course, number 35. And in fact, in front of that SP2 all Porsche battle, in 10th place overall is Jules Gounon, who's in another Porsche run by Spark Motorsport, and that is leading the SPX class. It started off the weekend as an SP2 car, but turns out it's too quick, and so it's been moved into its own SPX class. That's sort of the way that works.
And I think there's only one car left in SPX.
Yes.
Yes, I have a feeling there was. I looked a little while ago and it was getting a bit decimated, and as I say, there's only one car left there. I'm trying to bolt together, and as I say, apologies, but I haven't got quite everything working as I want it to, but piece everything together, which has happened with that number 41, the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. First of all, to work out why it's down in 15th place in a car that should be higher up than that, and indeed earlier on was leading the race, Bernd Schneider's car. Yes, it's got a broken radio, but it also had a half-hour pit stop. Now, my guess is that either they've sent the same driver out after that half-hour pit stop, Clemens Schmidt having gone out after a half-hour pit stop, and forgotten that in Creventic races, if you go out in with the same car as you've come in with, then that adds to your driving time. So either they've forgotten that, or following the half-hour pit stop, they did a driver change, sent Wim de Punt out at the wheel of it, and he's forgotten to change the driver ID.
Well, there's only one way to sort this out, isn't it? And that's to send a lanky ginger there. Bruce Jones, we need you to go down to find out what's going on.
HTP Motorsport up at the top end of the pit lane. Garage number 2, as far as I know.
And that car has now been passed and is down to 16th place. Hang a minute. It now says Clement Schmidt is at the wheel of number 41, and it now says his drive time is 2 hours 23. But before I know it still says Clemens Schmidt. No, you're right.
It now, and it did say Clemens Schmidt. And as I say, either they've just not turned the switch, or they've forgotten the fact that the half hour that they spent in the pits counts towards driving time.
Yeah. Long and short of it is, HTP somewhere are upsetting our apple cart. Maybe not the organisers, for reasons that the organisers are well aware of, but they're upsetting our apple cart, and otherwise Paul and I will witch away at each other with no answer for it, and possible extra theories coming in on Twitter until daylight, and nobody wants that. Daniel Roos is in the pits. He has come in from second place in the SP3 class. He's been trying to chase down Mark van der Aar in the JR Motorsport BMW. They're battling over not only the SP3 lead, but 20th place. And last time round, as he came in, Daniel Roos actually was another half a second quicker than Mark van der Aar. Van der Aar 50 minutes in. And let's get down to the pit lane. Leipert Motorsport have just come in from fourth in the Pro-Am class. Jörg von Berg. It's not Jörg von Berg, is it? Jean von Berg. Let's get back to that. Down with Swiss driver Freddie Bard, who's just got out of the car, is Bruce Jones.
Freddie Bard, when we look at the Lamborghini Huracans in this race, we tend to look at the left rear tyre. You came in and it still had air in it, so you're doing something right.
Yeah, we keep the pace a bit lower to maintain the tires, to maintain the pace. I mean, it's not exactly the same car as the in-Eichens car. I mean, they have a bit more downforce, a little bit less power, which makes it even more difficult for us, but I think we are safe. The first tire puncture was a debris. Second, now we're just trying to maintain the pace and carry the car through the race.
And just talking about the GRT Grasser Racing Team car, just 2 minutes before your pit stop, they came in yet another left rear problem.
Yeah, I mean, the track itself has a lot of right-hand corners, which are a lot of weight on the rear, also because they're on power. So the left back wheel is struggling a lot on this track, so it's normal. I wouldn't say it's a general Lamborghini problem, because, yeah, okay, it looks like maybe, but I don't think it is. It's a problem of the track, and maybe we're going to see some other tire punctures when it gets warmer again. But normally we didn't have any big issues with tire punctures, just with the maintenance of the tire.
What's the state of the circuit now? Having looked at the state of everybody's tires where they're coming in, there's a lot of rubber to pick up.
Yeah, as soon as you're a little bit offline, you're just struggling 2 or 3 corners to get the rubber off the tire again and being able to keep the pace up. Especially now when it's a bit colder, the tire is even getting more glued on the tire. So, or the rubber on the tire. Yeah. So, yeah, it's difficult. And then on the straight, you have all pieces flying away. We also had the front wing broken because of tire parts flying away. So, yeah, it's not going to make it easier during the night.
Talking of the night, how long do you have to get a bit of rest before you drive again?
I'm going to go back to the hotel now quickly. We are fortunately not far away and going to try to have 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Should be enough.
Good quality. Thanks, Freddie.
Good job, Freddie Bart, always straight up with the information, and as he said, they are being very cautious by staying within the white lines, and our track walk yesterday, Bruce Jones taught us exactly that. Even walking outside the white lines, you could feel through the soles of your shoes how gritty, how abrasive all the runoff areas are, so the more you go over them, the more they rip your tyres to bits.
I'm still picking the rubber off my shoes, actually. I'm about 6'8" now.
Very good. Okay, so your next task, should you accept it, is to go to HTP Motorsport and find out what the Jimmy Dickens is going on there. And they don't know, I bet they do, but whether you can find somebody or not to tell you, I'm not sure. Now, I'm going to have a bone or two to pick with Prep Tech Racing, who are currently lying second in the A2 category, because having blown up, they said, their race engine yesterday and having a road car engine in, they have now not only just pulled 2 laps off the second place car in A2 to take second spot, but the new driver after their last pit stop, Andy Mollison, on his last lap went 18 seconds quicker than the car that they've passed that is in third place. Now, I can understand that there is a degree of difference between the drivers, between Mollison and Markussen, who is driving the number 212 car, but if that's a road engine in a Renault Clio, I think we need to go and get some more Renault Clios. I have challenged them on that. I said, they're saying lighter flywheel and better manifolds are the only mods, honest governor, just good drivers. Well, I'm not arguing with the just good drivers turn. I have to say, for a team that were kind of a little bit hangdog before the start of the race, certainly the first 10 hours seemed to be treating them quite nicely, and they have come from 4th up to 2nd place, and Andy Mollison appears to be carrying on the good work, and Mary is doing a very good job for them, their car. So that number 167 car is now up to 35th with its 1.6 litre Renault Clio engine. So good job by them. They are second in the A2 class, and for completion, 112, the other presenter.eu Renault has completed 226 laps, which makes it 18.26, 8 laps in front. Well, that's a large gap to find on the road, but gaps in motor racing, especially endurance motor racing, aren't always made or lost on the road. Lots of work in the pits may be required on some cars. A Renault RS01 number 43 car, unless I'm mistaken, has come in, gone out and come back in again. Wasn't that on pit road just a couple of minutes ago? It's got Francois Thibault on board. And in fact, I think the driver that got out is still standing in the pits watching as the car comes back in again. So AB Sport Auto, it's Franck Thibault, not Francois Thibault. They've got 3 Chinese drivers in the team, as well as Franck and Tiziano Caragutti. And it's Francois Thibault in the car. I think it was... I
think it's only one pit stop.
I think it was Caragutti. No, because I've just seen it drive in, but it was in already a few minutes ago.
Okay. It's
well, his driving stint is shown as 5. Oh no, that's his pit time, isn't it? Yeah. It was in before. Now then, Bruce Jones has HTP news. Put us out of our misery, please.
Well, I hope it does.
Go on. I sense disappointment.
How's this for a riding clause? Here's a camera so you can see me. How lovely. They've said that they explained to the race officials that it is Clements in the car, but the time he was in the pits they think should be taken out of his driving stint. I throw that back to you to put in your court. So yes, he's been in the car all along, but they're saying the time for the pit stop, which was 40-odd minutes, should be taken away.
Yeah, you're right.
Are they right?
You're right in the sense that it was 35 minutes in the pits. However, the regulations are fairly clear, and it says this, I quote, "Pit stop time and refueling time is not included in the driving time," so far so good, "unless the same driver stays in the car when the car enters the pit lane."
Okay.
Seems fairly
it's
clear.
very dark at their end of the pit lane, you know. It's night here. They can't see the rule book.
32.3 is the paragraph they need to look at.
Okay, I'll go and tell them that.
And it is an unusual. It's an unusual rule in a sense. And HTP are used to doing Blancpain races, not necessarily WEC races, but in Blancpain races, pit stop time is specifically excluded from the driving time.
Okay, well, that's their side of the story, and maybe the two will meet somewhere. Who knows?
Let's hope so, yes.
Yeah, well, Creventic, the organisers of the championship, are very keen on trying to make sure that everybody is happy with the way things work, but if everybody else is understanding the rule, the fact that HTP aren't used to it might not necessarily help them much. It'll have to be a penalty, won't it? I mean, it is a clear rule. Everybody else does it. You have to learn the rules. You don't have to learn them. You just have to be aware of the rules of the series. And pit stop time, as you say, you know, it is dead time. But if the driver brings the car in with a problem, it spends 6 hours in the pit lane, and he gets back in it, he's done a 6-hour stint. without actually having driven anywhere.
Indeed, but as I say, that's the way the rule goes. The problem that HTP are going to face is that for every 5 minutes over the maximum driving time, they get penalised by a lap. Now, if they're going to go all the way to the 35 minutes for Clemens, then they're going to get penalised by 6, possibly 7 laps, which the car has already fallen out of the top 10. Is going to push it way down to the bottom of the top 20, I think,
now,
Martin.
It can't be, surely, that the organisers haven't gone to them already and said, you do know what you're doing now, don't you? You know, when I spotted it and it was 2.25 hours into his stint, that was 18 minutes ago. The race organisers can't not have spotted it. They can't not have gone to HTP and said, do you know what you're doing? Oh, yeah, but this, that, and it. I'm sure that conversation is being had, and yet Clement Smith is still driving round.
I had a conversation with timeservice.nl, and at this point I'll give them their credit, because the timing screens that we have are all down to the system that Harold Rösler and his team at timeservice.nl put together. And I had a conversation with their chief timekeeper in Dubai either 1 year or 2 years ago, and I pointed to that very rule, and they said, oh, I hadn't actually spotted that. And so they changed the way the calculation of that column works in order to display the time, including the time spent in the pits. So, you know, it's kind of been discussed around the table at Preventic already. And I don't see how HTP are going to be able to wiggle a way out of that one, I'm afraid. But we'll see. The car is currently, it's moved up a place into 14th place. But as I say, Clemens Schmidt is, I mean, we did identify that half-hour pit stop, no problem about that. But that seemingly is included in the driving time. Well done, Bruce. Thank you for finding it out.
It's in 14th place. However, when it loses the 7 laps that it's currently going to lose, it'll be 21st. And every lap he goes round, it's adding to the dramas. 1:30 Central European time. We have got 13 hours of the race to go. 11 hours completed in the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. Live lights to flag coverage on radiolemans.com, 24hseries.com and Motors TV, with all the sound and vision, bringing you the action from the 5th round of the International Endurance Series, powered by Hankook. So hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or middle of the night, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us. I'm Martin Haven. Alongside me in the booth, overlooking the Circuit de Castellet, is Paul Truswell, and working the pit lane for us currently is Bruce Jones. Wherever you are, stay with us. We'll have pictures throughout the night and throughout the day until we get to the finish at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. And at that stage, we'll find out whether our race leader, Ralph Bone, and the rest of the Preco Herbert Motorsport team, who have led almost all of the race and are currently in the pits, will still be out front. Ralph Bone, after a stint lasting, I can't tell you now because it's just told me how long he's in the pits.
Ralph Bone's stint, I can tell you on this screen, was 1 hour 25 minutes. So it was a good long stint from Ralph.
Now that means he is likely to get out. Do you think?
I would say it's a certainty.
Yeah.
The team has been fairly consistent, except when there's been a code 60, which has enabled them to do half a stint. And in 2 cases, that's allowed Robert Renauer to do double stints. They've done single stints all the way along. So you've had a stint and a half from Renauer, you had Alleman, Bone, and then Alfred Renauer. Then Dan Alleman again, and then you had a couple of shorter stints from Renauer, and now 1 hour and 20 from Ralph Bone.
I moved my microphone out of the way to have a quick mouthful of cake. I forgot to move it back.
I
Yeah,
hadn't realised you'd having a mouthful of cake there, Martin, in the darkness. Otherwise, I would have kept talking and saved your chewing time as we're going along.
That was a lovely slice of Prep Tech cake.
Yeah, they've done. I was going to say us proud, but I'm not really a cake man, so it's nothing against Prep Tech. It's just that cake doesn't keep me going quite as well.
Well, they did mention that they had tea. None's appeared yet. I've got cake, I've got no tea. I mean, you know, that's why it's all a bit dry.
Make the most of it.
I am. I am. I'm milking it for all I can get, though. That's because we can't go and make a cup of tea, because I'm not sure anybody in France does that, really, do they?
No, quite. I'm most impressed, and we've already spoken about the Hoffa racing car. Kenneth Heyer, having got himself past the other AM, the IDEC Sport Mercedes. That car, number 17, has come into the pits, had a routine pit stop and is on its way again. But Kenneth is up into third place overall with the problems that have befallen our Audi, the Optimum Audi, and also the Mercedes that had the problem and has fallen away. And it's also ahead of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, although I fancy that it's going to be in the pits. Yes, it is. It's going to be in the pits within about the next couple of laps. And then that'll lose the place back, third place back, and hand the place back to the Ferrari.
Down in the pit lane, Ralph Bone has handed over the race-leading number 911 Porsche 911 to Alfred Renauer, and is now taking his stint on Radio Le Mans and Motors TV. Bruce Jones, what do you know?
Well, it's not a question of what I know, it's really what Ralph Bone knows. It all looks really good for Herbeth Motorsport here.
Yes, absolutely. The machine as well, and the drivers also, I think so.
Now, quite a few of the cars have been having real problem with their tyres. It looks as though the Porsche seems to be riding a lot better than the others. What state were your tyres in?
Well, we have some problems with the rear left, like everyone has, I think so. And we should be a little bit not using so much the curbs. Yeah.
But you're sitting on a very useful lead, but we all know one puncture and it could come undone, couldn't it? One flat tyre.
Once again, please.
You're sitting on a good lead in the race, but one flat tyre from hitting debris and it could bring you back towards the others.
Well, that's right. It's a long way to go still now, and so we have to be concentrated and go on.
Now, what is your plan? You have this lead of about 3 or 4 laps. Are you going to carry on mainly doing one stint, or will we see some 2 stints during the night?
So no fixed plan in the end. We are going to run as long as possible with one driver, and we will see what happens.
But the big question the other teams would like to know is, how are you getting such good fuel consumption?
Well, we have to ask Porsche for that. I don't know.
He's only the driver, you know. Well done, Ralph. Get some sleep.
Thanks.
Well, they certainly seem to have all the cards up their sleeve at the moment. They've got great pace. Their average speed of their 4 drivers is no more than 3 seconds a lap in a stint apart from each other, and they are getting good fuel mileage as well. We saw them take the lead slightly unexpectedly. We had an early code 60 in the race, a sort of neutralization of the whole race, and they ducked into the pits, took on fuel to extend their opening driving stint, and Paul, that put them into lead, and we sort of expected that to gradually get eroded as more code 60s came in and other fuel strategies were interrupted, and they'd eventually, you know, come back into the pack. But it did happen briefly, and then we had a flurry of almost everybody else who was a potential contender leading, and then all that stopped, and they've been in the lead, and they can stay in the lead after every stop now.
Well, indeed. Partly they struck lucky on the third code 60 because they were just in the right place at the right time and were able to duck into the pits very early on in that code 60. Also, though, they've been able to stay out much longer on the fuel, and we saw them getting much better fuel consumption than the Ferrari did. The Ferrari fell away in any case because of that flying bodywork that happened on it. With the Optimum Audi has fallen away, the HTP Mercedes has fallen away, and it's not so much that the Porsche has pulled away so much as the opposition has simply faded away. But they've had, I mean, I hate to say it, but people said it after the Zandvoort race, which they won. It's been a perfect Porsche, whisper it. And so far, they've been perfect again. But also, the kind of cards have fallen into their lap. So yes. It's been a great drive from them so far. There is a long way to go. We're not even halfway through this race yet. So, it's no good being perfect for half of it. You've got to be perfect for the whole of the race.
Again, ask Toyota. Yes, exactly right.
I don't know if you know who that was who just came up here, but we had a visit from Chief Timekeeper Rob Lutikaus, I think his name is, but great assistant to him. But he has explained even better than the HTP team did the situation with Clemens Schmidt. And although the car did come in and spend 34 minutes or 36 minutes in the pit lane, and that time counted towards his driving time, it actually was longer than the driver spent in the car when he was out on the circuit. So it actually counted as rest time. So even though he stayed in the car, because the car came into the pits for 2/3 of the previous driving stint, it counts as rest time, and therefore the clock reset itself when Clemens went out.
Okay.
But it didn't reset itself in the software because when I had the conversation a couple of years ago with timeservice.nl, we didn't consider the possibility that a car might have a rest period or a pit stop as long as the rest period had to be for driving time. That will be incorporated in the next version of the software, which will come out in time for the Barcelona 24 hours.
However, he's now been in that car either driving or snoozing for 2 hours 45 minutes.
Yes, well, as I say, 36 minutes of that was the rest time. But because it was rest time, the clock restarted when he came out of the pits.
So 36 minutes was rest time. So the previous bit was nearly an hour long because the rest time has to be 2/3 minimum of your previous stint. So if he was at rest for 36 minutes, that is 2/3 of
the current
1836 46 54. So he did 54 minutes in the car, then had 36 minutes rest. So that is 86, that's 90 minutes. So he has done 90 minutes out of 120 out of 206. So he is in fact at 116 minutes, which is 1 hour 46. So in fact he's still got another 14 minutes before he goes over yet again.
I make it an hour 25.
You're probably right. My subtraction is woeful and almost as bad as my adding up.
But anyway, so Clemens Schmidt's situation is resolved, albeit with a little bit of woolly interpretation of regulations.
So yeah, in the annals of flim-flammery, that is worthy of Boris Johnson. But his 2-hour driver maximum won't be exceeded even after he briefly goes by the 3-hour mark.
Correct.
Yeah. Good. Clearer than a clear thing on a clear day.
Although, having said that, the thing might run out of fuel before then, so he'll have to stop.
Yes.
And it will become academic.
Well, it won't become. It'll still be irritatingly non sequitur.
Yes,
non sequitur-ish, non sequitur-y.
I'll give him 7 more laps at most. So
that will take him well into the 3 hours.
Yeah, quarter of an hour before he comes in. As I say, at maximum, and that's based on the fuel consumption of that Mercedes.
Okay, so 7 laps at 2 minutes 12. Is 14, and what are 7/12s? That's 15, 16 minutes. on 2 hours 47. He's only got 26 minutes, he reckons, in total. So they're still going to be
he's got half an hour left on his time, because I made it an hour and 26.
Okay, well, also, okay. So he's going to be comfortably inside his extra second hour. Doofer. However, I was going to ask a little bit about what we think might happen with the leaders of the AM class, because Hofer Racing's number 10 car, they're running very reasonably carefully to their time schedule. The bracket that they have chosen to race in, which is going no quicker than 2 minute 13 laps. Kenneth Hyer's just come into the pits. That Hofer Racing Mercedes in third place overall. Now, he talks about part of the reason that the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is leading is not just their good fortune and their good pace, but also the woes that have befallen their class rivals in A6 Pro. Only one more A6 Pro car needs to fall by the wayside or have even a slight glitch, and then suddenly the A6 AM leading car is the closest rival to the A6 Pro leading Porsche, and that's the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it could happen. The car, as you say, is being driven conservatively. One of the benefits of 2 minutes and 13 seconds for your minimum reference lap time is that you're not putting as much strain on the car, you're not putting as much strain on the brakes, therefore you won't have to spend as much time in the pits replacing the brakes at some point. You're not bashing the curbs quite as hard, hopefully, and you're generally putting everything under less pressure. So without wanting to jinx the car, you are not putting it at such a risk of having some kind of mechanical or even an accident as you try and work your way through the traffic. Yeah. So, it's a sensible strategy. It may not be a race-winning strategy unless everybody ahead of it has problems. But as you've rightly identified, here we are talking about how the race is going to pan out. We're not even halfway through it, with only 2 or 3 pro cars up ahead. And nicely the way it has panned out, despite the predominance of Mercedes at the front, we've still got 3 different cars or 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 places: Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, first, second and third.
Slightly long pit stop coming up for the car that lies 4th in the A2 category, and that is the Nielsen Motorsport Renault Clio, car number 175. Yeah, and they just sort of had a look under the bonnet and all started walking away from it. Bruce Jones
walked towards the driver who brought it in, or was brought in.
Yeah.
Ricard Nielsen. Ricard, you were towed into the pits.
Yeah.
Did you just lose power completely?
There is, I don't know, Riemann, which is broken, so the battery was empty. So we will change the what is called in English, I don't know. We'll change that and then it goes out again. So it's not a major problem when it makes us stop.
Okay, but you do have the spares. That's good.
We have spares, yes. Oh yes, we have.
Best of luck with that. Thanks, Ricard. Bad luck.
Okay, so that is the Nielsen Motorsport car. That is Ricard and Tanya Nielsen. They're being joined by American James Briody in the car. And whatever the word is, it sounds like it's not charging. So judging by the hand signals, that looks like they've lost an alternator belt or an electrical connection to the alternator. It ran out of battery and it then stopped doing the other things that cars do when they have got power from the battery, i.e. firing spark plugs and all of that sort of stuff. So it was towed in dead stick and they will fix it and send it back out again. And again, like a number of cars, their prime target now will be to persuade the wretched thing to get to the checkered flag without having to take to it with too big a stick. Heading towards 12 hours to go. We are at 1:48 in the morning. We've got 12 hours and 42 minutes of the race remaining in this 24 hours of Paul Ricard. And we are now pretty much in the darkest part of the night, heading towards 2 a.m. The moon is shining brightly above us in a pitch black sky. And for a large degree of the track, The light level is fairly low down the pit straight. Certainly in the final couple of corners, it is well illuminated. There's a brake change going on at Hofer Racing. There's a driver change going on at Hofer Racing. This looks like an A service by Mercedes standards. This is our A6 AM leading car. Kenneth Heyer brought the car in, and a sparkling stint he did. Only once dipped under. It was substantially under there on a 2:13 minimum lap time, and he flew in with a 2:11.0 when he was closing on and taking the lead of the class from the IDEC Sport Mercedes. He's just been passed while the car was stationary by the number 11 car, that's Scuderia Praha's Ferrari. Now, we didn't actually mention that it had happened, but some 28 minutes ago, we did actually, Bruce mentioned it to us, that Matteo Matticelli had taken over from Josef Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. That's now moved up to third, chasing Tom Onslow Cole in the SPS Automotive Mercedes, and Alfred Renauer in the Precoat. By the end of the 24 hours, I'll have stopped calling him Adrian, in the Precoat Herbert Porsche. Out goes to know who in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. Paul will have a stab, and it'll be much more informed. Kenneth Heyer's at the end of the line. Christian Frankenhout handed over to him.
Should be Roland Eggeman on the rotation.
I think Chantal Kroll handed over to Mikael Kroll, who handed over to Christian Frankenhout. So it should be Roland Eggeman who has gone out. We'll find out in just a moment. Change for third place in the race and the lead of the A6 AM class. Although actually the A6 AM class still remains in the hands of the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes.
Okay, number 10.
My timing screen, Bruce Jones, tells me that Christian Frankenhout is back out, who handed over to Kenneth Heyer. Now, you've got Kenneth Heyer with you. They're going to go turn and turn about, doing a stint each for the next hour or two. So how's it been going?
So, Kenneth Heyer, was that Christian who just went out in the car, Christian Frankenhout? Have we got to the point in the race where you and he will do one stint, he does one? No sleep for you guys.
No sleep for us. But I have a really, really strange situation. I overdrive a dog. So there was a dog running around the track, and I totally hit him. I think it was a German Shepherd dog or something. So it was a big, big hit.
Where was that on the circuit? Whereabouts?
On the back straight, was flat out. I was behind the Lamborghini from Grasser. Go to the left because I have a little bit of overdrive, so I want to overtake, and there was a dog. So it was, whoa, big surprise. And I totally hit him. So.
Was there much damage to the car? I was looking at the back, thinking the back looks very tidy, but the front bit damaged?
Yeah, front right, because I don't know, he has 25, 30 kilos or something. Yeah. So it's, don't want to crash him for sure, but there was no chance. It was half a second and then a crash. So big surprise.
Before that, the car was going clearly very well. You went from second in class up to first, a good chase, but you got ahead of the IDEC Sport team.
Yeah, for us, for the professionals to drive to 2:13 is not so difficult. So we can save a lot of fuel, so we managed to drive 1 hour 35, 1 hour 40, which is normally not possible with the SLS. But here you can go away from the throttle early, so you run into the corners, you roll the car. So it's a bit of a different game for us, but you have to be very precise with 113, 135, 113.6, 113.4. So it's part of the game, and it's managed us teams with 3 gentlemen to be in the top 5 at the end of the race. So that's the game in the moment.
And it's good for your brain, isn't it, to stay on top of it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay, Kenneth, you could probably have 10 minutes sleep, then you'll be in the car again.
Not so much. I'll take a shower and then I'll be here.
Thank you, Bruce Jones. Thank you, Kenneth Heyer. Now, that is a frightening moment when you pull out to pass somebody and there is something in the road. Now, obviously, as a dog owner, I feel very sorry for the poor animal and also for its owner. Not quite sure how it managed to, A, get it at a racetrack where there are no spectators, and B, get into the racetrack, but that doesn't sound very good, I'm afraid, for the dog. And as he said, it was a large dog, and a German Shepherd would be a large dog. Just to catch up with the the Danish Renault Clio that we're talking about, the Nielsen Motorsport car. RICARD Nielsen was using the word Riemann, and a couple of our correspondents, 42 Eyes and Lanzarote Camel, saying that Riemann is a German word for belt, and as we assumed, since it's got no battery, that'll be the alternator, and it did sort of look like he was describing an alternator belt or a dry belt of some car, so yes. ProTech, PrepTech, you are bad boys. Anyone missing a German Shepherd in the Castellet region asking for a friend? All right, that's enough of that. David Drinkwater confirming the reason for the fire in the 155 Motor Easy Seat Leon is not just because it's in a bad temper with its drivers, but apparently what happened was it was tyre pickup which gets flicked up onto the flat floor and trapped between the flat floor and then the metal floor of the car above it, and then sort of ends up getting pushed or rolled or whatever up against the exhaust and then overheats and catches fire. And so you've then got this molten bit of rubber burning away, and we know how long burning tyre depots burn for, decades, and so that's what their problem was. That was where their fire came from. So, and we talked about Optimum, and you know, in their striving to win, they're now going to go, right, gearbox problem, we've got to fix this, we've got to not get caught out about that again. From the other side, those guys with their Seat are going to go, right, we've got to look at a way of not allowing tyre debris to get in under the flat floor. So, you know, that is one of their many jobs that they'll have to fix before they come out next time with that car.
And I'm sure there are secrets in Clio preparation which ensures that I would say it doesn't happen, or there's a way for the rubber to escape once it does get in there.
Well, TCR cars are designed for 20-minute sprints, in which rubber pickup getting into under the flat floor is maybe not so much of an issue. So that, I think all the teams here that are running these TCR cars, I mean, the TCR concept itself is only 2 seasons old, or it's in its 2nd season, so the cars are still relatively new, I mean, in endurance terms, absolutely not known quantity. So all these teams are doing the development work themselves, for themselves, and probably aren't doing an awful lot of talking amongst themselves either. So, yeah, somebody else may have discovered that last time out, and now everybody has discovered it because it's happened to the 155 team. They will now all be going, oh, that's what that was. Right, well, that's on our job list as well.
We'll go and have a look down the pit lane.
Yes.
Talking to Kenneth Tyre a moment ago, or at least Bruce was, the number 10 car has now burnt 5 of its 10 jokers. Now we're half an hour away from the half distance point, and they've burnt half of their jokers. Now they can't use the joker in the final part of the race, so I suppose that's about right, at the right average.
Yeah, it's the final 2 hours, you can't?
I did say 2 hours, but I just need to double check that at some point.
Okay, one or 2 hours. I'll go with, and then Paul can correct me later.
Yes, quite.
So yes, I suppose, and particularly when he was looking to take the lead, once you've got that track position, then you can sit on your lap time, but it's a little bit like push to pass, like they used to have in IndyCar. If you have 10 hits and you've used all 10 of them to get by, and the other guy's only used 8 in defence, you're a sitting duck. Now, if we get to the closing stages, and the battle is still pretty tight in the AM class, in A6, then they may find that they don't have any get-out-of-jail-free cards, and their rivals do, and suddenly what looked like a just about manageable margin becomes a bit less than just about manageable, and that's the slight danger with overusing. If you go to the well too often, eventually the bottom of the bucket will drop out, as a famous guitarist once wrote, or he didn't write, he sang. So there is always that issue. Now, Ram Racing have come into the pits. Jamie Campbell-Walter took the car over from Stuart Hall and has fueled. Bruce Jones is down there, so if and when there is a driver change, and I think there may well be, then he will get a chance to have a quick word with Jamie. Car's fastest lap, by the way, the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes, 209.35. Jamie's last, 209.92, so within 0.6 of the outright fastest lap of that car, and that in the darkness. And I think that's partly a reflection that they're starting to get a little more on top maybe of their tyre management and getting the pressures right. Again, the temperatures drop with the night time, the track temperatures drop, so all of that information from the heat of the day needs to be modified, and that may be coming closer to the ideal window to extend the life of the tyre, to keep that performance up, to keep it constant. Of course, Jamie, the longer the stint goes on, more familiar with the car, with the surroundings, and really much more dialed in. He was telling us, of course, earlier on that it's his first race in a couple of years, and so although all those instincts are still there, you know, you just really hone them in the first stint or two, and then suddenly it's like you were never away again. Physically, on Monday, it'll feel like he had been away quite a while, because no matter how much outside training you do, all the other bits and pieces doing driver coaching and management and so on, he's not a full-time racing driver, and he's not training the way full-time racing drivers train. Racing drivers are basically gym bunnies, or nowadays bicycle lunatics who occasionally drive racing cars. Well, the car is in the garage, Bruce Jones. They've got the bonnet up and they are looking at the big Mercedes lump under the bonnet. What are they saying?
They're not saying anything yet. They're very busy, and Jamie Campbell-Walter isn't saying anything. He's sitting stoically in the car. But
well, that means he's a perfect interview subject because he can't drive away.
No, he's fallen asleep. Hold on. I'll go and lean in and see if Jamie can tell me anything. Trying not to get in the way, of course. Jamie, what's been going on? You've been setting very quick lap times out there, 209s, but what are they working on?
I've just got a loss of power, so it doesn't rev.
So there was a problem earlier with the throttle when Stuart had it before he handed it to you. Do you think it's the same thing?
I think it's the same problem, yeah. There's nothing mechanically wrong, just like, electronics.
Oh, that's the worst sort of stuff to have, isn't it? You can't hit electronics with a hammer, can you?
No, unfortunately not. But, you know, we're still in the mix, aren't we, sort of?
Yeah. Well, good stuff. Well, it gives you a chance to have a rest now you're just returning to racing.
Well, that's right, yeah, I can have a rest. Although it's very hot in here.
Yeah, I can feel it as I lean in. Good luck to you and the team. So for Jamie Campbell-Walter, back in the cockpit, well, staying in the cockpit, and the heat as I leant in, he was absolutely right. He's been sitting here for 5 minutes, but as I said, you can't hit electronics with a hammer, so the team are being a little more subtle than that, but a setback for Ram Racing.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Jamie Campbell-Walter. That car, as you said, still in the mix, 7th place. It is 4th in the A6 Pro class, but its closest rival, which is the Grasser Racing Lamborghini, which has come back from 48th or something in the first few minutes, is now in 9th place and only 2 laps behind. And unless the engine on the Ram Racing Mercedes fires very soon, they will lose those 2 laps. That's under 5 minutes. I'm fond of saying, and probably bore myself as much as anybody else was saying, that unless there are bits hanging off it or it's covered in flames, pretty much anything that ails a car is going to be electronics in this day and age. Mechanical bits, although the Optimum team will argue against that, mechanical bits tend not to fail, but the electronics tend to be the hidden assassin. And I'm afraid if you've got a bit of an iffy throttle sensor or something else that's going on. So one of the delights of fly-by-wire is it allows the brain to talk to everything else in the car. One of the downsides of fly-by-wire is you can't guarantee that when you push the pedal down, it's not actually connected to anything. It's not got a direct link to the throttle or to any throttle actuating mechanism. It's all electronics, and electronics, if there's an air gap, it's not going to work. A throttle cable tends to be a little bit more reliable in most cases. So the Ram Racing Mercedes, the Gulf-coloured car, is in the pit lane and losing ground. Meanwhile, our top 3 are its class rivals, the A6 Pro cars. 911, Alfred Renard leads in the Precoat Herbert Mercedes. Tom Onslow-Cole second for SPS Automotive. Matteo Malucelli third for Scuderia Praha. Tom Onslow-Cole being picked up by the cameras at the moment. Second, PIC, position in class, and second position overall. And all those Mercedes, as they come out of the fast left kink, which dips and then immediately rises onto the Mistral straight, are sparking heavily from underneath. Very dramatic. Doesn't seem to be doing them too much damage. Top three then, Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari. Fourth place is our A6 AM class leader, Christian Frankenhout in that car. The Hofer Racing Mercedes number 10. And Elmar Grimm in the 34 car collection Audi lies in second place. That's an AM class car. Jamie Campbell-Walter, Bruce Jones reports in my Lugol, has had enough of the heat of the Ram Racing car and is getting out to go and sweat somewhere else and try and cool down a little bit. And Stuart Hall will take the car back out. And Paul, I don't wish to wish them ill, but very slightly starting to suspect that this car is not going to get healthy in a hurry. Paul is now into his third ream of research, finding the answer to the what is the last time you can use your get out of jail, I've speeded inside my allotted time lap. He's read all the bits of paper we have, and he's now online reading all the bits of paper we don't have.
The answer is 2 hours.
Yeah, okay. It's what you thought it was all along. It's what you knew in your head it was all along. But being Paul, you make sure that what you're saying is exactly right. And yeah.
Just because my memory isn't what it was, and I'd far rather be sure.
Yeah, so far rather not rely on me repeating something that you think you might have said earlier on, because that doesn't get anyone anywhere.
Exactly so. So within the last 2 hours of the race, you cannot use escape jokers, and if you go under your minimum reference lap time in the last 2 hours of the race, then you get a stop and go penalty of 30 seconds.
Yeah, and that can be a very, very serious dink in your performance envelope. Certainly when you're getting that close to the end, half a minute sitting stationary is like a week sitting stationary at any other time. OCC Lassic Racing with Newbridge, the longest name on one of the shortest cars. Their Porsche Cayman. Farid Ali, who's the OCC LASIK man, he's an ophthalmic optician from Canada, and he has just been talking to the team about his first night stint. Said it's like a first night race stint is like a roller coaster. You want it to stop, but then when it's over you want to go back on immediately. I think that probably sums up what an awful lot of people think. Danny Roos also saying first of his night stints complete in his car. Frederick Roos is in the car, and they are doing what is happening in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. They got two drivers flip-flopping, an hour in and an hour out, and an hour in and an hour out. So Daniel Roos and Frederick Roos will flip-flop for the next, next 3 hours, I guess. And then probably hand over to their teammates to do likewise while they have a bit of a rest.
That's a typo. They are both Roos.
Oh, they're both Roos, okay.
Yes,
well, I've checked it on 4 different entry lists, and it came up as Roos every time.
It's the same typo, Dave.
Right. Now, that is not they're not related to Henrik Roos, the former Viper driver.
No.
No. It's clearly, I assumed not, but it is clearly a common name. He is still being shown as Ross, though, on the Alfab Racing Porsche number 236, which is 21st overall and second in SP3. The leader of SP3 has just come in underneath us. Well, it says he has, but I can't see him. Oh, yeah, he's in my blind spot behind my A-pillar. Mark van der Aar has brought in number 103. That's JR Motorsport's well-behaved BMW, and I hope I'm not cursing it there. 102 has been ill-mannered BMW, mechanically and in all other ways. But that A3 class, SP3 class leader is still in 20th place and still has a 2-lap lead and goes out with no dramas. And I think with a driver, I would assume with a driver change. I didn't see it done. Oh, no. Yes, in fact, they have been efficient. As Mark van der Aar brought it in, and even before it left the pit lane, it had changed to Koen Bokaerts. So Koen Bokaerts is now driving car 103, 20th place, and leading the SP3 class. So with 12 hours and 22 minutes remaining in the race, I'll have a quick squiz down the various different class leaders. A6 Pro overall lead. First is the Precoat Herbert Porsche. Second overall is number 27, the SPS Automotive Mercedes. Third overall. So third in the A6 Pro and third overall is the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Then we get into the AM class cars. A6 AM are the next 4 cars on the road, in fact. So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th overall. First, second, third and fourth in A6 AM. Number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Number 17 IDEC Racing Mercedes. Number 34 Car Collection Audi, which has a single lap lead over the number 12 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini, but the Audi is currently in the pits and will do driver change and tyres, and so that third place battle in A6 AM may change. Second is 2 laps ahead, and the leader is a lap ahead of second position, and there is a driver change going on at the number 34 Car Collection Audi. This is the blue and white car that you have been watching on your screens. It's currently in the pit lane. And then behind them are 4th and 5th in A6 Pro, the Ram Racing number 30 Mercedes and the Grasser Racing Lamborghini number 963. Then we get to more class leaders. 10th place overall still is our SPX class leader and sole survivor, and that is Spark Motorsports Porsche. 11th overall and leading class SP2 is the Porsche Lorient team's Porsche 997, and that is car number 64. The next class leader down the order, Xavier Masson, is driving the 78 MRS GT Porsche, which has now taken the lead of the 991 class from the B2F competition Porsche, which is a 20-second class battle. So they are 20 seconds apart, and that certainly has flip-flopped with pit stops over the last couple of hours for the lead of 991. Third in 991 is the MSG Motorsport Porsche, car number 62. Our next class leader on the time sheets we just talked about, Koen Burkhart's taking over JR Motorsports number 103 BMW E90 M3. That is the 2.5 six-cylinder BMW. That has a 1 lap lead over the Alfab Racing Porsche number 236, and third in SP2 a further 2 laps further back. Wow, is the number 203 Vortex, which again of those 2 Vortex V8s is the one that has apparently avoided all the trouble. And between the 2, just behind that in 23rd place is the Team Altran Peugeot 208 number 205. Second in the A3 class is several laps behind it. That's the QSR BMW M235i. And third in the A3 class is still, yes it is, the number 208 Team Altran Peugeot, which brings us then to the TCR class, led by Mehmet Ogilvy. Number 1 Seat Leon is, which is the Moutron family and Phil Quaife and Phil Fearon and Galaxy. That TCR car leads the TCR class. It's in 24th place overall. Second in TCR is the recalcitrant 144 RS Connect Seat Leon, which is in 37th overall. And there is no other car in TCR. 2 more class leaders, 1 more class leader to tell you about, and that is the A2 class. 112 from Presenza Motorsport leads. Their Renault Clio is ahead of the 212 Presenza Motorsport Renault Clio, and in third place, having just stopped, is the number 167 Preptech UK Renault Clio, third in the A2 class, and having just lost second with that pit stop. Bruce Jones is down in the pit road, and I half heard who he's got to talk to. So Bruce, introduce your guest for us.
Elmer Grimm, car number 34 Audi, third in A6 AM. Best helmet design you'll see all weekend. Look at that. Gosh, it gets better on each side. But Elmer, the helmet looks good, but the Audi's going really well.
Oh, very, very, very good. In the night it was
excellent, the car. It was a good performance. So it was very nice to go on the track.
So we're nearly halfway through the race. No problems at all for your car? Because the sister car obviously is finished.
Yes, it's finished. So I hope we have, I think, 12 hours now. I hope we will not get a problem. And so we come to the race.
Okay, well, you're sixth now. Let's see where you are by the finish. So, Elmer, thanks very much for talking to us.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Live coverage of the Paul Ricard 24 Hours continues as we approach the midway point. It is 2:15 in the morning here in the south of France. We're at the Circuit du Castellet. Paul Ricard, Martin Haven, Bruce Jones down in the pit lane, and in the Brain Trust is Paul Truswell. Paul Truswell has littered the desk with a handful, a confetti, a wedding full of little post-it notes. He just posted me another post-it note asking a question to which I answered in the affirmative. We'll get to that in just a moment though, because Paul is going to project. Dear viewer,
Before
meanwhile,
that, though, just note that the second-placed Mercedes, number 27, the Jungle Mercedes, in the pits for a driver change. Tom Onslow-Cole out of that car, and it's a routine stop, but as I say, it's the car that's most likely to challenge the leading Porsche at the moment.
And I think that is Lance David Arnold, who's getting into the car. I sort of think that's Lance. They've got quite a height range in that car. Peter Cox's daughter, Stefan, is about 5'4". Onslow's about 5'11". He's going to be feeling insulted saying I'm 6 foot. But Vincent Pierberg is 6'4", and Lance Arnold is about 6'2" as well. So they got interesting issues with the driver heights in that car that they were trying to sort out after morning warm-up. We'll catch up with them in a moment. We have got just over 12 and a quarter hours of the 24 hours of Paul Ricard to go. We've just seen our second place car coming into the pit lane, and gosh, my helmet recognition did work. Lance Arnold did take it over as Tom Onslow-Cole got out after his latest stint. And down at the SPS Automotive Garage is Bruce Jones. Bruce, with Onslow, what does he know?
First question for you, Tom. How tall are you?
Smaller than you, but just a smidge over 6 foot.
Okay, because that dreadful man, Martin Haven, we were discussing the height range in your team from Valentine, and he said you were 5'11". I thought you were at least 6'1".
Well, thanks, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and damn you, Martin. But Lance, I think, is leading with height-wise and shoulder width as well. You know, that guy works out. So he does. Yeah, we've got a range of sizes in our car.
How much of a problem is that through the race? Because obviously Stephanie's not 6 foot.
No, she's not. She's very petite and has a whacking great big insert. Actually, not just one insert. She has 2 inserts to go in. And you know, there is really no problem with having drivers with different sizes, other than the speed of the driver change. You know, it does slow you down having to put in and pull out the inserts, but it's a small price to pay to have such a varied team.
A varied team that's going very well, second in the race at the moment. It seems the Precat Herbert Porsche is just having no problems at all, but you were unaware during that session Ken Kyer hit a dog up the back straight, so things can come out of the dark.
Yeah, that's obscure, isn't it? You know, that's not something you write in your plan. As always, you've caught me before I've caught up with what's going on. So I think we're still in P2, and we're sitting with a decent gap to 1 and a bit of a gap to 3. So You know, you don't like to wish anyone any bad luck. We're going to just chase hard and try and keep our car clean and not use the curbs too hard, and make sure that we're there at the end.
Yeah, because a lot of cars have been picking up punctured left rears.
Yeah, I saw when I first came out of the pits, a Lamborghini came past me like I was stood still, and you know I didn't have the pressure or heat in my tyres yet. But even when I did, I can't do what he was doing. But then when I watched the various bits of circuit he was using, I wasn't surprised to catch him a few laps later with a puncher.
It always has a reason, Tom. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Onslow Cole, and thank you, Bruce Jones. Code 60 for a fire in car number 209. Code 60 on the circuit. Car 209 is on fire. This is the Vector V8, the red, white and black car. It has stopped, as you can see, on the Mistral straight just before the braking zone for the left-right chicane. And everybody cruising by at 60 kilometers an hour, not so they can have a good look like your traditional rubberneckers, but because the code 60 means that every car on track is instantly limited to a 60 kilometers an hour maximum speed, not minimum, maximum speed, to allow rescue workers to deal with the car. And for the first time, actually, Paul Truswell, we are seeing cars weaving behind a code 60. Now, we didn't see that in the daylight because, frankly, the tyres were staying quite hot enough, thank you very much, on the hot track. But now we're in the middle of the night. It's nearly 2:30 in the morning here. The track temperature's obviously dropped sufficiently that drivers are starting to worry that they might be seeing their tyres drop out of the performance window. Paul is currently beavering away on the laptop because he is going to put on his Mystic Meg hat and do a bit of prognostication. He is going to try and project where we might be as we approach the halfway point when we're rather closer to 2:30 in the afternoon on Sunday here. I'm going to say tomorrow because I haven't gone to sleep yet, but obviously I mean later today, as Paul pointed out to me about an hour and a half ago, and I was saying tomorrow morning, which of course from our viewpoint now would be Monday, and for many of you tomorrow morning actually where you're viewing will be Tuesday because it's already Monday with you, or Sunday or something, I don't know. It's already Sunday here, so it must be, no, it's still Sunday in Australia, isn't it? It can't be Monday yet, can it? No, can't be.
No idea.
Can't be.
Just actually the reason for typing madly at the moment is trying to get this code 60 into the system. We had 3 hours and 7 minutes of green flag running there, which was not quite the longest period of green flag running thus far in the race. We've had a 3 hour 20-minute period, but we were very, very close to the longest period of green flag running. And say with that 209 car catching fire, it was out at, I'm not quite sure if you mentioned this, the far side of the circuit at turn 7, where that has come to rest at the beginning of the Mistral straight.
That was our last running car, wasn't it? And in fact, it has been running so little that after 13 pit stops, it is several places behind cars that we know have retired.
Indeed, so absolutely. So whilst that is being dealt with, we'll also bring you news that into the pits has come our race leader, as almost we would expect it to, with the code 60, 19 laps completed. So it's actually that's the shortest stint it's done, apart from the very first stint of the race. Remember when we'd had less than half an hour of the race gone, and they elected to come into the pits. Well, they've come into the pits again under the code 60. Of course, the second place car, Lance David Arnold, has just taken over the SPS Automotive Mercedes. No point in that car coming in because he's only just completed his outlap.
Yes.
So
on his outlap, as we were hearing from Tom Onslow Cole in the pits with Bruce Jones, the code 60 came out. And you know, they must now be looking at this going, oh, come on. It fell for them again? What do we have to do here? Maybe the second 12 hours will fall in their favour.
Well, exactly. I mean, we've had, this is the, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth
yeah,
code 60, code 60 period. So, as I say, that car, no point in that one coming in. Matteo Malicelli in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari has stayed out as well, as had Christian Frankenhout in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, but In has come the second place ADA A6 AM car, the IDEC Sport Mercedes, which number 17, Gabriel Abigal, has brought that car into the pit lane. And also the number 12 Lamborghini Lippert car has come into the pit lane. Right, having got that out of the way, the bit of projecting I'm trying to do is to work out who is really the most likely car to haul in this Procott Herbert Porsche, which has been leading the race for so long now, since the middle of the afternoon yesterday, and just trying to work out what has to be done. Now, the number 27 Mercedes, I'm afraid, however you kind of look at it, and whoever's at the wheel of it, isn't lapping as quickly as the Porsche ahead of it. So it's difficult to see, unless the Porsche, I shouldn't say this, has a problem up in the front of it, it's difficult to see how the SPS Automotive Mercedes can catch the Porsche on pure pace. However, the Ferrari in third place, the number 11 Scuderia Praha car, has been lapping more quickly. And when you put Malicelli in the car, when you put when you put Peter Cox at the wheel of it, then it definitely laps more quickly. And even, it has to be said, with Yuri Pasirak behind the wheel, that car is still capable of lapping quicker than the Porsche. However, if it's going to catch, let alone pass the Porsche, even at this stage in the race, it's going to have to go at something like 2 or 2.5 seconds per lap on every lap, quicker than the Porsche between now and the end of the race. So that's kind of the extent of the pace advantage that the Ferrari is going to have, and it doesn't have that much of a pace advantage, although, as I've said, it is capable of lapping quicker. The most it laps quicker is about a second a lap. So that's kind of looking forward to the way that the race is panning out. Provided that number 911 Porsche remains perfect, then it's going to be difficult for any of the competition to catch it. And really, as I say, we're looking at very few cars being able to actually get up with it if all else remains equal, Martin.
Well, 2 cars, as you pointed out, have pitted immediately from the lead trio under this code 60, and I'm sure that had they been able to stay out another lap, SPS Automotive would have leapt in immediately. Procott Porsche, they have made a fuel stop and they have headed back out, or they will head back out. But also in the pits is the third place car, the number 11 Scuderia Praha car. Matteo Malicelli took it out, and Bruce Jones is down there. There's more than just a routine stop going on there.
Okay. Right, just to say, the 911 Porsche was wheeled straight into its garage, having a pad change. Alfred Renauer's got out. I think it was Robert Renauer getting in. They have got that time advantage, but it will be whittled away. Yes, it's code 60, but our race leader sitting in the garage. I think they had to do a pad change anyhow, so now's the good time to do it. But I think they're about to shove it back out. Yes, Ralph Bone kicking a replaced disc from the rear out of the way. I think it'll be back in the lead, but just at the first point in the race, these guys have been shouting and running around in the pit garage.
Well, the Ferrari heads underneath my feet and back out onto the track. Thank you, Bruce, for that. And you don't want to be picking up old discs. In fact, honestly, in racing boots, you don't really want to be keeping your foot against them long, which is why probably he skidded it across the floor as quickly as he could, because racing boots, while fireproof, are thin and do transmit heat rather quickly from something as hot as a brake disc. So a change of discs, look like front and rear as well, for the 911 Procott Herbert Porsche. Now that is going to drop it back a little bit compared to its 2 closest rivals, but whether that will make a big difference or not, I can hear from Bruce's microphone that there is still work going on there, so that will continue until they are satisfied the job has been done. Below me, in has come car number 231. Kevin Gleeson brings in the OCC Lassic Racing Porsche, and that car is currently lying 5th in the SP3 class. They're having a nice smooth run. I haven't seen any dramas for the car. Right rear wheel comes off and didn't really... the new one is happy to go on now. So they're having... it's a new team put together, and they're having a nice steady run, enjoying their racing, which is exactly what the whole of this International Endurance Series is all about. Win, lose or draw, most important is that you enjoy your weekend. We have been notified that car 209 will be recovered back to the pits. And that car and its sister, the other Vector V8, have both cannibalised a third Vector which sits behind the team garage. 203 still continues, and that is one of the older style of Vector, the GC10. GC Automobiles GC10, run by the Vector team. The sort of update, the 2.0, is called a Vector 1.0, just to make things thoroughly confusing. To make things even more confusing, I've lost the channel control button on my timing screen as I flicked onto page 3 in the dark, but we are back. So code 60 stays out, and Paul, just as we had sort of rounded out what was our status after the 5th code 60, we go bing straight into a 6th code 60. That's 6 with 12 hours down. So we're not. Is this only our 5th?
This is our 5th, yes.
It's our 5th, okay.
Yes, yes.
I thought we had just had a brief 5th.
No, this is still the same one. This is the one for the fire.
Yes, yes.
At the beginning of the Mulsanne straight.
I was thinking that we were already up to 5, but so we are now at 5 at the halfway distance of the race. And that means your record target of laps is starting to feel a little like it might be fading away from us, much as SPS Automotive must be thinking that the race is starting to be dragged away from them by misfortune, or rather not their misfortune, but good fortune for their rivals.
Yes, I mean, there was 2 possible scenarios that I planted on the desk a little while ago, and we could have either of them still.
There is a time penalty for Ralph and Icahn in the Grasser Lamborghini. Not sure for which, I haven't been told, but it is being served now. Code 60 will come to an end within a minute as we get to the half-hour point of the 24 hours of Paul Ricard. 12 hours down and 12 hours to go, live from the Circuit du Castellet. It is 2:30 in the morning in southern France. We are exactly halfway through the 24 hours of Le Castellet, and with 12 hours down and 12 to go, we are in our 5th code 60 period of the race. Cars under a virtual safety car situation as a fire was put out on the Mistral Straight. We return to green flag racing just after the halfway stage of the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, and this is the standing at the moment. Having just made a brake disc change, the Preco Herbert Motorsport Porsche still has a 3-lap lead over SPS Automotive, who made their most recent fuel stop immediately before the code 60. Scuderia Praha from 3rd scuttled in for a fuel stop under code 60 as well, so they will gain time on their 2nd place rivals. Hoffer Racing, the number 10 car, leads in the A6 AM class from their closest rivals IDEC and Car Collection with their Mercedes and their Audi respectively. And also in the top 10 is our SPX class leader, Spark Motorsport, the only car remaining in SPX, their 94 Porsche, still leading that category. Right behind them in 11th place overall is the Porsche Lorient SP2 class leader, and that has been in the lead of that class for some while. Another class leader just 2 cars further back, MRS GT Racing, their 78 Porsche 991 leads the 991 Cup class, and our SP3 class leader has just stopped as well. That is JR Motorsports BMW M3 number 103, which rounds out the top 20. Not too far behind them in 23rd place is car number 1. That is the Memic Ogilvy Seat Leon. That leads the TCR class. its closest rival is several stops behind it, and the team Alchan Peugeot 208, car number 205, is our A3 class leader in 24th place overall. Our other class leader is now down in 31st place, or in fact has risen to 31st place. That's Presenter.eu's Renault Clio. That leads the A2 category by a couple of laps from its sister car number 212, and in third place in that class, having just stopped, is car number 167, the PrepTech UK Renault Clio. So we have got now 40 cars of our original 50 starters still running, and the most recent Code 60 was for a fire aboard the 44th place GPC's Motorsport number 209. So that is the situation after 12 of our 24 hours. And down in the pit road is Bruce Jones. He is with Jeroen Blekemolen.
Jeroen Blekemolen, good to see you in the pits here. Just changed to Rolf in Eichen. He had to serve a penalty immediately. What was that for?
Yeah, he went straight at the chicane, yeah, he cut the track.
It was him, not you?
No, I can say honestly that it wasn't me, but yeah, it happens. I've seen a lot of drivers actually doing it, and it's good that they are strict with it, because otherwise everybody's going to do it. So it's fair, you know. He gained a little advantage, maybe 2 seconds, but it doesn't matter. It's a mistake. We should give up some time.
Early part of the race, your team lost a lot of time, the Grasser Racing team. What was the pit stop for? Because you fell to 48th position?
Yeah, we were last of the running cars, so we got a puncture, and that broke the air jack, one of the air jacks. And then we were thinking we can use a manual air jack, but that will take also every pit stop 1 minute more or something, and it's 20 pit stops to go. So we decided to change it, which was 30 minutes repair time, so it's a long time, but yeah, we had to do something.
Well, the only way is up. When you came in to hand over to Rolf, did you come in the lap before, or are my eyes going crazy?
No, that's right. We took 2 times 50% of fuel under 60, and we just made it, so I think we did the right thing. With these new rules, it's more fair, but if you're lucky, you can do it like this and still gain something.
Yeah, luck is good. Jeroen, thank you.
Thank you.
Always a smile and a good explanation from Jeroen Blekemolen. Thank you, Bruce, for grabbing him. And we talked about this a couple of times. Under Code 60, the pits remain open. You can come in and do a driver change, you can do brake changes, you can do tyres. If you're going to fuel, you cannot take a full fuel allocation. You can take only half of your normal fuel allocation, but you can come back in and do the same again. So that's exactly what the Grasser Lamborghini did. As Jeroen Blekemolen said, when they had that problem right at the very beginning, they were 48th of the 49 starters, and they have now come back up to 9th place despite that issue and that drive-through or that penalty for Rolf and Eichen.
Yeah, the thing about using that as a strategy, though, and coming in twice is, firstly, you need to be close enough to the pit lane to get in at the beginning of the Code 60 period, and then you need to rely upon the Code 60 period being long enough to allow you to refuel, which takes about 3-4 minutes, then do a full lap under Code 60 conditions, which takes nearly 6 minutes, and then get in and do your refueling. And seeing as that last Code 60 period, would you believe it lasted just 13 minutes? As every Code 60 period lasts 13
or
minutes,
14,
it seems,
yes,
whatever happens.
Exactly. No more than 15, never less than 12.
I think that's kind of part of what they try to do. Anyway, it has to kind of fall for you, and Jeroen kind of explained that. You know, it's not just a case of doing it because you can, it's a case of it has to work for you as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, we're looking on our TV screens at the reason for the most recent Code 60, car number 209, one of the Vector V8s, and clearly a conflagration in the left bank of cylinders, in the near side bank of cylinders, and that has melted all sorts of gubbins, including the louvers, the bodywork around and over that exhaust system. And the worst thing about a fire under the bodywork is that, not that it melts the bodywork, because you can replace that, not that it breaks metal things, because it rarely does, but usually because it turns your finely tuned wiring into a host of molten plastic and metal, and as the team push the car forward and then pull it backwards into the garage, I rather fear that the purple Pentel pen of mild disappointment will be wielded over number 209. I'm not going to write it off entirely, because it could come back again to haunt them all the way through tomorrow, but I rather fear that a fire like that, while it's not done a lot of destructive damage to much of the car, you only need to have one wire that doesn't work, and a modern car won't work at all, Paul.
And it tends to be, as you say, not the wire necessarily that melts, but the plastic coating that melts, and then all of a sudden you've got two bits of copper that are touching one another. Yeah. And from personal experience, I know that doesn't always work.
Two coppers touching each other is never a good thing, as Joe Bradley will tell us.
I'm putting off mind of one of Banks's paintings now. We talked about record distance. Record distance is still possible, although becoming increasingly less likely. And for that, we're looking at 587 laps. Last year's race being the only thing that we've got to make a record out of it, having hit 586 laps. But no way are we going to get over 600 laps now. Even if we have no more Code 6s from now till the end of the race, we can't get to 600 laps, even if it remains green throughout the rest of the race. The Ferrari, number 11, now has Jiri Pasirak at the wheel of it, and as Bruce told us, Robert Renauer has got into that newly re-braked Porsche, and again, it just doesn't just luck doesn't just fall into their laps in ones and twos. It kind of falls again because the brake change happened whilst the Code 60 was out, so that will have cost them a minimal amount of time for that as well.
Well, I've got a couple of hard luck stories also to catch up with, but the most recent one, Tom Dyer was the driver of the GPC Motorsport Vortex 1.0, or as it probably is now, 0.9. Bruce Jones is there, so let's see if we can catch up with him and find out what the prognosis is for that Vortex car.
Tom Dyer, the 209 Vortex. Is it going to race on? How bad was the fire damage?
I think it was pretty severe. I think the engine let go. There was a loud bang, and then there was a lot of flame in the engine bay. And I don't know that we're going to be able to repair it and get it back on track, which is unfortunate because the car was running really well.
Obviously, a problem with a car that's as new as this is, have you got the parts?
I don't think we have the parts to fix this. I don't think we intend to do a motor change at this point. So I don't think it's possible, but we'll see. They're just digging into it. You never know how these things can go, but at this point, I'm not too optimistic, unfortunately.
So you we've just passed the halfway point in the race. How have you seen the Paul Ricard 12 hours? Well, it was 12 hours. Hopefully it'll be 24 for you guys.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic. It's my first time here. Wonderful facility. Tip of the cap to the safety crew. They got to me really quick, got the fire out. I was afraid that it was just going to keep burning because I was kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I was coasting trying to find a fire spot, but I got as far as I could until it stopped, and then I had to eject. So, but the place has been great. People have been great. The race is awesome. The event organizers, can't say enough good things about it. So really hope to come back and do some more.
And it is probably the only racing championship been in where each team gets a little pool in the paddock, a little paddling pool.
Yeah, no, I think so. It's funny. I mean, I walked through and like I said, it's my first time. I'm like, oh, that's interesting and that's odd and that's kind of clever and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, overall props to everybody here.
Good stuff. Well, fingers crossed for you and the rest of the Vortex crew. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks so much.
Well, tough break for them. And in our Tiddlers class back in A2, the Prep Tech team that had worked themselves up into second place have had a couple of setbacks. Andy Mollison brought the car in after his stint and dropped back to third place, but they've had a 27-minute unscheduled pit stop. They had another overheating problem, and Andy Mollison also saying that he had a problem at chicane. He was dive bombed by a Porsche who straight-lined the chicane. To avoid contact, Andy too straight-lined the chicane and then picked up a 10-second penalty for straight lining chicane in the number 167 Prep Tech car. So Prep Tech are getting their heads down and plugging away. So good luck with that, as with everybody else trying to keep the car going and in one piece, Paul, is all part of the game, isn't it?
It is, and talking of keeping things in one piece, it's that kind of time of night, isn't it? 2:30 in the morning, 2:45 in the morning, and the number 17, the IDEC Sport Mercedes, in for its third pit stop inside 6 laps. In fact, inside less than that, inside 5 laps. The car has been in, went out, did 2 laps, come in again, went out again, did 2 more laps, and it's come in again. So some kind of problem at the IDEC Sport Mercedes team. Dimitri Engelbert is the driver at the moment, and he's been in the car through that little rummage of pit stops, but it certainly seems more than just a routine type of problem there. If you're coming in that often, that sounds like a recurrent problem which is not fixing itself, and the team need to work out what to do with it.
Bruce Jones will find the IDEC Sport team at garage 9, and they'll be easy to identify because the number 17 Mercedes is still seated outside. PrepTech, in with all their problems, did manage to get a brake change in, so there is some good in that. They were still very quick as well, so still looking to try and finish on the podium in the Tidler A2 class, but at the moment fortune is not on their side. However, Lord Andrew Gordon Colebrook is in the car at the moment, so if his lordship can apply the regal pedal to the metal, then who knows what might happen for them. Towards the other end of the performance envelope is our race leader, and car 911 is still out front, and as you said, Paul, they don't seem to have had a lucky break. They seem to have had all the lucky breaks going their way at the moment. It is only 12 hours in, so there's plenty of time for the snakes to come into play as well as the ladders, but some of their rivals might be rather hoping that this is all going to start happening quicker rather than later. Robert Renauer is currently at the wheel of 911, and they have a 3-lap lead over the SPS Automotive number 27 Mercedes, their closest rivals.
Yes, I wouldn't say it's all been down to good luck. I think it's all been down to not making any mistakes, either in the driving of the car or in the pit work and strategy work on the car. And that's what it's all about. It's not actually being lucky, it's just doing everything at the right time.
Well, you see now, I'd take that and I'd agree with that, but we talked about the conversations that you can have about luck with racing drivers, and some of them don't believe in it and some of them do. And I would say that SPS, seeing code 60 come up on their out lap, and then seeing their rivals again coming in right behind them for a code 60 full fuel stop, yeah, okay, that wasn't planning by either the first or the third place car, and it certainly wasn't planning by SPS Automotive. Oh, we've just seen another car go straight through the chicane, as seems to be their want at the moment.
I think what it does, Martin, is it explains why the gap is 6 minutes, why the gap is 2 laps. And what that does is just to give you that cushion of comfort. You know, the ability just to say, doesn't matter, you know, I can sit behind this slow Clio for a couple of corners because it doesn't matter. I can lose a lap or two here or there. Although having said that, Robert Renauer at the wheel of his Porsche there, the leading Porsche, has just set the car's fastest lap of the race. It's not the fastest lap of the race, but it's the fastest lap from that Porsche. So Robert Renauer is not hanging about. The car obviously performing very nicely with its new brakes, and Robert, having bedded them in, is proving that they work and using it to go as fast as that car has gone all race.
And he is only 9 thousandths of a second away from the fastest lap. Oh no, the second, that's by 9 thousandths, that's the third fastest lap of the race. The outright fastest race lap is a 2:08.169 set by the number 41 HTP Mercedes.
In the hands of Bryce Bossy.
Was it?
It was. You sound surprised.
Well, that's because I've never said the words Bryce and Bossy in the same sentence together. I've never used his name in any commentary ever.
Hasn't raced since 2013 as far as I know, but he did do 2 24-hour races then in Nürburgring and Spa.
Well, see, now the car is currently in the hands of Bernd Schneider, and if I had to put any money on it whatsoever, I would have said, well, it was Bernd that did the time. But there you go, Bryce Boxey, 208.169, 208.302, the second fastest lap of the race by the Grasser Lamborghini, and 208.311, so 9 thousandths of a second slower than that. The third fastest lap, as you say, just been set by Robert Reinauer. And in fact, this time round, he's gone 209.645. Well, we saw the IDEC Sport car in the garage. It was just leaving as Bruce Jones got there, but Bruce Jones is not a man to let an absent car get between him and a good story. Bruce, what's going on?
So I've made it up. If Christopher just looks down into the wheel again, I don't think they were seated properly.
Yeah.
The team's been looking at all of them. It seems to have spun around on the hub, which, to my mind, is a bit of a concern. But I'm not the world's most technical person. But when I asked Paul Lafargue earlier, a few minutes ago, he just shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know what the problem is." Then they started checking the wheels. And as you can see, it's a little more, it's moved around a little bit more than they'd have liked. So for now, that is what the problem is, but why? There's the question.
Yeah, it's pretty mangled inside there. They are seated by a single centre lock nut, and there are a series of drive pegs on the hub that stick out, onto which those holes in the wheel locate. And then when the hub nut is done up tightly, those drive pegs turn the wheel around and stop it from spinning. Only in this case they didn't, which probably means that the wheel nut wasn't done up tightly, even though it indicated that it was.
And it's not a one-off either. I think if it had been a one-off and they'd then brought it in, put it on and seated it properly and sent it on its way and it had been fine, then you could treat it as a one-off. But that car, as I say, has been in 3 times now in the space of 5 laps. We'll see how long this stint lasts to see whether or not it is a 2-off or not.
That's a bit of a worry, and of course it's not on the front wheels, it's on the back wheels, which means you will not only lose a lot of the control of the car, but you're going to lose drive as well. Fastest lap of the race for our SP2 class leader has just been posted by Jean-Philippe Belloc. So in the last 5 minutes, Paul, and this is going to bring me up to words like witching and hour, 2 cars in the last 5 minutes alone have set their fastest race laps. Temperature has dropped. Air temperature is a little cooler than it was in the heat of the day. It wasn't unbelievably stifling, but perhaps more importantly, track temperature has come down, and now we're halfway into the race. The teams have worked out what to do with their tyre pressures and so on to suit the nighttime track temperatures. They're using the same compound tyre because there is only one compound tyre for dry weather conditions from Hankook, so it's working with your car and your drivers to get the best out of it, isn't it?
It is, exactly so, and of course the track will as well be rubbering in to a certain extent, the rubber going down and forming a nice little groove on the racing line. But I think your point about temperatures right as well. Hindhoff's just come back in. He's still got his shorts on, but I think that's what people from Sunderland wear all the time, now wearing a jacket and a hat. So it's not cold out there, he says, but it's just a little bit chilly in terms of temperature. 16 degrees, which was what the forecast said it was get down to in the cool of the night. But you're right, it's not going to be that long, about another 2.5 hours before we start to see a little bit of lightening in the sky.
But then it'll be another good 3 hour, or another good 2 hours after that before the heat from the sun really starts to bring the temperature back up in the track. So yeah, we've got a decent long stint now. And, you know, traditionally the witching hour at Le Mans is when you've still got those cool conditions but better visibility and fewer cars around quite often. And we should see a little bit more of that going on as well. In fact, MRS GT have just added more fuel to that fire because the 991 class leader has now just set its fastest race lap. So that's 3 different cars in 3 different classes in the last 10 minutes now have set their fastest race laps. Xavier Masson has gone round in 2:16.031, which is that car's quickest lap
And I think the point you make about visibility will be especially true here at Paul Ricard, because a number of the drivers have said, because of the nature of the circuit, it's not kind of marked by Armco barriers or trees or walls or anything. You have to rely on where the curbs are and the white lines are painted in order to kind of find your way around. So I think as the light comes back, that we'll see even more fast lap times. Not saying we're not going to get fast lap times now, but I think we're going to see successions of faster and faster lap times, provided the track remains clear. And we're also, of course, getting slightly fewer cars out there as you wield your purple Pentel.
Yes, indeed. And,
wherever you've put it.
Yes.
I know you've got it somewhere.
Oh, it's on the desk behind us, so that's fine. Heindorf's pointy finger has alerted me to its presence behind. Another pit stop for the 175 Nielsen Motorsport car. Rolf Nielsen told us that it came in last time at the end of a tow rope because it had stopped out on the circuit with a dead engine because its battery had gone flat because it had thrown an alternator belt. Well, they obviously threw the alternator belt back on it because this is the end of a standard stint, it would appear, because it came in not on the end of a tow rope. Bruce Jones reports to me that they've got a penalty to serve as well. And Bruce, this is going to be the second time that you try and get our Scandinavian team-owning driver to explain in English for us maybe exactly what the penalty is for, or can you tell us in English?
Well, actually, here's a bit of a hunch. When they fixed the car last time and he went out, he seemed to leave the pits rather fast. That's all. Often happens, you know. You're trying to make up a second when you've lost many minutes, but I think that's probably what it's for. I'll go and find out. All
right, roger that. Bruce will catch up with that. Also in the pits at the moment is the car that lies in 19th place, 5th overall in the A6 AM class. That's AB Sport Autos number 43 machine. And that is the Renault RS01, this purpose-built single-make racer that Renault have created and has now sort of escaped from captivity a little bit into GT3-ish spec as a purpose-built racer. It's kind of hard to GT3 it the way that other road car converted into racers are, but nevertheless it is in the GT3 sort of spec, and it is has just been brought in by Huilin Han, one of its 3 Chinese drivers, and that currently is in the A6 AM class. I have to say I'm not quite sure who will be next in their rotation, so we'll pick up on that when it disappears from the pits and the timing system tells us exactly who's in it. So our race continues to be led by the Precoat Herbert Porsche with its 3-lap advantage. Precoat Herbert Porsche 911 leads the race. We have learned that the penalty for the 175 Nielsen Motorsport Renault was because they didn't change over the driver ident switch in the car. So unfortunately that incurs a penalty. And I'm half hearing in my ear something about car 208 on the track. No, it's in the pit lane, so that was a garbled message, so we'll ignore that. That's the Team Altron Peugeot 208 that lies 3rd. Now down to 4th in the A3 class. It's been passed by the Sorg Rennsport BMW. That has now gone a lap in front. And 208 is having a woeful race. It's made 10 pit stops compared to the 7 of the Sorg Rennsport car that's gone by. So there's not a car in that class that's... Oh no, in fact the leader has just made an 8th pit stop, which is the other Team Altran Peugeot 208, car number 205, but the cars in 2nd and 3rd place have only made 7 pit stops so far. So 208, which is normally their lead entry, which is heading back out on track again, has been seeing rather too much of the team for anybody's liking, so that's blotting its copybook yet again. 11 and a half hours of the race to go as we close up on 3 a.m. local time here at the Circuit du Castellet. 24 hours of Paul Ricard, round 5 of the International Endurance Series. Martin Haven and Paul Truswell in the booth, and Bruce Jones is patrolling the pits for us. If you're with us on Motors TV, if you're with us on 248series.com or on radiolemans.com, you can enjoy live and exclusive coverage all the way through to the finish and beyond at 2:30 Sunday afternoon local time. So wherever you are, if you're staying with us through the middle of the night, if you've woken up to catch the action and aren't going to go out, because if you do you'll miss something guaranteed, or if you are staying up through the afternoon and early evening, rejoining us after a day out, very good to have you with us. Thank you for your company. Let's try and run down where we are with 11 and a half hours to go. The overall race leader, as it has been pretty much for 11 of the, or 12 of the 12 and a half hours, remains the Precoat Herbert Porsche, which seems to have speed and great pit work on its side. Nighttime on the Circuit du Castellet. The Mistral Straight lies out in front of the drivers, and around the back of the circuit, where their lights aren't picking out the white lines at the side of the track, there is just a black abyss. There are no walls or barriers close to the side of the track for drivers to get peripheral markers from, so it is all about short-range vision and trying to keep the car within the white lines while remembering exactly where it is you need to be going. Towards the closing stages of the lap, you run into some of the lit areas of the track, and down the pit straight certainly fairly well illuminated, but out around the back it is not a bright area. The race currently being led by the car that has done most of the running. We've had 8 different cars leading, but one has led 4 times as many laps as everybody else put together, and that is car number 911, the Precoat Herbert Porsche. The current second place car, SPS Automotive's Mercedes, the number 27 car, has now got a 3-lap deficit, and that deficit is growing gradually, almost with every code 60 that falls nicely for the 911 car and not so nicely for its rivals. 2 laps behind the second place car in third position is Scuderia Praha's number 11 Ferrari, and that is also in the A6 Pro class. A6 AMS fill the next 2 places. Hofer Racing's number 10 Mercedes has moved steadily to the lead of the A6 AM class, and they are progressing steadily, keeping to their allotted lap schedule rigorously and cycling through their drivers efficiently. They're currently flip-flopping between the 2 quickest drivers to keep the speed up during the cool of the night, and they're doing an ultra-efficient job in 4th place overall. In fact, at one stage they were knocking on the door of 2nd position, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that they'll be on the overall podium either at the end of this. That stealth and keeping to your lap time has worked very well for them in previous 24-hour races, Paul Truswell.
Yes, and I mean, it's all about that keeping it constant and keeping the lap times there. I was talking a little while ago about this projection of the rate of progress that the Ferrari has to make, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari has to make, if it's going to be able to catch up on pure pace without any other factors getting involved in its ability to catch up. And at the moment, Robert Renauer at the wheel of the Porsche is lapping faster than Pisarik is at the wheel of the Ferrari, and that's not just on a single lap, that's on the whole of this stint since the code 60 was removed. Not only that, but Pisarik is actually losing around about 3 seconds a lap on average across this stint. They've been out for 14 laps since the code 60 was withdrawn. The Mercedes, which is in between the Porsche and the Ferrari, is also not as quick as Robert Renauer is in the leading Porsche. So we've talked about the good fortune which has befallen the Porsche in terms of when it got the code 60, when it was able to do its brake change. And my suspicion is that they'll be able to get through to the finish on that one brake change that has happened on that Porsche. But it's also about pace. It's not just about being fuel economy, the fuel economy of the car, the tyre wear on the car, but it's also been pure pace, and particularly Robert Renauer has been very, very rapid in that car, and at the moment is extending the lead over everybody else. So he's doing very nicely indeed in the Porsche, and far too early to say anything yet, because there's all manner of slips that could happen between now and the end of the race. We're only just, as I say, a few minutes after the halfway distance, but Porsche have proved they can do it so far, and we'll see what they're able to do in the remaining 11 hours and 26 minutes. Good morning, John Hindhoff.
Good morning, Paul Truswell. Temperate 15-degree showing on the temperature gauge of the mighty Opel Vivaro, as I left Owen Mildenhall snoozing in the back of that to head back over here, where you were coming through loud and clear on the
I hope I wasn't keeping you awake.
No, not at all. It's that thing where you're sort of dozing in and out and taking in what's going on in the race by some weird form of osmosis.
My wife says the same thing as I read to her at night. Sometimes she falls quietly asleep.
It's an odd thing, isn't it, that I think we found at the Nürburgring this year, when we had a lounge big enough for us all to take a 40 winks, or probably 38, that staying in proximity and listening to what was going on was a good way to stay in touch with the race. And it's just something that I've always done when we're at Le Mans or any of these longer races. I like to either be snoozing at the back of the booth or in a place where I can still hear the voices, and still feeling in touch with the race.
And don't you find on Monday, when you wake up in the middle of the night and you can't hear us, you suddenly go into a mad panic?
Well, funny enough, I tend to go to sleep with the BBC World Service, so there's always somebody chuntering away in the background. Did get a fairly spectacular view of the fifth, the last of our code 60s, with the the Vector gently barbecuing itself, not too far away from, well, nothing is very far away here at RICARD. The long, thin paperclip type layout of the circuit means you can see quite a bit of it, actually, whether you're at ground level through the trees or slightly higher up. And once again, congratulations to our officials and marshals, who did a very efficient job of getting the flames out and then getting the car cleaned up onto the back of a flatbed. Interesting to see those guys working at a little more closer at quarters than usual.
Yeah, we haven't had that car officially confirmed as a retirement, but it was certainly seemed to be unlikely, because the driver reporting to Bruce that it went with a fairly big bang, as if something internal in the engine was breaking, which actually triggered the fire. So it wasn't just an oil pipe or something coming loose and then that oil catching fire which caused the conflagration, but that the engine itself had done something that it shouldn't have done internally before then the remnants caught fire.
Yes, I think the internals became externals.
Yeah, something like that, yes.
Wasn't very good. Second place in the A2 category. They present a 2-1-2 car into the pit lane. Along, looks very much like it is getting standard service there. These are 5 stud wheels on the front of the small Renault, and down in 34th position. It's teammate car, the 112, leads that category by now 261 laps to their 250. A little bit of a bump start required for that car with the team pushing it off. What is noticeable here is walking back through the paddock is just what a great atmosphere it is. Those that are working, those that are not are either snoozing on deck chairs, or there's one or two barbecues still going even at this time of the early morning, people still grabbing a snack, pottering backwards and forwards, getting down to business or whatever. And a little buzz still around the paddock. Notice 202 back on the circuit again. Been an in and out race for the Red Camel Jordan's SP2 Mazda. Ivo Brukas is behind the wheel of that car in 42nd position. It leaves the pit lane underneath us right now. And just noticing that the B2F competition 991 Porsche has just left the pit lane as well. That car has led the class, but has that car now had its 5 laps taken from it, Paul? 282 laps against the leader's 286. No, then in that case it hasn't.
This is the 35.
Sorry, yes, my apologies, yes.
I did have that. It's just come out of the pits, hasn't it?
Correct, yes.
And it's completed 283 real laps.
So, well, right, okay, so it hasn't.
Yes, sounds like they're going to leave it in there and then deduct them at the end of the race. Whether that's because it's under appeal or something like that, I don't know. There might be a perfectly good explanation, but the message that came up on the screen, I must admit I didn't see that one, announcing the 5-lap penalty was unambiguous, wasn't it? I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Right, so I think we just bear that one in mind and deduct it. What I can't remember, John, was whether you were in the room when we had the explanation of the number 41, Clemens Schmidt, seemingly over his driving time, explained to us. He was on 2 hours and 40 minutes on his driving time, and we thought for a moment that the HTP team had forgotten the fact that the time spent in the pits counts towards the driving time. However, they got around it because the stint before that was a short one. It was only 40 minutes, and he then spent 36 minutes in the pits, and that then counted as his rest time because that was 2/3 of the time that he'd spent on his previous stint. So he was then able to carry on.
To restart.
And the 2 hours started again from scratch.
Very good.
But it meant in total he was actually out in the car, including half an hour in the pits, for 3 hours.
The wheel nut on the Patisserie Valerie Porsche on the right rear does not want to go on. They need a new one of those. They are handed, so screwing on left hand down at the moment. No, you're taking that off. Turn that round the other way. Turn the drill round the other way, and then you'll get it to work. There you go. That's what needed to be done. Just noticed the new fastest lap of the race, 2:07.261 for Bernd Schneider.
Oh.
I haven't misread that, Paul, have I? He's still in 10th position. It was a 2:08 something before. I can't remember the rest of the something, but we have not seen a 2:07 in the race before, and the time by Bryce Borsey was the 2:08 in that car. So that car now has the 2 fastest laps of the race to 2 different drivers in that car.
Yes, indeed. And the first of them was Bryce Borsey, as we were saying.
Yep.
And it was a 2:08.169 before. So, as you rightly say, down to 2 minutes 07. 1:04.261 for Bernd Schneider. So very nearly a second of an improvement.
And Rick Breukers has brought the 202 Red Camel Jordan car back into the pit lane. I said it was Evo that took that car out. The transponder didn't change over immediately. Got a few walking wounded down towards the bottom of the field, sort of 42 down over, that are still trying to find solutions to problems that have not befallen the 911. The car leading the field by now 3 laps continues to circulate in the most metronomic of fashions. In fact, getting quicker now. 2:11.6 by Robert Renard, who is driving, and it wasn't, you know, it was 3 hours ago when we were talking about that car. When I was last talking about that car, they were doing 13s and 14s, now doing 11s and 12s. In fairness, as the top 4 or 5 have, generally speaking, speeded up, and I'm at a bit of a loss to understand why that is. I heard you and Martin talking about that, Paul. I like the rubbering up thing. I think the track just coming to the tyres and then the drivers coming to the cars, if you like.
And I think tyre pressure's playing a role as well.
Very
because
much
we
so.
heard from Tom Onslow-Cole early on, I think it was Tom, saying that, or maybe it was Joe Osborne, saying that they'd got the tyre pressures wrong at the beginning of the race because they had underestimated how warm it was and had the tyres started to go away from them. I think what's happening is now they're being able to use the tyres at what would be regarded as ideal pressures, and that's enabling them to run at full pace for the whole stint, rather than having to modify their lap times in order to be able to get through the whole stint without wearing out the tyres. So, but yes, you're absolutely right. There was a phase as the evening turned to night when average lap times were around the 2:12s, 2:13s, and they are coming down now to the 2:10s and 11s. And Robert Renard, as you say, a very good, strong stint. He may not have been quite as quick as Bernd Schneider, but he's done 20 laps now with an average of 2 minutes and 10 seconds on each of those, opening up a second a lap on the second place Mercedes, the SPS Automotive car, and opening up quite even more than that, something like 3 seconds a lap on Jiri Pisirak in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And as I was suggesting earlier on, that Ferrari was going quicker than the Porsche at some earlier stages, but not at the moment.
Some discussion on Twitter about the 555 Team Africa Le Mans car. It is a cheater, we mentioned that earlier on. Highlighting the illegal trade in exotic animals throughout Africa with hashtag Stop Poaching on that car as well. Very worthy cause. I am looking at quite a lot of people tweeting in at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Thank you very much indeed for letting us know where you are around the world. Good to know that you are enjoying the coverage. The Team Africa 555 car still circulating, by the way, and is up into 29th position, 4th in SP3, and is only 96 seconds away from a podium, the mostly white Ginetta. I do think the Ginetta is a very good car for these events. Sad to see the Nova machine disappear earlier. Going past the Memak Ogilvy #1 car. Now that's not that far ahead of them on the timing screen, actually. It's, I think, a lap or so ahead, and just trying to unlap themselves from it and get up the road. It's the JR Motorsports BMW, the 102 car, that they are chasing down for a class position That's the older E90 BMW M3, the Martin Lanting driven car. That's Bob Herber, Dean Mayer and Christopher Ulrich, the Swiss driver, in with the 3 Netherlands-based machines. And having a decent scrap at the moment in trying to get by that Seat. Needs to be down the inside of that long right-hander at Le Bourget. Hasn't been able to get through there. Now this sweeping left-hander, my goodness me, as the Ram Racing car goes around the outside of all of them. Just a huge amount of grip from the AMG GT as they come through flick-flack and down to turn 14 at Lake.
Stefan Ortelli, John, having a good run in the SPX leading class car, just getting himself ahead of the SP2 leading class car. Stefan Ortelli ahead of Jean-Philippe Berloc, the Spark Motorsport Porsche running in the SPX cars, getting itself ahead of the Lorient Racing Porsche, which Jean-Philippe Berloc is driving. He's just gone through. And
Ortelli passes Jean-Philippe Berloc.
I know,
there's something right about that. That was for 10th position, by the way. 11th position, excuse me.
11th overall, yes,
Yeah.
but only not a change as far as classes are concerned, both of them leading their respective classes.
Try and tell those two that, though.
Well, absolutely, and they'll be having fun, living past memories, perhaps. But there's also a battle worth looking out for on the track for second place in the 991 class, because there isn't very much separating the number 62 from the 73 car, the 62 MSG Motorsport Porsche, which we've seen spinning quite a lot. That currently in the hands of the Argentine driver, Jose Manuel Balbiani, and just in behind him, or trying to close the gap on him, is the HRT Performance Porsche 73, which is currently in the hands of Kim Andre Hausschild. Now, as I say, those two separated by just 10 seconds, but they've been battling it out for quite some time now for second place in the 991 class.
Seen the leader for a wee while, out on the circuit now, heading on to the Mistral Straight through turn number 7. Quite a lot of debris on the circuit, just rubber debris and general detritus. Some of the onboards saying how much muck and rubbish has been thrown up at the moment as Renard comes down into the braking area and through that back straight chicane. The moon just dropping in the sky over the airport, which is directly in front of our trackside broadcast centre here at Circuit Paul Ricard. The drivers, no time I'm sure to watch that. The Team Ultran 208 GTI with Stefan Ventager at the wheel. Still that fight back for those guys after the drive shaft issues from what is now the 4th placed A3 car, Peugeot, with the Coupe Fraiche paint scheme that has become a trademark of Peugeot Sport now with their road-going cars, just being passed by another, the distinctive silhouette of the AMG GT, that high wing at the back and the curved rear end. The two-tone Coupe Fraiche paint scheme available on the road cars as well. Not sure, if I'm honest, that I need to have that for my car to stand out quite so much in the supermarket car park, but I like the idea of it, and they are tuning a variety of Peugeot products now at Peugeot Sport for the road.
Into the pits comes the 3rd place Ferrari, John, the Jiri Pasirak Scuderia Praha car, and that's a little bit early, 21 laps only by Pasirak. And as I say, the previous 3 stints of that car, in fact 4 or 5 stints of that car, have all been longer than that, 27, 31, 31, 33. So a slightly early pit stop for Pasirak, possibly just because the car was losing pace. And Pasirak himself, although he is the silver driver in the team, perfectly, or certainly earlier in the race, was lapping more quickly. So I just wonder if there's a sneaking little problem beginning to build up on that Ferrari. Lost a lot of ground earlier on with some bodywork coming loose. And behind it, the number 10 car, Christian Frankenhout, is due in for a pit stop as well. So even though he's the one first likely to gain from Pisirak's pit stop, Christian Frankenhout will be due in for that car's 9th pit stop. Still the leading AM class car, but Hoffer Racing car going very well indeed.
Frederick Roos, it seems the Alpha B Porsche's going really well at the moment. You just handed over to Daniel Roos. Anything to report?
No, actually not. No disturbance at all. We did some longer pit stop and changed the pads now, so I think we're good to go for the last 12 hours here.
Good thing to say. Have the code 60 periods worked to your advantage through the race? Have you managed to make good use of them?
About 50% of them, so I guess we're even.
Yeah, you never can tell. Sometimes you get two very close together. What is the state of the circuit at the moment? There seems to be a lot of debris on the track. Rubber mainly.
Yeah, mainly rubber, but I think that the circuit is pretty quick. The temperatures dropped a bit, so yeah, I think it's working very well at the moment.
So you're quite confident, 11 and a bit hours to go. Are you just going to run one driver after the other, just doing one stint, or will you go to double stints?
No, I think I did like 2 hours this time, and then that is maximum. We can stretch it with a little bit of luck in the code 60s and the fueling and everything. So yeah, I think that was the most we got out of it.
You are enjoying it though, aren't you? Having good time.
Yeah, especially being up at the night like this and having to look front or right or left or in the back, and yeah, it's quite tough.
Yeah, but there is some magic about racing at night. Thank you very much, Frederick.
Thank you.
Alpha B, Alphab. We didn't get to the bottom of that. Alpha B is what Bruce said, and he wasn't corrected.
No, I know. I did promise
It's
Martin,
Alphab, is it? It's Alphab.
Yes, I did promise Martin that I would say Alphab, at least so that we were all saying the same thing.
It is Alphab, I'm told. Liviu says, time in the pits counts towards your driving time is technically not true. It's pit out until pit in. No, I'm sorry, you're wrong there, actually, because if you stay in the car, that time in the pits does count towards your driving time. So if you get out, that may well be true. But if you've come in do a pit stop and either get new tyres or fuel, that time in the pits consecutively to your driving does count towards your driving time. You don't take that 4 or 5 minutes off your driving time, Lulu. That was the point that would be made, and how the guys got away with it with the 41 car was the car was in the pit so long it started to count as a break in his driving time.
Exactly so, because the rest time of 2/3 of your driving time was exceeded, because the 41 car, the HTP Motorsport car, had a 36-minute, I think it was, pit stop after Clemens Schmidt had come in after just 40 minutes driving time.
Yeah.
But it's specific to Creventic races. If you're at a WEC race or a Blancpain race or other
you would
races,
be correct.
Then Dutch supercars as well, the pit time is removed. And the point you are correct at is that the driving time starts at pit out and stops at pit in. But it does include the bit in the middle.
If you then continue on.
If you're doing a double stint.
If you're doing a double. And that's the issue, because when this 2 hour driving time tends to be a stint and a bit more.
Yeah. The problem is if you're actually timing it with a stopwatch, because you don't know whether to click the stopwatch as the car comes into the pits, and you can't find out until the driver doesn't get out of the car.
Yes, good point.
If you're doing it with manual timing, it really doesn't work.
Yeah. At Specutainment or at Radio Le Mans to get us here in the booth. Porsche Lorient Racing 65 car, still looking relatively together.
Those two cars are so closely matched in their lap times. And they're split by tenths every lap time. Given that they're separated by 10 seconds, it's not like they're following each other nose to tail.
No.
There's a good little gap between them, but they just can't catch up with each other.
It's Frederick Ansel that is at the wheel of that 65 car. And we are closing. In fact, we've gone past another half hour of racing.
Not quite.
No, we haven't. That's quite correct. You're right. Just coming up to 3:30 in the morning. Trying to watch too many different clocks here. It is still Robert Renard that leads the motor race here at Paul Ricard in the Hankook 24-hour series. Absolutely brilliant to be back out in the darkness watching motor racing. The one thing that I think we all agree on, that Bruce commented on down there to Frederick Roos, who he was talking to a moment or two ago, is there is something almost illicit about watching and listening to racing cars in the darkness. Even just the walk across the paddock with the sound of racing cars in the difference is something that stirs the soul and lifts the spirits. Owen Mildenhall back with us. He'll be down in the pit lane again shortly. Even better if you could be behind the wheel. As Owen and I were walking for a cup of coffee earlier on, turned to each other and said, doesn't it make you want to get in the car and drive? And it really does. It really does. And this series goes from strength to strength. If you weren't with us earlier on, an extended calendar for next year, which we'll talk about after we've been down to the pit lane. Bruce Jones is still on patrol down there.
I'm with Nick Colden. This is the time you want to be out on the track racing. The track is getting a bit quicker and quicker. The temperature's dropping. But the OCC Racing Cayman is in the garage. A lot of work going on in the rear. What's the problem? Is it brakes?
No, it's a problem with the rear hub. It started off as just a slight bit of vibration that just felt like a bit of pickup. It just got slowly worse, so we thought it might be a slow puncture. We were getting ready to pit, and then it just got, really bad.
How far ahead of schedule did you come in because of that?
About halfway through my stint, so.
Will you go back out when it's sorted then?
Not sure. It depends how long it takes, and we'll have to see. So, maybe.
But in the early stages of the race, of course, these Caymans are pretty new for racing. Was it going well?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a great car. It was going well, and everyone's happy with it. So,
Let's get it fixed and see you out there. Nick Holden, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Spark Motorsport Porsche number 94 in the hands of Stefano Telli. It's just done its fastest lap of the race. And just as I was about to tell you what it was, 2:12.972. He's gone through again in a 16, so clearly hit a bit of traffic. Car collection Audi in 5th position, the white and blue car on the Mistral Straight. Well, the second place car has come into the pit lane again, the SPS Automotive AMG GT from Mercedes-Benz. Lance David Arnold came in about a minute ago. Paul Truswell is with me, John Hindorf, in our trackside broadcast booth. It's Bruce Jones down in the pits for the time being. That looked about on time to me, Paul.
Yep, routine pit stop then for the second placed car, and we'll see whether or not Lance David Arnold hands it over. Probably he will. The pit stop I was predicting for the Hoffa Racing, the third placed car has happened. Sorry, the fourth placed car has happened, the leading A6 AM car, and that has now Roland Eggeman has taken it over from Christian Frankenhout, who was the previous driver. So Eggeman is the new driver of the number 10 car. The Scuderia Praha car has Peter Cox back at the wheel of it, and Peter has only been in the car for 3 laps, but is already lapping quicker than Jiri Pasirak was driving it, but still not as quickly as Robert Renauer is driving the Porsche. So Peter Cox, obviously with a full tank of fuel, still dialing himself in, but needs to find some pace. And I don't know, I just have this little doubt around that Ferrari somewhere, that it's just carrying a little problem, that they're having to be a little bit more careful, whether it's the brakes that they're having to be more careful with, or possibly just a gearbox problem or something.
Leader has just put another lap on the number 10 Hofer racing car. The 4th place machine, just out of the pit, still warming up the tyres, even if they weren't brand new Hankooks. They will have just lost a bit of heat whilst they were down in the pit lane. Lance David Arnold still in the fuel area, having been there for nearly 3 minutes now, or been in the pit lane for nearly 3 minutes. So that's a good old fill of fuel, but a full tank for that car, as Dimitri Angebert in the IDEC Sport, the 3rd AM class car. The top 3 AM class cars are now running in 4th, 5th and 6th, 10, 34 and 17, although pretty much a lap between 1st and 2nd, and not quite that between 2nd and 3rd. Very long stop for that 17 car last time around, 6:47. So again, absolutely brimmed, or at least took as much fuel as they were allowed, one should say. Rolf Nation is doing...
For the 17 car you
yes,
in the last bit.
Yes.
Yes, the 17 car, I think that was whilst you were having your change, or just when you came back, had a number of pit stops in quick succession.
That's right, I heard you say that.
Had 3 pit stops separated by 2 laps. We thought it was something to do with the hub. It was stripping the inside of the wheel. Now, the fact that Dimitri Angelbert has been out in the car for 21 laps this time makes me think that that problem has now been resolved. So yes, whatever the problem was, it seems to be okay now.
So 4.5 minutes nearly before Lance David Arnold actually hits the pit lane, and it's gone into the garage. This is the 27, the Jungle liveried car, and Lance David Arnold's car with blowers at the front. It's rear brakes that are being worked on that car, and there's no real worry there. A top up of other vital fluids to the right hand front there under pressure, so that is either water or oil going in there. Now the guys get to work on the tyres. Now that's interesting. That car had tyres, new tyres put on the front there, brand new Hankooks, and they're coming off. Those tyres are coming off. Well, I don't know what's going on at the front, because there was one new and one old there.
Were they putting a worn... they decided they didn't want to have a brand new pair on. They decided they wanted to have a warm pair.
No, they've taken off... The left-hand side tyre was brand new and clearly had just been put on, was taken off again. The right-hand side had a new tyre next to it. So, yeah, it's a full set of brakes. They're doing all of the brakes, front and rear. The rears are done, and now they've got the spreaders out for the calipers on the fronts as well.
Now, the difficulty here, John, is this is being done whilst the track is fully green.
Yeah.
The 911 car managed to get its brakes done whilst we had a code 60 out.
The other thing is there's still 11 hours to go. And we've just gone through, and we're under 11 hours, but only just by 6 minutes. And now, has this car already had a brake change? If not, it's by far gone the longest.
I think it's had a front brake change already.
I think it has. I don't
don't think it's had a rear, but I think they've had a front brake change.
Well, this is another complete set of stoppers, pads and discs on that car. It's at least going to be a two brake change race, this, at least. Robert Renard's gone through, and that's another lap then. So now 7 laps between first and second.
And just to put this pit stop in context, it's up to 7 minutes now, and that's longer than any other pit stop. The longest pit stop up until this moment, John, has been 5.5 minutes. So maybe they haven't changed all 4 and taken this long about it before.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't see this as being very well organised. They've done the left front and now they're doing the right front. You normally do them together on brakes. They're having a heck of a job on the left rear, which they started on first and still are working on. And it all looks a bit disorganised, I'm afraid. And I don't know what's going on with the left rear, but they don't seem to be able to get the tools under the wheel arch, which would seem to be a fairly fundamental issue with the design of the car.
How much is it? Because we watch so many 24-hour races for GT cars, and we see these quick release discs and pads all going on together. Lots of people involved. This doesn't have so many people involved. I mean, they're doing the whole thing with 4 mechanics.
And 2 guys are going around the car. There's been 2 guys working on the left rear ever since the car was pushed back into the garage. 2 other guys have done the other 3 wheels between them. Bit of tape going on to the left front splitter, so there's been a bit of damage there, and a couple of the dive planes are bitten off. Let's go down to Bruce, who is looking at this. This is more than a brake change at the left rear, isn't it, Bruce?
Yeah, unfortunately it does seem to be. I think there's suspension damage, and I think while they were fixing it, they decided to do the full brake change on the other corners, and they'll do it on the left rear corner, but I don't think brakes is the main problem at the moment. I'll get Lance David Arnold down shortly to answer the question, but I think maybe 1 curb too many was clouted. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But as you say, 2 guys have been on that left rear corner the whole time.
Left rear is the one that's been taking all the stick. Now, whilst they've got time, they're cleaning out the radiator grills, they're doing an awful lot of other remedial and sort of non-essential but useful work around that car. But it does seem to me as though there's a little more going on than it perhaps we first thought. So Paul, if you would, please.
Yeah, sorry. So the work continues on that car. It's dropped out of second place now, and up into second place has come the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Peter Cox continuing to try to close in, but on that last lap he was quicker than the 911, the leading car, but that is now in for a routine pit stop of its own. So the cycle goes around. It was a 30-lap stint for Robert Renauer. Then he comes in at the end of his stint and will be refueling and then handing the car over. Now, it'll be interesting to see who he hands it over to. I think Daniel Alleman, we heard, wouldn't be driving through the night, so they may return the car into the hands of Ralph Bone. The car generally doing single stints, except when they get the opportunity through the Code 60s to be able to do kind of a mini stint, and then when that opportunity presents itself, which it has done from time to time, then they'll do a stint and a half on the same tyres, same driver. But this will be a regular change, I suspect, for Robert Renaud. The fuel has gone in, and for comparison, that was just 3 minutes worth of fuel for the Porsche when the Mercedes, Lance David Arnold's SPS Automotive Mercedes came in. It took something like 4 minutes of fuel before coming into the pit lane proper. So the gap, which went up to 6 laps for first to second, 7 laps it was at one point between first and second, now comes down to 5 as a result of purely routine pit stops for the leading few cars. And a car coming down this, no, that's one of the touring cars coming out of the pits at the moment. The Scuderia Praha then car in the hands of Peter Cox. It's last lap of 2 minutes 9.482. That's less than a second slower than its best lap of the race. So indication that the Ferrari is having its neck well and truly wrung. Out of the pits goes the Precoat Herbert Porsche. Back out onto the circuit, completes 321 laps, and it is indeed Ralph Bone who takes it back out. So, as I say, keeping Daniel Aleman for the daylight hours, and the car having Bone and the 2 Renaults driving it through the night.
Apologies for the slight loss of our connectivity for those listening on the audio channels of Radio Show Limited on radiolemans.com. Not affected on our video streams, but a little hiccup in our connection from the south of France back to the UK. Now fixed. Thank you very much, London. And the news is that with 10 hours and 47 minutes to go, the leading Porsche is back out, without, of course, having lost the lead.
I tell you this. I'm not going to tell you this surprise because it's going to scupper everything. But there are cars who are running around which have had some fairly fault-free runs. Not particularly thinking of the leaders, but other cars. Some of the well-fancied cars are the ones that are having the trouble. Out of its garage, onto the off the dolly jacks, down onto its road wheels goes the number 27 Mercedes, spinning the wheels up, and away he goes down the pit lane at 40 kilometres an hour, and not a kilometre per hour more than that, because otherwise he'll get penalised. Comes up the pit lane, which is a slight hill.
Left. Yeah, we can see the little blue flashing light that looks like it belongs at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the top 40 qualifiers. Being followed out without any lights on in the pit lane for a moment by the 203 GC automobile machine.
And that's Tom Onslow Cole now at the wheel of the number 27 car.
Take a step back, everybody.
Having spent nearly a quarter of an hour in the pit lane, time that it can ill afford, but having, as Bruce was suggesting, work done on the rear left, as well as a full disc and pad change all around the car. Now, we're hoping that will see it through to the end of the race, but as Bruce was suggesting, there seemed to be other work going on.
Yes.
Whilst that was happening. It's still secure-ish in third place. The car behind it, the next one up, is the leading AM car, which even if the leading AM car is able to kind of catch up, as we've said before, that number 10 Mercedes, the Hoffa racing car, is constrained by its 2 minute 13 minimum reference lap time, which Tom Onslow Cole should be able to better quite regularly.
I tell you what, it interests me how long it takes to get tyre temps and pressures up coming out of the pit lane there. The 65 Porsche sitting right in behind Tom Onslow Cole there, and that's an SP2 car. Now, by the way, battling for second position in SP2 with Daniel Roos, isn't it? The Alphab Racing Porsche, 236 and 65, 21st and 22nd, and that's an SP 3 in an SP2 car, but they were just 0.3 of a second across the line. And I have a suspicion that Frederick Ansel has gone through into that 21st position. When we see them next across the line, they will be reversed. Not class positions, but is a position on the general classification, or overall classification rather. Slipped into Tour de France mode there, my apologies. Who's quick at the moment? Well, Peter Cox with a 2:10.4. Have Peter and Steph Cox been out at the same time yet? I can't remember seeing their names on the timing screen simultaneously.
I can't be absolutely certain, but I don't think they ever have.
No.
Of course, Stephanie is driving with 4 other drivers, Peter driving with 3 others, so it's almost more likely that they won't be out together than that they will be out together, although over the course of 24 hours it would be surprising if they weren't on the same track, piece of track at the same time. I did notice when I sneaked off a little while ago to have some dinner, I say a little while ago, last night when I went out to have some dinner, that Peter Cox was kind of on the Ferrari pit gantry, and he suddenly was leaning out of the and I thought he was going to be waving something at the Ferrari as it came past, but he wasn't. He was waving to Stephanie as she was going past, giving her the thumbs up, and it was as that Mercedes was getting up into 3rd place. So not quite sure if everybody else at Ferrari thought that was good, that he was egging on the opposition, but the Cox family at the moment in 2nd and 3rd places.
Yeah. Separated by a couple of laps right now. In fact, about 1 1/3 laps. With Tom Onslow Cole getting that number 27 car up to speed. Peter Cox, in fact, has just screamed through in the Ferrari. The Ferrari screamed through. Peter was perfectly normal behind the wheel.
And that Ferrari is getting quicker and quicker.
Yes, it is.
Would seem. Dialed himself in. It was a bit slow getting up to pace, but now regularly lapping under the 2:10 marker. And whether that will be quicker than Ralph Bone will remain to be seen, but with 5 laps separating them, there is still a lot of work to be done from the Ferrari. And as I mentioned to Martin, I haven't mentioned it to you, John, but kind of projecting this one forward, you're looking at a gain of about 2 seconds per lap required by the Ferrari if it's going to catch up with the Porsche. And of course, the longer the race goes on, the harder and harder that 2 seconds a lap becomes. It's a bit like a run rate in cricket. The more you just fail to achieve the target, the harder the target becomes.
The PrepTech UK racing car has become a fan favourite, and that car is where at the moment, Paul? It's in 37th position and 3rd in the A2 class. 9-lap lead over 4th, which is the Nilsson Motorsport Renault. However, if it's going to get further up, it is 4 laps. Yeah, 4 laps behind the 1st and 2nd in class, which are, or behind the 2nd in class at least, which is the 2nd of the Presenza Renault Clios.
Yes, I don't think it's ever been below 3rd in class.
And I think you might be right there.
Just do a little bit of homework to check on that.
The leading Presenza car's just gone across the start-finish line, a lap of 2:34.5 to complete its 277th lap. That's the 112. The 212 has done 2:65, and the 167, the PrepTech UK Renault, 2:61. Paul Marquardt, good morning.
It was in 2nd place for quite a long time, actually, about an hour and a half ago, or less than that, about an hour ago, but then it lost out to the 212 car, but it was ahead of the 212 for quite a little while, up until the last code 60.
We haven't talked about retirements for a while, so let's do that now as we head towards 4 o'clock in the morning. First car to go was the massive Motorsport Aston Martin. Power steering did for that one pretty much as the green flag flew for the first time. I think the team desperately disappointed.
Just 2 laps completed by that car,
Oh,
John.
really? Wow. The number 200 Chevrolet Corvette was a clutch problem. What else have we got out there? The Althea Sport GT America Porsche, that went out with a gearbox. The Car Collection Motorsport Audi out, as well as the 14 Optimum Motorsport car. Now that had a gearbox change.
Gearbox change on the Optimum Motorsport, and then having got the new gearbox, which apparently was a WRT development gearbox, the original. They then put a substitute gearbox in and decided...
Which worked fine.
Which worked fine, but the problem was that it wasn't as quick as the previous one, and the team decided to call it a day.
Yeah, they weren't going to make up any ground.
The Car Collection Audi was another power steering problem.
Yes,
the
they have been legion, haven't they, this weekend. Team K. Reicher went out in an accident when leading the class with... Oh, we haven't crossed the other one out, have we not? What was the car that the Team K. Reicher hit? Was it the...
wait 1 second. It was the 125 car.
125 NKPP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has not had the purple pentel of mild disappointment yet. So that needs to... Just lost it again. There it is on our wall. Accident. That goes with the... That was a very odd one, that 2 cars coming together. The Nova Race, the Italian team with their Ginetta taken out of the race by the B2F competition Porsche, which has been assessed a 5-lap penalty, which has not yet been added to or subtracted from, one should say, I suppose, its race position at the moment. And I think, looking at our wall chart, that is about it. The 202 car is in and out the pits, still running around. And when it can, it's in the pits at the moment.
And has been for some 42 minutes.
Yes, 30 minutes for the Porsche SP3, the OCC LASIK car. That's another one of our long-term problem cars. And they are working... What were they working on that GT4 Cayman? We did get a quick word with them, didn't we?
Yes, we did, and it was a wheel hub problem.
It was another wheel hub problem, yep. Left rear is taking a bit of a battering on these cars at the moment. I think everybody's watching and listening. I do think I might be saying to my guys, honestly, guys, if you want to finish this race, you want to stay off the curbs. The amount of... the other thing I'm noticing as well is the curbs, particularly coming out of 7 onto the Mistral straight, they look fairly flat. But then you see the cars go across them and you see how much muck and rubbish gets thrown off from underneath the cars, or bits of, well, not sure what, coming out of the exhaust pipes. Sparks on the bottom of the cars. And it does seem to me that using up the cars quite as much as they are is a recipe for disaster.
And I think partly as well, John, the abrasive nature of those curbs means that when the wheel does go on there, it's putting the whole drivetrain under a bit more pressure, because
I would agree.
Because it's getting the drive shafts and all of the areas are put under more pressure.
I would agree with that, Paul. And in fact, the jaunty angles of some of our onboard cameras, every time the cars run over the curbs, you can see the onboard cameras moving a little bit more. That tells you those onboard camera mounts are normally very, very secure indeed. Now, ironically, the Altron Peugeot, which the camera hasn't moved at all, did have the drive shaft problems earlier on. But that one is still straight and true, pointing forward as it is passed by the 27 of Tom Onslow Cole, just going past us down at the braking area for the first corner. Never ceases to amaze me how much dirt and debris can get onto a racetrack when you've got 50 cars running around on it. Second place car in the SP2 category, a couple of laps behind Jean-Philippe Belloc. The 84 Speed Lover Porsche has come in for its pit stop, and also in is the leader in the Porsche 991. Leader is 14th overall. Charles Espenlaub brought that car into the pit lane. And the Alfab Racing Porsche, second in SP2, back out again and circulating, good enough to get its best lap of the race, 2:21.2, as it tries to chase down the 4-lap advantage of GR Motorsports BMW, the 103 car, which is one position ahead in class and on the overall. This is the bright, the car with a bright blue LED strip across the windscreen. And if you just glance up on it, I'm sure coming behind would give you the heebie-jeebies. There's something about blue lights in your rear view mirror that always catch your eye, aren't there?
Particularly when they flash, yes.
Which is why, of course, those blue lights in the upper right corner of the windscreen on the Nürburgring Nordschleife cars, the 24-hour cars, are such a great idea.
There's a couple of them actually that have got them on here. I don't think they're compulsory, but I think they have been allowed, and there's probably some kind of Creventic evaluation going on. Say whether they want the complexity of having to fit them and the kind of how can I put it, rule-based strictness of having them like that. We have to wait and see. Also in the pits at the moment is the number 34 car collection Audi. Meanwhile, down the pit lane.
So, quick update from Bruce from down in the pit lane. The number 78 car in the pit lane, the MRS GT racing car from the leading class, Bruce.
Yeah, well, they threw it up onto the jacks as soon as it got in, and a lot of liquid leaking out of the front left-hand corner. Joe Foster just ran out the back of the garage, but it's still dripping. They've got the new front bodywork ready to go on, but they've got to get the old one off. So front left corner damage, I'm afraid, for the MRS GT racing team.
That's Charles Espenlaub who brought that car in, and that is the leader in the 991 Cup class. 14th position overall. Drama for the American team. That is not what they wanted to see at any stage, particularly not while they're leading. Well, as our Motors TV audience rejoin us here at Paul Ricard, there is real drama in the MRS GT racing pit. The leader in the 991 Cup class, Charles Espenlaub, has brought that car in with left-hand front damage, and the radiator has suffered some damage to that area of the car. Bruce Jones is our man on the spot. Bruce, disaster for these guys.
Well, holy so. Well, Charles is coming forward. I'll try and get a word with him. And as with other cars that come in with injuries and damage, they take the opportunity to change the brakes at other corners on the car if they've got enough mechanics free to do that. I'm going to try and get a quick word with Charles. Charles is going to come forward. I just caught him with his cup of coffee. Charles, how much damage do you reckon there is to the corner there?
Oh, it's not much. It just got a hole in the radiator from some of the debris on the track, and that's it. So we just had a water pressure alarm. So they're going to fix it, and we'll be back out.
Okay, very nice and calm. Well, as calm as you can be at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I know. This is sort of the race that nobody seems to want to win. Everybody has had problems. We had problems early on as well. We had a clutch line fail early. That's what happened the first time we stopped. But
well, the leak's got a whole lot larger because the radiator's obviously been removed there.
Yeah, that's all part of the plan. They'll go ahead and put the new one on. They'll bleed the system, and then we'll be back out.
Charles, thanks for talking to us. Turn down there. So a lot of liquid. Just missed one of the mechanics who rolled out of the way as the radiator came off. He's now lying on the deck in some pretty warm water down there. But the new radiator going on very quickly indeed.
So we are 10 and a half hours to go. Just after 4 o'clock in the morning here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Trouble for the 991 class leader, but some great racing has already been put into the history books. So great racing throughout the first part of the 24 hours here at Paul Ricard. Some 13 and a half hours have been completed. Last 10 and a half to go. The Precott Herberth Motorsport Porsche just keeps on going round and round. And last time a 2:12.3, not the fastest car on the track, but not far away. The stint length for Ralph Bowen, just over 21 minutes now, so he's in the groove. And Peter Cox, who's been in behind the wheel of the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari in second, he's been in there about twice that time, 40 minutes. But still some 5 laps between first and second, so that's the better part of 10 minutes, probably a little bit more than that, isn't it? Getting on for 11 minutes between those two if you look at straight time.
In terms of time, it's 11 minutes and 40 seconds, absolutely spot on, John. Your powers of mental arithmetic are still strong. And the
it's
gap...
not like you're asking me to do quadratic equations.
I won't ask you to do that, certainly not in your head. The gap second to third is 5 minutes and 26 seconds. But the battle perhaps we need to keep an eye on is the one behind that, because the two AM cars, as you were, it's the gap between the Hoffer racing car and the SPS automotive car. One AM, the leading AM car, and the third placed pro car is just a minute and a half. So they are separated by just over half a lap. As the Lance David Arnold, it's Tom Onslow Cole, isn't it, at the wheel of the number 27 SPS automotive car, getting down to some quick lap times, and indeed is pulling away inevitably from the Hoffer racing car. As I say, the Hoffer racing car, Roland Eggeman, will be, I suspect, not able anyway to break the 2 minutes 13 barrier, but that's kind of what the team has planned to do, because they've used 5 of their jokers already, the number 10 car. They've 5 down, 5 to go. Given that they can't use any in the last 2 hours of the race anyway, still a bit of an opportunity there for that car to break its 2 minutes 13. But as I say, Eggeman pretty much is running at that pace anyway, and Tom Onslow Cole quite able to lap 3 seconds or so faster than that, and is continuing to do so at the wheel of the number 27 car. And his prime target is catching up with Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which at the moment he's doing, lapping a little bit quicker than Peter Cox. Both of them averaging, you were talking about how long they've been out in the car, although Peter Cox has been out a little bit longer, both of them averaging pretty much 2 minutes 11.5. Ralph Bone not as quick at the moment in the Precoat Porsche.
Doesn't need to be though, does he? He doesn't need to be pushing himself any harder than he feels comfortable.
Precisely so, and as we mentioned with that gap of 11 minutes, that's going to take 3 seconds a lap. Probably more like 3.5 seconds a lap for anybody to catch up with him. And even if he's 2 seconds slower, and at the moment he isn't, he's only 1.5 seconds slower, then he's going to be able to keep on that comfortable cushion.
What I've noticed about the 911 drivers generally, and Ralph in particular, when he gets a clear lap, he's just done an 11.6. Now, okay, now he's dropped to a 12.7. Oh, inconsistency, one might say. But he's just not taking any chances through traffic.
Yeah, exactly
and that is absolutely the right thing to do. Clear lap, gets down to 11.6. I've seen a couple of 11.5s as well from him. Then if he hits traffic, he just takes his time, follows the odd Clio or whatever through the slightly tighter, twistier sections, and may lose a second, as he's just done there, but that's fine. He's got plenty in hand. Max Edelhoff actually laying down some decent laps recently. Got down to a 10 last time around, now a 13.8. He's in traffic as well. In 5th position for the car collection Audi. This is the 2nd place A6 AM car that I'm talking about. And I haven't done the class leaders for a while, so let's run through them. Got the majority of them in the top 24, with Precoat, of course, leading the race, and A6 Pro. The number 10 in 4th position for Hoffer Racing, leading AM, A6 AM. In 10th position, Stefano Telli has a pretty handy lead in SPX. In fact, I'm not sure there's another SPX car still running.
No, he's the only one.
Yeah. So, literally in a class of his own now. In 10th position, just comes across the line. Here he comes, and there he goes. In 12th position, Jean-Philippe Belloc leads SP2 by 311 to 308 laps, so 3 laps there. The 2nd place car in SP2, the Speed Lover Porsche, the 84 car, is in 12th position. It's just pitted. In the 991 category, there's a change now, as MSG Motorsport have gone back ahead of the MRS GT car that Charles Espenlaub brought into the pit lane. Heard Joe Foster talking to Bruce a moment or two ago. The left front radiator hit with debris from the track. I did say there was quite a lot of it out there. That is the issue with those Porsche radiators, relatively exposed on the front corners of that car. So it's the 62 MSG Motorsport that leads then by just on a lap from HRT Performance in 2nd, the 73 car, with JM Lippmann among others driving that car. Back up into 2nd, and in 3rd, another minute and 40 further back, is the B2F competition car, the 35, but that still is another 5 laps further back in reality because of the penalty. And at the moment, the MRS GT Racing Porsche has spent 16.5 minutes since it came into the pits and has dropped down to 4th position. It'll stay there. There's not another. It's the 2nd of the HRT Performance cars, which is in 5th position, and they are on 2.93 laps. So they have got about 25 minutes to get out before they would lose another position. In SP3, JR Motorsports lead by over a lap from Alfab Racing Porsche, 103 to 236, 20th and 21st. In A3, the team Altran 205 is in the pits, but leads that category on 295 laps. The next A3 car is now the BMW of QSR Racing on 285 laps. Mermak Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat TCR is in 24th position as the 155 Seat, check that, 155 Clio. In my head, I said Clio, Seat came out of my mouth and has just had a spin on the far side of the circuit, but rejoins. Oh no, it was a Seat, my apologies. Head and eyes not working together there at this time of the morning. So we got down to 24th, the Mutrans car, TCR leader. And then the A2 leader is the Presenza Renault, the 112 car, which has a healthy 11-lap lead over its teammate, the 212 car. And those are your class leaders with 10 hours and 19 minutes to go.
And whilst you were running through those, I took the opportunity to just look at the average lap times that are being set by the drivers of the leading Porsche. Something I did a little while ago. I've just done it again to see how they're improving. Nothing to choose at all between the three more experienced drivers, Robert Renauer, Alfred Renauer and Daniel Allemann, all lapping in the mid 2 minutes 11s. So 2 minutes 11.4, 2 minutes 11.5 are their average lap times. Ralph Bone, a little bit slower than that. He's lapping in either 2 minutes 12, 2 minutes 13. But the point you said just before you did the rundown there, John, consistency. If you look at the average lap time for a whole stint and then compare it amongst the four drivers of the car, you've got absolute consistency across the team, and that's what they're interested in. It's how quickly you go from the time you leave the pit lane until the time you come back into the pit lane. If you do a fast lap and a slow lap and a fast lap and a slow lap, doesn't really matter as long as you're not taking any risks, as long as you're not using the curbs, as long as you're not pushing the car that hard, and that's what they're doing at the wheel of that Prescoat car.
The number 12 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini getting a bit of remedial work in the pit lane and already had some left front wing damage, and it really is just a bit over the top of the wheel itself with the louvres above the wheel, held on by just a couple of Zeus fasteners. That was flapping around a bit, so they've tried a bit of racer tape. Now they've just taken it off, refitted the bonnet cover over the front compartment on that car, luggage compartment I suppose, and sent it. It was missing a diffuser at the back as well by the look of it, so that car has been in the wars, and it is Oliver Ditzler, one of three Swiss drivers in that car, who has taken it back out, dropped down to 9th position, having lost an overall spot to Jerome Blakemolen in the GRT Grasser Lamborghini. That's the green 963, 5th in its class and now 8th overall. Owen Mildenhall has joined us down in the pit lane as Bruce Jones takes what I'm sure for him is a welcome break.
I think just looking down at when Owen might be expecting his first pit corner amongst the leading 6 cars, just in the overall groupings, around about 8 laps. So what's that, about 15 minutes or so until we get the first of them, and it'll be Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari that'll be the first of them.
Meantime, second in SP2, 16th overall, has pitted. That's the Speed Lover Porsche. They had 8.5 minutes on third, the VDS Racing SP2 Ford, Mark Ford Focus, and they've been in the pit lane now for 7.5 minutes, so it's getting pretty tight if they're going to get out and hold on to 16th position and second in class. I do like the fact that we can get those time differentials in time, not just laps. That's very good. I can sort of visualise that more, if you know what I mean.
And it's also much easier to see if a gap is coming down as well. If all you've got is a number of laps, then you can't tell whether a gap is coming down or going up. The only way you can tell is really by looking at the lap time, and because that's just an individual lap time, it doesn't give you the overall pattern. So again, our colleagues at timeservice.nl who provide the timing information screens as well as the marvellous online system which you can find on raceresults.nu, and yeah, they kind of think about what it is you need to know, and that's just another of the little bits of information that they've thought about and provided. So thanks very much to Harold and Rob and the team.
So, just heard Peter Cox's car scream through. There really is nothing like the sound of that V8 Ferrari.
It would be better if it was a V12, but I do agree.
Well, no, yeah, can't disagree with that either. Missing the sound of the Aston Martin V12, of course, the 6-litre V12 in the GT3 version of the Vantage is the only one that we had. Didn't last very long, I'm afraid. The second of the GT3 Vantages to be built. Oh, and a problem for one of the Mercedes-Benz going through the back straight chicane, sort of turned in and got halfway through it. And which car was that went through? In fact, it wasn't it was a Ginetta, it was the 555 Team Africa car. Thank you very much to our colleagues down the hall in TV who spotted that. Terry Wilford with the miss of the chicane there. It was an unorthodox miss of the chicane. Most people miss it and just go through the cones, rejoin. He sort of went across part of the chicane area. The very laudable cause that Team Africa Le Mans are supporting is trying to highlight the trade in the illicit trade in exotic animals and poaching in Africa and beyond, and they are a very welcome addition to our paddock. Car looks fantastic with the cheetah on the bonnet. See if you're watching the pictures at the moment of the onboard of Terry. The shift lights, set them depending on what you want to see and how much warning you want to get. What I don't know is what the big red light is in the middle there. I can't recall that being illuminated when I drove the Ginetta GT4. Still looking a bit squirrely on the ragged edge as Terry's fighting the steering wheel. Paddle shift, of course, on that car. And Terry's given that a good old go as he's drifting it through the corners, and it is a downforce car. Huge amount of downforce, but certainly adjusting the rear wing does make a difference.
Red light is a bit persistent though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the thing is that I was wondering it might just be the headlights or something like that, but it's once in a while it's flashing as if it is letting him know that there is an issue. Now what I'm trying to see is the dashboard, Paul, to see if there's any warnings on there, and I can't see anything lit up there. The shift lights obviously are changing. Much quieter interior of that onboard we just went to as the 167 comes in. That is the PrepTech UK car into the pit lane, and that is will be the end of the stint for Andrew Gordon Colebrook.
They've lost quite a bit of ground, having been in second place. They're now, I think you mentioned when you did the little rundown, some 5 laps down on the second placed car in the class there, the A2 class. And briefly, Yeah, they are. There are A2 cars behind them, so there is still something worth battling for. But as I say, with that 5-lap gap that's built up between themselves and the second-placed A2 car, work to be done. You're laughing, John.
Well, I'm laughing because of all of the, pressurised fluids that go into various cars and the centre lock wheels. And here's the guys with their Clios with a bright orange plastic funnel, putting a litre or so of oil straight in through the top of the engine, manually torque wrenching each of the 5 bolts on all 4 wheels, and with one of the teams inside the car helping bolt in the driver, which I think is a great idea, coming in from the right-hand side of that car. Simple little race car, though. When they raced as Clio Cup cars, of course, they did have quite a lot of data on those cars, and they have proven to be very good value endurance racing machines. Sequential box with a backwards and forwards lever, and Owen Mildenhall is down there and might be able to get a word with his noble lord, who's just jumped out of that car. It's taking rather longer, perhaps, just to finish everything off and get the driver bolted in than they might have expected there. And this car is one of a number of machines down the pit lane that needs a little bit of a help to get restarted. Notice the 212 was the same, saving the clutch on that Clio. Owen is down there. Welcome to the pit lane, and welcome back, Owen. Hope you're feeling refreshed in the evening or early morning temperatures. See if we can grab a word. Certainly become... Well, in fact, we can go down to Owen now.
Hi, I'm down here with Andrew Gordon Colebrook. Just got out of the Vio Clio. How was that stint for you?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It's my first proper 9 stint. I did the transition stint. That's my first stint in the pitch black. Yeah, it's very tricky. You can't really tell which car's coming up behind you. You just have to sort of hope that they don't do anything stupid. And credit to everyone, nobody is. So I can't complain about the driving standards out there. It's been really good so far.
And our commentators were just commenting on the contrast between sort of the GT3T teams with their sort of pressurized oil systems, and you guys, real bunch of enthusiasts. And I take it that team spirit is a big part of what makes this enjoyable, presumably.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the guys back in the garage. They do an amazing job, and as good a job as any of the pros, really. It's a great bunch of lads. I love working with them, and I hope to work with them for a long time.
Brilliant. Fantastic. And what time are you back in the car?
In about 6 hours' time. I've got 3 teammates who are all going to do a sterling job, I'm sure. So.
Brilliant. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. Good stuff. Fully refreshed after his little breakaway. Stefan Ventager has been behind the wheel of that Team Ultron Peugeot for quite some time now. And in fact, an hour and a half behind there. The Zorg Rennsport BMW, 4th in A3. Let's give them a little credit, particularly to Stephen Palette, the Frenchman, who has just put that car's fastest lap of the race in, 2:27.0. And is the only bit of green on the timing screen at the moment. Local time 26 minutes past 4. Central European time here in Paul Ricard, or at Paul Ricard.
Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, continuing to lap more quickly than Ralph Bone ahead of him, to the tune of more than 2 seconds a lap. and it's good pace from Peter Cox. Unfortunately, he's coming towards the end of his stint. Probably another 4 laps, I would say, on this stint, or maybe 10 minutes at most. We'll see him behind the wheel, and then Ralph Bohn will be able to stay out a little bit longer. But it proves that Ferrari can do the pace to catch up with the Porsche, but it needs to do it all the time.
Yeah, an hour Peter's been behind the wheel of that car, just over, which is, well, he's just coming up to 30 laps, isn't it? He'll get probably another 10 or 15 minutes, won't he?
Yes, his last stint behind the wheel of that car was a 1 hour and where's he gone? 1 hour and 16 minutes. The stint before that was 1 hour and 10 minutes. So somewhere between the next 9 and 12 minutes or so, and he'll be in for a top off of fuel, and say probably to hand the car over.
Yeah, again, problem is that with a 2 hour, people might be thinking, well, why not leave Peter in for another stint? You know, fill him up with fuel, give him a new set of Hankooks and send him. Well, the problem is that he's only allowed to be in that car another 56 minutes. So if you do that, he runs out of driving time before the car runs out of fuel.
Or indeed the tyres run out of wear. So yeah, it doesn't, as you say, it doesn't make any sense. And on the rotation, Josef Kral is the next driver up, and he hasn't been as quick behind the wheel as Ralph Bohn has. And this is what I was saying, the closeness of the 4 drivers in the Precourt Herbert Porsche has been part of the making of the progress of that car, whereas the Ferrari does have a wider variety of lap times that their drivers do.
Into the pit lane for the leading A2 car, 31st position for the Presenza Renault Clio, some 11 laps away from its teammate who is its closest competition, and coming round to another hour of the race completed. Team's still very concerned about cars with heatsink in the still relatively warm conditions, still sitting at 14.5 degrees Celsius despite the earliness of the hour. Big LED light bar on the top of the bonnet for that Clio, and the guys are going to work around the back end. They've got that held up with jacks. Don't like to see that. I would like to see some axle stands underneath there. That's a brake change on the back, and you can see again just those little dinky pads coming out. Much smaller on the back of a front wheel drive car, but a scoring on that steel disc as well. Yellow pads going in. Watching a rear brake pad change on the leading A2 runner, the Clio of Presenza.eu Racing, 31st overall, but leading their class. And not the quick shift. We've got the Allen keys out to get that done on the back end. Car just held up on a jack there, and making sure everything goes on tightly. The guys working in the pit lane rather than taking that car into the garage. Both sides are getting the same attention on the back end of that car. Use a little bit of back brake on these cars. You don't want to put the brake bias too far back, as in comes the second place car. The number 11, Peter Cox, has come in and gone directly to fuel, which is about right, perhaps a tiny little bit early, but he's been pushing on, Paul, so using the fuel that he had in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari tank.
Yes, 29 laps for that car on its tank full, although interestingly, Jiri Pasirak in the previous stint only did a 52-minute stint, so 2 shorter stints on the Scuderia Praha Ferrari on its last 2 stints.
Well, that's 14 hours now completed, just under 10 to go. And the standings have a familiar look about them if you have been with us for a while. The Pregget Herberth Motorsport Porsche continues to lead by that 6-lap margin over the Ferrari 458 Italia of Scuderia Praha, now in the pit lane. It's Tom Onslow Cole behind the wheel of the 3rd place Mercedes-Benz, another lap further back. The number 10 Hofer racing car in 4th position leads the AM category in A6. And just outside the top 10 is our next class leader, Stefano Telli, behind the wheel of the Spartan Motorsport Porsche. Behind him, Pascal Gibbon is the Porsche Lorient driver who in the 64 car that leads SP2. And staying with the Porsche theme, the Porsche 991 category, now led by MSG Motorsport in 13th position. Another class leader there, with the class battle right behind. The 73 and 35 are all battling in that category. In 20th position, the JR Motorsport BMW has the Alfab Racing Porsche sitting behind them in 20th and 21st. That's the SP3 battle. The A3 leader is Team Ultran in the 205 numbered car. That's a 208 GTI in 23rd position. And going further down, the TCR 25th position car is that leader. That's the number 1 defending champions, the Memak Ogilvy Seat Leon Cup racer, the TCR leader. And one more screen that we will look at for the cars that are running, and at the top of that is the in 31st position, the Team Clio 112 that we were just looking at, leading A2 from its teammate by a decent number of laps. A lot of cars at the bottom end of the field now running either injured or out of the race. There is Peter Cox's Ferrari, Team Scuderia Praha. In fact, that's Peter Cox to the left-hand side of the car. He's already jumped out. And you thought it would be Kral getting in that car, didn't you, Paul, as it spins its rear Hankooks and heads out. No rear lights on that car yet. If I look to my left, where is it? Let's see the headlights come on that car. Under 10 hours to go. I can see it rumbling down the pit lane. Still hasn't got any lights on. It goes past us now. Still hasn't got any lights on. I can only see it by the number 2 on the side of the car, and it's gone out onto the track without any lights on. Oh dear.
It's too dark for it to be able to survive that for very long. So
yeah, he's got to notice that. So right now he's thinking, can I reach the light switch?
Yeah, that might be the problem.
Well, it's amazing, you know, you bolt in a driver, and if you don't get the seat in exactly the right position or the seat insert correctly, and you've pulled the straps down really tight. Now his lights are on now, as Pascal Colon has just gone by in the B2F competition Porsche, suggesting to me, however, that they weren't on for quite a while there, because Kral did not get up to speed straight away out the pit lane.
That was the point, yes, that he didn't get up to speed very quickly out of the pit lane, because Kral was already turning through turns 2, 3, and through turns 4, 5, and 6 as we picked him up there. Now
he's got it going, and he's gone back again past the Porsche. That's more like it.
Yeah, with lights on very brightly indeed there, but it took a little while for Josef to get up to speed. The Scuderia Praha team has been very disciplined about their cycling. They've kind of cycled it nicely between Cox, Kral, Malicelli, Pisarik, Cox, Kral, Malicelli, Pisarik. After the first couple, where Malicelli actually started the car, it took them a little while to get into the groove, but now they have done. They're sticking to that routine fairly closely. And certainly the pace that Peter Cox has been maintaining, very rapid indeed.
And Peter Cox can talk to us now through the conduit that is our pit lane reporter, Owen Mildenhall.
Peter, you just got out of the car. The lap times in that session were quicker than the car in the lead, so you must be pleased with that session.
Yeah, I'm pleased with the performance also from the team and the car. Everything works well, but the stint was not so good for me. I could not get into a rhythm. You know, the cars were really spread out, and the Porsches, you know, the difference is not so big, and I was catching all the time something. But if I saw what lap time I could do with traffic, I must say I was quite pleased, and I took no risk and brought the car back and still have a chance maybe.
So, I mean, also you guys have, you know, you've got a big gap now to the leader, so it's a difficult challenge for you guys. You just have to keep running at your pace, presumably, and not take too much risk. But obviously, you are quicker than the lead car, but you've got a big gap to make up.
Yeah, we just can chip away at it, you know, and we had some unfortunate luck. You know, it can also still happen to them. I hope not for them, but I hope we can beat them in a fair way, but that will be difficult, to be honest, you know. So we have to see how it goes. We still have some hours, and we keep pushing. Maybe they make a mistake, and then we'll see how it goes.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you.
Nicely done, Owen. By the way, Peter Cox is one of the fittest guys I know, and he was absolutely wringing wet there after, what, about an hour and 8 minutes of driving. And by today's standards, that's not a very long run in a car.
No, but it is a closed car.
Yes,
and,
it is.
As you say, 16 degrees ambient temperature out there, but rear-engined, and it's got a decent amount of airflow through it. But I think it shows, and you kind of had a sense there, whether you could see Peter's face or just hear his voice, of how he kind of was frustrated that it wasn't going better.
Correct.
But he was quite happy that he knew that he personally couldn't have made it go any better, but he just couldn't quite find what he needed to find.
I thought what was interesting there was saying he couldn't get into a rhythm because he kept coming across these pesky Porsches, and by that he means, I think, the 991 cars, possibly the SP2 Porsches as well, but there's an awful lot of Porsches out there that are very, very quick indeed. And it's not just a simple matter of driving by them. By the way, the Red Camel 202 is back out again, the SP2 former leader, now in 6th position in class and many laps down in 42nd position, still to overhaul the Optimum Motorsport Audi, which was parked up a very, very long time ago, nearly 4 hours ago. As into the pits has come the 72 Porsche, and that's getting a push from its team. That doesn't look good. That car is now the 5th position in 991 category. Just to follow up, by the way, the MRS GT Racing Porsche is back out and into the race. That was the car that came in with the Hold radiator whilst it was leading the class. Charles Espenlaub, according to the screen, after a 26, nearly 27-minute pit stop, stayed behind the wheel. Heard from Joe Foster that they were just taking that one on the chin. Dropped down to 4th position, 312 laps, 312 laps against the 320 of the MSG Motorsport number 62 car that now leads that class with Seri Tahini driving it. Well, like the look of this for the 72 car. That car does not want to fire.
No, there he goes. Just waiting there for Tom Onslow-Cole to go through in the Mercedes, and he just has done. Now, as a result of the pit stop from Peter Cox, Peter was able to hold on, or at least Josef Kral, I should say, was able to hold on to 2nd place. But Tom Onslow-Cole, on the previous pit stop cycle, the 27 car was able to get through into 2nd place. Wasn't able to do it on that cycle through, but he's only just over half a minute behind. And in the groove, Tom Onslow-Cole, I think, should be able to close in a little bit on Josef Kral as he gets up to speed in the Ferrari. So we'll keep an eye on that gap for 2nd to 3rd between the Ferrari and the Mercedes.
Still no joy for the 72 car. Owen Mildenhall is down next to it. Owen, what are you deducing from what you can see there?
Well, the engine was running, but lots of clutch pumping, and lots of trying to get it into gear. So they just basically can't get it any drive. So now the car's being pushed back towards its garage.
That might need some bleeding of clutch or adjustment of something. Boys have got a decent sprint on getting that car back over the pit lane. Wouldn't be allowed to drive back over the pit lane, of course. And Krevennik rules also say you cannot drive the car under its own power into the garage. Down the pit lane, fine, of course. But then cut the motor and either coast in or be pushed into the garage, which I think is what's going to happen to this 72 HRT performance car. Behind the wheel, I think it was Gonzalo Huerta, wasn't it? Yeah. Car with the Chilean connections. Ducati Chile, I noticed on the bonnet of that car.
Hats off to Josef Kral,
yeah.
Right into the groove straight away. First flying lap. Once he kind of got into gear.
Found the headlights.
Found the headlight switch. Then straight in with a 2 minutes 10.9, and that's exactly the same time as Tom Onslow Cole has just gone through and done as he tries to chase. So rather than the gap coming down, stays absolutely constant. So I say hats off to Josef that he's been able to get himself dialed in straight away.
41.5 seconds between those two, and also a battle for 5th position now with Dan Brown and Max Edelhoff. Car Collection Audi in 5th at the moment, but only by about 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds, although Dan's coming to the end of a stint here. He's been in the car an hour and 15 minutes in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes.
And Max Edelhoff is constrained by a minimum reference lap time, of course, in the number 34 car.
He's peppering the 13s, mind, isn't he?
Well, he's a 2 minutes 13 is his minimum time. That's as quick as he's allowed to go. But Dan's doing 2 minutes 10s, 2 minutes 11. So I think it will be a matter of Dan getting past, and then, as you rightly say, John, peeling off into the pits, whilst Max kind of toodles along in the AM class car
for about another half an hour.
For about another half an hour, because they're going slower, they get much better fuel consumption, of course. So you get this fascinating ding dong between the Pro, or the A6 Pros and the A6 AM cars.
Renault RS01 into the pit lane, and car has sort of potted around without any setting the world alight. Or itself, always a good thing, in fairness.
I do like the shape of the RS01.
Oh, I think it's a lovely car, Paul, I do.
I just wish it would go quicker somehow.
Well, it's the issue is, of course, that it isn't, strictly speaking, by any stretch of even the GT3 regulations, a GT3 car. There is no road car that goes along with that, which is, I think, a shame. I hear rumblings that Alpine want to come back as a road car manufacturer, and of course they've got their concept car. They've got a car here that would clearly wouldn't take a huge amount of work to have it made road legal, and then of course you've only got to build a certain amount of them before it becomes a GT3 car, or indeed a GTE car. And Alpine being a small volume manufacturer, it would be less than the 250 that, say, someone like Ford has to build of the Ford GT, although Ford, remember, did get a waiver for that, which the other GTE manufacturers signed up to. The issue with that RS01 is, having been built as an out-and-out race car to run against only similar versions, then its performance was rather too impressive, and in trying to slow it down, I think the car's been slightly compromised. The concept of the car's been slightly compromised. Jacking the car up off the ground is never a good thing to do. I understand about changing the brakes and such like, but it is, as I say, I feel a compromised concept at the moment, and there has to be a way to get that car a little closer in performance. I understand that. It can't be just dumped on the track and allowed to run away with it. I'd just like to see a more elegant way of doing it.
Yeah, quite so. I know there's elements of the old Renault Spider
yes.
in my eyes, even though it's a coupe car.
Yes, good call.
You know, having had that Renault Spider, the Renault Spider series back in the, whenever it was, 1980s.
90s.
As long as, okay,
yeah,
I thought, yes,
we were doing Total Radio, weren't we? Jason Plato came up through that, among others.
Did indeed. Andy Prio as well, I fancy.
Yes.
Had his chance in that series. But yeah, it captured the the spectator's imagination, and there's elements of it in that in the new RS01. I have to say it again, Josef Kral hasn't dipped out of the 2-minute 10s in his 4 laps that he's been out there, 5 laps he's been out there now, 4 flying laps, and he's not leaving Tom Onslow cold for dead, but he's certainly not letting Tom get anywhere near him. That 40-second gap that it was when he came out of the pits has been pretty well maintained at 41 seconds. Again, identical lap times pretty much between the two of them, maybe 0.3 of a second quicker that time by the Mercedes. Still this rather nice pattern at the top with Porsche, Ferrari, 2 Mercedes and an Audi filling the top 5 places. I had my fears that we might see some fragility amongst the non-Mercedes, but yes, I won't say any more on that one.
Indeed. Yeah, in the top 5 we do have 4 different manufacturers, 2 Mercs, an Audi, a Ferrari and a Porsche. Somewhat German marque dominated there.
You can get some 2 Lamborghinis into it if you extend the bracket out to the top 10.
Yeah,
which
true
is
enough.
3 Italians out of the top 10.
Yes, except the Lambo is all Audi underneath, of course. If you look at the gearbox, it even has the 4 rings on it. The gearbox unit that went into the Optimum racing car would have been exactly the same gearbox that was in the Lamborghini. 10 minutes to 5 in the morning. The moon has disappeared from our line of sight, and I'm just trying to work out whether that has dropped down now below what we can see, or whether there's a bit of cloud come over.
I think it's dropped down below,
yes, me too.
Below the horizon in preparation for the sun coming up behind us, as it were, in about 2 hours' time. Well, in fact, an hour and a half's time, the sun will be putting in appearance.
Dan Brown, as predicted, has come in for fuel,
but
from
not
6th position.
Yeah, not as predicted though, John, because he didn't get a past the car collection
Good
Audi,
point. Yes,
as we thought he was going to. So having made up the ground, he ran out of fuel before he got past the Mercedes.
Jean-Marc Gounon is now just 2.6 seconds behind Pascal Gibbon for 11th position. Not class rivals there.
That's Jules Gounon.
Jules Gounon, excuse me,
That's
yes.
right, yes.
In the 94 car, it had to happen at some stage. And in fact has gone by him as he went past. And the second noise that you heard there was the Porsche Lorient SP2 leader, now 1.4 seconds in arrears of Jules Gounon. 11th and 12th then, having swapped over the iDeck Sport Mercedes-Benz, moves up a position to 6th, courtesy of Dan Brown's fuel stop. As that Ram racing car's only made 12, that's only its 12th stop. The 2 AM cars and the Porsche, the only cars with fewer, calls into the pit lane. As the 72 Porsche that had those clutch problems earlier is pushed out of its garage and does start. Does it? Yes. There's fire in the flat 6, and the HRT Performance number 72, Gustavo Herta at the wheel, is back underway from 27th position. Just holding on to 5th position in class there before the APO Sport 68 car, which had been doing so well early on before that incident brought it into the pits for a clutch, funny enough. In has come the number 30, as we mentioned, and now at its pits, getting a new set of Hankook tyres all round. Dan Brown out of the car, and Stewie Hall in there.
Should be Stewie on the rotation. Yes, that would make sense.
Look like Stewart's helmet on that car with a... I'm hearing I am indeed wrong. And Owen, who did you see get into that car?
Now in the car.
Jamie Campbell-Walter, thank you. The number 30 Ram racing car, one of the Mercedes-Benz that has its livery all the way over the back window, so that it rather looks like a fastback van. Just really changes the look of the back of that AMG GT. Hello to Slade Perkins. Perrins, excuse me, from... I seem to remember you were listening from the US. Said, you and Paul still commentating? Are you on for the whole 24 hours? Paul is. Martin and I changing over every couple of 3 hours. Just trying to break things up for you as much as anything else. Paul has his semi-autonomous flyaway data centre here, so he can now walk away without the worry of potentially missing something, as Tom Onslow-Cole has come to the pit lane in the 27.
It's not so much me missing anything, it's the fact that you might try and touch something on the screens and bring it all clattering to a halt.
Oh, fine piece of engineering going on with the Mercedes-Benz in the pit lane to fix the splitter. Pop rivets and a piece of bent metal. Might be a €500,000 car, but it's fourth form metalwork skills from a Friday afternoon. This is fairly substantial on the front end of this car.
Better than race tape.
Well, yes, clearly. Perhaps they've tried race tape and it didn't really happen. This is the HTP Motorsport car we're talking about, the 41 car. And yeah, racer tape is already on there. And they're drilling through a piece of maybe 10 gauge metal.
Yes, the Tom Onslow-Cole Mercedes in the pit lane, as you rightly said, John, still in the refuelling area though at the moment.
Yes, this is a bit of jungle engineering on the 41 car. Let's just get it done so that we don't have to worry about it. 155 car team manager to race control. It's the Motor Easy Seat. David Drinkwater behind the wheel of that in 39th position. And we've got a yellow flag at turn 10, which is seen, is it not? Yes, it is. I'm intrigued by this work that's going on. Owen's watching this as well. Pre-cut pieces of gaffer tape on the lollipop that are being used to tidy up the metal plate. Ever seen anything like this before, Owen? This is a bit rustic, isn't it?
It's very organised. All the tape is pre-cut and ready to go, and as you say, being offered up on the lollipop. So it's very organised. I mean, I noticed at Le Mans, a lot of teams have those bits of tape pre-ready to go, stuck to the garage door, and HTP have also got that system. So you can tell these guys are super experienced in endurance racing.
And the tape, in fact, is only there to make it look prettier, so that you can't see the metal. They've added about 4 pounds of metal to the front of that now. That's going to affect the handling. That was a slot car. It would never, ever pop out round a corner at that point. Putting some more weight on the front end.
Tom Onslow-Cole, meanwhile, has handed the SPS Automotive Mercedes number 27 over to Alex Müller, who's taken the car back out onto the track, still in third place because the fourth placed car, the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes, has made his routine pit stop, and this is Roland Eggemann coming into the pits.
And my eternal apologies to Slade Perrins, who is in Sydney, Australia. Put you on the. I knew you were a long time zone away, so thank you very much for putting me right. Michael Hetherington, as we go to a code 60 for the issue at turn 10, saying, what's Paul's secret for covering 24 hours with no sleep? Well, he just does, I think, is the answer. You always say to me, you never set off with the idea that you'll do that. It just kind of happens.
It's maintaining interest, really.
Yeah.
Somebody once told me a long time ago I suffer from the opposite of attention deficit default. I just can't take my attention away from it. So, as you say, into our 6th code 60 of the race, John.
Yes, and guess what? The leader has come in for fuel. That is fallen for them again there. And with 9.5 hours to go, it is still the 911 Precourt Herbert Porsche, number 911, that leads the motor race at Paul Ricard. So I'm not sure what's going on at turn 10, but something needs to be recovered from there. I wonder if it was the 155 car that has ground to a halt out there and needs to be brought back in as we head towards 5 o'clock in the morning here in Europe. Very impressed how Paul Ricard races as an endurance circuit. There's been 24-hour races here before. I know, for example, that Orica run a number of one-make series. Orica are actually based just over the back in the industrial estate, the techno park, if you will, that's attached to Circuit Paul Ricard.
I think it's probably, John, run more 24-hour tests than it's ever run 24-hour races, because
that's
so many teams come here, and not just 24-hour tests, but 36 and 48-hour tests in preparation for various events.
Was also very famous, of course, for 24-hour motorcycle racing. The famous, or perhaps one should say infamous, Bordeaux spent a very long time being at this circuit. So another round of pit stops starting. The leading car has used this to fuel again. It will only have been able to take half of its fuel allowance, but still leads. And it is the 155 car that's caused this problem. So it is the Seat of the Motor Easy Racing team. David Drinkwater has been in that car about 50 minutes. 39th position car at 155, 5th in A3. That is the cause of this, and it's been recovered to its pits. That has already come through to us from the race control area.
Slight awkwardness in a sense for the race leader. As you say, he's only been allowed to take on half a tank full of fuel, but Ralph Bone had done 32 laps on that last tank full of fuel, so he really would have wanted to have had a whole tank full of fuel, or at least 100 litres, which is what the Porsche is allowed to have, rather than just the 50 that he's going to be able to get. And judging from the fact that it's just a simple vehicle recovery as far as we can tell, I don't think that this Code 60 is going to be long enough to allow the Porsche to get out, and it's not even out of the pit lane yet, round on a full, very nearly 6-minute lap and back in to get more fuel to put it all the way to the top. So I think then...
No. However, Paul, he gets half a tank and he continues. He's going to be close to his 2 hours. So that's not going to be the worst thing. I don't think Bone gets out of that car now. I think they send him without tyres, and he fires down. I've said that, and he's not out of the pit lane yet.
He is now,
right?
Or at least very close to now.
Okay, so that's what they've done. They've just fueled him and sent him. I don't think they've put new Hankooks on that car.
They have changed the driver, though, so I suspect
have
that
they?
whilst they've changed
Oh, well,
the driver,
they will have changed tyres
they've
then.
probably done the tyres as well. And what they've done is they've done it the other way round, haven't they? They've put Alfred Renauer in the car.
Yeah.
He will stay in it for the rest of this tank full.
Yes.
Then he'll
And
come
hopefully-
in and stay in the car
Yeah.
for another tank full, which will be a proper tank full. So this will be a shorter stint. Although last time they did this, they managed to make the fuel last for about an hour. They only had half a tank full of fuel, but they managed to make it last for an hour. We'll see how long Alfred Renauer is able to make his tank full last. But as I say, it could be that he then stays behind the wheel for the next stint.
He's only in the pit lane for 4 minutes and 14 seconds in, and the fuel, driver change, etc., and out again, as against the Ferrari's 4:28. But of course, that's against a 2 minute and 8 seconds lap on green for the Ferrari and a 6 minute lap for them. So they've really made up a bit of time there.
Again.
Yes. This is the 7th full course caution, Paul. 6th, thank you.
Sorry.
6th. We've just seen the leader in and out of the pits, and Alfred Renauer has been put behind the wheel of the Precott Herbert Porsche. 4 minutes and 14 behind the wheel as we were just discussing there. Welcome back to our Motors TV audience. 4 minutes 14 against 4:28. Ostensibly looks like a gain over the Scuderia Praha of 14 seconds in that pit stop. A couple of factors to take into consideration. The Porsche could only take on 50 litres or half of its fuel allowance, whereas the Ferrari took on all of it. But they've got a driver change and a new set of Hankooks on a 4:14 pit stop against a 6 minute lap, where the 4:28 that Scuderia Praha is in the pit lane was against 2:10s, 2:13 laps. So that's where the advantage comes of coming in even if you can't get the full tank of fuel, which of course the rules say you cannot. Just after 5 o'clock in the morning, we have 9.5 hours to go. My, it's flown. It really has. I think the 600 lap mark is gradually slipping away from our grasp, but just in its second year of the race, the record set last year, of course, in the inaugural year of this 24-hour event powered by Hankook, 5:86. Paul says 5:90 to 5:95 lap race, record possible. He's grading that at the moment. It's like having that little thing on the runs chase, isn't it? The WASP, 58%, 64%. I've no idea what that means. And I follow cricket. So, again, just a quick tour out of the turn 10 area at scene for the 155 car has caused this issue. It's not yet back in the pit lane. So, whilst we have no action on the track for you on the television stream, let's have a look at some of the highlights and let you see, if you are just joining us, wherever you are around the world, what you have missed. We'll cue those up for you. It looks like we're not going to go back to green just yet, as Alfred Renauer on his outlap still continues to lead the race. I'm waiting to see the big P come up beside the 155 car in 39th position to let me know that that's back to the pits. It's not, so just gives everybody the chance to dive in. Hofer Racing have been in 4th position and leading the AM category, and Car Collection in 2nd in the AM category have also been in and out of the pits, and IDIC Spark Patrice Lafargue in the pits now, and we're going back to green within a minute, so we won't have no time to show you the highlights. We will continue with our live coverage from lights to flag here at Paul Ricard as the 203 GC Automotive BMW look-alike mid-engine car is in. There's another one of those in the pit lane that's gradually been stripped down for parts. Every time I walk past it, there's something else missing from it.
Yes, it's all been padlocked down so that it can only be nicked by the proper team. The 911 with the code 60 about to come to a close has come in for the rest of its fuel. So,
that's a change.
They've kind of, well, I won't say it's a change. That was probably what they planned to do all along, but it's not what we were predicting that they were going to do. So as this circuit turns green, Alfred Renauer comes in to get his other 50 litres. This will be a short stop, and then he'll just come straight out of the pit lane and back out onto the circuit. But they called him in, possibly hoping that they weren't going to get caught with a slightly shorter code 60, but it's gone green slightly before they wanted it. But they've had their call of good fortune, so they can't really complain on that one.
That, I think, might be the first time we've seen them caught out on that. I've got to say I'd have rolled the dice with that and left him with half a tank of fuel and sent him with half a tank.
I think I would too, John, but
is that the 202 coming back out? Yes, it is.
It's got the cushion, and it may well be that they just say, no, let's just keep it to the 1 hour stints, and by getting Alfred Renauer in and out again with a full tank, then he'll be able to do a proper stint.
What you don't know is how tired the drivers are and what the conditions are like driving the car, and the thing to do is not to push people beyond their threshold.
Yeah.
That's when you end up going off the circuit, clipping someone else, breaking a splitter. They
don't need to do anything radical in order to win this race, and we kind of heard from Peter Cox, didn't we? I mean, he wasn't wishing anything bad upon them, but he recognised that it's going to be hard work chipping away at it from their point of view, from the Scuderia Praha team's point of view, and they can only do what they can do, and it's going to be a call that goes wrong for the Protec Herbert team, which hands the race or puts the race more within the Scuderia Praha's grasp. But it's going to be a fascinating, you don't want to kind of go to bed yet, because it's going to be fascinating to see how this one pans out. Renauer out of fueling, now in the pit lane.
And should come straight through, we expect. Now, let's have a look for the car coming past us, and
this is it.
There's the 94 going through, a dark grey Porsche that I can't say that I've noticed up until now. There's always one, and the leader was following him out. Dark grey and red. Oh, that's the Jules Gunon car. Of course it is. That's the Spark Motorsport car. No, I have seen that. That's the SPX car. Glad to see the red Camel Mazda, which was a V7 for a while, and with a natty line in stick-on rear lights. That car back out and up to speed in the hands of Rick Breukers, having spent rather too much time in its pit box. Another 25 minutes the last time before it re-emerged. If you're looking on the timing screen, it looks as though Rick Breukers has been in that car 2 hours and 1 minute. Oh, he's come straight back into the pits, actually. So that, obviously there was 25 minutes, so they're still not happy with this car. Got to give them the Spirit of the Race award now, haven't you, for keep turning that car around. Josef Kral in second position, 2:11.5 last time around. In the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which is a proper Ferrari red, that car, not the very bright post box or Ferrari F1 of the cigarette sponsorship years, a much darker, more blood red colour, which I always think is the best colour for Ferraris.
And well, it's not quite as dark as 50s Ferraris.
No, indeed. That was the proper colour. Yeah.
It's kind of an 80s Ferrari, but certainly pre-sponsorship. It's also nicely free of a lot of decals and logos on it. So the predominant colour that you get is a red, solid red car. It doesn't really have anything else to spoil its lines.
The new Alfa Giulia is out in a dark red metallic colour, seems to be the launch colour, and the 500 horsepower Quadrifoglio looks absolutely stunning in that colour. Oh, almost coming together on the exit of turn 7 for the SPS Automotive Mercedes-Benz. She's got Alex Müller at the wheel of that at the moment. That's the third place car, that green livery, and was alongside the RS01 Renault as it went round the outside onto the Mistral straight. But everybody fortunately having their wits about them in these early morning hours, 5:15 here at RICARD. Paul Trustwell, John Hindhaugh, and down in the pit lane, Owen Mildenhall on the graveyard shift. We'll catch you up, those of you on the video stream, with the highlights in about 15 minutes time at 1/2 the hour. Well, there might be laps between these guys at the top of the field, Paul, but this is a proper race that's going on at the moment, and there's some players further down who refuse to be written out. Max Edelhoff again putting in a quick time, 2:12.7. Now, he's been in that car for over a stint now, an hour and 15 minutes. And in fact, they didn't stop, did they, last time around? Oh, yes, they did, 3:42. They just took a splash of fuel, I would say. Yep. So they're going to get Max as close as they can to the 2 hours. He's going to have another 40 minutes in that car. 2:12.7 is that car's fastest lap. Now, that's an AM car. Is that an 11 or a 13 AM car?
That's 2 minutes and 13.
Right, so that's another joker lap they've just burned, and that's no good when you've only taken 3/10 out of your bracket time.
And that's their 4th joker for that car, although that's worse than the number 17 IDEC Sport Mercedes. It's not as bad as the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. The number 12, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, has had a perfect race in the sense that it hasn't gone underneath its minimum reference lap time at all. They haven't had to use any jokers at all yet, the number 12 Lippert Lamborghini, partly because they're running at the faster speed for A6AM. They're running at 2 minutes 11, which doesn't give them the extra break on the weight that you get if you run in the slower category.
Slade Parents still up and around, or up and around tomorrow morning. Oh no, this morning now, isn't it?
It is.
In Australia, asking about the 1 to 2 hour stints, when at Le Mans often people do up to 3 hours. It's a good point, and we should keep reminding everybody who is who might be new to watching this time of racing. The driver's only allowed to do 2 hours in the car. Then they must have a break of 3/4 of the amount of time that they were in the car. Excuse me, 2/3 of the time that they were in the car. The tactical part of that, Slade, comes because most of the cars at the front end of the field can do about an hour and 15 on their fuel allowance. Some of the cars further back can do a little bit more than that, an hour and 25, an hour and 30. So you have the conundrum of putting in a tank of fuel and then dragging the driver out before the fuel is done, or do you just let the driver do an hour or an hour and 15, and once the fuel is burned, take them out and put another driver in? What could often help your planning, and certainly the 911 car leading have applied this tactic, when we're on code 60, when the race is neutralised, virtual safety car, code 60, call it what you will, you are only allowed to put half of your normal fuel allowance into the car. So, for example, for the leading 911 Porsche, you're allowed to fill 100 litres at a time, so you can only put 50 litres in if it's full course yellow, or code 60, as I should properly say. That, though, extends your driver time to somewhere closer to 2 hours, doesn't it, if you're not putting a full tank in? And that's what you've got to balance off, and that's where the 911 crew, for the most part, have made those decisions as well as, if not better than, some other people. Now that, you know, you've got to use those code 60s when they fall, but a very interesting tactical set of questions and answers that you have got to put yourself through on the pit wall. So hopefully that has explained a little bit. And it just adds an extra dimension for me. I know people will say it's, in some ways, it's a manufactured thing, but there's very good reasons for it. The organisers don't want guys getting too tired behind the wheel, remembering again that the basis of this series comes from racing for fun rather than racing in full pro teams.
Yes, and the fact that the rules are thrown towards the amateur drivers.
Correct.
The enthusiasts, the gentleman drivers, and anything which kind of gives the pros an advantage, they're not going to put into place. They'll only put things into place which is for the benefit of the gentleman drivers, the entrants, the semi-pro drivers that are in the race. We were saying, comparing the lap times of Tom Onslow Cole a little while ago with Josef Kral. Josef Kral has stayed out in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari whilst that last code 60 was on, so he didn't make a pit stop. It's straight back down into the 2 minutes 11s, but Alex Muller, who's taken over the SPS Mercedes, number 27, he is going quicker than Tom Onslow Cole did in the same car. So Alex has got himself straight down into the 2 minutes 9, so he is now closing the gap between himself and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari.
Charles Espenlaub puts the fastest lap of the race in for the MRS GT Racing Porsche in the 991 class. 2:14.9 for the number 78 car. Fourth in category at the moment, 19th position. They've got a bit of ground to make up on the top three. 3 laps and more behind their class rivals, as into the pit lane comes who there? Just saw somebody diving in, and it's the 202 that's back into the pit lane again. So again, just a very short run around for Rick Breukers. This is becoming a regular couple or 3 laps and then back into the pit lane. Now, in fairness, they're not holding anybody up, so at the moment, no issue with that. Don't seem to be dropping any fluids either. The number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes-Benz has just gone past the Ultron Peugeot. Southern side of the circuit, coming back towards the start-finish line. Going through the Le Bourget.
And as we heard...
Actually, that's completely wrong. Sorry, Paul. They're coming onto the Mistral Straight out of turn 6 and through the kink at 7. My apologies.
Yes, we heard from from Ivo Breukers, didn't we, at one point? He said, we'll never give up. We'll just keep plugging away. Whatever happens to the car, we'll just keep taking it round and round as long as they possibly can.
Max Edelhoff in the car collection Audi. Another 13.344. That's more like it. Now been behind the wheel of that car for an hour and 22 minutes. There is the 202 Mazda bodied V8. Feel sorry for those guys. They had the second car, which they haven't run, being the TCR category Seat Leon, which I notice has lost its rear wing. I'm Wonder if they've been supplying parts to some of the other TCR teams. And wow, down towards turn 1, surely the Lamborghini, well, does make it very late breaking the 693 GRT, sorry, 963 GRT Grasser Lamborghini Huracan with Rolf Nation at the wheel. Meantime, the number 12 Leipert Motorsport Lambo with Freddie Bart at the wheel has just done its fastest lap of the race at 2:11.3, and that is an 11 category AM car, isn't it? That car, the 12 Leipert Motorsport car.
Yes, it is. So 2:11. As I say, that's I think the only A6 AM car that hasn't broken its bracket time, John.
But Max Edelhoff has just done it again, but 12.996. That's a waste of a joker lap. They're on a 13 bracket, and to do it by 4/1000ths of a second is a real waste. And they're trying to chase down the crawl-driven Hofer Racing Mercedes-Benz ahead of it. That is a real waste.
I take your point, John, although the organisers have said, although quite how they police it, I don't know, but they have said that deliberate breaking of the bracket time is going to be frowned upon. Deliberate use of jokers is going to be frowned upon. Because I think there was a situation in Dubai a few years ago where Peter Cox was driving in an AM car and he made a mockery of the whole thing with 10 very carefully crafted laps when there was no traffic around to go as fast as he possibly could, during the happy hour. Now, as I say, it's a difficult one to police that, but I think it's one of those where, as gentlemen drivers, they want to be able to ensure that the spirit is...
So if you've made a slight mistake, you don't take any penalty for it until you run out of jokers.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be looked at as using it tactically, should we say?
Yes, I've forgotten the exact word. Cynically, I think.
Oh, cynically, I like that. Yes, very good. That's very Kravennik, isn't it? Very Kravennik. We're going to give you the opportunity, if you mess up, not to be penalised, but don't mess us about, please. The B2F Porsche continues to circulate in 3rd position. Remember, they are driving with a 5-lap penalty that is yet to be... Now, 330 laps. You check that for me again, please, Paul. We've been doing this for a while. I was about to say a 5-lap penalty that is yet to be assessed, but they have dropped 5 laps away from the leaders in class all of a sudden. And now I accept that I haven't been here all the time looking at them.
No, they are on the right number of laps.
Okay, so they've still got 5 to come off that.
Yes, so 330 laps have been... the car has been round 330 times and it's been scored at 330 laps, so that is as it should be, as it were.
Right, so we await to see that adjustment still, and it would seem to be that that will be applied at the end of the race now. It is many hours since we saw the screen message saying that the 5-lap penalty had been assessed for the avoidable contact with the Nova Racing Ginetta that put the 284 car out of the race.
I think part of the reason that it's dropped back was a 6-minute pit stop on its last stop. And generally that car has been able to stop far more quickly than that.
9-minute pit stop last time around, nearly 10 in fact.
Ah, right, yes, okay, that's excellent. That's the example I need to help me around this conundrum of cars which have the pit before the start-finish line.
Ah.
So that's...
Paul goes straight into his notebook there and makes a note. The HRT Performance Porsche, the 991 class leader, 73 car with a bit of clear track ahead of them. How unusual for Stephen Bonus. Enjoying that as he heads down to the back straight chicane, just being passed by one of the AMG GTs. It's back on the power nice and early. Third, snatching fourth on the exit. Accelerating past the old JMB Museum and Factory, gets up into 6th gear before seen as the RSO1 goes past him. A little dab of the brakes on the entrance to scene, down 1 gear. Let the car drift out to the edge. Probably hold 5th down into Le Bourget. Gets passed by another AMG GT. 4th gear through the double apex right-hander, double pressure, as Martin would say if he was commentating on bobsleigh. Back up into 4th again for the long left-hander. Little flick-flack, and then it's Lake and Bridge to finish the lap. And it's still Alfred Renard that leads on 362 laps with just over 9 hours still to go here at Paul Ricard in the Hankook 24 hours. And into the pit lane for the leading MRT Performance Porsche. Peels off to the right-hand side and goes straight to the petrol pumps. Intake of breath there as the cars rip out on through turn 7 onto the Mistral straight, using all of the curb area and more. And it's they're really using an awful lot of the runoff there, which I'd rather see them not doing. Track limits, difficult to police here because the edges of the circuit are so flat. But we have seen a few warnings on the screen. Nobody, I think, has been pinged for it and penalised for it yet.
Correct.
Turn 7, I think, is the place where most people are doing most of it, and to its worst degree. Top 4 have just gone through. There goes Max Edelhoff, and that was the car that you heard going through there in traffic. Jamie Campbell-Walter there as well, trying to get a lap back. Jamie 21 seconds now behind the IDEC Sport AM car and running about 5 seconds a lap quicker. So Jamie will be up into 6th position shortly as we're waiting for a driver change for the 73 car. Stephen Bonus bringing in the HRT Performance Porsche has lost the lead of 991 category to MSG Motorsport, the number 62 car, which has taken over the 13th position on the pit stops. But that HRT Performance Porsche, this is only its 11th stop against 14 by the car that's just taken the lead. Still, the two cars with the fewest pit stops in the top 10 are the two AM cars, the 10 and the 34. But with just 9 stops in the 24th place is the Memak Ogilvy Seat, which leads TCR. I don't think there's anybody less than, oh no, there's an 8 further back, but they've had the issues that they have had. So just on 9 hours to go here. It's 5:30 in the morning here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Let's remind you of some of the action from earlier on in the 24 hours of Paul Ricard, powered by Hankook. Back to live action, and the 208 GTI of Ultran Peugeot in 32nd position now, and back up into 3rd in A3. They've just clicked over 300 laps. The overall leaders on 365. It's John Hindhaugh, Paul Truswell and Owen Mildenhall down in a relatively quiet pit lane. In fact, I don't think there's anything in the pits at all for Owen to talk about at the moment.
The Lamborghini, the Lippert Lamborghini number 12, on its way into the pit lane. It's having fuel at the moment, John, but in general, you're right. And in terms of people that we can expect in fairly shortly, the number 11 Ferrari, Josef Kral, having done some very quick laps, but now finding himself being hauled in ever so slightly by Alex Müller, although Kral is going to be in, I reckon, within the next 5 laps or so in that Ferrari, and Alfred Renauer will be able to stay out for a good long time in the leading car, so that will enable him to stretch the margin. In all, he lost probably around about 30 seconds by making that additional pit stop, no more than that. So, you know...
That's a decent bargaining chip, isn't it? You would say that you'll trade that for an extra half a tank of fuel.
And yes, and especially because it kind of keeps the car on the schedule that it is. And I was thinking about what you were saying about how the driver's schedule is. There's probably at least 2 of those drivers of that car who were asleep, tucked up in bed somewhere. So what they didn't want to do was to start changing the schedule on them, because they'll have alarms set or expecting a certain range.
Top 3 cars on the last couple of laps down in the 2 minutes 10 range. Josef Kral with a 2:10.3, then a 2:10.4, 2:10 flat for the leader, 2:10.4 for Alex Müller in 3rd position. They're not door-to-door, they're not wheel-to-wheel, they're not nose-to-tail, but they are chasing tenths of seconds here, Paul. This is proper endurance racing. Yes, there's laps between them, but this is how I remember endurance racing.
You have to push as hard as you can. You have to, even if you're not able to chase down the car in front, you've got to make him feel that he's under pressure. You've got to make him feel that he's got to push because you're pushing, and and these cars are so closely matched. There's a little bit of lightness in the sky now. As we look across to the airfield, we can see the outlines of the aeroplanes, not just their lights. If I turn to my left and look out a bit more towards the east, certainly probably towards the east, the sun will come up a little bit higher up than that in the northeast at this time of year, but there's definitely the outline of the mountains in the distance that we can see, instead of it just being blackness behind the street lights there. So hints of daylight coming.
First vestiges of light in the sky.
With still 45 minutes before the sun actually starts blinding them.
We're on a plateau here, actually. It should be said. We're quite a way up from sea level, and it does sometimes affect what's going on here. But the weather this week has been beautiful, actually. Can't argue with that at all. Rather too hot in the early part of the week, certainly too windy. The Patisserie Valerie 68 car in to the pit lane for what looks like a regular pit stop for them. The APO Sports car, that car was leading when the clutch went. It had to be towed back in. Some damage around the rear end was there as well, I think, seem to think, on that car. Dropped down to 6th now in class. Guillaume Roman has just done the fastest lap of the race for the 208 GTI, the Peugeot in 3rd in A3. That car's had lots of problems, including drive shafts, 225.7 for the little hot hatchback. And the car with clutch problems early on, the 72 Porsche now back circulating relatively happily. 5th position in 991 class for HRT Performance, sitting in 25th position. Just going through some of the cars that we've seen in the pit lane. 209.9 for Alfred Renard. That's an impressive lap. And Max Edelhoff does another joker lap. 212.4. He's burning these at the moment, Paul.
He is indeed, isn't it?
That's 3 he's done since we've been talking about him.
Yeah, I think that brings him up to 5, which is the same number that we've had from the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes, unless he's burnt some while we've not been watching.
Jules Gounon does his fastest and the car's fastest lap of the race, so 2:13.1. And Jamie Campbell-Walter continues to chase down Patrice Lafargue in the IDEC Sport Mercedes for 6th position. Not a class position, but an overall position. Now less than 10 seconds between those two cars. Jamie unencumbered, of course, by a bracket time, which is what the Mercedes is driving to, a 13. So that is somewhat inevitable that JCW will catch and pass and ultimately take the 5th position. Team Africa Ginetta still in 3rd position in SP3 with a couple of laps over the number 102 BMW of GR Motorsports, who've been up and down the standings in SP3. Every time they get a decent run, they seem to have a little bit of an issue and drop back again.
That's actually 6 jokers used by the 34 car collection Audi now, compared to the 5 used by the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. So yeah, Max Edelhoff sneaked another one in when we weren't watching.
Right.
So he's up to
but
6.
Your machine was watching.
Thank goodness for that.
It was the eye, the all-seeing eye. We talked about the Vortex cars quite a lot having problems. The number 203 car back inside the top, back onto 20th position and 4th in SP4. Run down the classes for you in a moment. In fact, let's do it now before something else happens. Renard for Precourt Herbert Porsche leading A6 Pro and the race. In Arm in 4th position, it's the 10 Hoffa Racing car. 358 laps to the leaders 368. But more importantly, a full lap to the good on Max Edelhoff, who has been flying but burning jokers for fun. 2:15.1 this time around. Maybe somebody's been on the phone to Max. So 4th and 5th are 1st and 2nd in the Arm, and 6th position is the Lafargue driven IDEC Sport Mercedes. A further lap in arrears, being caught by Jamie Campbell-Walter. That gap now down to 6.2 seconds. But that's not a class gap, remember. Class position gap. 11th position, the Porsche Lorient SP2 leading car is the 64 car. 2nd place there is several laps down, 3:46 to the leader. And the SP2 2nd place is the VDS Racing Mark Ford on 3:39. SPX is Jules Gounon in that dark grey and red Spark model sponsored Porsche SPX. It's the 94 car in 12th. 991 leader, another Porsche in 13th position. The MSG Motorsport Porsche 991 is on 3:42 laps ahead of its nearest competitor, the Jem Lippmann now driven HRT Performance number 73 car in 2nd, and in 3rd it is still the B2F car, although that of course needs to be adjusted. In SP3, another Porsche, the Alfab Racing Porsche, the SP3 leader, 2:36. That's the Cayman in 21st position. TCR leader is inside the top 25. It's the Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Seat, the number 1 car. Ramsey Moutron behind the wheel of that class leader. And 28th position is the QSR BMW, now back to the head of A3. That's bouncing around on pit stops. And the A2 leader still the number 112 Presenza Renault, with its team car, the 212 car, in 2nd position, but 11 laps down. And the Renault RS01 is in the pit lane and in the garage. So that isn't anywhere near a regular stop, and that looks like they've got some gearbox issues. They're getting around the rear end of that car rather quickly. Owen Mildenhall on his way down there. Not sure if... Owen, can you shine a bit of light on that? Looks like gearbox or something in the back of that car.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, John. The guys are disassembling the rear of the car, and there's a big box of gearbox parts just down here behind the car. So I think you're right. Looks like there's some serious internal work going to go on here.
Thanks, Owen. Yeah, that's... rather than change the gearbox out, they may have a cassette system in that, which is exactly as it sounds, that the gearbox itself stays exactly where it is, and you pop off a cover, slide out the internals, and then slide in a new one. Paul?
Another joker used by Max Edelhoff on that lap. So he's pushing on as hard as he can. He's trying to close the gap between himself and Michel Kroll at the wheel of the Hoffer Racing Mercedes number 10. And in doing so, he's getting through those jokers. In a sense, until you get to 9, it doesn't really matter. The problem is how disciplined you can be
when you get to 9.
And when you get to 9, I mean, we did have the situation, I remember, in one of the Dubai 24-hour races several years ago, where Bernd Schneider managed to get, I think it was Bernd Schneider, managed to get within 5 thousandths of a second of his bracket time when he'd burnt all 10 of his jokers, and that does take a lot of confidence.
Now the RSO1 is receiving attention down in the pit lane, the Renault. By the way, Jamie Campbell-Walter, as I suggested, has gone up into 6th position, the Ram Racing car, passing the IDEC Sport Mercedes-Benz and immediately pulling out better part of 5 seconds. The issue with the RSO1, of course, is it is built as a single-make Sprint Series car. It's got to be serviceable, but it's not necessarily in-race serviceable. And that is one of the areas where it might just be losing out. Now he's working on taking some of the bodywork off, and there's an awful lot of fastenings there, which you'd have far fewer, I think, if you were designing that as purely an endurance racing car. The 202 Mazda back out again and attacking the curbs on the northern end of the circuit, and it's Rick Breukers again. I think everybody else has gone to bed, and just the youngster, it keeps getting plugged in every time they change another fuse and send him back out. It's quite funny. We're expecting a couple of pit stops soon, and Josef Kral should be the next one of the leaders to come in. Martin Haven will be rejoining us full-time in about a quarter of an hour. 8 3/4 of an hour, 8 hours 45 minutes to go. More than an odd bit of light in the sky now. There's an even bit of light as well. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, everybody. Dawn's roseate fingers are creeping across quite clearly. However, it is still cool outside. In fact, when you've been trying to sleep in a van, it's flipping perishing.
It's dropped down to about 13 degrees Celsius, I think.
Very definite change from earlier in the day yesterday and from later in the day today, I should think.
Not much change from when you left, what, 3 hours ago or thereabouts.
Yeah, Ferrari up to 2nd place and the number 27 Mercedes in 3rd place. So top 3 remain the same, although the positions have shuffled around a little bit.
Yeah, Peter Cox was on an absolute tear before Josef Kral got in, but he's done a very, very good job indeed in keeping the pace up. Alex Müller and holding on to 3rd for SPS Automotive. The battle at the moment is between the 10 and the 34, down to 107 seconds now. But Max Edelhoff in the car collection Audi has burned about 4 or 5 jokers just in the last
Yeah,
probably 8 to 10 laps.
This last lap, it was a 2:14. The one before, though, was the car's fastest of the race, 2:13.095.
Yeah, that's the fastest of the race without breaking the bracket.
Yeah.
Because every time they go under the bracket, he did a 12.996. So broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. That appears for a while and then disappears. Very clever from our timing and scoring. Thank you very much. Do like the way it does that. Rolf Eischen is doing his bit for Lamborghini in 8th position. Generally speaking, fairly quiet evening. There are a couple of class leaders that have had problems, including the MRS GT Porsche, dropped down to 4th position with a hauled radiator.
Ah, yes.
That was damage from debris thrown up from the track.
Well, you know, that's starting to become more and more a problem, isn't it? And of course, sometimes it's not well, here it's certainly not even stones from gravel traps, since such things don't exist, but it's big clumps of rubber which get fired off the wheels of 150-mile-an-hour cars, and they make a big mess of the front of radiators. So in our quest for entertainment, the SP3 battle, the lead battle, has seesawed a little bit, because the JR Motorsport BMW, when I left you 3 hours ago, was the leader in 20th place. That has clearly had a problem, because that's now dropped down to 2nd in the SP3 class.
Long pit stop last time around.
Yeah.
Cars with clutch issues, Martin, as the 202's back into the pit lane and coming straight back to its box, not troubling the fuel stop. It's got one of the Altram Peugeots in front of it, and still electrical problems on that car because the rear lights are only partially working, and I fear that Rick Breukers is going to be pushed back into the pits. The 155 caused a full course yellow, a code 60, and it stopped at scene and was towed back in. However, it hasn't reappeared back at its pits yet. David Drinkwater was driving the A3 Seat Leon from Motor Easy Racing, and that was about another 10 minutes.
Now that has been
code
one
60.
of the most recalcitrant repeat offenders.
Interesting change, or not change, but interesting tactics played by the leaders at that point. They came in, half-filled the car, put Alfred Renard in, and then brought him back the next lap around, but it just went green as they were filling the fuel. In fact, they literally just pulled into the pits and it went green. So they got the other half of their fuel, but they didn't get the benefit of that all being under code 60. We still reckon about a 30-second gain for them, all up with the full tank of fuel.
A 30-second loss in total.
Yes, okay, sorry.
But not over a full green flag stop.
Correct.
So that was still a net get. So again, they have benefited from the use of code 60s, which every time there has been a code 60, they have made hay while everybody else doodled round with their thumbs on the button.
10 minutes 14 seconds for the last of the code 60s that we had. I have to say,
6th of our code 60s.
Yeah.
So that was a single code 60 since I've departed.
I have to say I'd have left Alfred Renard to go with the half a tank of fuel and then hoped to get him in for a full tank. But as Paul pointed out, they may well have drivers on sleep rotors at the moment with alarms already set that they didn't want to mess about. And frankly, when you've got 6 laps of a lead, is there any need to mess up what's going on?
And the other element is, if you then go back to your previous driver, has he had enough rest time to be able to get back in the car? When you're flip-flopping two, as a lot of the teams have done,
overnight,
flip-flop a pair for 4 hours and then flip-flop the other pair for 4 hours if you've got 4 drivers rather than 5, then you sort of stick with what you've got and you just take the fuel, the opportunity for free fillings whenever you can.
The second place car has done a 31 lap stint as Josef Kral comes into the pit lane for Scuderia Praha. He's at the fuel pumps now. Probably at this time of the morning, picking up a bacon sandwich, cup of coffee and today's newspaper.
Not yet, he's not, no.
No, really?
No, afraid not. Everywhere is still full of dead bodies, stacking up Zeds.
Really?
Oh, yes. Luckily, the coffee machine in our lounge is very quiet. I didn't wake any of the sleepers.
Is that where Bradley has found himself?
I don't know. In our daytime lounge there are a series of camp beds and 2 long sofas, which were installed by our not by our host, but by the Creventic organisers. So a bunch of the organisers are taking shift pattern sleep as well. Yes, as you say, taking fuel on in from 2nd place, and does that give the number 27, the SBS Automotive Mercedes 2nd place back? Well, it is starting to come through. Well, we're now properly into blue light, actually. It's no longer edging towards dawn, it is beyond dawn, and the sun will be up soon.
Who's this Dawn then?
I don't know.
Delta Dawn?
Pops around every day, though. Bless her.
You've just reminded me to get the breakfast tickets out, which will
3
do.
of the top 8 are in the pits at the moment, because Pokey Lafargue has brought the IDEC Sport Mercedes in from 8th place. That has now fueled and is going to change drivers. Edelhoff has also fueled, so they may get somebody in who's a little bit more abstemious. Patrick Lafargue. They may get a slightly more abstemious driver in who burns through less of their jokers than the number 34 car collection Audi.
Just a reminder, no jokers can be played in the last 2 hours, so you might as well use them before then.
And Paul reckons that the number 11 Ferrari should keep its 2nd place.
Okay. Well, wherever you are around the world, thank you for spending some time with us, whether it's morning, evening or afternoon, or indeed night time as it will be in the US. 6 minutes to 6 in the morning, coming down towards the last 8.5 hours of running, with still plenty of questions to be answered. My goodness, it's got light very quickly. Our TV camera is making it look a little brighter than it actually is, but it's more than just the gloaming at the moment. It is picking up. The street lights would be going off fairly shortly. Time was sun up.
20 minutes from now, 6:13. So yeah, I mean the sun is
perfectly clear sky.
the sun is in the perfect place at the moment. What, as I say, when it's going to get awkward is when it just pokes its head over the horizon, and then you've got tired eyes which have been acclimatized to night racing.
Yes.
Which then have to suddenly start staring into the sun at some point around the circuit.
Well, I know we say this a lot, but there are drivers as out. Underneath me is heading the